My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 690 to Chapter 749. For the entire afternoon, Xianxia accompanied Mo Qianni for a stroll outside. Mo Qianni was in a good mood and didn't have to worry about those things anymore. When he got home after work, he saw Lin Ruoxi watching TV with Gui Shuihua and Mother Wang. Seeing that Xianxia had returned home, Lin Ruoxi's eyes were filled with an inexplicable meaning. What was certain was that Lin Ruoxi was a little dissatisfied. "Mom, I'll go get the dishes." Lin Ruoxi stood up and walked straight to the kitchen, not even bothering to greet Xianxia. Xianxia was a little confused. Didn't they just reconcile yesterday and their concern for each other had deepened? Why did she roll her eyes at him again? Thus, Xianxia followed her into the kitchen and picked up 2 dishes. He followed behind Lin Ruoxi and said with a smile, "Dear, why didn't you greet your husband when he came back? It's so unharmonious." Lin Ruoxi placed the dishes on the table, turned around and chuckled disdainfully. "What did you do in the afternoon?" Xianxia was speechless. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's expression, he guessed that she probably knew that he had accompanied Mo Qianni to shop for the entire afternoon. "Can't say it?" "Let me say it. Everyone in the company is discussing why Director Yang went out with Vice President Mo and disappeared for the entire afternoon. Wu Yu even ran to my office and asked me if I knew what was going on." Lin Ruoxi glared at Xianxia angrily and said, "How do you think I should answer? Should I say I don't know? That would be ridiculous. I don't know that my husband went on a date with the vice president right under my nose. Should I say I know? Then what is going on?" Xianxia shrugged helplessly. "I didn't think it through. Actually, we didn't do anything. As you know, Qianni has been in a bad mood recently. I just took her out for lunch and went shopping. You don't have to report to me. I can't control you. I don't want to be a jealous woman. You can do whatever you want. I just hope that you won't make me speechless when I face my subordinates," Lin Ruoxi said. Xianxia smiled fawningly and said, "How about this, I'll accompany you to play tomorrow. It just so happens that I'm done with my work at the company, so I'm free." Lin Ruoxi glanced at him coldly. "Humph, you're so considerate. Sorry, you're free, but I'm not." After that, she couldn't be bothered to continue talking to Xianxia and went back to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Xianxia scratched his face. He didn't know how to appease Lin Ruoxi. He couldn't care less about one thing and lose sight of the other. Even if he thought about it, when Lin Ruoxi was asked about this by Wu Yu, she would also be embarrassed and not know how to answer. Xianxia didn't know the taste of the dinner because Lin Ruoxi didn't say a word. After eating, she went back to the study to work. After clearing the dishes, Gui Shuihua took off her apron and suddenly stopped Xianxia, who was going upstairs. She said, "Son, follow me to the room." Xianxia was puzzled about what his mother was doing, but he still nodded and followed her. When they came to Gui Shuihua's room, Gui Shuihua asked Xianxia to sit on the edge of the bed. She looked at Xianxia's face for a while and smiled. "I heard what you said to Ruoxi just now. This is your fault. How can you put Ruoxi in such an awkward situation? It's fine if our family knows about it, but if outsiders know about it, it will have a negative impact on Ruoxi and Qianni." Xianxia nodded silently. "I've thought about it, and it's indeed a little inconsiderate. But, because I couldn't get a date with Qianni, I was very anxious, so I didn't think too much about it." Gui Shuihua sighed. "Do you really like that girl that much? Even if her mother is against it, you still won't let her go?" Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "If you want me to let her go now, I wouldn't have accepted her back then. You can say that I'm selfish or hypocritical, but I don't want to experience the feeling of losing my woman again." Gui Shuihua was slightly surprised. She could tell that Xianxia was hinting at something, but she also knew that it was definitely not a good memory. So, she skipped this topic and said, "Don't be impulsive. This matter can't be rushed." Xianxia smiled. "Mom, don't worry. I know that Aunt Ma is the most important family to Qianni. No matter what, I will take her feelings into consideration, and I will not be extravagant. I plan to look for her after I think of an excuse. Even if she chases me away, I will bear with it. Although this way of handling things makes me feel suffocated, this is the only way I can do it now." Gui Shuihua grabbed one of Xianxia's hands and patted it. Mom is just worried that you'll go overboard. Now that you've said this, I'm relieved. Do you know, Yangqing, when I first met you before we acknowledged each other, you were like a bomb that would explode at any time, and it made me panic. Maybe you're used to being alone abroad, or maybe it's the environment you grew up in that forced you to be overbearing, tough, and sometimes unreasonable. Although I can tell that you're a kind child, you always do things according to your own preferences, and it's inevitable that the people around you will love and hate you at the same time. Now, it seems that you're more considerate of the people around you, and your thoughts are more meticulous. Just like what you said, you might feel that your hands and feet are tied when you do things, and many things that were originally very simple seem endlessly long-winded. But in this world, there are all kinds of fetters, and that's life, isn't it? Yangqing smiled brightly. Mom, are you trying to calm me down? Don't worry, I will be more careful in the future and consider everyone around me. In the past, I was alone, and my whole family died. But now, I have a family to feed, and I know what's important. Guo Shuihua tapped her son's forehead before she stood up. It's good that you know. Go back to your room and rest, Mom will cut some fruits for you. The next morning, Yangqing, who went to work as usual, had a simple meeting with Zhao Teng and Wang Jia in his office. When the meeting ended at 9 a.m., he saw Anqing walking into the office with light steps. Yangqing frowned, and he smelled the smell of alcohol. Baby Anqing, did you drink last night? Anqing's face was a little gloomy, and she forced a smile. Yeah, I had a friend's birthday party, so I drank a little too much. Don't worry, I'm fine. But don't deduct my salary if I'm late. Yangqing sighed, walked to Anqing, and held her hand. A stream of true origin slowly poured into Anqing's meridians. After breaking through to the innate realm, the innate true qi had transformed into a type of true origin force that was closer to the origin, but it also had the strong recovery ability of the endless resolve restoration scripture, so it was naturally easier for damaged tissues to recover. Anqing only felt a warm feeling throughout her body, and it made her feel so comfortable that she wanted to fall asleep. In an instant, her tired and dispirited state was swept away. It wasn't the first time that Anqing witnessed Yangqing's magic. She smiled and said, Hubby, you're just like a Doraemon, you're really omnipotent. Don't compare me to something that isn't human, Yangqing joked, then reminded, even if you're having a gathering with friends, don't drink too much. If I see you next time, I'll spank your butt, and I won't let you recover so quickly. I'll let you suffer. Anqing pouted, and said pitifully, got it. Seeing that everything was settled, Yangqing planned to go out and meet Ma Guifeng to talk about Mo Qianni, but unexpectedly, his subordinate, Wang Jia, who had just left not long ago, rushed in again. Wang Jia, who had a panicked look on her face, exclaimed, Bad news, Director Yang. Something happened at the head office. Yangqing and Anqing were stunned. Yangqing frowned and asked, Head office? What happened to you, Lei? Wang Jia's mouth kept changing, as if she didn't know what to say. In the end, she sighed and ran to Yang Cheng's desk. She turned on Yang Cheng's computer and said, Director Yang, come over and take a look. The whole company is in an uproar now. Yang Qing and Anqing walked in front of the computer in confusion. Looking at the things on the screen, Yang Qing was puzzled and confused, but Anqing's expression changed, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The things on the screen were not anything else but files. They were all placed on the network disk used for public download. How could this be? It's impossible. Anqing mumbled. Wang Jia's face was sullen. Miss Anqing, the whole company is going crazy. How could this happen? Yang Qing scratched his head and asked, Anqing, what are these files? What procurement, what tenders? Anqing sighed deeply and said, These files are Yulei International's procurement plans, tenders, negotiation plans, and part of the acquisition plans for the next half a year or so. There are also other parts, such as client information, product design drawings, as well as Yulei's internal financial budget and distribution plans. I can recognize these words too. What's wrong with these things? Yang Qing asked gloomily. Anqing said bitterly, simply put, these files are the core business secrets of Yulei International. If any of them were to be known by our competitors, it would be a huge blow. And with so many documents, all of them had been put on the public platform online. That was to say, the work of Yulei International for the next half of the year was almost in a semi-transparent state. Think about it, before the negotiation even started, the opponent already knew your bargaining chips. Before you even buy the materials, someone else already snatches the materials you want to buy. If that's the case, even if Yulei doesn't go bankrupt, it will at least be pushed back a few years, maybe even decades. Such important things, how did they end up on the internet? Yangqing finally understood. Could it be hackers? Impossible. Wang Jie shook her head and explained, Mr. Yang, you might not understand, but these important files are usually kept on paper. After all, on the internet, a lot of hackers' techniques are hard to defend against, especially for a big company like ours. It will become a big target. So, according to the usual practice, these files are stored in the offices of the general manager and above, and stored in safe boxes with perfect security and alarm systems. Yangqing squinted his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and asked, now, do you know who leaked these files from? Wang Jie made a bitter face and lamented, these files, most of them are related to negotiations and tenders, and some are related to market plans. According to the usual practice, they are all stored in the Public Relations Department of Yulei International, which is the current department head, Lu Mingyu. Hearing this, Yang Cheng's expression didn't change as he said, since the head office is in a mess, the subsidiary companies can't be in a mess either. Tell the various departments to continue with their own work. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Jie nodded and immediately ran out to calm the emotions of her subordinates. Anqin said worriedly, hubby, what should we do? Sister Mingyu definitely wouldn't do such a thing. This seems to have been planned long ago. Because Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu had both come to see Anqin before, and although they didn't work at the same place, they would still bump into each other occasionally during meetings. Therefore, although they weren't close, they were still quite friendly. Yangqing smiled at Anqin. I'll take care of everything. Don't worry. Are you afraid that I won't have the money to support you if the company collapses? You stay here and help me take care of the situation. I'll go to the head office now to check on the situation. Anqin nodded meekly. She also knew that this was an important subsidiary company, and she couldn't afford to be in a mess at this time. 10 minutes later, Yangqing entered the Yulei building. Almost every Yulei employee he met had a solemn expression on their faces. They kept talking about whether there was a traitor in the company or the worrying future of the company. Yangqing found a random person and asked where Lin Ruoshi and the other executives were. He then took the elevator to the floor of the big conference room. In the conference room, there were already no less than 20 to 30 executives of Yulei. Lin Ruoshi, Mo Qianni, Li Mingyi, Chris, and the central figure of this incident, Lu Mingyu, were also present. The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually heavy. Everyone had an ugly expression on their faces. Lin Ruoshi's face was as cold as frost. Her beautiful face could only be described as overcast. Her eyes revealed a repressed killing intent, and none of the executives dared to look directly at this female CEO's eyes. Mo Qianni, Wu Yu, and the others sat on either side of Lin Ruoshi. They were all silent, and their faces were filled with anxiety. Li Mingyi, Chris, and the other executives also looked troubled. Lu Mingyu was the most despondent of them all. She sat in her seat and gripped a pen tightly with both hands. She bit her lips as if she wanted to break the pen. What's wrong? Are you mute? Say something. Lin Ruoshi said in a cold voice. Her voice was not loud, but it made the entire meeting room, which was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one said anything. Everyone was looking at something else, not daring to communicate with Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi sneered, what's wrong? Aren't you guys usually full of ideas? Now that something has happened, why have you all become mute? There was another moment of silence. Finally, one of the executives gulped and said with a trembling voice, Lin. General Lin, I think, this is very strange. Our company's security is of the highest standard in the industry. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone could steal such important information without being discovered? Smack. Lin Ruoshi slammed one of her hands on the table fiercely, causing everyone to tremble. Department Head Fong, I called you all to this meeting not to report the incident to me. Everyone knows what happened now. I want to hear the solution. The solution. Lin Ruashi was obviously furious. She had always been calm. Even when they were bombarded by overseas consortiums, she had never been so angry. This was because this happened within the company. Department head Fong wiped his cold sweat and quickly said, "Yes, yes. General Lin, I think the most important thing now is to find the enemy who plagiarized our company's information. If we can find the evidence in a short period of time, then we can proceed with criminal proceedings. In that case, we may be able to control the situation. Even if we suffer some losses, we should be able to get a huge amount of compensation through legal channels. I believe that the opponent who dares to attack our company is definitely not a small character. As long as we stabilize this situation and recover, even if we suffer losses, we can still make a comeback." After department head Fong finished speaking, almost everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Mingyu, who had been silent all this while. Another executive snorted coldly and said, "Other than General Lin himself, only the department heads of each department know the password to the safety deposit box in each department head's office. Department head Lu, we have been colleagues for so many years, but I didn't expect you to commit such a huge betrayal that will damage the company." "Humph, I was really blind to vote for this woman to take over Vice President Mo's position at that time." A few more people jeered. For a moment, all the spearheads were pointed at Lu Mingyu. After all, Lin Ruashi would never leak the documents. In the whole world, only Lu Mingyu knew the password, so naturally, she was the biggest suspect. Lu Mingyu's face was pale and her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't know what to say. She also knew that there was no excuse to prove that she was innocent. Mo Qianni defended her with dissatisfaction. "Think about it carefully. Everyone knows that only Department Head Lu and General Lin know the password. If Department Head Lu still leaked the documents, wouldn't that be too stupid? How could there be such a stupid criminal? Department Head Lu was obviously framed. The most important thing now is to find the real criminal. And not to start an internal strife here." Only then did everyone quiet down. Mo Qianni's reputation in the company was second only to Lin Ruashi, and her words were reasonable. This was indeed too obvious. Even if Lu Mingyu wanted to betray the company, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Suddenly, Li Mingyi, who had been silent all this while, said leisurely, "Actually, you can't say it like that. Maybe this is also a counter-psychological tactic of the criminal. Everyone, think about it carefully. All of us feel that if this was Department Head Lu's doing, it would be too obvious, so she was framed. But what if the criminal just happened to use this to make everyone think that she was framed?" Everyone was shocked. Indeed, according to Li Mingyi's words, it was not impossible. "Vice President Li, don't you have ulterior motives by putting the crime on Department Head Lu like this?" Mo Qianni said angrily. "Vice President Mo, forgive me for being blunt, but what I said is what many colleagues are thinking. Although we don't want Department Head Lu to be the culprit, we don't want to miss any opportunity to find the criminal, right?" Li Mingyi said calmly. "You." Mo Qianni was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she didn't know how to defend Lu Mingyu. "Enough." Lin Ruashi stopped everyone. Frowning, she asked Wu Yu, "Are the results out? What's the estimated loss?" Wu Yu looked at the tablet in her hand, nodded with a heavy expression, and said, "Yes, General Lin, I have roughly calculated the losses of those bidding plans, procurement plans, acquisition plans, and design plans. If our competitors used them against us, we would at least lose about 5 billion. The main reason is that this year's acquisition and procurement are in a period of global expansion. Our budget is completely tight, and there is no way to stop intentional competition." Upon hearing the words 5 billion, everyone's face fell. Everyone present knew very well that no matter how rich Yulei was, if the company suddenly lost 5 billion from a cash shortfall, it would be a terrible situation. It was equivalent to a supercar running out of oil. That's not all. Chris, who had just arrived not too long ago, also smiled bitterly and said, "Right now, our company's situation is all clear on the internet. No one will be optimistic about our company's financial situation. When the Nasdaq opens in the afternoon in the United States, our shares will definitely be sold crazily all over the world. At that time, our assets will also seriously shrink. In this way, even if we get enough funds from the bank loans, it will only be a temporary relief, Because we will have to start from scratch for the second half of the year. We will not be competitive at all. Everyone looked at each other and saw helplessness on each other's faces. Damn it. One of the executives slammed the table and said painfully, we were beaten to the point where we didn't even have a chance to fight back. If I find out who did this, I want to skin him alive. There were even executives who started cursing, unable to control their emotions. Lu Mingyu felt everyone glaring at her angrily, and the heavy burden on her heart finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tears streamed down her face, and she started sobbing in her seat. Lin Ruoshi looked at her indifferently and said, Department Head Lu, why are you crying? Now everyone is suspecting you. Don't you want to defend yourself? General Lin. Seeing that not only did Lin Ruoshi not comfort Lu Mingyu, but she even treated her so coldly, Mo Qianni persuaded, General Lin, this matter is definitely not done by Department Head Lu. It might be possible for others, but it's impossible for Mingyu. Do you understand what I mean? Don't you believe her? Glancing at Mo Qianni, Lin Ruoshi sneered, I'm sorry, but I really don't understand what you mean. Why should I believe her? Also, Vice President Mo, don't try to get close to me just because we have a personal relationship, at this critical juncture. As everyone can see, the only one that can be pointed at is Lu Mingyu, right? Mo Qianni's face turned pale as she looked at the emotionless Lin Ruoshi in disbelief. Lin Ruoshi was like an ice sculpture that froze her heart. Ruoshi, how could you? Mo Qianni choked. Watch your words, Vice President Mo. Lin Ruoshi said lightly, this is a business matter. I have to be responsible for tens of thousands of employees around the world. Now, Lu Mingyu is the biggest suspect. As for whether she was wronged or not, we can only know after the results of the investigation are out. Lu Mingyu raised her head and looked at Lin Ruoshi with a sad smile, General Lin is right. No matter what, the thing slipped out of my hands. I can't absolve myself from the blame for the company suffering such a heavy blow. Mingyu. You're innocent. Mo Qianni was anxious. After all, Lu Mingyu was promoted by her, and because of her relationship with Yangqing, they were sisters who had a deep relationship. Seeing Lu Mingyu speaking as if she was admitting her guilt, she couldn't help but stand up. Vice President Mo, your actions will make people suspect whether you have any special relationship with Department Head Lu. Li Mingyi interrupted. Mo Qianni abruptly turned around and glared at Li Mingyi. Don't be so smug. The truth will come to light sooner or later. Li Mingyi raised his eyebrows and smiled, I hope so too. At this moment, the door of the meeting room was opened from the outside. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Yangqing stretched his back and yawned as he walked into the meeting room. Smiling, he sighed and said to everyone, I've overheard everything from outside. Your discussion is too inefficient. Instead of wasting time, why don't you go back and do your own work and prepare for the upcoming war? As for tracking down the criminal, how about leaving it to me? Yangqing's intervention made the room quiet down again. The management staff looked at Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi with strange eyes. After the secret that the two were husband and wife was exposed, everyone looked at Yangqing differently. Instead of thinking that Yangqing was a gigolo, it was more logical to think that he was a man with a deep background. However, the people present didn't know where Yangqing came from. When Lu Mingyu saw Yangqing come in, she wiped the tears on her face and lowered her head, not looking at him. Yangqing didn't miss this detail. Without any hesitation, he walked to the woman's back and patted her shoulder. Lu Mingyu was shocked. In front of so many people, and in front of Lin Ruoshi, Yangqing's action was undoubtedly to express his concern and support for her. Although she was extremely moved, it made her a little timid. Hurriedly, Lu Mingyu removed Yangqing's hand from her shoulder and shook her head. I'm fine, Director Yang. Don't cry. Don't force yourself. You can't work like this. Go home, take a hot bath, and rest. Yangqing said gently. Lu Mingyu's eyes, which had just dried, became wet again. She was so emotional that she couldn't say anything. She just kept shaking her head slightly, indicating that she was fine. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the conference room became strange again. Everyone could see some clues. But Lin Ruoshi didn't have any emotional changes. No one could tell whether she was happy or angry. She just watched numbly as Yangqing comforted Lu Mingyu for a while. What are you going to do? Yangqing turned around and looked at the expressionless woman. He smiled awkwardly. That, wife, don't be so serious. I'm scared. Lin Ruoshi frowned. I don't have time to joke with you. Also, this is a company, Director Yang. Yangqing scratched the back of his head and glanced around at the people who were also looking at him with concern. He smiled awkwardly and said, I haven't thought about how to investigate, but don't worry, I will find out sooner or later. Everyone almost fell off their chairs. You haven't thought it through yet. Was this guy joking with them? Oh, right. Yangqing clapped his hands and laughed. Actually, it's very simple. Isn't there a surveillance camera in the company? Just look at the surveillance footage and see who else besides Lu Mingyu has touched the safe these days. Wouldn't it be obvious? Everyone had a strange expression on their faces as they looked around awkwardly. In the end, it was Mo Qianni who explained, Director Yang, you might not have noticed. Although there are surveillance cameras in most places in the company, we don't install them in the offices of the company's top management because it will affect the privacy of some discussions. Yang Cheng's face froze. There are no surveillance cameras. Then who doesn't know who has secretly touched it? Director Yang, I think it's better for you to think before you speak, Li Mingyi sneered. Yangqing rolled his eyes at him. Do you have a way to find out who the culprit is? Me? Although I really want to do it, of course I don't have that ability. Li Mingyi spread his hands. Then shut up. Yangqing couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He then patted his chest and said to Lin Ruoshi, Old. Oh no, General Lin, don't worry. I promise to give you an answer in 2 days at most. After hearing this, Lin Ruoshi didn't respond at all. Instead, she turned to Wu Yu and asked, Are the police here? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, they arrived 5 minutes ago. They're waiting in another room for our meeting to end. Lin Ruoshi said, Let them in. Yes, Wu Yu replied and left the meeting room. After hearing this, Yangqing frowned and asked, So you've already called the police? Lin Ruoshi glanced at him indifferently. Even if I don't call the police will come looking for me. Yangqing thought of something and raised his voice. Do you want the police to take Mingyu away? Lin Ruoshi nodded without changing her expression. The police aren't idiots. From the current situation, Lu Mingyu is the biggest suspect. Stealing trade secrets is not an easy crime. In addition, if Yulei's shares plummeted, our finances would be in trouble. It would be a huge blow to Zhonghai's economy. It's only right to take the suspect away for interrogation. After hearing this, everyone in the meeting room gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to be so decisive. After all, Lu Mingyu was her employee for many years. She thought it was enough to question Lu Mingyu, but the police were already here and ready to take her away. Lu Mingyu was a little dazed. She didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to call the police just like that. She sat there in silence, as if she had accepted her fate. Mo Qianni couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She looked at Lin Ruoshi and then at Yangqing. She desperately hoped that Yangqing could stop everything. At this moment, 2 men in police uniforms walked into the meeting room. After Wu Yu pointed out who Lu Mingyu was, the 2 police officers walked to the sides of Lu Mingyu. Miss Lu Mingyu, according to the information and the evidence we have, we suspect that you are suspected of plagiarizing the company's trade secrets, divulging the customer's privacy, and many charges of violating the industrial and commercial laws. You are now under arrest as a suspect. Please come back with us to the police station to assist in the investigation. You have the right to remain silent and to hire a lawyer. But anything you say now will have a negative impact on you. After one of the police officers finished speaking, he made a pleased gesture to Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath. She didn't resist or defend herself. She planned to stand up and leave with them. Wait. Yangqing held Lu Mingyu down and questioned Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi, do you really want to do this? Unmoved, Lin Ruoshi replied, It's not that I want to do this, but it's the way it should be done. You know that this woman won't betray you. Yangqing didn't expect that Lin Ruoshi would really send Lu Mingyu to the police station, and he felt annoyed in his heart. Lin Ruoshi coldly replied, "You're wrong. I only believe in the facts before me, and the facts are that Lu Mingyu is the biggest suspect. Yangqing, if you want to participate in the investigation, that's up to you. But I approve of the police taking Lu Mingyu away. I have to be responsible for the employees of Yulei International, and not blindly judge based on my personal feelings. After dealing with these matters, I still have to host many emergency meetings to deal with the upcoming problems. I don't have time to waste with you here." Lin Ruoshi's gaze was unyielding, and she stared back at Yangqing fearlessly, determined and ruthless. Yangqing suddenly sneered, "What a good CEO, a good boss." Before Yangqing could finish, Yangqing felt his hand being pulled by someone. Yangqing turned around and saw Lu Mingyu shaking her head with tears in her eyes. "Please, don't say any more. General Lin's decision is right. I can't explain myself. I don't know how it became like this. If you really want to help me, find the culprit instead of arguing with General Lin." Lu Mingyu forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm not sentenced, I'm just assisting in the investigation. I'll just tell the truth." Looking at Lu Mingyu's desperate eyes, Yangqing couldn't bear to torture her anymore. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart and could only let her leave with the police officers. Lin Ruoshi didn't care much about Lu Mingyu, who was being taken away. She said to everyone, "Return to your posts. Lu Mingyu has left, and the Public Relations Department will be temporarily led by the Deputy Minister. Every department will hold a meeting according to the emergency measures. In the afternoon, I will send Wu Yu to inform you of other special meetings." Meeting dismissed. No one dared to be negligent. The fact that Lu Mingyu had been taken away was a huge blow to them. It was enough to show that this beautiful young CEO was very ruthless. They couldn't let their guard down at all. As everyone left the meeting room, Mo Qianni was hesitant to persuade Lin Ruoshi again. However, seeing that Yangqing was still here, she could only grit her teeth and deal with the urgent matters first. After everyone left the meeting room, Lin Ruoshi brought Wu Yu back to her office. Yangqing stopped her with a pale face and said, "Why didn't you give me a chance to prove Mingyu's innocence? You clearly know that I have the ability, and even if it's just for a day." "Why?" With her back facing him, Lin Ruoshi stopped in her tracks. After a moment of silence, she asked Wu Yu to return to her office and said indifferently, "I'm just doing my job. There's no why. Mingyu has worked so hard for this company. Can't you even get a day's time? Why can't you consider how much harm it will cause to her?" Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi turned around and looked at Yangqing coldly. "Then you went to comfort Lu Mingyu in front of everyone and ignored my feelings?" Yangqing was stunned and said, "Do you want me to watch her be surrounded by so many people? What about me? Everyone knows that I'm your wife, but you care about another woman in front of me. Have you considered the way others look at me?" Lin Ruoshi said coldly, "Since you can ignore my embarrassment for Lu Mingyu, then why should I care about her feelings and not send her to the police station? Besides, the truth should be dealt with that way. Are you falling out with me because I cared about Mingyu?" Yangqing felt that it was inconceivable. Lin Ruoshi smiled disdainfully and said, "Think whatever you want. I'm very busy right now, and I don't want to argue with you. Aren't you very powerful? You have money and power. If you really want Lu Mingyu to suffer less, then hurry up and investigate the case and solve this crisis. But I can tell you very clearly that this crisis can't be solved simply with money, because it involves the normal operation and development of the company. You do as you see fit." After Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, she quickly left. Yangqing watched as Lin Ruoshi entered the elevator. He took a deep breath and waved his hand hatefully. Things were obviously more troublesome than he had expected. However, Yangqing did not panic. Based on the current situation, it was just as he had expected. Li Mingyi was the biggest suspect. Li Mingyi's attitude was that he wanted to pin the crime on Lu Mingyu. Moreover, when he went to Lu Mingyu's office, he had met that guy. And according to Lu Mingyu, Li Mingyi often went to her office to chat and discuss official business. He was a frequent visitor. In addition, Li Mingyi was dating Wu Yu, so it was hard to say what kind of secret information he had obtained. The crux of the problem now was how to find evidence that Li Mingyi was the culprit without a surveillance camera. After all, even if he killed Li Mingyi, it would be of no use, and he would not be able to wash away Lu Mingyu's suspicion. Moreover, Yangqing did not think that a mere Li Mingyi would dare to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. This kind of thing did not have a strong backing, and it was a fool's dream. Moreover, this kind of crime was not something he could do alone. Plagiarizing the information and no one used it was tantamount to working for nothing. Therefore, finding evidence of Li Mingyi's crime and the person behind him was the first thing to do. Yangqing thought for a moment, then dialed the number of the Sea Eagle's captain, Mullen. Your Majesty Pluto, are you calling about today's explosive news from Yulei International? Mullen said rather proudly on the other end. Yangqing pinched the bridge of his nose in distress. It seemed that this matter was indeed known by everyone. He said, "Don't talk nonsense, come to Yulei's headquarters. I need your professional knowledge to confirm some guesses." "I hope I'm right." Mullen chuckled weirdly. "After seeing the news online this morning, we guessed that we might be needed for investigation, so we've prepared some tools. But Your Majesty Pluto, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in crime scene investigation, so I'll have to ask our team's expert, Fanny, to go over." "I don't care who it is, just bring everything you need," Yangqing muttered to himself before continuing. "Also, help me look into this person, the vice president of Yulei International, Li Mingyi. I need to know his background, from when he was young to now, as much as you can find out. If there's any difficulty, report it to Zero and let them handle it. I want results within a day." "Understood." Yangqing didn't have to wait long before he saw Fanny rushing over from the entrance of Yulei's building. It was the petite Caucasian girl from the 12-man Sea Eagles team. Fanny, who was wearing a pair of light-colored pink-framed sunglasses, carried a large leather bag on her back. Inside the bag were probably the tools used to survey the scene. Upon seeing Yangqing, she quietly nodded in greeting. She seemed rather nervous as she lowered her head and asked in a soft voice, "Your Majesty Pluto, before we survey the scene, can you tell me about the company's surveillance system?" As Yangqing led Fanny to the elevator, he said, "There are no surveillance devices in the minister's office. The big office has surveillance from all angles. The security room is on duty 24 hours a day, so if someone snuck into the office to steal information, they would definitely be able to see the intruder. But because the safe isn't opened every day, and it was only today that someone posted the stolen information on the internet, the people who entered the office in the past few days are all suspects." Fanny listened obediently, nodding from time to time. When they walked out of the elevator and entered the public relations department, Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. "Fanny, why do you look so nervous? Am I that scary?" Fanny shook her head and smiled awkwardly. "No, Your Majesty Pluto, it's just that this is the first time I'm alone with you, so I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid I won't do well." Yangqing patted the female team member's shoulder. "You only need to confirm one thing for me, and that is whether the safe has been cracked, or if it has been tampered with. As for the rest, I'll take care of it." "Okay, got it. I know what to do." As they spoke, the two arrived at Lu Mingyu's office. The public relations department was already in a mess, and the deputy manager in place of Lu Mingyu was an older female PR officer. Seeing that Yangqing had brought people to investigate, she didn't dare to say anything and quickly helped Yangqing unlock Lu Mingyu's room. The female PR officers looked at Yangqing and Fanny curiously, their faces full of doubt. They couldn't imagine that this petite foreign woman would be an expert in collecting evidence and cracking passwords. Since the whole company was busy, no one cared about what Yangqing and Fanny were doing. After Yangqing closed the door, he let Fanny start working. Fanny took out an ultra-thin silver laptop from her large bag, as well as a bunch of connecting cables and devices. She sat down on the ground next to the large safe in the office and began to analyze it. Although Yangqing's brain had a sea of knowledge stored in it, it didn't mean that he could understand everything. Most of the time, he could only cram it into his memory. Therefore, when a bunch of complicated numbers and English codes appeared on Fanny's computer screen, Yangqing could only stare. Seeing that Fanny needed some time to analyze it, Yangqing didn't want to just sit there and do nothing. He left Fanny alone while he ran to the security department downstairs and asked the security guards to pull up the surveillance footage of the public relations department for the past 2 weeks. What Yangqing needed to confirm was who had entered Lu Mingyu's office in the past few days. After more than an hour, Yangqing fast-forwarded through the footage for the past 2 weeks. Sure enough, apart from some major clients and internal employees, there were records of Li Mingyi entering the office 4 times. What made Yangqing feel strange was that on the afternoon of the day before yesterday, when Li Mingyi entered Lu Mingyu's office, it was obvious that Lu Mingyu wasn't in the office. This was because Lu Mingyu only returned to the office about 5 minutes later. After that, 10 minutes or so later, Li Mingyi left the office again. However, Yangqing found something strange. There was so much information, and Li Mingyi didn't have a bag with him, and he wasn't wearing bulky clothes. Even if Yangqing got his hands on it, how was he going to take it out? Yangqing pondered and looked at the time. He got up and returned to Lu Mingyu's office. When he entered the office, Fanny seemed to have just finished her work. Wiping the fine sweat on her forehead, she turned around and smiled at Yangqing. "Your Majesty Pluto, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. The complexity of this lock is comparable to the safety deposit boxes of some large international banks. It's hard to believe that this is actually a company's safety deposit box." Yangqing raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" When Fanny talked about her field of expertise, she beamed with joy. She said excitedly, "This lock is a multi-ring freely changing lock produced by the famous Casa company in Europe. It's a lock with a password set according to the preferences of the user. Each ring makes up a combination of changes in the number combinations. And this safety deposit box's lock has a scale from 0 to 99, which means that each ring has 100 possibilities. This is a standard safety deposit box, so the number of rings that can change the combination of numbers is usually 4, which is 100 to the 4th power. This is equivalent to a lock with 100 million possible combinations. If you want to crack this lock, the fastest way is to connect a computer to the unlock device and rotate the dial counterclockwise while changing the lock's password freely. Then, you can mark and record the numbers that aren't easy to rotate and create a table to deduce the combination of numbers." Stop. Stop. Yangqing hurriedly cut off Fanny's explanation with a sheepish smile. "I know you're a professional, but I just want to know, how long would it take for a password cracking expert to crack this lock?" Fanny was a little unsatisfied. She thought for a moment before replying, if it's the world's best lock-picking expert, it might take around an hour. However, I think there are no more than 5 people in the world who can crack this lock. In fact, I think a normal lock-picking expert wouldn't be able to crack this lock even if they were given an entire day. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. Which means that the possibility of opening the lock without knowing the password can be eliminated. Yes, Your Majesty Pluto. Fanny rose to her feet. After confirming this, Yangqing started to look around the office carefully. He didn't miss a single spot, and his gaze swept through every single detail and corner of the room. Seeing Yangqing doing this, Fanny asked, "Your Majesty Pluto, are you looking for traces of a pocket-sized surveillance camera?" "That's right. If a password cracking is required, then we'll have to install surveillance equipment here to secretly observe the process of cracking the password," Yangqing replied. Fanny smiled wryly. "I'm very sorry, but I've actually already looked around this office when I was analyzing the password on the computer. If I'm not mistaken, there aren't any signs of surveillance equipment installed here." "What?" Yangqing was shocked. This time, he really was a little dumbfounded. In fact, he was already confident that there was some kind of surveillance equipment installed here, just like how there were surveillance cameras around Elder Tang. However, he didn't expect this to be the case. Yangqing didn't think that Fanny was joking. Since the Sea Eagles dared to send their members here, they were definitely the cream of the crop. If Fanny said there weren't any, then there definitely weren't any. Yangqing's brows furrowed. This wasn't good. In this case, there were no clues at all, let alone evidence that could help Lu Mingyu. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't think I was of much help," Fanny said with her head lowered in shame. Yangqing smiled in relief. "It's fine. You did your best. I'll go look for something else. Go back and tell Mullen to hurry up." Fanny immediately agreed and left with her tools. Yangqing was thinking about what to do next when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Lu Qingshan calling. Yang Cheng's face darkened. If Lu Qingshan was calling at this time, it was obviously because he knew that his precious daughter had been arrested. He was really embarrassed this time. He could only bite the bullet and say, I know. You're very angry, uncle, but I. Cut the crap. I don't want to listen to your explanations. I'm entrusting my daughter to you, not to let her be bullied by that Lin Ruashi. Yangqing, if you're a man, bring her out of the police station right now. If you don't have the ability, don't be so shameless to find so many women. Lu Qingshan cursed on the other end of the line. The mafia boss was obviously going crazy over his daughter's arrest. Yangchen didn't feel good about it. He felt extremely aggrieved, but he had no choice. He was no longer the carefree kid who would just kill someone and get it over with. He had no choice but to say to Lu Qingshan, bringing Mingyu out of the police station isn't a difficult task. The problem is, will she be able to clear her name? Will it be able to make her pay for what she's suffered? The more chaotic the situation is, the more we'll fall into the criminal's trap. Uncle, if you want Mingyu to continue being wronged, then I'll bring your daughter out even if I blow up the police station. But will that work? Lu Qingshan was also angry. Hearing Yangqing talk to him so calmly, he forcefully suppressed his anger and said, then I'll give you a day at most. If you can't clear Yuer's name, then you don't have to go. I'll personally bring someone over. Yangqing was also a little annoyed. He said, don't worry, I won't let Mingyu stay in there for long. If something really happens, I won't need you to say anything. I'll tear down the police station myself. I hope you keep your word. Without waiting for Lu Qingshan to finish, Yangqing hung up the phone. He didn't have the time to argue with that person. Scratching his head, Yangqing began to think hard. Just what detail had he missed? Why did everything seem so strange? All the signs clearly pointed to Li Mingyi's problem, but how did he do it? What evidence did he have to capture it? Suddenly, a spark flashed in Yangqing's mind. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed Lin Ruashi's number. Although the two of them had just quarreled, Lin Ruashi still picked up the phone and asked in a cold tone, did you find anything? Yangqing didn't beat around the bush. He asked, I want to know the first and last completion dates of the stolen information. Also, how many copies of all the information are there? Lin Ruashi recalled for a while on the other end of the phone, and said, because they are all planning documents, so they have been prepared since the beginning of the year. The first one should be in January, and the last one was last week. As for the backup, only Mingyu and I have it. Although the higher-ups of other departments also participated in the discussion, they can't get their hands on the final documents. Although the online documents are all electronic versions, they are all official, and definitely leaked from the company. Because there are no real documents, it is impossible for someone to forge them. Why, is there a problem with this? Including last week's, all of them were leaked? Yangqing asked carefully. Lin Ruashi replied with an N sound, you can't be suspecting me, after all, if anyone has the information, I am also a suspect. Besides, it's not like I don't have the motive to commit the crime. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ruashi, do you need to be so sarcastic towards me? 90% of Yulei International shares are in your hands, what reason do you have to harm your own interests? Although I know you don't like Mingyu in your heart, you wouldn't use that kind of method to bully her. You are a proud woman, aren't you? Lin Ruashi was silent for a while, ignoring Yangqing's evaluation, and said, now I only have 55% of the shares in my hands. What? Yangqing was stunned, didn't you have 90% of the shares before? Why is it suddenly only 55%? Lin Ruashi said, because after the new material went on the market, the company expanded on a large scale, and I have been acquiring entertainment and leisure industries in recent months, so the demand for funds is high. I have paid back all the money I borrowed from the Swiss bank. Now our company is doing well, and the global evaluation is very high, the value of the shares has been high, so I have sold 35% of the shares. After all, as long as I am the controlling shareholder, it doesn't matter how much I own. Yangqing said gloomily, you don't need to pay back the money from the Swiss bank, didn't the president tell you clearly? What are you trying to do now? Also, if you need money, you can ask your husband for it. Why are you selling your shares yourself? It's not like I don't have money. I can support myself. Why do I have to ask you for money? Lin Ruoshi was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Cheng's male chauvinism. Do you think that if you ask me for money, I will threaten you or something? You think too highly of me. Also, don't you think about it carefully? You only have 55% of the company's shares left. What if the company's shares fluctuate and someone starts a financial war with you? Just like today, once the stock market opens, you'll be in big trouble, Yang Cheng said with a frown. Lin Ruoshi said with dissatisfaction, am I a deity? How would I know that this would happen? Moreover, I am the chairman of a multinational company. Even Microsoft's Bill Gates, who holds the same position as me, only owns about 20% of the company's shares. Even if I own 50% of the company's shares, it is already considered a large proportion. Is this wrong? Yang Cheng didn't want to dwell on this topic. He sighed and said, all right. It doesn't matter anymore. What I want to say is, if I'm not wrong, the work of copying those documents was handed over to Wu Yu. Lin Ruoshi hesitated and said, you suspect that Wu Yu secretly tampered with it? Yang Cheng said, where is the copying equipment? I don't remember you having it in your office. Lin Ruoshi said, yes, they are all beside Wu Yu's assistant's office. But that's not possible, because I personally went over to watch Wu Yu copy those important documents, and then brought them back to the office. If Wu Yu wanted to tamper with it, I would know. One last question. In the safe in Mingyu's office, the original copies of those documents are still inside, right? Yang Cheng said. You opened the safe? Lin Ruoshi asked doubtfully. Yang Cheng said, no, I'm just guessing. Lin Ruoshi answered honestly, he's still inside. We've known about this for a long time. But technology is so advanced now. As long as there is some digital equipment, it's only a matter of minutes to copy the physical documents. This doesn't help clear Mingyu's name. After all, it's more risky to carry the physical documents. If I were a thief, I wouldn't have taken the physical documents. If that's the case, everything makes sense. It's not that Wu Yu deliberately tampered with it, but that she unknowingly helped someone else. Thinking of some of the scenes that he had seen before, Yang Cheng's thoughts became clear. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. However, there was no response from Lin Ruoshi, nor did she ask why. Yang Chen was still waiting for the woman to ask him so that he could show off. However, after a while, he only heard the sound of something colliding, as if something had collided with something hard. Ruoshi? Ruoshi? Are you still there? Yang Cheng's heart tightened. Wifey. Don't scare me. Hello. There was no response from the other side of the phone, but the phone was connected. Yang Cheng suddenly realized what had happened and rushed out of the office. He didn't take the elevator, but ran to the emergency exit stairs. With 2 leaps, he went directly to the floor of the CEO's office. When Yang Cheng's figure appeared in the corridor like the wind, Wu Yu, who had just come out of the office and was about to go to Lin Ruoshi's office, bumped into him. Seeing Yang Cheng's anxious face, Wu Yu panicked for a moment. Before she could greet him, she saw Yang Cheng quickly run to the CEO's office and push the door open. As soon as he entered the office, the situation in front of him made Yang Cheng's heart sink to the bottom. On the carpet in front of the desk, Lin Ruoshi had already fainted. One of her hands was still holding onto her cell phone. Apparently, she had just been talking to Yang Cheng, but had suddenly fainted. Wu Yu, who had followed him in, screamed when she saw this scene. The pile of documents that she had been holding in her arms fell to the ground, and her eyes were filled with panic. Yang Cheng instantly calmed down. He walked to Lin Ruoshi and squatted down. He grabbed Lin Ruoshi's wrist with one hand and held her in his arms. He transferred a stream of true core strength into the woman's body. At the same time, he carefully checked the condition of Lin Ruoshi's body. In a flash, Yang Cheng's eyes were burning with anger, and his body began to tremble. After checking, Yang Cheng found that in Lin Ruoshi's internal organs, especially near her liver, there was a large accumulation of unknown toxic substances. Although these substances were not fatal for the time being, they would slowly corrode Lin Ruoshi's internal organs and damage healthy cells. If there were no accidents, it could worsen into cancer in a short period of time. Just now, Lin Ruashi's illness had suddenly flared up, which had led to a strong reaction from the body's immune system. Her brain had chosen to fainted to protect itself. Lin. General Lin, what happened to you? Wu Yu's face was full of grief. She couldn't help but cry. She stood trembling in a daze. Yangqing transferred a stream of true core strength into Lin Ruashi's body. After stabilizing Lin Ruashi's condition, he asked, "Did Ruashi eat or drink anything just now?" Wu Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, she said softly, "I only made a cup of coffee for General Lin." As she said that, she pointed to the half-finished cup of hot coffee on the table. Yangqing asked with a gloomy face, "You made this coffee yourself? Did no one participate?" Wu Yu's face was pale. "Director Yang, no, it wasn't me. I really don't know why this happened. This coffee is General Lin's favorite flavor. He always drinks it like this." Yangqing picked up Lin Ruashi and said to Wu Yu, "Later, I will send a foreigner here. Give the rest of the coffee to him, and then ask him to go to your office to get something. If anyone asks where Ruashi is, say that she is not feeling well and is going to the hospital to recuperate. You don't have to worry about anything else." In the past, Wu Yu didn't like Yangqing. But at this moment, she didn't dare to be careless. She could only nod and agree, her eyes full of worry. Yangqing carried Lin Ruashi all the way downstairs. When they reached the parking lot, he directly drove Lin Ruashi's car to the hospital. When they were on the road, Yangqing called Molin again. Molin was still trying to find out Li Mingyi's background and couldn't spare any time. So, Yangqing asked him to send another team member to Yu Lei's headquarters to retrieve 2 pieces of evidence and bring them back to the secret base for analysis. At the same time, they had to monitor Li Mingyi's specific location. They didn't want to alert the enemy, but they couldn't let him disappear. They rushed all the way to the hospital. Fortunately, with Yangqing's powerful true core stabilizing her condition didn't worsen. After asking for the highest standard intensive care unit, Yangqing didn't let the hospital's doctors come over to check on her. He didn't intend to rely on ordinary medical technology to treat Lin Ruashi's condition in the first place. After locking the door and turning off his phone to avoid any disturbances, Yangqing began to use the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture's ability to repair cells and tissues. He combined it with his true core, which was now incomparable to the past, to help clear away all the toxins that had accumulated in Lin Ruashi's meridians. Compared to the toxins in Tang Wan's blood, the toxins in Lin Ruashi's body were much weaker. If it hadn't accumulated in such a large amount, it wouldn't have caused such a strong impact on her body. However, this also made it easier for Yangqing to treat her. He didn't need to use his own blood to purge the toxins. He could just use his true core to guide the toxins out of her body. In order not to damage Lin Ruashi's internal organs, Yangqing was very careful. It took him almost an hour to clear 99% of the toxins in her body. When Yangqing finished clearing away the toxins, Lin Ruashi's pale face had a sickly flush. In her coma, a mouthful of black blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. Yangqing was already prepared. He used a wet towel to wipe it all away, not letting the dirty blood stain Lin Ruashi's clothes. Yangqing sighed heavily as he looked at the woman in front of him. Her pale lips were slightly cracked, and she was panting weakly. There were strands of hair stuck to her forehead. He held Lin Ruashi's hand with one hand and fell into a daze. In fact, from Yangqing's point of view, no matter what happened outside, as long as the person was fine, the company and the assets didn't seem to matter. Compared to the suffering of the company, when he saw that Lin Ruashi had fainted, Yangqing's heart twitched even more violently, and he even felt a sense of suffocation for a moment. Just as Yangqing was feeling emotional, Lin Ruashi slowly woke up. She looked around in a daze, and after realizing that this was a ward, she seemed to recall what had just happened. Then, she slowly looked at Yangqing, who was in front of the bed, and said weakly, "The company. How is it?" Yangqing was happy that the woman had woken up. He ran to the side to get a cup of warm water to rinse Lin Ruashi's mouth. When he heard this, his original happy expression instantly froze. Slowly placing the cup of water on the table, Yangqing looked at the woman with an ugly expression and said, "Can't your mind be filled with other things? Company, work, even if you don't find it annoying, I find it annoying." You're already lying in the hospital, don't tell me you don't care about yourself first. Lin Ruashi, you're not being professional, you're being stupid. The more Yangqing spoke, the angrier he got. He suddenly stood up and paced in front of the bed with his hands on his hips. He pointed at Lin Ruashi and said, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you so quickly. I'll just let you lie like this. It's good that you lay international closed down, so you'll become a complete housewife. You won't have to attend meetings and work overtime. A married woman is busy from day to night. If others knew about this, they would think that I, as your husband, like to abuse you and rely on you to support the family. Do you know that your body has been poisoned? If I'm not by your side, you might have cancer, do you know that? Just like that, Yangqing scolded a bunch of things, and was extremely angry. However, Lin Ruashi was a little dazed at first, but later on, she looked at him with a gentle gaze, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yangqing realized that Lin Ruashi wasn't angry, but was instead smiling shyly. He was startled and said loudly, "What, do you think what I said is ridiculous? Let me tell you, you can say that I'm a male chauvinist, or that I'm selfish, but I'm just like that. If I'm a villain, then I'm a villain. I can't be bothered to care about the life and death of those people in the company. I really don't believe that without you as the CEO, they won't have any food to eat." Lin Ruashi lowered her head and rubbed her hands on the sheets. She said quietly, "Right now, Mingyu is still in the police station. You're here, and you're saying these things to me. Aren't you worried that she'll be wronged in the police station?" A trace of helplessness flashed past Yangqing's eyes, and he said with a bitter smile, "I'm worried, of course I'm worried, but there are also priorities. I should be much better now. You can go and busy yourself with other things first." Lin Ruashi raised her head, and said with a smile that was not a smile in her eyes. Yangqing lost his temper and sighed dejectedly, "Lin Ruashi, I really can't do anything to you. You're still playing this game with me at this time. It's a mess out there, and Mingyu is still in the police station. But for you, I turned off my phone and ignored everything else. I focused all my attention on detoxifying the poison for you. Do you really want me to dig out my heart, cut it into slices, and put it under a microscope for you to understand my heart?" The ward instantly quietened down. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air, but it was like the fragrance of flowers, refreshing the mind. The gazes of the man and woman intersected, creating ripples in the air. After a long time, Lin Ruashi furrowed her brows and said with resentment in her eyes, "Why did you talk about digging out my heart and slicing it? How disgusting. Can't you put it in a nicer way?" Yangqing rubbed the back of his head and curled his lips. "You can just say nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You might not be willing to listen to me even if I said something nice. Why don't you put it in a more provocative way?" As he spoke, Yangqing passed the cup of water to Lin Ruashi. "Rinse your mouth and drink some water. Your body has just recovered. Although it's fine now, it's better for you to rest." Lin Ruashi took the cup of water and slowly got off the bed. "There's still a lot of things to do in the company. I'll go back to work after tidying up. I'm fine now." Yangqing let out a long sigh. "I knew you wouldn't listen to me obediently. I'm fine. You should turn on your phone and think of a way to solve Mingyu's matter." Lin Ruashi looked at Yangqing with a faint smile before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Although Yangqing felt a little heartache, he knew that Lin Ruashi's body had recovered quickly after infusing his true yuan into her body. It shouldn't be a problem for her to go back to work. Furthermore, Yulei was in a difficult position without her, so he didn't force it. Turning on his phone, Yangqing immediately saw several missed calls from Mo Lin, Mo Qianni, Anxin, and Wu Yu. Just when Yangqing was about to ask Mo Lin about the matter, he saw that Mo Qianni had called again. After picking it up, Mo Qianni said worriedly, "You've finally turned on your phone. Yangqing, are you and Ruashi in the hospital? How's Ruashi? Is she in danger?" Yangqing smiled and said, "Don't worry. She's fine now. I'll send her back to the company later." "Why did you call me so many times?" "It's not just to ask about Ruashi's health." Irritated, Mo Qianni replied, "I'm on the verge of collapsing. Initially, when this incident happened in the company, those reporters from the mainstream media came over to ask us to explain the current situation. No one knew who leaked the news just now, but the reporters all knew that the CEO, Ruashi, had fallen ill. Even internal personnel like us were caught unprepared. The reporters surrounded our company in 3 layers, reporting all kinds of conspiracy theories. I was thinking that if Ruashi was fine, she should come back as soon as possible. Otherwise, the whole company would be in chaos. Now that the employees know that the CEO is sick, they don't have a backbone. Once the stock market opens, there will be another wave of blows, and we will be completely finished. Yangqing snorted coldly. They're really relentless, trying to kill us. Emocheni seemed to have encountered some kind of emergency situation. After a flurry of reports, Emocheni didn't care too much. She said, "I'll go get busy first." Then, she hung up. Yangqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then dialed Molin's number. "Molin, how's the analysis going?" Yangqing asked. Molin was a little embarrassed. "Your Majesty Pluto, I'm very sorry. Li Mingyi's background is a little too complicated. It's hard to investigate it in a short time. I still need some time. However, we've already gotten the results of the 2 things you wanted to analyze." Yangqing frowned. Complicated? Li Mingyi is just a manager sent by Hong Kong's Muyun Corporation. At most, he's a distant relative of the Li family. Why does it take so long to investigate his information? Actually, Molin said in distress, I thought so at first too. However, according to the information I've gathered, the name Li Mingyi isn't his original name. It seems that he changed it after he came to Hong Kong to work. Also, Li Mingyi doesn't seem to have any relationship with the Muyun Li family. They just share the same surname. This gave us some misdirection at the beginning. There are many strange things in his resume since he was young. Many of the contents have been tampered with. It will take a lot of effort to investigate it. It's hard to explain all of this now. I hope Your Majesty can give me more time. I promise to complete the task. Yangqing didn't expect so many problems to arise after investigating Li Mingyi's background. However, this meant that the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. What about the evidence I asked you to investigate? What's the result? Yangqing asked again. This time, Molin said confidently, we've already obtained the report. There's indeed poison in that coffee. It's a type of tannic acid that's similar to tea leaves. When this acid comes into contact with some animal protein extracts, such as canine protein components, it will produce a carcinogen that can damage the internal organs of the human body, especially the liver. Coincidentally, this cup of coffee not only contains tannic acid, but also some special protein components that aren't found in coffee. It can be said that this cup of coffee was the fuse that completely triggered the poison. However, this kind of poison needs to accumulate over a long period of time before it can have a strong effect when a chemical reaction occurs. Therefore, according to my speculation, the person who poisoned the coffee must have been very familiar with the coffee drinker's daily consumption and planned to add this kind of extract into the coffee. Although we can't be sure of the exact time of the onset of the illness, according to the specific calculation, the error is at most 1 week. Hearing this, deep murderous intent surfaced in the depths of Yangqing's eyes. Lin Ruashi had actually been drinking coffee with chronic poison all this time? Regardless of whether Li Mingyi had done this behind Wu Yu's back, even if he had to kill Wu Yu on the spot this time, he couldn't let her continue being Lin Ruashi's assistant. As for the thing you mentioned, Molin continued, as you said, it was indeed tampered with, but as evidence, it's still a little insufficient. When Molin was almost done, Lin Ruashi also finished cleaning up and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing that Yangqing was on the phone, she asked softly, is there something urgent? Yangqing had just finished the call and hung up the phone. He smiled and said, the company urgently needs you back. The reporters are blocking the door. Let's go. A trace of worry flashed across Lin Ruashi's face as she nodded. After leaving the hospital, on the way back to Yulei International, Yangqing called Anqin again. Anqin was only worried about whether something had gone wrong. After confirming that everything was fine, she didn't say much. Lin Ruashi sat in the front passenger seat and quietly thought for a while. Then she turned her head and asked, have you found out who the thief was? Who stole the documents from Mingyu? Yangqing held the steering wheel with one hand and shook his finger at Lin Ruoxi with the other. He smiled evilly and said, "This criminal is very cunning. We were all tricked from the beginning." "What do you mean?" Lin Ruoxi was a little confused. Yangqing let out a breath and said, "That thief didn't steal anything from Mingyu at all. All the information was obtained by him." Lin Ruoxi's eyes were full of surprise. She obviously didn't know what Yangqing was talking about. Yangqing explained carefully, "From the beginning, we had our eyes on the safe in Mingyu's office. That's because there were only 2 copies of the documents. As the CEO, of course you didn't have the chance to leak it. So, everyone thought that it was Mingyu who leaked it, or that someone found a way to get the documents from Mingyu. So, our direction of thinking was who had the chance to get the documents from Mingyu, and who had the means to steal the password. We even suspected that there was a high-tech pinhole camera installed in Mingyu's office to secretly watch Mingyu open the safe." Lin Ruoxi asked in return, "Isn't that the case? If it wasn't Mingyu, then it was even more impossible for it to be in my office. Other than Wu Yu, there was almost no one who could enter my office. Also, the area near the safe in my office was completely empty, so there was no way to install a camera." Yangqing smiled and said, "Let me finish. Speaking of which, I was the one who fell into the trap. The opponent was very prepared. He probably knew about me beforehand, or rather, he did a lot of things to confuse us. That guy, in the past 2 to 3 months, has been going to Mingyu's office from time to time. He's very diligent, as if he doesn't have a destination. His actions not only made people like me, who only occasionally go to Mingyu's office, see it, but it also made people in the company curious about his relationship with Mingyu, and they started discussing it. Don't tell me that you don't know who that guy is. You must have suspected that he found a chance to steal the documents from Mingyu, so you asked me to investigate, right?" Lin Ruoxi didn't deny it. She nodded and said, "You're talking about Li Mingyi, right? I do know that he has been going to Mingyu's office for no reason recently, and the news has spread throughout the company. I believe many people in the company have the same guess, but there is no evidence to prove that he stole the documents. This is also why no one mentioned Li Mingyi during the meeting. No one has any evidence." "Of course there is no evidence." Yang Qing smiled and shook his head. "I even went to watch the surveillance footage and calculated the possibility of him opening the safe, as well as how he could steal such a pile of documents without anyone seeing it. Now that I think about it, I laugh my head off. This is just a calculation that comes out of nowhere, because he never intended to steal the documents from Mingyu in the first place. There is only one reason for him to do so, to attract our attention and make us think that he did it from Mingyu's office." Lin Ruoxi wasn't stupid. She reacted quickly and said, "You're saying that this was all a cover-up to mislead us? Then how did he steal it?" Yangqing said helplessly, "I'm overthinking things. Actually, the one who betrayed the company wasn't the person, but the photocopier in Wu Yu's office that was used to copy documents." "Photocopier?" Lin Ruoxi frowned. "Did Wu Yu make a lot of copies?" "That's impossible. I've already said that I watched her copy a lot of the documents." Yangqing explained, "Maybe you haven't paid attention to those fields, so you're not very clear. Most of the photocopiers on the market now have a built-in hard drive. After every copy, there will be a large amount of documents stored in the hard drive. For those who know a little bit about computer technology, they only need to connect the hard drive to the computer and retrieve the documents from it. It's only a matter of 10 minutes. Situations where the photocopier leaks secrets often occur in many spy wars. Therefore, many important departments pay special attention to eliminating the photocopier's hard drive and completely destroying it to prevent a big mistake. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Ruoxi's pretty face was full of astonishment. After all, she was a business major, so she didn't understand these technical things at all. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin Ruoxi said, "Even if the photocopier's hard drive can retrieve all the documents, the photocopier is in Wu Yu's office. Wu Yu usually gets off work very late like me. Plus, no one can get close to our office, and the office door is locked to outsiders. So that's why Li Mingyi didn't chase after so many beauties the moment he came to the company. Instead, he chased after Wu Yu like an infatuated man. Because he knew very well that only by gaining Wu Yu's trust would he have the opportunity to tamper with Wu Yu's office without being suspected by Wu Yu. He might even be able to get Wu Yu to pass the keys to him occasionally and use it as an excuse to check some information. Yangchen clicked his tongue and sighed. I can't help but admire that fellow's patience and calculation. Everything he has done since he first came to the company was for this perfect performance. Every step he took, while misleading us, allowed him to complete everything without leaving a trace. A trace of sadness flashed across Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Wu Yu, she really likes Li Mingyi. Yangqing silently looked at the woman. In his mind, the image of Lin Ruoxi asking him to keep Wu Yu and Li Mingyi's affair a secret surfaced in his mind. Towards this only female assistant, who was also her junior, Lin Ruoxi never said a word of concern. However, in her subconscious mind, perhaps she hoped that Li Mingyi was innocent and that he truly loved Wu Yu. Yangqing said faintly, that can't be helped. Did you know that when I went to your office to look for you, I just happened to bump into Wu Yu bringing Li Mingyi to your office to look for information? They even told me that you went shopping at the Yusong building. Lin Ruoxi nodded. I remember you came to see me that day. I finally understand now. The reason why Li Mingyi went to your office was to confirm early on whether you used the photocopier in your office when you photocopied the information. After he confirmed that there wasn't a photocopier in your office, he was sure that the information he wanted was all in the photocopier in Wu Yu's office. From the beginning, he did it flawlessly. Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes, as if she was a little sad about this outcome. After a while, she asked, then the poisoning of me, was it also Li Mingyi's doing? The coffee you drank contained some chronic toxins. I won't go into the details. If I'm not wrong, after Li Mingyi found out about your daily coffee consumption from Wu Yu, he secretly added the toxins to the same brand of coffee and replaced it with Wu Yu's office. According to the measurements, he arranged for the toxins to take effect in the next few days, Yangqing said in a low voice. If I'm not wrong, he wanted you to completely collapse during Yu Lei's most critical moment, not giving you any chance to retaliate. Lin Ruoxi bit her lower lip and said with a hint of expectation, so, Wu Yu doesn't know about it, right? Yangqing nodded. That seems to be the case for now. However, regardless of whether she knows about it or not, I won't allow her to stay by your side anymore. You have to change your assistant, someone you can absolutely trust. You have to listen to me on this matter. There's no room for discussion. How can you be like this? Even if Wu Yu can't be used anymore, why should I listen to you when choosing an assistant? Lin Ruoxi was dissatisfied with a hint of rebuke. Whatever you say, the assistant must be someone I approve of. If I don't approve of him, I'll directly throw him out of your office window. Yangqing said with a solemn face, although we can solve the specific process of this theft, Li Mingyi's methods are brilliant. Even if we know his methods, we don't have any evidence. We can't say that just because we know that the hard drive of the photocopier can be used to steal information, he must be the one who stole it. So, after I send you back to the company, I plan to first call a lawyer to bail Mingyu out. After all, with a more credible method of committing the crime, Mingyu's suspicions can be mostly cleared. Lin Ruoxi pouted. Got it. I'll take care of the company's matters. You go save your Mingyu. After saying that, she simply turned her head and looked out the window, ignoring Yangqing. Yangqing rolled his eyes. It seemed like this woman had really recovered. She could even be so jealous. At the same time, in the vice president's office of Yu Lei International, a secretary opened the door with a pleasantly surprised expression and said loudly, Vice President Li. Good news. Li Mingyi, who was looking through some forms, frowned in dissatisfaction. Why are you so excited? Don't you know that the more chaotic the company is, the calmer we should be? The secretary grinned and said, yes. It's just that we just received news that General Lin has recovered and will soon return to the company to attend the press conference. Everyone is very excited, so I specially came to report to you. A trace of darkness and confusion flashed in Li Mingyi's eyes, but he still smiled heartily. That's great. Go do what you need to do. I'm going to meet a few important people for the time being. I need their help. If there's anything urgent, report to Manager Wang and the others. The secretary immediately agreed and happily ran back to work. Li Mingyi bitterly gritted his teeth and put on his coat. He hastily picked up his belongings and left the office to take the elevator downstairs. Along the way to the parking lot, Li Mingyi's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the number. He felt a wave of annoyance, but he still picked up the phone and said as pleasantly as possible, "Is there anything urgent?" Pretending not to know? The person on the phone said disdainfully, "Look at what kind of stupid thing you've done. Didn't you say that Lin Ruashi would be sick for at least 10 days to half a month? She might even become cancerous. Why is she going back to the company after only a few hours? Please calm down. I don't know why this happened either. But she was indeed sick before this. Maybe she was just lucky. I really tried my best," Li Mingyi said helplessly. Seeing that other things are going smoothly, I'll let this matter go. Now, even if Lin Ruashi returns to Yulei International, she won't be able to turn the situation around. Yulei's plans for the second half of the year and those proposals have all been exposed. They've lost the competitiveness of their industry. Even if Lin Ruashi has the money, she can only protect those fixed assets at most. It won't be easy for her to recover. Yes. You're a genius. It's only a matter of time before you defeat Lin Ruashi, Li Mingyi quickly flattered. The person sneered, "You don't have to act like this. What's yours, I won't let you off. You might have been exposed now. Don't go anywhere else. Come to the place I've arranged for you." Li Mingyi heard this and said gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll go now." After hanging up the phone, a trace of excitement and ruthlessness appeared on Li Mingyi's face. He quickly walked towards his car. Right at this moment, a skinny and pale figure dressed in a black suit appeared not far in front of Li Mingyi, blocking his way. Li Mingyi stopped in his tracks. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. Then, he smiled and said, "So it's you. General Lin is coming back soon. Why are you here?" Wu Yu's eyes were red and glistening with tears. She looked at Li Mingyi with a pained expression and forced a smile. "Tell me. It wasn't you. You didn't do all of this, right?" Li Mingyi's smile slowly disappeared. He pondered for a moment and laughed disdainfully. "Since you already know the answer in your heart, do you still need me to say it? Why? Don't tell me you want to stop me from leaving? Even if that Yongqing can find out something in the end, he has no evidence to prove it. What can you do to me?" Wu Yu took a deep breath and raised her head. She tried her best not to let her tears fall. Her shoulders trembled as she said, "I should have known that you wouldn't take the initiative to like a woman like me. But I always had the illusion that you wouldn't be the kind of man who judges a book by its cover. As long as I treat you well, you will definitely treat me sincerely. So no matter what you say to me, I choose to believe that you are innocent and that you have no ulterior motives." The corner of Li Mingyi's eyebrows twitched slightly, but his expression didn't change. Li Mingyi. Wu Yu's eyes were red. Her skinny neck was stretched taut. She said painfully, "It doesn't matter if you were instructed by a competitor, or if you wanted to do it yourself. What you did to Yulei, I can see it as a business competition. I can convince myself to forgive you. But how could you use me to hurt my most respected General Lin?" The muscles on Li Mingyi's face twitched a few times. He sneered and said, "Whatever you say. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the big things I have to do in the future, I would have taken a knife and stabbed Lin Ruashi to death. Letting her die from a slow-acting poison is already a great deal for her." Wu Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand why the man she loved would hate the person she respected the most. Why are you like this? This is none of your business." Li Mingyi rushed forward and pushed Wu Yu, who was blocking the way, aside. Wu Yu staggered a few steps before she fell. Li Mingyi walked to the car and unlocked it. Just as he was about to step into the car, he paused. After hesitating for a while, Li Mingyi turned around with a complicated expression. He looked at the woman standing behind him and asked in a low voice, "I'll give you a chance. Do you want to leave with me or stay here and be buried with Lin Ruashi?" Wu Yu's thin body trembled. She raised her head with tears in her eyes but a hint of joy. You still care about me, don't you?" Wu Yu asked with a smile. Li Mingyi snorted in disdain, "You're a woman who slept with me. I'm not tired of you yet. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. Wu Yu looked at him mournfully, but she firmly shook her head. She wiped her tears and said seriously, I won't go with you, Minghe. You'd better turn yourself in. Now is not the time for everyone to know. You can't win against Boss Lin. Bullshit. Li Mingyi roared, you think she'll be fine just because she was poisoned? You're underestimating me. When the American stock market opens, Yulei will have to shrink at least 30% of its assets. The information has already been given to Yulei's competitors a few days ago. At the latest, everything will be in place in a day or two. Yulei's operations for the next 6 months will be completely suppressed. At that time, no matter how rich Lin Ruashi is, she can only continue to hold on. There's no way she can make up for this vicious cycle. In a few months, she might not even be able to file for bankruptcy. Do you really think she's some kind of business genius? Haha. It's just that her previous opponents were too weak. Stop dreaming. Wu Yu bit her lips and said firmly, I only believe that General Lin will definitely have a way. Mingyi, don't make any more mistakes. I know you still care about me. You're not that kind of crazy person, you. Enough. Li Mingyi's face turned ferocious. He strode in front of Wu Yuan stared at her coldly. Woman, have you been brainwashed by Lin Ruashi? Fine, since you trust your boss so much, then I'll let you watch the whole of Yulei wither in front of you. Before Wu Yu could react, the back of her neck received a heavy blow. Wu Yu's vision darkened and she fainted. It was Li Mingyi who had knocked Wu Yu unconscious while she was distracted. Li Mingyi held the unconscious Wu Yu in his arms and looked around to make sure no one was around. He placed Wu Yu in the front passenger seat of the car and helped her buckle her seatbelt. From the outside, it looked like she was taking a nap. Li Mingyi quickly regained his composure, started the car, and left the parking lot. Just as Li Mingyi left the parking lot, a petite white woman wearing pink-framed sunglasses walked out from behind a pillar in a blind corner. It was Fanny from the Sea Eagles. Fanny chewed on her gum and snapped her tongue. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Adeline, the mouse ran away. It's your turn. Why did it run so fast? I'm still buying sandwiches. Boss, I don't want green peppers. Okay, I'll follow. You can inform His Majesty Pluto. A few seconds later, Yangqing, who was driving to Yulei International, received a text message. Yangqing glanced at the text message written in Italian and smiled at Lin Ruashi. Li Mingyi is smart enough to have already run away. Lin Ruashi frowned and asked doubtfully, how do you know? I had a few friends keep an eye on his movements. They just sent me a message saying that he left. Lin Ruashi didn't ask who his friends were. Instead, she asked anxiously, then why didn't you stop him? Should we call the police to arrest him? Yangqing shrugged. Li Mingyi can't fly, so we can always follow him. The key is to find the people behind him. So, I'm very interested to see where he ran off to. A trace of worry flashed across Lin Ruashi's eyes. She asked nervously, when you find those people, what will you do? Yangqing said calmly, of course I'll do what I should do. I know. You must want to kill people, right? Lin Ruashi looked worried and anxious. Yangqing, promise me you won't kill people, okay? I know you must have killed a lot when you were abroad. I also know that your field of expertise is not something I can understand. But killing people is not a good thing. Anyway, they can't beat you. Why don't you take them to the police station and send them to court? Yangqing smiled relaxedly, don't worry about this. You should think about how to save the current situation when you return to the company. If this goes on, even if Li Mingyi and the others are found, they will not be able to recover the company's losses. The future prospects cannot be filled with money alone. Lin Ruashi shook her head and said solemnly, business is business. You are you. You have to promise me that you will never kill anyone. You can cripple them, knock them unconscious, but you must use legal means to send them to trial. You have to promise me. I have my own ideas. No. If you don't promise me, then I'll always be by your side. At worst, I won't go to the company. Unless you knock me out. Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth and looked at Yangqing with certainty. Yangqing took a long and deep breath. His eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "That guy made you drink slow-acting poison for so long, and even caused Mingyu to be sent to the police station. How can I let him live? Besides, it's not the first time you've seen me kill people. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine." "But you can't just kill people," Lin Ruoshi shouted. Yangqing felt a slight pain in his eardrums. He looked at Lin Ruoshi in surprise. He didn't know why the woman was so agitated. Lin Ruoshi said faintly, "It's because it's not the first time I've seen you kill people. I always hope that you won't do it again. Do you know that every time you kill someone, the look in your eyes makes me very scared?" The car suddenly fell silent. Yangqing held his breath and didn't know what to say. "Yangqing, I don't believe that a person can be happy killing people. I also don't believe that the end of everything is death. Didn't you tell me that Sister Kai Ning helped you to stop you from killing Xingmao? I think she's the same as me. She doesn't like you who always stains your hands with blood." Lin Ruoshi sighed softly. She stretched out her left hand and placed it on Yangqing's right arm. "You don't have to kill Li Mingyi just because he poisoned me. To me, Li Mingyi only needs to be punished. I don't want to see you with bloodshot eyes because you killed someone. That makes me feel that you're very far away. You're not the Yangqing who lives with us. Do you understand?" Finally, Yangqing's lips curled into a helpless smile. "I'm really defeated by you. If I knew this would happen, I would have secretly dealt with Li Mingyi behind your back. Alright, I promise you that if he doesn't do anything excessive again, I'll send him to the court to be sentenced. However, if he does something that makes me unhappy again, don't blame me." Lin Ruoshi nodded her head in disappointment. "Yes, of course. If he really threatens you, then there's nothing you can do." Yangqing thought to himself. Li Mingyi's resistance was inevitable. Killing him was only a matter of time. However, the fact that Lin Ruoshi had such lingering fears about him killing people made him feel a little emotional. For people living in ordinary society, even death was a very scary thing. Moreover, in a bloodstained murder scene, he really had to consider the feelings of the people around him. Especially the murderous aura that leaked out when he killed someone. Even a trace of it would be a great shock to Lin Ruoshi. As they spoke, the car was almost at the Yulei International Building. At the same time, Mo Qianni called again. This time, it was to Lin Ruoshi. Night had fallen and the street lights were lit up. It was supposed to be time to get off work, but no one dared to leave their posts at Yulei International's headquarters, which was facing a huge test. Mo Qianni was also in the office directing the overall situation. Lin Ruoshi picked up the phone. Without waiting for Mo Qianni to say anything, she calmed down and said, "Nasdaq opened, right? What's the situation?" Mo Qianni sounded haggard and worried. "Although I hate to say it, the situation is worse than I expected. I'm at the company. I'll be there soon." "Brief me on the phone first," Lin Ruoshi said. "It's only been a few minutes since the market opened and our share price has fallen by almost 8%. It's still falling rapidly. There are a lot of retail investors selling," Mo Qianni said. Lin Ruoshi frowned. She didn't expect it to be this bad. How did it end so quickly? Mo Qianni sighed. "I didn't watch the financial news before. The US economic data has been terrible recently. Stocks have been low these days. A lot of investors are waiting for the Greek election. You know, Greece and Spain are in chaos in Europe. In addition, the sales of the retail giants in the US have plummeted in the past 2 months. The Dow Jones Index has fallen by nearly 1%. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq have also fallen by about the same amount. Everyone is very sensitive. Our Yulei's shares are especially eye-catching. Once there's a problem, everyone will notice it quickly." Lin Ruoshi tightened her grip on her phone and said calmly, "I understand. Don't do anything for now. I'll be back to give orders soon. Qianni, please calm the employees down first. Come back quickly. I'm going crazy. I don't know where Li Mingyi is at such a critical time. A lot of his work has fallen to me." Mo Qianni was indeed going crazy. Lin Ruoshi silently glanced at Yangqing. She said a few words and hung up. After the car entered the parking lot, Lin Ruoshi unbuckled her seatbelt and said to Yangqing, "Go to the police station and bring Mingyu back. Although I'm sorry for her, she must come back to help me at this time." Although Yangqing did not specialize in economics, he knew the severity of the situation. He nodded. "Don't worry. Just do your best. Even if the company is gone, I can still support you." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry. No matter how much I lose money, I don't need you to support me." After that, Lin Ruoshi got out of the car and jogged to the elevator. "What a stubborn woman." Yangqing smiled and shook his head. After watching Lin Ruoshi leave, he rolled down the window and gestured to a corner. In that dark corner, Fanny, who had been waiting for him, nodded slightly. The order she received was naturally to protect Lin Ruoshi's safety. Yangqing did not think that anyone would brazenly come to the company to commit murder at a time like this. However, he had to be careful. Moreover, as long as Fanny was watching, he could instantly return to the police station if he really encountered a troublesome person. After that, Yangqing drove to the police station again. Although he could get someone else to do it for him, Yangqing still wanted to pick up Lu Mingyu himself. Halfway through the drive, his phone vibrated. Yangqing picked it up. It was a call from Molin. "Found it?" Naturally, Yangqing asked about Li Mingyi's detailed background. "Your Majesty Pluto, you've really given me quite a shock. Li Mingyi's true background is far more complicated than I imagined. Ever since his grandfather's generation, he's been somewhat related to you." Mo Lin responded with a sigh. "Me?" Yangqing was puzzled. "Yes. To be more precise, he is related to the Yang family in Yanjing. Later on, he had a close relationship with Lady Persephone. Although there are still some details that I haven't found out, I already know the basic content. Because there are many people and events involved, the oral description is a bit cumbersome. Also, it's a bit inappropriate. I've compiled it into an email and sent it to your mailbox. Is that okay?" Molin said. Yangqing said impatiently, "Cut the crap. You could have just sent it by email. Hurry up and send it." Molin hurriedly agreed. 10 seconds later, an email was sent to Yangqing's mailbox. Yangqing hung up and opened the associated mailbox on his phone. As he drove, he found the email and read it. As Yangqing read the contents of the document one by one, the expression on his face changed from impatience to seriousness, and then to seriousness. In the end, he gradually revealed a trace of shock and uncontrollable astonishment. After reading all the content, Yangqing stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He angrily slapped the steering wheel with one hand and cursed under his breath. His facial expression fluctuated for a long time before he managed to suppress his complicated emotions. At the same time, in the headquarters of Yulei International, Lin Ruoshi, who had returned to the company, was already sitting in the company's General Command conference room. Looking out from the large glass windows, she saw a large number of finance and accounting employees busily dealing with all kinds of problems that had sprung up in the company like mushrooms after a spring rain. Mo Qianni and the other senior executives were sitting on both sides of the room with ugly expressions on their faces. They watched the financial data and a series of news updates on the dozen or so large screens, their hearts heavy with worry. The employees were also clearly aware that the company's stock price was falling continuously. Countless business partners and major clients were calling them incessantly, and all kinds of disputes were emerging, putting the company in a precarious situation. The waves of excitement caused by Lin Ruoshi's safe return had now been extinguished. They had once again sunk into a muddy struggle. Under such circumstances, no one had the leisure to care about Li Mingyi and Wu Yu's absence. "Ruoshi, if this goes on, the stock price will fall by at least 20% in less than half an hour," Mo Qianni said helplessly. Lin Ruoshi, who was sitting at the back of the room, did not utter a word. Her bright eyes were fixed on the screen that was constantly refreshing the data. Her elegant face was expressionless. One of her delicate hands gently covered her cherry lips, as if she was deep in thought. A few of the senior executives looked dejected. Although they had already experienced 2 major disasters, they were ultimately resurrected by Lin Ruoshi's miraculous tricks. However, they knew that this disaster was completely different. The previous two problems were more of a funding problem. At most, they would earn less and lose some competitiveness. However, this time, the company itself was in a situation where it was about to lose its competitiveness and future. It was constantly suffering devastating blows. Just as everyone felt that they were at their wits' end, Lin Ruoshi suddenly sighed and said, "Department headway, get the people from the accounting department to buy 2 to 5,000 shares from various accounts once the stock price falls by 15%. Buy them every 10 to 15 minutes. There must be at least 100 accounts and use them in rotation." Department headway from the accounting department was stunned when he heard this. Huh? Lin Ruoshi frowned. Why? Do you want me to repeat myself? No, no. Department headway immediately smiled stiffly. General Lin, it's just, if that's the case, it won't be of much help to our current situation. There are many individual investors who are dumping hundreds of thousands of shares. If we buy them like this, it will be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. It won't be able to reverse the downward trend. Just do what I tell you to do. You just need to execute. I don't need you to explain to me. Lin Ruoshi raised her voice and said coldly. Department headway swallowed his saliva and hurriedly ran out to instruct his department. Mo Qianni said worriedly, Ruoshi, don't be like this. I know you're anxious, but department headway is right. If we buy them like this, it won't be effective at all. Lin Ruoshi let out a long sigh. I know, but I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Qianni, go talk to the presidents of the major banks. Try not to let our funds run into any problems, just in case. Mo Qianni nodded bitterly. I got it. Oh yes, why don't we give the Athena team some funds? Maybe it will be of some use through some manipulation methods. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. This is not something that can be brought back from the dead by manipulation methods. Look, those people bought the shares at such a high price, and now they are dumping the shares at a loss of 20%. Obviously, they know that they will lose more and more if they continue to be trapped in this situation. The Athena team is not a god. It's impossible for them to make the investors believe that we have a way to survive. What we need to do now is to find an opportunity to get our operations back on track. I will discuss with the others about the issues of purchasing and distribution. Let's split the work. Although Mo Qianni didn't want to admit it, she knew that Lin Ruoshi was right. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and left the meeting room. That night, the global economy began to look to the east. Yulei International's branches all over the world began to suffer a huge impact, and the pressure suddenly increased. Their competitors were naturally overjoyed. After all, their main competitor, who had dominated many fields, was about to collapse. On the other hand, more people were lamenting about how unlucky Yulei was. In the short span of a year or so, they had suffered one tragedy after another, one worse than the last. Many people even had the evil thought that perhaps in the future, Yulei International could only stay in the entertainment branch. After all, Lin Hui was a rising superstar, and the profits she could bring were incomparable. In this quiet and turbulent undercurrent, on the seaside in the suburbs of Zhonghai, there was a group of sanatorium-style villas built by the government of Huaxia. In one of the luxurious villas, it was a different scene. There was a sentry post every 10 steps, and soldiers with loaded guns were stationed in this area. This wasn't a military official's residence, but a place where many retired officials rested and enjoyed their old age. However, there were many such places in the country, so most of the villas were left unused. And in one of the villas near the coast, the first-floor hall was brightly lit. The thick pinewood floor was covered with a wide and complex pattern carpet from the Mediterranean Sea. Between the light brown leather sofas was expensive mahogany furniture. In the corner of the wall were works of famous sculptors, and there were even several famous paintings worth millions hanging on the wall. A wall-mounted TV with a huge screen was broadcasting financial information from foreign satellite signals. On both sides of the TV, there were several smaller screens that were constantly refreshing the data of the stock market. On a large, comfortable sofa, a man with his shirt unbuttoned was lying on his back. He was holding a glass of red wine in his hand, watching the news on the TV with a smug smile. Not far from the man was a thin, pale, and pretty woman who was also watching the news on the TV. Her expression was one of unease and worry. It was Li Mingyi, who had come here not long ago to avoid the limelight, and Wu Yu, who he had knocked unconscious and brought here. At this time, the TV broadcasted the latest news. It was about a small portion of Yulei's shares being gradually acquired on the US Nasdaq. Seeing this, Li Mingyi laughed. Looks like Lin Ruoxi is also at her wit's end. She thinks she can save the situation by pretending to buy some of the shares from different accounts? What wishful thinking. You can see that the CEO Lin you admire is actually just an ordinary person. She's desperate for help, haha. Wu Yu turned around sadly and said, Mingyi, why are you doing this? What good will it do you if Yulei falls? Li Mingyi said disdainfully, I didn't say I want Yulei to fall. I just want Lin Ruoxi to fall. After this plan is completed, Lin Ruoxi can no longer be the CEO and CEO of Yulei. Only I can. Only I can turn the tide. Hearing this, Wu Yu was shocked and cried out involuntarily, You want to take Yulei? Li Mingyi snorted, What's a mere Yulei International? You think too little of my appetite. Besides, it should belong to me in the first place. I'm just taking what I need to take. You're crazy. Why are you? Wu Yu was at a loss. It was as if the Li Mingyi in front of her was terrifying. She stood up in a panic and said, Mingyi, I want to go back and help General Lin. Even if things can't be reversed, I will do my best. You won't succeed. After Wu Yu finished speaking, she quickly turned around and ran out of the villa. Li Mingyi immediately threw the wine glass away, and the red wine spilled all over the floor. Similarly, he flew forward and hugged Wu Yu. Wu Yu struggled a few times, but she was powerless to break free from the man. She was so exasperated that she even began to bite Li Mingyi's arm. However, Li Mingyi did not move an inch. Finally, Wu Yu wept out. She raised her head and said with misty eyes, Mingyi, let me go. Don't be like this, okay? Li Mingyi's eyes were burning as he said, Why, don't you love me? Don't you like it when I become stronger? Is Lin Ruoxi more important in your heart than me? Wu Yu looked at him blankly, then shook her head, It's not the same. General Lin is my respected senior, and you are the man I love, but I can't let you sink like this. I can't watch you go crazy and do nothing. Li Mingyi said solemnly, Do you know, in my plan, you are actually just a chess piece that I can discard after I'm done using. Wu Yu was stunned, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. But Li Mingyi took a deep breath and said, Now, I brought you to my side. Wu Yu's body trembled slightly, and her breathing quickened. Li Mingyi smiled bitterly. Don't you know how I feel about you? I used you, but I really want to be with you now. Just trust me and stay by my side. When I become the chairman of Yulei, and achieve even greater things, you can't do anything about it. You are Mrs. Li, Mrs. Li. Isn't that better than being a small assistant now? Wu Yu lowered her head, and tears kept falling on the carpet. After a long time, she raised her head and said with a sad smile, Thank you, with these words of yours, I am satisfied. No matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always love you. Li Mingyi was overjoyed, and said with a smile, Then you are. I'm sorry. Wu Yu immediately said, Although I really want to be with you, I still have to go back to Yulei. I want to help General Lin, even if I'm just a small assistant, a useless stupid woman. Why? I've been so sincere to you. Why do I want to help the person I hate? Li Mingyi shook Wu Yu's body madly. Wu Yu suddenly looked at the man who had fallen into madness with infinite affection. She smiled bitterly and said, Because, I hope, the child in my belly will have a good father. The whole hall was dead silent, and only the sound of the news broadcast could be heard in the TV. Li Mingyi seemed to be completely frozen, and there was nothing but confusion and astonishment in his eyes. Under the same night sky, outside the Zhonghai police station, Yangqing sorted out his emotions, got out of the car, and immediately ran to the entrance of the police station. It was a little depressing to say that he always seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with the police station. Just as he was thinking about how to negotiate with the people at the police station, and also thinking about how to comfort Lu Mingyu, he didn't expect to see a familiar figure gracefully walking out of the police station before he reached the entrance. Dressed in office attire, Lu Mingyu looked no different than she did at noon, except that her eyes were a little more haggard. Seeing the man standing at the bottom of the stairs, Lu Mingyu was slightly stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly and walked down quickly. Yangqing, why are you here? Don't run, why are you running in high heels? Yangchen hugged her waist and looked at her from head to toe. After confirming that she wasn't wronged, he asked curiously, I found evidence to prove that it wasn't your fault, so I rushed here to pick you up. What about you, did the police station let you go? Lu Mingyu asked excitedly, who is it? What evidence? Yangqing briefly explained the matter of Li Mingyi using the built-in hard disk technology of the photocopier, but temporarily concealed the matter of Lin Ruashi being poisoned, so that Lu Mingyu would not feel uncomfortable. Lu Mingyu smiled and said, although I knew that there was a problem with him always coming to my office, I didn't expect it to be just a smokescreen. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so desperately on guard. Those days were really tiring, it wasn't easy to deal with him. You still haven't told me how you came out. Yangqing looked around, but he didn't see anyone else coming out with them. Lu Mingyu said gratefully, actually, when I first arrived at the police station, General Lin had already sent a lawyer to help me defend my rights and interests. I didn't suffer any grievances, I just asked some simple questions. Ruashi sent a lawyer? Yangqing said in surprise, why didn't she tell me? Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at him, rebuking, you don't know how to understand General Lin at all. During the meeting at noon, how could you help me embarrass General Lin in front of so many people? Any wife would be angry, I think General Lin was calm, so he didn't overreact. If it were me, I would have stepped on your feet with my high heels. Yangqing smiled awkwardly, I was just afraid that you would suffer too much grievance. Everyone is against you. Then what should I do? Everything is pointing at me. Lu Mingyu said, although I feel wronged, I can only endure it. After all, I have to look at the big picture. General Lin asked the police to take me away, in fact, it was also to indirectly protect me, to give me a chance to find my innocence. Also, do you really think your wife is stupid? Even your brain can think of the problem clearly, how can she not know that I am innocent? It's just that the situation forced me to. So, General Lin sent me here, and on the other hand, she sent her privately hired lawyer, Zhang, to help me solve some problems. This is the only way to solve the problem smoothly. Yangqing felt a little upset, he was indeed a little impulsive. Even if he had a meteoric rise in cultivation, his temperament was still too young, especially when it involved his loved ones, it was difficult to control himself. Lu Mingyu said again, so don't blame General Lin for not telling you, because she was so angry with you, it would be strange if she was willing to tell you. Yangqing curled his lips, reached out his hand and pinched the woman's butt, causing Lu Mingyu to cry out, nervously looking around to see if anyone was watching. Alright, it's enough if you ridicule me a little, you have to give me some face. I'm not a saint, I always make mistakes. Yangqing chuckled, Ruashi asked me to pick you up, probably because she wanted to use you to scold me. Don't be too diligent. Since there's nothing else, I'll take you back to the company. Yulei is in real trouble now. Lu Mingyu also knew that the situation was dangerous, so she stopped joking around and got into the car, the two of them heading to Yulei's headquarters. But not long after, Yangqing received another text message. It was from Adeline, who was in charge of tailing Li Mingyi. Yangqing glanced at it and frowned. He sighed deeply and continued driving. Lu Mingyu caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye. Seeing that it was filled with Italian words, she asked doubtfully, is it your overseas friend? Yangqing smiled. Sort of. You seem to have something on your mind. Lu Mingyu said worriedly. Yangqing thought for a while and asked, Mingyu baby, do you think Ruashi is a ruthless person? Lu Mingyu was stunned for a while. She reached out and slapped Yangqing a few times, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said angrily, how can you ask a question like that? And you're talking about your own wife. Don't think that I'll speak ill of your wife just because I'm a mistress. Although I'm not willing, I still hope to fight for it with my own efforts. Yangqing smiled gloomily. You've misunderstood me. I was just asking casually about your feelings towards Ruashi. I didn't say that she's bad. Lu Mingyu glanced at the man and raised her head to think for a while. She said, if you really want me to answer, I think, it's half and half. Lu Mingyu continued, it would be inappropriate to say that General Lin isn't soft-hearted. Just like the last time when Goodman ran into trouble in Europe, General Lin directly changed the European branch. If she wasn't ruthless, she wouldn't have laid off so easily. Let's not talk about anything else. When she first became the CEO, I had already been working in Yulei for more than a year. At that time, she used a lot of methods, both overtly and covertly, to kill off all the old people who refused to obey her. There was no room for negotiation at all because of their contributions to Yulei. If that wasn't the case, Boss Lin wouldn't have been able to control 90% of Yulei before he sold his shares. Most of the shares were snatched from other major shareholders through schemes. Many of them even went bankrupt because of that. Yangchen was astonished. He then smiled bitterly. No wonder she has so many shares. No wonder she stole the shares from the other shareholders. TSK, no wonder she has enemies everywhere. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes at him. That's because General Lin is more skillful. In the business world, a loss is a loss. Although many people hate her and think she's too cold and heartless, they still admire her methods. Yangqing nodded. What about the other half? As for the other half, Lu Mingyu smiled and said, if it's an employee who works hard for the company, CEO Lin will treat him very well. Just like what happened to Hong Yan before, it's an example. Also, every year, Yulei's donations to Project Hope are among the top 3 in the country. It's just that General Lin doesn't want to make news out of this, so there aren't many reports. But we actually know about it internally. Yangqing was well aware of this. After all, Lin Ruashi often visited the orphanage to see the children. It wasn't an act, but she was really kind. All in all, I feel that if it wasn't for the competition in the business world, General Lin is still a very kind and soft-hearted person. The most obvious example was that Qianni and I had clearly done so many things to her, but she still had absolute trust in us. I can imagine that such a woman must be very tolerant towards her family and friends. So, half of General Lin's heart is ruthless, but more of it is soft-hearted. Lu Mingyu smiled slyly and whispered, don't tell General Lin about this. It'll be terrible if she gets angry and fires me. Yangqing forced a smile, but his heart was heavy. Lu Mingyu was right. Even a scumbag like Lin Kuan couldn't bear to see him die. She was indeed too kind in some aspects. What if I hurt someone she cares about to protect her? What do you think she'll do? Yangqing asked nonchalantly. Lu Mingyu's eyes flickered. What are you going to do? Nothing, I'm just asking hypothetically. Yangqing said. Lu Mingyu hesitated for a while before saying, if something like that really happens, I think it's best if you don't. General Lin is very stubborn. Even if he doesn't hate you, it'll be hard for him to get over it easily. Yangqing let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. After sending Lu Mingyu to the company, Yangqing didn't rush to go upstairs. Instead, he found a quiet corner and called Adeline. Adeline, who had been monitoring Li Mingyu's movements, didn't waste any time and reported directly, Your Majesty Pluto, I'm really sorry. I can't get close to the villa where the target is. Although I can avoid the ordinary soldiers here, there are some special forces lying in ambush around the villa. If I get too close, I'll be discovered. Of course, if you need me, I can take care of those people. It'll just take some time. No need, they're not enemies. They're just being used. Keep an eye on them. Also, pay attention to anyone who enters or leaves that area. You can ask Mullen to provide support. As for the other team members, put aside everything else for now and pay close attention to Li Mingyu's communication with the outside world, Yangqing said. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Yangqing thought for a while. If he went to Li Mingyu's place now, it wouldn't be of much help. After all, the biggest problem now was the collapse of Yulei. Although he might be able to reverse the decline of the stock market by investing tens of billions of yuan, it was obviously not practical. It wasn't that he didn't have the money, but if he were to spend so much money to reverse the situation, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Not to mention anything else, Lin Ruashi's pride wouldn't allow him to help her. And if the person behind Li Mingyu didn't appear, Yangqing wasn't in a hurry to close the net. Even if Yulei couldn't escape this disaster, Yangqing hoped that the other party would pay the price. At the same time, in Beijing, the Ning family. Unlike the other three major families, the Ning family had the closest relationship with the government. Aside from their empty ancestral residence, their residence was located at the edge of the government. It was a modern and majestic building that was connected to the surrounding office buildings. After returning home from the premier's office, Ning Guanyao didn't even have the time to take a sip of water before he rushed into the backyard and entered his study room. Removing his jacket, Ning Guanyao turned on his computer and began to browse through the news on the internet. Among them, the most eye-catching news was the failure of Yulei International. Knitting his brows, Ning Guanyao suddenly picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. There seemed to be a woman's screams, music, and clamor coming from the other end of the phone. A man tried his best to laugh. "Premier Ning, why are you calling at this time?" A trace of disgust and hatred flashed in Ning Guanyao's eyes as he replied, "Minister Jean, as an important member of the central government, you have to pay attention to your lifestyle." Minister Jean laughed, I'm sorry. Please calm down, Premier. I ran into an old classmate and couldn't get away. I'm ashamed, but I will definitely follow your instructions." Ning Guanyao wasn't willing to say more and said, "I only found out this afternoon that there seems to be some problems in Zhonghai. As an important member of the CBRC, did Minister Jean take any measures?" Minister Jean dragged his voice as if he was drinking before he said, "Premier, you're talking about Yulei International, right? This time, Yulei International's problem isn't light, but it's still a business competition. We can only ask the banks to maintain a neutral attitude and do what needs to be done. Yulei is the leading enterprise in Zhonghai, and it's related to the economic lifeline of the Jiangnan region. It can't be destroyed like this. Minister Jean, all the major banks need to provide effective assistance. Don't be conservative," Ning Guanyao reprimanded. Minister Jean seemed a little dazed. Hearing Ning Guanyao's anger, he could only say submissively, yes. Premier is right. I'll make a call right now and get my men to inform them to provide financial assistance." Ning Guanyao snorted heavily and hung up the phone. After the silence, Ning Guanyao got up and paced back and forth worriedly. He paced around the study a few times before stopping. Silently, Ning Guanyao took out his wallet and took out the yellowed old photo. He looked at the quiet woman in the picture and was slightly lost in thought. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the study. "Guanyao, are you inside?" "I'm coming in." Ning Guanyao quickly stuffed the photo back and smiled. "Oh, Suishan, you're here." Luo Suishan gently pushed open the door and came in with a cup of tea. She looked at Ning Guanyao and smiled gently. "Aren't you tired after a long day at work? Have some American ginseng. I think you've been burning up these few days." Ning Guanyao was touched. He took the tea and said, "You're tired from work too, but you still take care of me. It's been hard on you." Luo Suishan smiled and shook her head. She happened to see the computer screen on Ning Guanyao's desk from the corner of her eyes. Ning Guanyao took a sip of the American ginseng tea. Seeing Luo Suishan's gaze on the computer screen, he said awkwardly, "Oh right, is Guodong still not coming back?" "Yeah." Luo Suishan turned around and smiled helplessly. "That kid is really going against you. You too. No matter what, we're father and son. He's our only son. No matter how wrong Guodong is, you should at least give him a way out." Only by being flexible can one achieve great things. If he can't take it, how can he take over the Ning family in the future? When I was young, my life wasn't as smooth as he is now. What else does he want to do? I think he's spoiled too much. He thinks everyone will back off when they see him. Can't he see that the Yang family is not to be trifled with? Ning Guanyao said exasperatedly. Luo Suishan nodded silently. Indeed. After father-in-law passed away, although we still have the highest power, we're still not qualified. We can't go against the two elders from the Yang family and Li family. Ning Guanyao sighed. Anyway, you just need to persuade him. If he really doesn't want to give in, I'll consider sending him to the underworld to train. When Luo Zuishan heard this, she cried out involuntarily, going out of town? Is this necessary? Those who go to other places only need to put together a resume. This is something that our Ning family doesn't need. Which place can compare to Yanjing City to train people? Guangyao, don't worry. Although Guodong is immature sometimes, he's fine at work. Ning Guangyao snorted and did not argue with his wife. Luo Zuishan looked uncertain for a while, and suddenly said in a low voice, "Are you worried about Shui Zijing's daughter?" Ning Guangyao's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and he almost spilled the tea. He looked at Luo Zuishan in astonishment. Why? Luo Zuishan said bitterly, "It's not like I don't know that you had a story with Shui Zijing in the past. What's so strange about that? But later, she married someone from the Lin family and gave birth to Lin Ruashi. We had a child long ago, and our lives have stabilized, so I didn't say anything." Ning Guangyao secretly sighed in relief and smiled guiltily. After all, she's the daughter of an old friend, and her parents are no longer around. I still feel pity for that child. Moreover, Yulei International is indeed an important part of the economic chain in the Jiangnan area. I still hope that she can get through this. A cold light flashed in Luo Zuishan's eyes, and she raised her head and said softly, "You're busy with work, so put these things aside for the time being. I happen to have something to do in Zhonghai tomorrow and the day after, so I'll go and help you lay on your behalf. If there's no one to supervise those people, they'll just pretend to be obedient but oppose them on the inside. It's better for me to go and take a look." "You, really?" Ning Guangyao couldn't believe it. Luo Zuishan rolled her eyes at her husband. "Do you think I can hate Shui Zijing's daughter just because you and Shui Zijing had a relationship? The child is innocent, and I'm also doing this for the country's economy." Ning Guangyao was extremely grateful. He walked forward and held his wife's hands tightly. "I've always been grateful for all the ups and downs we've gone through all these years. I didn't expect your heart to be wider than I thought. As a husband, I'm not as good as you. Zuishan, to be honest, I was worried that you wouldn't be happy to see me care for that child. I'm so sorry for you. I'm really grateful that you can take care of her for me." Luo Zuishan shook her head and smiled sincerely. "For me, as long as I can help you, everything else doesn't matter." Ning Guangyao looked at his wife in front of him affectionately. His eyes were slightly moist, and finally, he hugged his woman tightly. Zhonghai, Yulei International Building, brightly lit. It was already early in the morning, but the entire building didn't have anyone coming home from work. Many employees who were on shift also took the initiative to return to the company. They took turns working in front of the computer so that some people could get some food and water. According to Lin Ruashi's request, every 10 minutes, the company's accountants would have a large number of small stock purchases. The other departments were also trying their best to appease the various partners, trying their best to rope in the various organizations. In the command conference room, Lu Mingyu, who had already returned to the company, was closely discussing something with several executives from other departments. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi was still sitting in her seat, looking at the various data on the monitor. She seemed to be lost in thought. At this time, the conference room door was opened. Everyone inside suddenly smelled a spicy aroma. For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at the door. "Haha, your nose is very sharp." Yangqing suddenly carried a pile of things in both hands. He came to the side happily and placed the things on the conference table. He directly put a lot of documents under the things. If it was in the past, there would definitely be people dissatisfied with Yangqing's carelessness and disturbance. But now that Yangqing had the identity of the CEO's husband, everyone was too embarrassed to question him. "Director Yang, what is this?" asked an executive. Lin Ruashi looked back coldly and also looked at Yangqing. "What else could it be? It's a midnight snack." As Yangqing spoke, he took out plastic bags of snacks from the bag. Malatang, fried rice cakes, fried pork tenderloin, and all kinds of night market snacks were placed on the table. Everyone didn't have a full dinner, and they worked until early in the morning. When they saw these things that they usually didn't even look at, they all swallowed their saliva. However, everyone still looked at Lin Ruashi first. Lin Ruashi nodded lightly. "Don't look at me, eat." Only then did everyone ran over happily, took some food, and started eating in the conference room. After Yangqing gave a bowl of beef ramen to Lu Mingyu, he took a few lamb skewers and brought them to Lin Ruoxi's mouth. "Here, open your mouth." Lin Ruoxi frowned and said softly, "Why does Mingyu get to eat beef ramen, but I can only eat lamb skewers?" Although she spoke softly, Lu Mingyu, who was sitting closest to her, heard it. She also realized that she was the only one who had beef ramen, so she could only pretend that she didn't know anything and lowered her head to eat the noodles. Yangqing laughed dryly and moved closer to Lin Ruoxi's ear. "Mingyu's father will take care of her in the future. Even if she doesn't work at Yulei, she will still be well off. As for you, if you don't want to be the CEO, come with me to sell lamb skewers. You have to get used to this taste first. I borrowed the stall and specially roasted it myself." When Lin Ruoxi heard this, she immediately turned her head and looked at him angrily. "Is it fun to make such a joke? I don't need to get used to it." Yangqing shrugged. "Alright, then if you don't want to eat it, give the lamb skewers to Mingyu as well. I wasted so much time roasting them." When Lin Ruoxi heard this, she quickly said, "No. I didn't eat dinner either. Didn't you say that you don't need to get used to it?" "Wife, you can't be so fickle," Yangqing said innocently. "Women are fickle to begin with. Can't they just fill their stomachs?" Lin Ruoxi didn't say much. She directly took the lamb skewers from Yangqing's hands and started to take small bites. The few executives whispered to each other as they ate their supper. Although the company was in trouble, to be able to see Lin Ruoxi eating lamb skewers at such a time was really refreshing. Yangqing then placed the rest of the roasted lamb skewers in front of Lin Ruoxi. There were more than 20 of them. He turned around and said to the crowd, "No one is allowed to steal my wife's lamb skewers. If I find out, I'll kick him off the roof." "Ah? Yes, yes." The few executives present didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but they all agreed. In fact, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch food from Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi stretched out her foot and kicked Yangqing's calf. Her face was as red as an apple. What kind of person was this? Yangqing chuckled. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. After tidying up a bit, he took the remaining bags and was about to leave. "Lin Ruoxi asked, are we going to Qianni's place?" Yangqing stopped in his tracks and turned around with a flattering smile. "My wife is wise. You have a brilliant plan." "Humph," Lin Ruoxi said disdainfully, "you really aren't willing to leave a single one behind." Yangqing sighed, "There's nothing I can do. I'm too busy. After delivering to Qianni, I still have to deliver to Anqin." "Anqin?" This time even Lu Mingyu was curious. She wiped her lips that were stained with beef soup and asked, "Anqin is also in the company and didn't go back?" "Of course." Yangqing said proudly, "If Anqin didn't help me guard my position, would I be able to freely deliver supper outside? This is division of labor and cooperation. I think you're just trying to be lazy." Lin Ruoxi took a bite of the lamb skewer. She couldn't be bothered to look at this thick-skinned person anymore. Right at this moment, Yangqing suddenly moved and his figure flashed close to Lin Ruoxi. He bent down and gave Lin Ruoxi a big TSK on the face. Everyone in the office was dumbfounded by what he had just said. Lin Ruoxi was also a little stunned. She subconsciously touched her wet face and almost cried out in surprise. He was actually kissed in front of so many people. Yangqing blinked and said, "Anything is fine. Relax a little. No matter what the result is, no matter how big the problem is, I'll take care of it in the end." Lin Ruoxi stared at the man, lost in thought for a while, then nodded slightly. "Don't be afraid of anything. Wasn't there a tofu beauty in ancient times? At most, you can sell lamb skewers to me and be a mutton skewer beauty," Yangqing said as he patted his chest. Lin Ruoxi was just a little touched, but after hearing this, she instantly gritted her teeth. "Scram." Yangqing immediately ran away, waving at the people in the meeting room along the way, making everyone roll their eyes. Lu Mingyu held back her laughter and ate a few mouthfuls of noodles. She suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Ruoxi, "General Lin, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is the bidding for the 3 real estate developments in Bianzhou. We've prepared a project worth more than 1 billion. Now that our trump card has been exposed, do we still want to continue bidding? When Lin Ruoshi heard that it was business, she immediately became serious. She didn't think much of it and said, "Of course we have to go, but I'll send someone else. You can stay at the headquarters and direct the public relations department." "General Lin, this isn't appropriate." Another executive heard and said hurriedly, "Our stock price has already fallen below 30%. If we go to bid for such a big project at this time, especially when our opponents are already prepared, aren't we courting death?" "That's right, General Lin. This will only make us sink deeper and deeper." Lin Ruoshi said unhappily, "Of course I know that, but the problem is that if we really don't go, the outside world will definitely think that we're completely powerless to resist, and the employees will completely lose confidence." After hearing this, although everyone felt that it was inappropriate, they also felt that it made sense. The most terrifying thing was when the people's hearts were scattered. At this moment, a temporary assistant ran into the meeting room and said in a panic, "General Lin, bad news. A few major shareholders requested an emergency meeting and asked to replace the CEO. Otherwise they'll sell their shares at a low price." When this news came, everyone present was horrified. Why would they change the CEO at this critical moment? They spent hundreds of millions when they bought a large number of shares. Now that the shares have shrunk by 30 to 40%, that's tens of millions. It's hard not to be anxious. Lin Ruoshi said to the assistant coldly, "Tell them that if they want to sell, then sell. Don't think that I will go along with their wishes just because they threaten me." The assistant heard and said with a sad face, "General Lin. Then are we really going to fall out with them? Why, do you want me to abdicate?" Lin Ruoshi asked back. One of the executives immediately said, "General Lin, why don't I go and persuade the shareholders? Now that the major shareholders have nearly 30% of their shares, if they just sell it like this, we won't be able to get it back." Lin Ruoshi snorted. Coldly, "Do what you need to do," I said, "don't worry about it. They bought it at nearly twice the current price, are they really willing to sell it at a loss of half?" The executives looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly, hoping that Lin Ruoshi's plan was correct. Moreover, the one who held the most shares was Lin Ruoshi herself. The shareholders' shares were also bought from her. Since the person who was losing the most said so, what else could they do? This night was destined to be a busy and thrilling night. Time passed slowly, the sun rose as usual the next day, bright and gorgeous, not affected by the gloomy clouds in the sky of Xianxia at all. Inside a seaside villa, the curtains on the second floor were slowly pulled open. The warm sunlight shone into the bedroom, creating ripples, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of incense. On the large bed, under the white bedding, Wu opened her sleepy eyes with a haggard face. Looking around, Wu touched her slightly swollen head, slowly sat up, and leaned against the back of the bed, a little absent-minded. After crying last night, she didn't know how she fell asleep. Now that she woke up here, it was probably because Li Mingyi carried her here last night. The bedroom door opened, and Li Mingyi came in with a tray. On the tray were some side dishes, porridge, and sliced corn. The aroma wafted through the air. Coming to Wu Yu's side, Li Mingyi smiled gently and said, "You're awake." I don't really know how to cook, so I can only make something simple. You didn't eat anything last night, so don't be too upset. I cooked some porridge for you. Eat more." Wu Yu looked at the breakfast in front of her, then looked at the man with a warm smile, and said softly, "If you don't let me leave, I won't eat it." Li Mingyi's smile froze. He suppressed his anger and said as calmly as possible, I won't let you out. This was the safest place. They must have found out that I was the one who did it, and you are suspected of being an accomplice. Once they got out, it would be hard to clean up the mess. I won't let you take the risk. Wait until everything is settled before you go out. I'll let you go wherever you want to go." Wu Yu turned her head away. "Get out. I don't want to eat." "You must eat." Li Mingyi's voice was a little louder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it's for the sake of our child in your stomach, you have to eat. Do you want your child to starve before he's even born?" Wu Yu's body trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was obvious that she was in pain. Li Mingyi let out a long breath. "No matter what, our business is our business. Don't let this little one suffer. Wu Yu turned her head and looked at the man with a complicated expression. Seeing that Wu Yu didn't move, Li Mingyi simply picked up the spoon and scooped some porridge. He picked it up and blew on it to cool it down before bringing it to Wu Yu's mouth. I'll feed you. Take it as I'm begging you. You eat a few bites, okay? Wu Yu's hand trembled as she caressed her stomach. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth. In the end, she still ate. At the same time, the employees of Yulei International finally had a break after the stock market closed. Many people hurriedly began to catch up on sleep. Some ran out to deal with the business that needed to be met. Lin Ruoshi, who had been busy all night without rest, was also forced to sit in the car by Yangqing, all the way home. After all, she hadn't slept for a day and a night, and it was a high-intensity work. The employees still had shifts, but she, the CEO, was working alone. Although she was extremely unwilling, the moment she sat in the car, Lin Ruoshi fell asleep. She only woke up when they reached home. Yangqing held the woman's hand and led the still-dazed Lin Ruoshi into the house. Mother Wang and Guoshuehua, who had been worried all night, were waiting in the living room. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not at home because she was preparing for the exam. Io, why does this child look so pale? Guoshuehua walked up and grabbed Lin Ruoshi's hand. She said anxiously, quickly go upstairs and rest. You child, no matter how serious the company's problem is, it's not as important as your health. Mother Wang also had tears in the corner of her eyes. She couldn't say a word. Lin Ruoshi forced a smile. Mom, Mother Wang, I'm fine. I'll go up first. Guoshuehua nodded. And quickly said to Yangqing, send her up. Look at her, she's stumbling. Don't fall. How about I help Ruoshi take a bath? Yangqing said with a smile. You brat. You still have time to joke. Guoshuehua hit her son and pushed him to quickly send Lin Ruoshi upstairs. Yangqing was only joking. Just the cold glance from the weak Lin Ruoshi made him retreat. Holding the woman's hand, they went to her room. Yangqing smelled the faint jasmine fragrance in the air and licked his lips. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have had the chance to come in. After letting Lin Ruoshi sit on the bed, Yangqing didn't leave. Instead, he sat beside Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi was slightly stunned. She asked nervously, what are you doing? Yangqing chuckled. Don't think too much. I don't want to do anything when you're so listless. I'm very concerned about the degree of women's cooperation. Lin Ruoshi was already very sleepy. Hearing Yangqing's teasing, she wasn't as sensitive as usual. Then you can go out. I'll sleep for a while. Yangqing didn't answer. Instead, he pinched Lin Ruoshi's white and tender palm with one hand. He channeled a stream of true essence and slowly inserted it. Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. She felt a warm and inexplicable energy flowing into her body. Her entire body felt like it was being swept by a wave filled with vitality. Gradually, Lin Ruoshi felt her mind clear and her eyes clear. She didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Lin Ruoshi suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have this kind of ability. After treating her poisoning, he also felt the same way. If you can help me recover so quickly, why don't you do this in the company? Lin Ruoshi said unhappily. Yangqing let go of Lin Ruoshi's hand and snorted. If you did this in the company, would you still be willing to go home obediently? There's a lot of things to do in the company. Is it time to go home? Lin Ruoshi frowned in dissatisfaction. Yangqing bluntly said, you still have to go home. Don't you see how worried Mom and Mother Wang are about you? Even if it's to let them see that you're fine, you still have to come back. Right now, the news is full of negative news about you, Lei. Do you know how worried they are? Lin Ruoshi was stunned for a moment. She bit her lips and said, then now that I've recovered, and I've seen Mom and the others, I can go back, right? Yangqing smiled mysteriously and said, you really want to go back? Lin Ruoshi was a little confused, but she still nodded, yeah, I'll drive there myself. I know you won't do anything even if you go to the company. That won't do. Yangqing stood up and said, I'll drive you there and buy some food on the way. Lin Ruoshi felt that Yangqing's gaze was a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what it meant. She could only nod obediently. At such a time when her sense of security was extremely low, a woman's instinct made her hope that there was someone she could rely on by her side. Although Mother Wang and Guo were very surprised, seeing that Lin Ruoxi immediately went downstairs in high spirits, they couldn't forcefully stop her. They could only tell Yangqing to take good care of her and not overwork himself. After leaving the door, they got into the car and returned to the company. Lin Ruoxi sat in the front passenger seat. The more she thought about it, the weirder she felt. She asked tentatively, "Did you deliberately take me out for a ride? Actually, you didn't want me to sleep at all, right? Otherwise, there's no need to bring me home and let me recover so quickly." Yangqing smiled evilly and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just trying to prove a guess of mine. If we stay in the company, it might be inconvenient for some people to move around." While Lin Ruoxi was still puzzled, Yangqing suddenly turned the steering wheel. The car got off the highway and entered an exit of the national highway. "Why are you walking here? If you want to buy food, you can go to the city ahead." Before Lin Ruoxi could finish her sentence, a large container truck that was originally following behind the car suddenly sped up with a loud boom. The head of the truck was like a steel beast, with an indomitable and terrifying momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was going to hit and crush the Bentley they were in. Lin Ruoxi didn't even have time to react before she was completely stunned. The bright red Bentley, under Yangqing's control, suddenly accelerated at almost the same time. Before the truck accelerated, Yangqing had already changed the gear to manual mode and lowered the gear, preparing for this sudden acceleration. The truck was only a few centimeters away from them, but it still couldn't catch up. Yangqing snorted coldly. The car exited the exit and did a 180-degree drift, stopping by the roadside. The truck's inertia was too great, and it couldn't stop in time. It came down at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, hitting the fence and flipping over. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. After a few loud noises, the truck completely fell into a muddy patch on the side of the road. Black and yellow dust rolled up, and the drivers who happened to pass by on the national highway broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Ruoxi, who was still in shock, saw the truck flip over. The joy of escaping death didn't make her too excited. Instead, she quickly calmed down and looked back at Yangqing, who had a mocking expression on his face. "You knew that someone wanted to harm me?" Yangqing clicked his tongue. "They didn't just want to harm you, they wanted to kill me as well. Originally, they could have done it in the hospital after you were poisoned, but unfortunately, you were discharged immediately, so their plan was disrupted. They couldn't arrange a suitable deployment in a short time, so when we returned to Yulei from the hospital, there shouldn't be any problems. Now that the enemy has recovered, although we can't act rashly in the headquarters of Yulei, once we are alone in a more remote place, it would be strange if we didn't make a move." "You mean we should go together?" Lin Ruoxi thought for a while and asked, "I can understand if you want to kill me. After all, Li Mingyi came for me, and he should be afraid that I will find a chance to counterattack. But why kill you? Does he have a grudge against you too?" Yangqing's expression changed slightly, then he smiled and said, "Who knows? I guess he wants to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, not giving me a chance to take revenge." Lin Ruoxi obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any more questions. She pouted and said, "No wonder you insisted on driving me to the company. You knew, but you didn't tell me in advance. Although I know you won't be afraid of such ordinary means, you should have let me be mentally prepared." Yangqing became silent, started the car, and continued on the road. With a flicker in his eyes, he asked, "Ruoxi, do you hate Li Mingyi now?" Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing in surprise, not understanding why he was so serious again. "I don't really hate him, but I definitely don't like him. Even now, I still don't know why he would target me so much. He would do so many things just to make me fail and lose my life." Yangqing frowned and asked, "Don't you hate him for wanting to kill you and me?" "I think he deserves to be shot to death." Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows. "I know you're worried about me, but I think it's better to settle this through legal means. If we follow and kill people because of others' misdeeds, then how are we different from them? Why are you still talking to me about morality at a time like this? He already wants to grind you into minced meat." Yangqing sneered impatiently. Lin Ruoxi bit her lip and said, "I'm not you. I can defeat my opponents in the business world, and I can calmly watch them go bankrupt. But I can't take people's lives, or indirectly. I'm just an ordinary businessman, and I can't do things that are too exaggerated. You can think that I'm very sentimental, and you can be impatient with me, but I just can't kill people because I want to. Yangqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. We're all women, but women are really different from each other. If Qiangwei were to encounter this matter, I don't need to say anything. She would lead a team to kill them herself, hee. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him angrily. You don't have to use Qiangwei to provoke me. I won't compete with her in this kind of behavior. Don't you know where Li Mingyi is? You're so powerful, why don't you just arrest him and bring him to the police station? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Yangqing sighed. If he doesn't die, it doesn't matter where he goes. Instead of beating the grass and alerting the snake, it's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. You don't have to worry about it. I'll do the job of protecting your safety. The car fell into silence again. Neither of them spoke. When they arrived at a street full of snacks, Yangqing got out of the car and bought a box of glutinous rice balls for Lin Ruoxi before continuing on the road. Looking at the box of her favorite glutinous rice balls in her arms, Lin Ruoxi looked at the man whose face was as dark as the water. She said softly, Yangqing. Am I very useless? Do I make you feel like I'm a burden? Yangqing smiled. Don't let your imagination run wild. You can let a thick-skinned and cunning man be your husband, and I can let a woman who is overly kind in some aspects be my wife. Marriage is supposed to tolerate each other, isn't it? How can there really be a husband and wife who like everything? A trace of a smile appeared on Lin Ruoxi's beautiful face, and she nodded. In the afternoon, in the center of Zhonghai, in the conference room of the headquarters of Huaxia, Luo Tsuishan, who was wearing a professional suit, walked into the conference room with a few assistants following her. The presidents of the major banks, who had been waiting for a while, immediately greeted her with a smile. They looked quite excited. After all, she was the prime minister's wife, and she was also a minister. After shaking hands with everyone, Luo Tsuishan invited them to take a seat. She went straight to the point and asked, "How's the development of the Yulei International incident?" A white-haired old bank said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Director Luo. Yulei International's shares in the United States have fallen by more than 35%. The situation is not optimistic. Moreover, the leaked information has made it difficult for Yulei to pull itself together. However, our major firms have received a notice from Minister Jean of the CBRC that Yulei will be given some special convenience policies. It is understandable to help such a large multinational enterprise." Luo Tsuishan said with a faint smile, "Presidents, you are all experienced veterans in the financial field. I'd like to ask you, does Yulei International have a chance to survive this crisis?" Sigh. Another bank president sighed, although it's hard to say, anyone with a bit of common sense can see it clearly. At this rate, Yulei's shares will definitely fall when the market opens this afternoon. Once it falls below 50%, even the gods won't be able to save it. We have also calculated that unless Yulei has over 40 billion in cash reserves and invests all of it in the stock market. But if it really has that amount of money, it would have already started to invest, and it wouldn't have waited until today. The other bank presidents also agreed that the financial aid would only be drinking poison to quench thirst. At most, it would only help Yulei to delay its bankruptcy. Luo Tsuishan said with a wry expression, "If that's the case, then I think it's best that you don't make any more unnecessary investments." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. "Director Luo, didn't you come today to talk to us about helping Yulei?" "Why?" Luo Tsuishan said earnestly, "The premier is far away in Beijing, and he's not too familiar with the situation. He's only concerned about the well-known domestic enterprises. Since everyone has said so, even if the premier says he wants to help, it has to be based on the actual situation. Of course, this is what I said, so you don't have to bear the responsibility. But in order to not make the premier too sad, please pretend that nothing happened, and don't let the premier know about this. I think, everyone should be able to save some face for my husband, right?" The bank presidents looked at Luo Tsuishan's cold smile, and they couldn't help but shiver. Since Director Luo has said so, of course we have to be pragmatic. We won't make any futile efforts. We will cancel the aid plan for Yu Lei. The bank presidents agreed. Luo Zuishan revealed a relaxed smile and said, everyone has worked hard. I can't stay for too long this time, so I won't be gathering for lunch. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely drink with everyone together with the premier. Everyone quickly stood up and bowed as they sent Luo Zuishan out of the conference room, not daring to have any objections. When they walked out of the conference room and entered the elevator, the smile on Luo Zuishan's face disappeared, and she asked the assistant behind her coldly, how's the preparation going? The assistant quickly replied, it's done, and the information is very complete. It can be sent to Lin Ruashi whenever necessary. Luo Zuishan praised, well done, and asked, is that idiot still honest? The assistant smiled evilly, yes, he's been staying in the villa with the woman he used. This is the last moment, and we have to make arrangements abroad, just in case. We can't make any mistakes, Luo Zuishan said coldly. Yes. At the same time, the elevator door opened, and they arrived at the bottom floor. Luo Zuishan smiled gently again, and she walked out of the elevator like a spring breeze. In the afternoon, in the living room on the first floor of the beach villa, Li Mingyi sat on the sofa, watching the news about Yu Lei on the TV from time to time, while answering the phone with a gloomy face. So many flawless arrangements, and you're telling me that you didn't succeed even once? Could it be that Lin Ruashi and Xianxia are gods? Can you even guess it? Li Mingyi gritted his teeth in anger. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. Our team has never encountered such a tricky problem before. That Xianxia doesn't seem to be simple. He and the people around him always defused the ambush we arranged. But he didn't make any direct counterattacks, which surprised us, the person on the phone said unwillingly. Li Mingyi narrowed his eyes, if that's the case, don't act rashly for now. I'll find a way to find people to support you. Yes. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Li. Li Mingyi snorted heavily and hung up the phone. Standing up, Li Mingyi looked towards the entrance of the villa. Yu Er, where do you want to go? At the entrance was Wu Yu, who was trying to sneak out of the villa. Wu Yu turned around nervously, bit her lips, and opened the door without hesitation, wanting to run out. However, before Wu Yu could step out of the door, two sturdy men with rifles suddenly appeared at the door and blocked her from entering the house. Wu Yu retreated back into the house in panic, slamming the door shut. She stared at Li Mingyi and asked in a trembling voice, Li Mingyi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to imprison me? Li Mingyi strode towards Wu Yu and gently touched her face. How could that be? You're the mother of my future child, I'll treat you well. It's just that the situation now is special, you have to stay by my side so that I can protect you. I don't want to hear your disgusting excuses. I heard it, you want to murder General Lin and his wife, right? I won't let you succeed, I'm going to tell General Lin. Wu Yu said stubbornly. Li Mingyi shook his head and smiled, Yu Er, you're really naive. Do you think that Lin Ruashi and Xianxia didn't realize that they were assassins sent by me? They already knew that I was going to kill them, but they couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, regardless of whether they died or not, once Yu Lei International went bankrupt, Lin Ruashi would no longer be the CEO and chairman. Yu Lei will fall into my hands sooner or later. What right do you have to say that? You're just an outsider. Even if General Lin were to abdicate, it wouldn't be your turn. Wu Yu said disdainfully. Outsiders? It's time for you to know what kind of person I am. Li Mingyi pinched Wu Yu's chin with one hand. Lin Ruashi is just a bastard child that no one wants. Letting her enjoy the limelight for so many years is already giving her preferential treatment. It won't be long before I show you how your most respected General Lin ends up. Wu Yu still wanted to say something, but Li Mingyi covered her mouth. Don't say any more. It's not good to be angry. I'll be worried if the baby is affected. Li Mingyi hugged Wu Yu's arm again and led her inside. You better follow me upstairs and rest well. I've already sent someone to buy some fresh food. I'll cook something nice for you later. A pregnant woman shouldn't care too much about unimportant things. Wu Yu was full of worry, but she couldn't resist. She could only let the man control her and go upstairs. After sending Wu Yu back to her room, Li Mingyi went downstairs and heard the sound of the door opening. His nerves tensed, Li Mingyi. carefully looked over. When he saw the person walking in, he heaved a sigh of relief and went up to greet her with a flattering smile. "Why did you suddenly come to Zhonghai?" Li Mingyi went up to greet her. The well-dressed beautiful woman was Luo Tsuishan, who had just arrived after making some arrangements. Luo Tsuishan looked at the decorations in the villa. "You haven't been harassed while staying here, have you?" Li Mingyi hurriedly said, "Thank you for taking care of me and sending so many people to protect me. I'm really grateful." "If you're really grateful to me, then do it nicely. I've spent so much effort to train you for so many years, I don't want you to reap benefits for nothing." Luo Tsuishan didn't even look at the man. She paced around and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you're more sensible than your father, I wouldn't have helped you. You understand what I mean, right?" Li Mingyi's expression changed slightly. "I've never doubted you. I hate Lin Ruashi, so I'll never let you down." Luo Tsuishan turned around and mocked, "Do you know what I like about you the most?" Li Mingyi shook his head. "Your hypocrisy." Luo Tsuishan sneered. "Do you think I'll believe that you don't hate me in your heart? I believe that if I give you a chance, you can't wait to crush my bones and scatter my ashes. But the good thing about you is that you're willing to be a beast that's worse than pigs and dogs for some practical things. I like people like you. The human heart can't compare to money and power, right?" Li Mingyi's facial muscles stiffened. He smiled, which was uglier than crying. "You're right. Haha." Luo Tsuishan laughed sinisterly. "How's Yulei's situation?" Li Mingyi quickly composed himself and answered seriously, "Lin Ruashi's reaction to the outside world is as if Yulei is completely capable of surviving. There are a few major projects planned today, and Yulei went as usual. Among them, there are 3 land auctions near Bianzhou, and Yulei still went despite revealing their trump cards. It was reported on the news just now. This is no different from digging their own grave. Not only will they lose those few important pieces of land, but it will also completely dishearten the shareholders of Yulei. I believe that Yulei's stock will completely collapse before the market opens for long." "What about the assassination?" Li Mingyi said unwillingly, "Yangqing is harder to deal with than I thought, and they all failed." A cold light flashed in Luo Tsuishan's eyes. "Although we can't be sure of Yangqing's background, from the looks of it, he's not ordinary. Otherwise, the old man from the Yang family wouldn't think so highly of him. It's a pity that we can't get some information from the Li family. Otherwise, we'd be able to find out where he came from. If we can't get rid of Lin Ruashi and Yangqing, then..." Li Mingyi looked at Luo Tsuishan worriedly. Luo Tsuishan said disdainfully, "So what? Once Yulei falls, Lin Ruashi will scatter. With my help and the government's involvement, what can a discredited CEO of a private company do? Moreover, your qualifications are more than enough. As long as the government supports us a little, Yulei will still be able to recover in a year or 2. Li Mingyi's eyes lit up again. "I'll do my best. You're already this excited with just this little bit of sweetness. You'll never amount to anything." Luo Tsuishan looked at him with disdain and turned around. "Taking away Lin Ruashi's most cherished Yulei is only the first step. Shui Zijing's daughter. I'm going to slowly torture her to my heart's content." Li Mingyi quietly raised his head and looked at Luo Tsuishan's back. As he listened to her sinister words, his eyes were filled with hatred. In the evening, as the New York Stock Exchange reopened, Yulei's shares once again ushered in a frenzy of decline. At the headquarters of Yulei in Zhonghai, the employees were looking at the large number of shares being sold at low prices on the screen. Almost all of them were at a loss and didn't know what to do. In the conference room, other than Yangqing, who was napping on a few chairs in the corner like air, Mo Qianni, Lu Mingyu, and the rest of the senior management were also frowning. They couldn't imagine how Yulei's operations would be maintained if this continued. If this continued, even if the internal funds could last for a period of time, the neighboring companies would also take a detour around Yulei. At the same time, it would be difficult to keep up with the planning of the market. From the most basic materials to the processing and sales of the finished products, the whole chain of production would become a headless fly. General Lin, the major shareholders are starting to cut their losses. Right now, our share price is less than 40% of what it used to be. The head of the accounting department said dispiritedly. This is all the fault of those bastards at the bank. Yesterday, they said they would provide financial assistance, and suddenly they say that we are short of funds. Aren't they just throwing stones at us when we are down? Lin Ruashi, who had been sitting in the chair without saying a word, ignored them. Instead, she picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Let's start. Lin Ruashi said these 3 words lightly, as if she was muttering it out of nowhere. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Ruashi meant. This young company leader had always been like an untouchable hibiscus on a towering snowy mountain. Whether it was her attitude of keeping a distance from the people around her, or her taciturn personality, no one dared to blaspheme her. In fact, it was difficult to even stare at her. But at this time, when the survival of the company was at stake, the senior management couldn't help but lose control of their emotions. General Lin, hurry up and give us some instructions. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to do it. If this goes on, we can directly apply for bankruptcy. Anyway, even if we keep our shares, we won't be able to resist the encirclement of competitors. Right now, no one is willing to buy our shares. It's obvious that we will be trapped. How can we protect ourselves? Why don't we give up on part of the business and catch up with the planning of the main business as soon as possible? Think of another way out? At this time, Mo Qianni, who had been silent all this time, pointed at the screen. Stop talking, look. The people who were arguing looked at the stock market information again. Then, they were stunned. What's going on? Where are the stocks that were just sold? Someone bought them. In the stock market, ULA International stocks, regardless of whether it was a large number or a small number, were all swept up in a frenzy within a minute or two. This lightning-fast attack made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. After all, who would be so stupid as to do a business that was clearly losing money? Lu Mingyu seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask Lin Ruashi, General Lin, was it you who gave the order just now? The group of people looked over curiously. They couldn't understand. Even if Lin Ruashi bought a large number of shares, what was the use of it? Lin Ruashi didn't deny it. I asked the Athena team to buy up the stocks on the market as fast as possible. But General Lin, even if you spend more than 10 billion to buy up all the stocks, you will only be trapped. It will be of no use. An executive sighed bitterly. The others also didn't understand Lin Ruashi's actions. Yangqing, who had been lying on a chair in the corner, opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ruashi from behind for a while, then closed his eyes to rest. Lin Ruashi didn't explain much. Instead, she silently took out a thin document from a document bag beside her and pushed it to the center of the conference table. Lu Mingyu, who was closest to her, had sharp eyes. It's the notice of winning the bid? Winning the bid? What project? A few executives moved forward in confusion and flipped through the contents of the notice. Once again, they revealed surprised expressions. One of them looked at the notice in disbelief, then looked at the calm expression on Lin Ruashi's face, and cried out involuntarily, General Lin, we won the bid for the 3 pieces of land in Bianzhou today. Can't you read? If you don't understand now, then you've succeeded. Another executive laughed and scolded excitedly. Am I seeing things? It's not fake, it's the notice that was just sent today. Can't you even tell if it's real or fake? Your brain must be fried. But hasn't our bidding plan been leaked? We're talking about the 3 most important leisure and entertainment bases in the future. The other companies won't let go of such an opportunity. Everyone was filled with all kinds of doubts. This matter was full of question marks. Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu looked at Lin Ruashi, who was as cold as ice and silent. They exchanged glances with each other, as if they had thought of something but didn't dare to imagine it. At this time, Yangqing opened his eyes and silently looked at the woman who was so calm that it was a little strange. His expression was a little complicated. Lin Ruashi finally opened her mouth and said to Lu Mingyu, Mingyu, get the media to release the news of our successful bid. Also, go to my office, take out the contents of my safe, and bring them here. I've changed the password to the same as your safe. Go. Lu Mingyu didn't ask much and got up to deal with it. 10 minutes later, in the seaside villa. After Luo Tsuishan left, Li Mingyi let Wu Yu go downstairs. At this moment, although Wu Yu's face was full of anger, she could only watch the news on TV with Li Mingyi. Li Mingyi raised his red wine glass and smiled proudly. Lin Ruoshi is really desperate. She thinks that buying back those trapped stocks will work? Wangpa is selling her melons and praising herself. How boring. Wu Yu's eyes were full of pain. She wanted to say that Lin Ruoshi definitely wouldn't fail, but she couldn't see any hope. At this moment, the host of the financial news suddenly interrupted with a piece of news. Yulei International won the bid of Bianzhou's 3 major real estate companies. Along with it, the notice of winning the bid was also displayed, and the phone was connected to the relevant departments. Indeed, Yulei had won the bid in the afternoon, and the notice was sent out not long ago. This news made Li Mingyi frown. Of course, he knew that this project was very important, so the information that was disseminated included Yulei International's proposal. However, he couldn't understand how Yulei could win under such circumstances. Wu Yu's face showed a glimmer of hope. In these 2 days, this was the only piece of news that was beneficial to Yulei. And not long after this news was released, another explosive piece of news was broadcasted on TV. Yulei International was about to hold an impromptu media conference to clarify the false information that their internal information had been stolen. When this news came out, it was like a heavy bomb. Not only did it cause an uproar in Shanghai, but people all over the world who were paying attention to this matter couldn't believe it. False information? The leaked information that didn't contain any false elements was false. How was this possible? The red wine glass in Li Mingyi's hand fell to the carpet, and his facial expression became stiff. He gulped and couldn't say a word. A phone call came in, and Li Mingyi quivered. He picked up the phone in a daze, and what greeted him was Luo Tsuishan's fierce scolding. You idiot! What's going on? Li Mingyi covered his chest with one hand, and said with a heavy breath, Please calm down. I think this may be a deliberate bluff by Lin Ruoshi. She wants to take drastic measures at the last moment. You have to know that the information was accumulated from a few months ago until now, month after month. How could it be false? I hope you didn't make any mistakes, otherwise. I'm still in Shanghai. I don't want to go back to Yanjing in a bad mood. Luo Tsuishan hung up the phone angrily, and Li Mingyi's hand holding the phone was trembling. Just a few minutes ago, in Yulei's conference room, Lu Mingyu, along with a few assistants, moved a small mountain of information to the table in the conference room. Lu Mingyu's eyes were filled with complex emotions, with excitement, surprise, and a trace of fear. She nodded at Lin Ruoshi and said, General Lin, everything you want is here. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ruoshi slowly stood up and said to everyone, Here are the real original copies of the stolen information. Everyone can come and take a look. All the executives thought that they had heard wrongly. The real original copies? What did that mean? Could it be that the information that was stolen was fake? A few executives trembled as they took the documents and read them carefully. After a while, they were all stunned. This is really a material procurement case. When was this ordered? Me too, this is next month's budget. Why does it seem a little different from the one online? The distribution plan for the European and American branches is also different from what we discussed in the last meeting. After everyone confirmed it one by one, they finally believed that this pile of information was the real Yulei's confidential files for the second half of the year. Although some of the documents that were stolen were missing, there were no major omissions in the main body. It could be said that as long as these plans were implemented, even if they couldn't be very meticulous, they only needed to make some last-minute additions and there would be no problems. Lin Ruoshi wasn't too excited because of everyone's excitement. She calmly said to Mo Qianni, go and talk to the TV station, call for a media conference, and clarify this incident. Our important business information for the second half of the year was not stolen, those are all fake. Mo Qianni had just recovered from the shock and her eyes were filled with joy. Although all of this was very sudden and she didn't know what was going on, she knew that there was going to be a complete and utter rebound. I'm not good at dealing with the media, so I won't be making an appearance. Qianni, as the company's vice president and representative, help me make an appearance. You also know what to say, Lin Ruoshi instructed again. I understand. Mo Qianni immediately ran out. Lin Ruoshi then said to Lu Mingyu and the others, I know you all want to know how I did it, but now is not the time to explain. Everyone, go to your own departments and explain the current situation to your employees. From now on, follow the plan here, do what you need to do, and fill in the gaps if there are any. Mingyu, pay special attention to the explanations given to the overseas branch companies, major clients, and important partners, calm them down, and give them some appropriate benefits. At this moment, everyone was looking at the woman who was calmly commanding with admiration. These veterans who had been in the workplace for decades couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ruashi's methods were far better than her appearance. Although they didn't know when Lin Ruashi finished making these arrangements, the current situation could be said to be a perfect counter-espionage case. As everyone left with the information they needed, the conference room became quiet. Yangqing, who had been lying down without getting up, slowly walked to Lin Ruashi, sat down on the conference table, and asked with a gloomy face, "When did it start?" Lin Ruashi lowered her head, and after a moment of silence, she said in a clear voice, "Is it that important?" "It's fine as long as it's over." "It's very important, I really want to know, when did you start to lie to everyone, including me?" Yangqing said. Lin Ruashi raised her head, and a trace of resentment appeared in her moist eyes. "Why are you talking to me in such a tone? I never thought of lying to anyone, I was just doing my preparation work." Ayaya. I can't help but sigh at Miss Lin's acting skills. It's a pity that you didn't participate in the Oscars. Alright then, I'll just treat it as me being curious. When did such a beautiful layout start? Satisfy my curiosity, that should be fine, my dear wife, Yangqing drawled. Lin Ruashi clenched her teeth and her pink lips quivered for a while. She glanced at Yangqing from the corner of her eyes and said, "I've been preparing since Li Mingyi started pursuing Wu Yu." Yangqing was stunned. Although he knew that Lin Ruashi had already made arrangements, he did not expect Lin Ruashi to have started it so early. How meticulous did she have to be able to do it step by step? Why? Yangqing frowned. Li Mingyi was sent by Li Muhua. What's wrong with him pursuing Wu Yu? I've investigated Li Mingyi's situation beforehand. He grew up in America and has only been working for Muyun Corporation in Hong Kong for a few years. In other words, Li Muhua doesn't know him very well, but Muyun sent him to participate in the important liaison work. Li Muhua actually didn't want to make this decision, but the shareholders' meeting elected him. Li Muhua didn't want to reject the other major shareholders, so she did it. That's why I didn't trust him from the start. Moreover, after he joined the company, he didn't have any interest in any other women. Instead, he's very devoted to Wu Yu. Although we can't rule out the possibility that he has special feelings for Wu Yu, objectively speaking. A person who grew up in America wouldn't have an aesthetic sense that favors a skinny figure like Wu Yu. Yangqing smiled when he heard this. Wu Yu must be sad to hear that about your assistant. But that doesn't make you think that he'll steal business secrets, right? Lin Ruashi smiled. I've never guessed it. Then why did you prepare other plans? Yangqing was even more confused. Lin Ruashi said teasingly, "What do you think I spend tens of millions every year to support those people from Athena team? Don't tell me you really think that they're only in charge of financial work." Yangqing was stunned. You're saying that from the beginning, you let Athena team participate in the planning and made 2 plans? I didn't just make 2 copies, Lin Ruashi's eyes lit up. I'll be honest with you. Every time I make a copy for Wu Yu, I'll change some important details. In other words, be it Mingyu or the other department heads, I was the only one who knew if the copies were real or fake. After all, every piece of information contained a huge amount of information. It was impossible for everyone to check it frequently. If they did not verify it, they would not know if it had been modified. According to the rules, every time these materials are used, they have to be sent to my office for my approval before they can be used. This is a practice that I have established since I took office. And when those backup documents are submitted, I will change them back to the correct original document. Otherwise, even if this document were to be leaked, it would be wrong for others to refer to the information on it. Yangqing was stupefied. No wonder Lin Ruashi always had endless work to do. What was going on in this woman's head all day? In a sense, Lin Ruashi was the only one who knew all the details of the company's major decisions. Everyone else was basically in a half-deceived state. Lin Ruashi seemed to enjoy Yangqing being stunned by her words. She continued, "Do you understand now? The documents that Li Mingyi stole were all modified by me after our meeting. In fact, even if I didn't take out the modified plan from Athena team, those documents wouldn't have caused too much damage to our company, because there were too many mistakes in the details. The reason why I took out the Athena team's plan was because I didn't want the people in the company to know that I tampered with the plan. After the speech, Yongqing looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a smile, and a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Thinking back to before, Lin Ruoshi let the people in the accounting department buy a small amount of shares, and when the major shareholders threatened her to sell their shares, she deliberately didn't let Mo Qianni and the others in the company participate in the bidding, and she was so worried that she forgot to eat and sleep in the company. All of this was to make the outside world think that she was powerless to change the situation, and to guide things towards her goal. Involuntarily, Yongqing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The woman in front of him seemed to become blurry. About an hour later, the press conference of Yulei International began under the eager expectations of the reporters. Mo Qianni followed Lin Ruoshi's instructions and briefly explained the real plans of the company for the second half of the year, and gave a few examples to show that the exposed information was not credible. The most direct example was that Yulei still successfully bid for 3 important pieces of real estate. The media and the public were in an uproar. No one thought that the exposed information was actually invalid. Following the implementation of the plan designed by the Athena team, the operations of each department returned to normal again. All the work could be carried out, and the doubts of the outside world completely dissipated. That night, the continuous news made the whole of Shanghai completely sleepless. Far away in the American stock market, after Yulei International got rid of the negative information of the exposed confidential documents, the value of its shares skyrocketed once again. What made many of the competitors feel even more bitter was that they believed part of the exposed information, and the actions they took to buy the materials were equivalent to being misled by Yulei's fake documents, and caused huge losses. In this way, one side lost. The other side gained. The gap between Yulei International and its competitors widened once again. And these misled companies could only swallow the bitterness in their stomach. After all, their actions were not honorable. Some of the previous major shareholders of Yulei International wished that they could just kill themselves. The shares they bought from Lin Ruoshi were priceless, but now they were sold cheaply, and returned to Lin Ruoshi's hands. But in the blink of an eye, those shares multiplied several times, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to break the previous value, and reach another peak. In this way, it was equivalent to Lin Ruoshi earning a huge difference of 35% of the shares, easily increasing her personal assets by at least 30%. At the same time, she once again occupied 90% of the shares, and had absolute control. The media, reporters, economists, entrepreneurs, and all kinds of financial scholars were the first to express their feelings about this commercial anti-spy war. The young female entrepreneur who had previously saved Yulei International from the brink of death twice, was once again pushed to the peak of public opinion, and was highly respected. Even in the American Times Magazine's annual Person of the Year award, Lin Ruoshi had the potential to break into the top 3. Even in the American Times Magazine's annual Person of the Year award, Lin Ruoshi had the potential to break into the top 3. There were pros and cons to everything. When Yulei International once again ushered in the nirvana that the employees of the world were excited about, some people felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. Inside the seaside villa, watching all kinds of news praising Lin Ruoshi's miraculous counterattack, Li Mingyi's face was ashen, and he even forgot to breathe. It's impossible, it's impossible. Li Mingyi's footsteps were unsteady, and he directly stumbled and knelt on the ground. Almost crawling, Li Mingyi used all 4 limbs to lie in front of the television, his eyes wide open, as if they were about to burst, and his soul seemed to have flown away. Although Wu Yu had always been resentful, but seeing her beloved man in such pain, she still rushed forward with tears streaming down her face, and hugged him, comforting him. Mingyi, don't be like this, it's okay. Don't scare people like this, okay? Li Mingyi stiffly turned his head, and suddenly grabbed both of Wu Yu's arms, and forcefully shook them, shouting, "What do you mean it's okay? Didn't you see? I was used by that bitch. She had schemed against me from the beginning. She schemed against me. She used me to earn money for her, and even beat me up. Are you blind?" Wu Yu cried and shook her head, biting her lips, but could not say anything. Cry, 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 all you know is to cry. It must be you stupid woman who dragged me back, and he found out. As he spoke, Li Mingyi was so angry that he trembled, and suddenly, with a paw sound, he ruthlessly slapped Wu Yu's face. Wu Yu was hit so hard that she rolled to the side, and almost fainted. Her face was burning, and she cried even louder. After this slap, Li Mingyi seemed to have sobered up a little, and seemed to realize that the woman he hit was a pregnant woman, and for a moment, he panicked. Li Mingyi panted a few times on the spot, and then crawled over to hug Wu Yu, and said with a trembling voice, You. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Li Mingyi could not continue, and in his despair, he felt the world go dark, and his mind was blank. Bang! A loud sound came from the door, and it was kicked open. Luo Xueishan carried a leather bag, and with a violent and gloomy face, she rushed in, and her high heels made a ta-ta sound. Seeing the man and woman hugging each other by the sofa, Luo Xueishan gritted her teeth in hatred. Idiot, comparing you to a pig is already flattering you. At this time, you still know how to hug a woman and cry here. Look at what you have done. Li Mingyi sluggishly raised his head, and with his lifeless eyes, he bitterly smiled. Heh. I am an idiot, you are right, I am. Luo Xueishan slanted her mouth, and a trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. A thing like you that is neither human nor ghost is useless in this world. As she spoke, Luo Xueishan suddenly pulled out a silver pocket pistol from her bag, and aimed it at Li Mingyi's head. Li Mingyi finally became more clear-headed, and looking at the black muzzle, his pupils dilated a little. 10 minutes ago. Yulei International Headquarters, inside the CEO's office. Yangqing accompanied Lin Ruoshi as they sat on the sofa, watching the live broadcast of the media meeting that had yet to end. Because the reporters had a lot of questions, plus everyone was eager to see Lin Ruoshi in person, and Lin Ruoshi didn't want to appear in front of the public, a large number of reporters refused to give up and leave. At this moment, on Lin Ruoshi's lap, was the box of glutinous rice balls that she bought in the afternoon. She hadn't eaten it the whole afternoon, and now that the matter was almost settled, Lin Ruoshi took it out and ate it. Yang Cheng's heart was a little melancholy, and he didn't say much, so the atmosphere was a little awkward. At this moment, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated, and Yang Cheng picked it up to listen. It was a call from Adeline, who was monitoring Li Mingyi. Your Majesty Pluto, that woman with the surname Luo came for the second time. Now that the situation is clear, do we need to take any action? Yang Cheng silently glanced at Lin Ruoshi beside him, and said in Italian, You don't need to do anything, I'll go there myself later, it's time to meet them. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Yang Cheng said to Lin Ruoshi, I'm going out for a while, if it's late, you can go home by yourself. Lin Ruoshi stopped chewing, put down the half-eaten glutinous rice ball in her hand, and said vaguely, I know you're going to see Li Mingyi, if it's possible, it's better to hand him over to the police, and, if Wu Yu is also there, don't make things difficult for her, she actually doesn't know anything. Yang Cheng said, You've never thought of going with me to see them? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, I believe you, you promised me that you wouldn't kill people. As for the rest, I don't care too much. Yang Cheng relaxed and smiled, took a glutinous rice ball from Lin Ruoshi, stuffed it into his mouth, and walked out the door. Lin Ruoshi watched the man go out angrily, and then looked at the box that was missing a glutinous rice ball, looking very distressed. After about a minute or two, someone knocked on the door. General Lin, there's a file designated for you. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly covered the glutinous rice ball, stuffed it under a pillow, and sat upright, saying, Bring it in. A temporary assistant with an uneasy expression entered the door, put the file in front of Lin Ruoshi, and immediately left. After the assistant left and closed the door, Lin Ruoshi made sure that there was no one outside, then carefully took out the glutinous rice balls. She picked one up and put it in her mouth, then opened the bag empty-handed. This was not the first time she had received such a file bag. As the company grew, there would be all kinds of problems. People who wanted to discuss something in secret would often send some information to her in an attempt to convince her. Lin Ruoshi pretended to be bored and changed her mood. She took out a slightly thick file. After looking at it carefully, Lin Ruoshi frowned. This was actually a person's file. It often talked about a person's various main experiences and backgrounds from childhood to adulthood. When Lin Ruoxi flipped to the first page and saw an old photo, she revealed a trace of unconcealable shock. Her gaze was fixed on the man and woman in the photo, unable to move away. In a moment of carelessness, the glutinous rice ball in her mouth fell and hit the paper. Only then did Lin Ruoxi come back to her senses. Lin Ruoxi was at a loss of what to do. She covered her rapidly beating heart with one hand. Her lips were pale and there was not a trace of blood on her face. The relaxed feeling she had just now was gone. Her trembling right hand seemed to have expended a lot of energy to flip to the next page. In the large CEO's office, the woman sat alone on the soft sofa, as if she had fallen into a shadow. In the hall of the seaside villa, the atmosphere was as cold as ice. Ah! Wu Yu, who was in Li Mingyi's arms, suddenly saw someone pointing a gun at the two of them. Her already fragile nerves received another shock. After a scream, she actually fainted. This scream stimulated the disheartened Li Mingyi to come back to his senses. At this moment, a gun was pointed at his forehead. His heart immediately jumped to his throat. No! Don't kill me! Li Mingyi shrunk his head. He had no time to care about the safety of the woman in his arms. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Luo Xueishan with a pleading expression. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but he knew very well that he wasn't a match for the woman in front of him. Subconsciously, he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Luo Xueishan turned off the safety of the gun and snorted coldly. You're just a pile of mud that can't be helped. I gave you a great opportunity, but Lin Ruoxi went up a big step. To tell you the truth, right now, you are more valuable dead than alive. Of course, I don't mind sending you on your way. Anyway, I get annoyed looking at you. As she spoke, Luo Xueishan slowly pulled the trigger. The reason why she didn't shoot immediately was because she was enjoying the change in Li Mingyi's eyes, which were filled with despair. Suddenly, Li Mingyi seemed to think of something in his desperate situation. He shouted, "Don't kill me. I have something to say." As Li Mingyi shouted, he let go of Wu Yu and kowtowed in front of Luo Xueishan like a dog begging for pity. Luo Xueishan said in disgust, "Are you trying to stall for time? Do you think someone will come and save you?" "That's not it." Li Mingyi raised his head and said excitedly, "I know a secret. This secret can help you deal a fatal blow to Xianxia family one day. Let them lose all standing and reputation. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you this secret." Luo Xueishan's eyes revealed some interest. "Oh, how do you want me to believe what you say? The Yang family is not an ordinary family. Don't challenge my tolerance limit." "Absolutely not. You also know that my grandfather used to be the personal guard of the previous head of the Yang family, Yang Yi. I accidentally saw the inside story of the Yang family in one of his memoirs. At that time, when my grandfather found out, he strictly ordered me to let it rot in my stomach for the rest of my life. He even burned that memoir. So, the information I know is definitely true." Li Mingyi had some hope. Luo Xueishan's almond-shaped eyes flashed with some thoughts. "Well, if you really have any useful information to provide me, then I'll spare your life. However, you must tell me now. Otherwise, I'll think that you're lying to me." Li Mingyi's face showed a look of hesitation and struggle. But looking at the cold and dazzling pocket-sized pistol, he finally swallowed his saliva. With a resolute face, he accepted his fate. "Okay, I'll tell you. I believe that a big shot like you wouldn't lie to me." With that, Li Mingyi stood up and moved a little closer. He whispered something into Luo Xueishan's ear. Even though there were only the two of them talking in the entire villa, and Wu Yu was still unconscious, Li Mingyi was still very cautious. He only hoped that this kind of attitude would make Luo Xueishan trust him more. After listening to Li Mingyi's narration, a cold light flashed in Luo Xueishan's gloomy eyes. Her well-maintained face revealed a trace of unconcealable excitement. "You swear that what you said is all true?" Luo Xueishan narrowed her eyes and asked. Li Mingyi nodded vigorously. "If this matter is investigated carefully, it's absolutely possible to find out. With your means, you only need to find some old servants of the Yang family or the old soldiers who followed Marshal Yang Yi. There will definitely be some clues that can be found. Many of the young soldiers under Marshal Yang Ye's command must have not left until today. You can even go overseas to look for the enemy troops and find some clues. What's more, technology is so advanced now. You just need to find some of Marshal Xianxia's belongings and do some comparative testing. Luo Zuishan glanced at Li Mingyi. Suddenly, she smiled seductively. Li Mingyi. Oh no, actually, from now on, you should change back to Shui Mingyi. Shui Mingyi, you're really a good boy who knows how to adapt to circumstances. When the Yang family's name is removed from the 4 major families, I will definitely thank you properly. Shui Mingyi was overjoyed. He said excitedly, no, I only ask that you let me find a way to survive. I'm willing to do anything. How can I accept that? You're the one who provided me with the most shocking information. Luo Zuishan took 2 steps forward and turned around. Tell me, what reward do you want? Shui Mingyi rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment. He pointed at the unconscious Wu Yu and whispered, can you send me and this woman back to the United States? She's pregnant with my child now. I hope to settle down in the United States. I really don't need your help for anything else. Oh? This woman has your child? Luo Zuishan glanced at Wu Yu strangely. Don't you want to take everything from your cousin's hands? Have you already given in? Shui Mingyi gritted his teeth and said, she's not my cousin. She's just the bastard child of that bitch who betrayed our family. My situation today is all because of that mother and daughter. I won't let her live a good life, but I have to let the storm pass first. When my child is born, I'll think of a way to make a comeback. Ha 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 ha. Luo Zuishan laughed shrilly and looked at the man mockingly. Shui Mingyi, you're destined to be like your father, a failure. Your father still knows his place and knows that he's useless, so he obediently hid abroad. As for you, you obviously don't have the ability, but you still want to talk big. You alone can't fight against that little bitch in Yongqing. After saying that, Luo Zuishan raised her hand and pointed the gun at Shui Mingyi again. Shui Mingyi's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. His body was cold and he cried out, you. Didn't you say you'll let me go? Luo Zuishan sneered. Just based on your naivety alone, you won't be able to fight against your cousin in this lifetime. Even a child knows. A sheep has no right to talk about credibility with a wolf. The disheartened Shui Mingyi watched as Luo Zuishan's finger gradually bent. Bang! With a loud bang, the villa's door was directly kicked down from the outside. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. In the darkness of the night outside, a figure with both hands in his pockets slowly walked in at this time. The person who came was Yongqing, who had teleported from Yulei International to this area. Originally, with Yongqing's cultivation, it would only take a blink of an eye to travel from the city center to this area. However, there were too many villas, and Adeline only knew the approximate area, so Yongqing could only search the situation of each villa by himself. When he found Luo Zuishan and Shui Mingyi, Yongqing came to the villa, knocked down the guards at the door, and kicked the door open. Seems like I'm not late. Yongqing glanced at Wu Yu who was lying on the ground, then looked at Luo Zuishan who was holding a gun with a gloomy face, and then looked at the dumbfounded Shui Mingyi. He sneered and said, looks like the premier's wife has been very free recently. We just met in Beijing, and now you're here in Zhonghai. TSK, why do you always do things that make me uncomfortable? Or do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Seeing Yongqing's sudden intrusion, Luo Zuishan wasn't surprised at all. She calmly put down her gun and turned around, you're faster than I thought. It seems like you found this place long ago. Shui Mingyi's tensed nerves finally relaxed when he saw that Luo Zuishan didn't continue to shoot. He didn't feel much joy after escaping from death. He subconsciously retreated a little further away and watched everything in front of him anxiously. Yongqing walked to the center of the hall and looked at Shui Mingyi coldly. Do you think you can solve the problem by hiding there? Get up, I promised Ruashi that I won't kill you for the time being. Go to the police station and confess to everything. Shui Mingyi's pupils contracted. When he heard that it was Lin Ruashi who wanted to forgive him, a hint of violence appeared on his face. I don't need that woman's pity. She's as hypocritical and sinister as her mother. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Although I'm afraid of death, I won't accept your so-called mercy. Weren't you begging for mercy from this crazy woman just now? Now that I'm letting you live, why aren't you afraid of death? Yangqing frowned. You won't accept mercy even if you die. Is your hatred for Ruashi really that deep? Shui Mingyi snorted heavily and turned his head away, showing an attitude that he wouldn't give in even if he was slaughtered. Luo Zuishan heard this and laughed shrilly. It seems like you only know a little about the past. Don't you know how your mother-in-law, Shui Zijing, did good things back then? What do you mean? Yang Cheng's face was solemn. The reason why he didn't do anything immediately was because he didn't know much about what happened back then. The Sea Eagles used clues and intelligence from all over the world to find out that Li Mingyi was actually Shui Mingyi and that he was the Shui family that went overseas from Yanjing after several twists and turns. It was already very difficult. Whether it was Shui Mingyi's childhood growth, work, or the change of his name, someone had secretly tampered with it, so that no one could easily find out. Therefore, Yangqing only knew that Shui Mingyi was Lin Ruashi's cousin, and that the Shui family and the previous head of the Yang family, Yang Yi, had some friendship. It was Yang Yi who supported the Shui family to rise to power. Luo Zuishan spun the pistol in her palm. Although this middle-aged beautiful woman was a politician, she was an expert with guns. This in itself showed that she was not satisfied with being an ordinary woman. Since it's come to this, there's no harm in telling you. You can think about it after you hear it. Luo Zuishan sat on the sofa leisurely and crossed her stockinged legs. Do you know who founded Yulei International? Yangqing didn't expect such an opening. Isn't it Ruashi's grandmother who founded it after she returned from studying abroad? Luo Zuishan shook her finger. No. Suddenly, Shui Mingyi, who seemed to be extremely angry, yelled, Yulei International used to belong to the Shui family. Yangqing was stunned. He carefully recalled that the person who told him about the founding of Yulei was Mother Wang. According to Mother Wang, Yulei was founded by the old CEO in order to raise his status and protect her and Lin Kuan. He used Lin Jigua's power to build and develop Yulei International. Could it be that Mother Wang lied to him? Luo Zuishan smiled disdainfully. No one would openly admit their ugly deeds, especially if no one dug it up. The outside world wouldn't even know about it. Gradually, Luo Zuishan seemed to be narrating some old things that happened decades ago between the older generation were peeled off. Back then, the Shui family was an ordinary small family, not much in Beijing. However, because the eldest son of the Shui family became the bodyguard of Marshal Yang Yi of the Yang family and made outstanding contributions in the war against Japan and the United States, he was highly regarded. That was how the Shui family gained the support of the Yang family and gradually became glorious, gaining a small reputation in Beijing. However, the Shui family didn't continue to develop in the military, which was also what Marshal Yang Yi wanted. If too many of his trusted subordinates continued to join the military, the outside world would definitely be wary of the Yang family. Therefore, most of the Shui family started to do business outside of Yanjing and kept a low profile. Yulei International in Zhonghai was the biggest business of the Shui family. And Lin Ruashi's grandmother, as an elite who had returned to the country after completing her studies and her family had many collaborations with Yulei International in Zhonghai, was able to enter the internal department of Yulei International. With her outstanding business skills, Lin Ruashi's grandmother was quickly promoted to the position of the CEO's assistant. She also had a good relationship with Shui Zijing's mother, who was the CEO at the time. Originally, the Shui family's development was smooth, but after the death of Marshal Yang Yi, the family seemed to be in a difficult situation. After all, Yang Gongming, who had inherited the family head position, had spent a lot of time and energy fighting for political power. Many families that depended on the Yang family were having a hard time. However, it was at this time that Shui Zijing of the Shui family and Ning Guanyao of the Ning family, who was at the top at the time, fell in love with each other. However, with the Shui family's meager financial resources and no political or military power, they couldn't fall into the Ning family's eyes. Even if the Ning family didn't want to marry one of the four major families, it would be the Lin family, the Luo family, the Xing family and the Yan family that were already in the upper class at the time. And Luo Zuishan of the Luo family, who was an alumnus of Ning Guanyao at the time, was the best candidate. Luo Zuishan herself had the qualities of a lady from a respectable family. Coupled with her keen sense of politics, she would be a great help to Ning Guanyao's development. Of course, the elders of the Ning family wouldn't let her go. And it just so happened that Luo Xueishan was also willing to marry Ning Guanyao. The confident Luo Xueishan didn't mind the ambiguous relationship between Ning Guanyao and Xue Zijing at all. Because in Luo Xueishan's view, the change of time and reality would change people's feelings. Only the benefits that could be seen were the most convincing. No matter how unwilling Ning Guanyao was to give up on Xue Zijing, in the face of the temptation of the family head, the pressure of the elders, and the competition of talents in the family, he had to compromise. Between an ordinary woman and the future leader of the Huaxia family, the leader of the most powerful family, and countless glory, no one would dare to say that Ning Guanyao was heartless. The gap between them was indeed too big. And after the marriage between the Ning family and the Luo family was confirmed, the Xue family became an eyesore in Beijing. Because all the big families in Beijing knew that the daughter of the Xue family was Ning Guanyao's lover. And at the heart of the storm, if Ning Guanyao's career was disturbed by some gossip, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Moreover, the Luo family wouldn't want their daughter to be wronged after marrying out. If Ning Guanyao and Xue Zijing secretly met in Beijing, they couldn't do anything to Ning Guanyao, after all. Therefore, they could only target the Xue family. And the most appropriate thing for the Xue family to leave Beijing and even Huaxia was to leave. The Xue family's only backer, the Yang family, couldn't protect them when they were in danger back then. Helpless, the Xue family left Beijing in a very short period of time. In the process, they were obstructed by the elders of the Luo family, and a large number of assets were detained in the country. The purpose was to make the Xue family depressed, so that they wouldn't have the intention to take revenge. But even so, Xue Zijing stubbornly refused to go abroad with her family. She would rather die than go to a foreign country and never see the man she loved again. In such a chaotic situation, Lin Jigua of the Lin family, in order to promote his lover's status, negotiated with the Xue family, and made the Xue family give up the last asset in the country, Yulei International, and hand it over to Lin Ruoxi's grandmother. Originally, Lin Ruoxi's grandmother had a close relationship with the Xue family, and the outside world even thought that she was related to the Xue family. Moreover, Lin Ruoxi's grandmother was indeed powerful, so everything went smoothly. As for the condition that the Xue family gave up Yulei International, it was very important. The old master of the Xue family hoped that his only daughter, Xue Zijing, could live safely in the country of Huaxia. Most of the Xue family hated Xue Zijing's guts. After all, Xue Zijing's stubbornness had caused the Xue family to be besieged by the elders of the Ning family and the Luo family. However, the old master insisted on protecting his daughter. Therefore, Lin Ruoxi's grandmother and Lin Jigua protected Xue Zijing and allowed her to marry Lin Jigua's illegitimate son, Lin Kuan. At the same time, she left Yanjin and spent the rest of her life in Zhonghai. Hearing this, Yangchen couldn't calm down the waves in his heart. He could feel the hatred in Luo Xueishan's tone towards Xue Zijing. It had a lot to do with the fact that Ning Guanyao was still in love with that woman. However, this also solved some of the doubts in Yang Cheng's mind. Back then, Xue Zijing was far away in Yanjin. Why did she suddenly marry Lin Kuan in Zhonghai? This was too sudden. The old CEO was puzzled. There was no reason for him to go to Yanjin and find Xue Zijing to be his daughter-in-law. Moreover, Yulei International was developing too fast. The old CEO's family wasn't famous at all, so it didn't make sense for them to have such a huge capital. If it was the Xue family who laid the foundation, then it would make sense. Moreover, it was also understandable why the Xue family didn't contact the country for so many years and didn't have anything to do with Lin Ruoxi. Perhaps other than the old master, no one would like Xue Zijing and her daughter who had caused them to flee overseas. However, speaking of his mother-in-law, Xue Zijing's personality, he didn't know whether to admire her or to shake her head. She would do anything for Ning Guanyao who had abandoned her. Her stubborn temper was inherited from Lin Ruoxi. Back then, Mother Wang had said that she didn't know why the old CEO would look for Xue Zijing. Perhaps Mother Wang herself only knew a little about the inside story, which was why her story was a little off. This was not a glorious past for any of the big families. Coupled with the pressure from the Ning family and the Luo family, no one dared to leak anything. Yangqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Bringing up the past really gave him a headache. Xue Mingyi's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now you know, Yulei International belongs to me." It belongs to our Shui family. It was that woman who betrayed us. Not only did she make us lose our family, Yu Lei, and everything. Your Yang family left us to die, and the Lin family took advantage of the situation to rob us. I will remember this even if I become a ghost. Lin Ruashi, that bitch, should be torn to pieces just like her mother. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, I don't understand. The ones who made the Shui family fall and get rid of Huaxia were the Ning family and the Luo family. Why did you listen to this woman and harm your cousin instead of taking revenge on them? Shui Mingyi was speechless. He looked away and snorted coldly, but he didn't answer. Luo Tsuishan giggled and said, the ones who made the move were the elders of our family and the Ning family, not me. This is what you call different people. Besides, if it wasn't for me, this idiot would have died in prison in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yangqing glanced at Shui Mingyi. The information he saw did show that Shui Mingyi had been imprisoned, but the details were unclear. He only knew that after that, his life had been smooth sailing. He changed his name to Li Mingyi and went to work in Hong Kong's Muyun Group. When Shui Mingyi heard the words Philadelphia's prison, his entire body trembled, and his face turned a little green. His eyes revealed an uncontrollable fear, as if he was recalling something horrible. Seeing the doubt in Yangqing's eyes, Luo Tsuishan was pleased with herself. It looks like I've succeeded in keeping it a secret. Are you curious about what happened back then? Before Yangqing could speak, Luo Tsuishan made a shushing gesture. Shu, let me tell you. When the Shui family was sent abroad, they didn't take much money with them. Coupled with such a blow, the Shui family began to fall apart. As some of the relatives of the collateral relatives went their separate ways, there were only a few people from the main clan left by the side of the Shui family head. In a completely unfamiliar environment like the United States, they could only wander from place to place. They came to Philadelphia's Chinatown and relied on the little money they had saved to start from scratch. They opened a small shop, opened a restaurant, and moved goods. The Shui family, who used to live a luxurious life, could only live a poor life at the bottom of society. Shui Mingyi was still very young at that time, but the ups and downs of his life buried a deep hatred in his young heart. Although the Shui family finally gained a foothold a few years later, it was no longer comparable to the Shui family of the past. Most of the Shui family's relatives had been cut off, and no one knew if they were alive or dead. In the faraway United States, the Shui family seemed to have been forgotten. Shui Mingyi grew up in such an environment with the seeds of revenge in his heart. In his high school, he was surrounded by Asians, Hispanics, and blacks. The people around him didn't care about their studies and idled all day long. They sold drugs, stole, and mingled in the red light district. There were all kinds of people. However, Shui Mingyi knew that he had to study hard and enter the upper class in order to have a chance to take back everything that belonged to him. However, when he was in high school, he was framed by the students of his school, which made him a drug trafficker. Shui Mingyi was arrested by the police and sent to prison. His family didn't have the money to hire a lawyer, so he could only go through a series of reform education. The years in prison caused Shui Mingyi's soul and body to suffer all kinds of unimaginable abuse. Among the violent prisoners, there were all kinds of burly black men and criminals with twisted personalities. They all liked to bully the seemingly honest bookworm. In a prison without any women, a young man who looked soft and tender became their favorite plaything. Shui Mingyi's world seemed to be completely dyed black by ink, and there was no light to speak of. He didn't even know if he could get out of there alive. After a few months of such torture, someone brought him out of prison. That person was Luo Tsuishan. Luo Tsuishan was meticulous. In order to prevent the Shui family from having a chance to bite back, she secretly sent people to follow the clues of the Shui family. She just let the Shui family run their own course. Originally, she thought that she would never have a chance to interact with the Shui family again. However, she found that her husband, Ning Guangyao, had secretly helped Lin Ruashi solve some hidden problems. This discovery made her hate Shui Zijing's daughter to the bone. Thus, Luo Tsuishan thought of Shui Mingyi, who was still in prison. He was a young man who was at the end of his rope and was in despair. If he was given a glimmer of hope, how would the flame of revenge hidden in the darkness burst out? As Lin Ruoxi's biological cousin, if he really confronted Lin Ruoxi, whether Lin Ruoxi won or lost, she would suffer intense inner torture. Thus, Shui Mingyi was released. Later, with the help of Luo Cuishan, he was cleared of his crime. After working hard, he became a student of an Ivy League school. After graduating, he entered the upper class. After changing his name, he returned to Hong Kong and entered Muyun Group. Originally, Luo Cuishan's idea was to let Shui Mingyi find a chance to compete with Lin Ruoxi in the business world after he got promoted in Muyun Group. Unexpectedly, it was as if God had given her a great opportunity. Muyun Group needed someone to work at Yulei. With her identity as the mistress of the Ning family and the Luo family, it wasn't difficult for Luo Cuishan to secretly let Shui Mingyi enter Yulei. As the chairman of Muyun Group, although Li Muhua found it a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. After all, there was nothing to hide in this job. Yangqing listened to Luo Cuishan's rather proud narration, but he didn't say anything. Although Luo Cuishan hid a lot of her own thoughts in her words, Yangqing could guess that this woman, in a sense, wanted to take revenge on her husband, Ning Guanyao. However, the target of her venting was Shui Zijing's family. Shui Mingyi, who was in the corner, still couldn't recover from the dark memories of his time in prison. It was as if he couldn't hear anything, and his expression was wooden. For a normal man, that kind of experience was enough to make many people choose to commit suicide. If it wasn't for his strong desire for revenge, Shui Mingyi might not have lived until now. It wasn't that he didn't know that Luo Cuishan was using him, and it wasn't that he didn't know that the real killer was the Luo family. However, the only way for him to break free was to listen to Luo Cuishan and take back Yulei International. Unfortunately, everything was in vain now. Lin Ruoxi used the incident that he caused as a springboard for further advancement. What a pity. I was looking forward to Shui Zijing's nephew defeating her daughter. Then, the two Shui family members would fight to the death. Luo Cuishan sighed regretfully and stood up. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I've misjudged this idiot. Since the matter has been exposed, there's nothing I can do. You can do whatever you want to the kid from the Yang family. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Luo Cuishan put away her gun. She smiled contemptuously and was about to walk out of the door. Yangqing, who had been standing silently, suddenly stretched out his leg and tapped the floor in front of Luo Cuishan. Crack, crack. A few consecutive cracking sounds could be heard. The thick pinewood floor seemed to have suffered from a localized explosion as a meter-wide crack appeared. Luo Cuishan stopped in her tracks and her expression changed. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Why? You can't be thinking of killing me, right? You have to understand that I'm the madam of the Ning family, the prime minister's wife. Just the Luo family alone isn't something that the Xing family that you slaughtered in the past can compare to. If you touch even a strand of my hair, I can guarantee that everyone around you in Huaxia will suffer an unimaginable disaster." Yangqing looked at the woman numbly. Right now, I'm only thinking about how to kill you. As for the consequences you mentioned, you don't have to worry about it after you're dead. Luo Cuishan's heart trembled. She could feel that Yangqing wasn't trying to scare her. At that moment, Luo Cuishan immediately took out her gun and aimed it at Yangqing's head. She was so close, but her hands were trembling. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think I'm unprepared? I advise you to ask that little b*tch, Lin Ruoxi, what does she want? Luo Cuishan laughed sinisterly. Yangqing frowned. He had a bad premonition. What did you do to Ruoxi? Before Yangqing could finish his question, Yangqing's phone vibrated. Yangqing ignored Luo Cuishan, who was pointing the gun at him. He took out his phone and saw that it was really Lin Ruoxi calling. Luo Cuishan's smile became even wider. She looked like she had victory in her hands. What's wrong? Yangqing picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lin Ruoxi's voice was a little hoarse, as if she had just cried. She said intermittently, Yangqing. Don't hurt her. Yangqing was stunned. He said in a deep voice, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll take care of it. No. Lin Ruoxi seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. I know who you're facing, she has already given me everything. All the information from that year, I beg you. Just treat it as me kneeling down and begging you, don't hurt her. I beg you. Beg. Yangcheng was shocked. Lin Ruashi's grief on the phone made him feel like he was involved in a bottomless whirlpool. He was completely stunned. From the moment he met her until now, there were very few women who would admit defeat in front of him. But for the first time, for the sake of a woman who wanted to kill her, she cried and begged him not to hurt her. Lin Ruashi couldn't hear Yangcheng's answer, so she seemed particularly helpless. She kidnapped the Shui family members in the United States, including my mother's brother. If anything happens to her, her men will kill them all. My mother and I owe them too much. How can I watch them die like this? Yangcheng felt a burning heat rising in his chest. Looking at the triumphant woman in front of him, Yangcheng's eyes turned scarlet again. However, Lin Ruashi's painful plea on the phone made him feel a huge invisible pressure, which contained all his anger and made it difficult for him to vent. Luo Tsuishan put the pistol back in her bag and smoothed her messy hair. You see, your wife asked you not to kill me. She is right. As long as you think about it calmly, you should know what will happen if you kill me now. If you want to be the master of the Yang family, you have to look at the problem calmly instead of taking advantage of the moment. Do you understand, young man? After that, Luo Tsuishan walked around the cracked ground and walked out slowly and calmly. The expressionless Yangcheng didn't stop her. Instead, he asked on the phone, do you really care about those people so much? Lin Ruashi answered with a choked voice, I can't let my innocent relatives die just because I am threatened. I understand, Yangcheng mumbled and hung up the phone. On the other end, Lin Ruashi, who was in the office, seemed to have collapsed after Yangcheng hung up the phone. Softly, she slid down from the sofa to the floor and leaned against the short table. She looked at the yellowed old photo on the table with tears streaming down her face. In that photo, there was a man and a woman who looked very similar. The man was slightly older and extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was his mother, Shui Zijing. At the bottom corner of the photo, there were the words, Shui families Zifeng and Zijing, brother and sister group photo. Lin Ruashi gave a self-deprecating smile and muttered to herself, Mom, I'm really tired. If only you had left the country. Other than the flickering image on the TV screen, there was no light in the sparse office. At this time, in the villa, Luo Tsuishan was about to go out, but just as she was about to step out, an irresistible force pulled her back into the hall. Luo Tsuishan cried out in alarm. Her entire body flew into the air and fell heavily onto a coffee table. Her entire body felt like it was falling apart. Luo Tsuishan was furious, but she was also terrified of how Yangcheng did it. She crawled up and said hatefully, What are you doing? Do you want your wife's family to all die? Without saying a word, Yangcheng rushed up and slapped the woman's face. With a crisp paw sound, Luo Tsuishan rolled on the carpet again. Luo Tsuishan was stunned. Her face was burning. She couldn't understand. Had Yangcheng lost his mind? Was he really going to let the entire Shui family be buried with him? Yangcheng glanced at her coldly, then turned and asked Shui Mingyi, who was scared out of his wits in the corner, Are your family still in Philadelphia? Shui Mingyi swallowed his saliva. Although he didn't understand why Yangcheng asked this, he still shook his head and replied, No. No more. Then where are they now? Yangcheng asked. 2 years ago. They moved to Baltimore, Maryland. Shui Mingyi didn't dare to look at Yangcheng, because at this moment, the man's aura was like that of a demon from hell. After listening, Yangcheng picked up the phone and dialed a series of numbers, ignoring the doubts in Luo Tsuishan and Shui Mingyi's eyes. After the call was connected, Solan's voice came from the phone. Your Majesty Pluto, why did you suddenly call? Solan asked in a loud voice. Which group is the closest to Baltimore, Maryland, USA? Yangcheng asked in English. Solan thought for a moment and said, In that area, the DSEAL mercenary group is made up of retired U.S. Army Delta Commando and Navy SEAL Commando elites. There are about 100 of them locally. Because Baltimore is a large port city, if there is a need, there's also Maple, which is the closest to the sea. It's a special service unit that specializes in transportation between Canada and Norway. They can send at least 3 destroyers and more than 10 Apaches. Yangqing scratched his ear and muttered to himself, is the DSEAL also ours? When did they become one of us? They just joined you half a year ago. Because you said that you didn't want to listen to reports on these matters, I couldn't tell you, Solon said. Yangqing also forgot what he said, whatever. Ask the DSEAL to get information about the Xue family from the Sea Eagles. They are currently in Baltimore, and they should be kidnapped or secretly surrounded. I need to solve this problem in a short period of time. As long as they are safe, they can do whatever they want. I can only wait for half an hour at most. If they can't complete the mission, I'll kick them out of our circle. Yes, sir. Solon did not say much and immediately carried out the order. After Yangqing ended the call, he looked at Luo Tsuishan. Luo Tsuishan could understand English. Although she did not know some of the special names that Yangqing mentioned, she roughly knew that Yangqing had sent people to rescue the Xue family. Do you know, you made two stupid mistakes, Yangqing sneered and raised a finger. The first mistake, since you used your own safety to let your men decide whether or not to kill the hostages, it means that as long as you don't leak any information, your men won't make a move in the short term. Luo Tsuishan widened her eyes in panic. She finally realized what Yangqing was planning. Indeed, as long as she stayed in this villa and didn't let the outside world know anything about her, even if she had a hostage, it would be useless. Yangqing raised a second finger and said condescendingly, the second mistake is even more stupid. You could have fought with me, but you chose to fight with me abroad. You might have some influence in Xianxia, but outside of this country. You're not even worth a fart. Luo Tsuishan was so angry that her lips turned purple, but she could not open her mouth. Under Yangqing's powerful pressure, her heartstrings were on the verge of collapse. Yangqing smiled disdainfully and patted his chest. Let me tell you the truth, in the whole world, other than the land under my feet, I can even blow up the White House. Even a Xiantian master would find it hard to resist such a huge pressure. Even though it was only a little bit, it was already difficult for Luo Tsuishan to resist. The shadow of a tsunami made Luo Tsuishan's original pride and dignity become useless at this moment. Suddenly, Luo Tsuishan's twisted face twitched as tears streamed down her cheeks. Wah! She burst into tears. Xue Mingyi, who was at the side, was also shocked. When he took a closer look, he realized that the carpet that Luo Tsuishan was sitting on had a wet stain. This woman was actually scared by Yangqing to the point of peeing. 10 minutes later, in Baltimore, Maryland, United States. In this port city where the temperature difference between day and night was huge, it was noon and the sun was shining brightly. At the street entrance of a residential community, in a Chevrolet commercial car, a burly white man in a suit was sitting in the front passenger seat talking on the phone. Behind him were two relatively thin men who were quickly searching for something on a computer. D37, coordinates 235,214, height 3 floors. D48, coordinates 387,552, height 5 floors. Answer when you're in position. The burly man used a commanding tone. D37 in position. D48 in position. The burly man turned around. Rand, have you confirmed the enemy's movements? One of the men who was typing on the computer nodded. Captain, D55 and D21 intercepted one at 788, Greenland Street, but D21 has already disguised himself and did not reveal any flaws. The enemy has a total of 5 people, the remaining 4 are already in range and did not appear near the protection personnel. The burly man picked up the communicator. Snipers get ready, lock onto the exposed target. After the kill, D55 and D21 will finish up. Move in 20 seconds. Yes, sir. The burly man put down the communicator, picked up a can of Red Bull and took a big gulp. He turned around and said to the other man who was using the computer, find an escape route and cut off the police signal. Understood, Captain. The man was a little bored. This mission is too simple, those people can't even be considered special forces, it's like using a steel knife to cut cheese, how boring. Shut up. The burly man reprimanded, no matter what mission it is, we have to treat it strictly. This is the first time we've carried out a mission after joining that Lord's command. Do it well. If you're a few seconds slower and that Lord is not satisfied, you can go see God. The man heard this and immediately continued to work hard. A few seconds later, after two silenced sniper shots, several screams came from the community. On the other side of the ocean, at the same time, Yangqing, who was in Zhonghai's villa, received a message from Solon. The hostages are safe, please instruct me if you have any other instructions. Yangqing looked at the time on his phone, it was less than 15 minutes ago. It seemed that the American elites from the special forces were more efficient. After all, they were the local tyrants. Yangqing looked at Luo Tsuishan, who was sobbing on the ground, and felt disgusted. I've sent people to kill all your men, what else do you want to say now? Luo Tsuishan raised her head and glared at Yang Chen with a venomous glare. She was like a venomous snake that was about to retaliate, but was pinned to the ground by a boulder. You're lucky that I picked an idiot to do this. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I die, don't think that you'll have a good time either. Luo Tsuishan was ready to throw caution to the wind. She was so embarrassed in front of Yangqing that she even lost control of her bladder. She felt that death was nothing to her, but the hatred in her heart was getting stronger. In the past, it was that shameless woman who hurt her heart. Now, she fell into the hands of these two little ones. She really wanted to skin them alive. Yangqing didn't get angry and said calmly, since you said so, it seems that you don't have any more tricks up your sleeves. Actually, from my point of view, I don't have any grudges against you. It's just that you're a vicious woman, you're too mean and narrow-minded. Keeping you alive will only bring harm to the people around me. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it, Luo Tsuishan mocked in disdain. Yangqing shook his head, killing you will only bring me trouble, I'm not that stupid. Luo Tsuishan laughed out loud, I knew that you wouldn't have the guts to do anything to me. What a joke. You've been bluffing for so long. Do you think that I, Luo Tsuishan, am an inexperienced child? Let me tell you, Yangqing, I've seen all kinds of people in the officialdom. I've long seen through your guilty conscience. Is that so? Yangqing didn't think much of it. He turned to look at Xuemingyi and said, do you want to live or die? Xuemingyi had thought that he was going to die for sure, but hearing Yangqing's tone, it seemed like there was a chance of survival. Although he had been utterly defeated, he was different from before. Now, he had Wu Yu and the child in this woman's belly in his heart. Xuemingyi looked at the unconscious Wu Yu on the ground with tears in his eyes. He had to survive. Only by surviving would he be able to protect this woman and see his own child. I want to live. I beg you to spare me. At this moment, Xuemingyi could no longer care about his dignity. Nothing could compare to living and watching his child being born. No matter how crazy his vengeful heart was, it couldn't resist the fatherly love of a man who was about to become a father. With a plop sound, Xuemingyi knelt down in front of Yangqing without hesitation. He wasn't wagging his tail and begging for mercy, nor was he hypocritical. Instead, he looked at Yangqing with a sincere and urgent gaze. Yangqing noticed the deep affection in Xuemingyi's eyes as he looked at Wu Yu, causing Yangqing to be slightly moved. I didn't expect you to bring Wu Yu here to be with you. It seems like you're not just playing with her. Yangqing sighed with emotion. Xuemingyi's face tensed up, and he nodded his head vigorously. At first, I did plan to play around and use this woman. But I realized that ever since I was young, only this woman has been good to me wholeheartedly, not asking for anything in return. As long as I say it, she will listen, as long as I do, she will trust. Only in front of her do I feel like I'm cherished and completely needed. She doesn't care about my past, she only cares about whether I'm by her side or not. Luo Tsuishan, who was at the side, sneered, hypocrite, in order to survive, you can say anything you want. Do you really think this brat will let you go? He doesn't dare to kill me, but that doesn't mean he doesn't dare to kill you. Yangqing's gaze turned cold, he directly lifted his leg, and a burst of energy in the air lifted Luo Tsuishan up and sent her flying. Clang clang. A flower rack and two vases on top of it were all knocked down by Luo Tsuishan's body, shattering into pieces on the ground. Luo Tsuishan crashed into the wall and fainted. Xuemingyi was dumbstruck. His entire body quivered as he realized that if Yangqing wanted to kill him, it would really be a matter of an instant. Yangqing didn't think too much of it and continued, if I let you live, what would you do? I'm very worried that you will come looking for trouble with Ruashi again. Shui Mingi was stunned, his expression changing rapidly, as if he was having an intense mental struggle. After nearly a minute, he clenched his teeth, shook his head and said, I won't. I promise I won't have the slightest thought of revenge in this life. You're so sure? Shui Mingi turned back to look at Wu Yu, tears rolling down his cheeks. He cried and laughed, I want to bring this silly woman to America to see my dad and the rest. I want to wait for our child to be born. I will find a decent job, work hard to earn money, and let them live a good life. I don't want my child to be like his father, bullied by others because he doesn't have money, no status, and even be sent to prison. Child. Yangqing was stunned. He looked at Wu Yu, then at Shui Mingi. Wu Yu is pregnant with your child. Shui Mingi smiled blissfully and bitterly. I only found out the day before yesterday. That's why I'm begging you not to kill me. Even if I have to go to jail, I'm fine with it. I just don't want my child to be born without a father. Yangqing lowered his head and looked at the ground. After thinking for a while, he said, all right then, do one thing for me, and I will consider letting you go. Shui Mingi was instantly pleasantly surprised. What thing? I will definitely do my best. Yangqing pointed at the unconscious Luo Tsuishan in the corner. Go and take off that woman's clothes and pants. I want to give her a surprise. But because this woman is peeing her pants, I don't want to touch her. Shui Mingi was stunned for a long time. He didn't expect Yangqing to do such an evil thing. He looked at the woman in the corner, and hesitantly looked at Wu Yu who had fainted on the sofa. You don't want to do it? Yangqing raised his eyebrows. This can save your life. Shui Mingi said in a low voice. Can you let me carry you upstairs, and then I will come down to do this for you? Oh? Why? Wu Yu is unconscious and can't see, and you are afraid that she will be jealous? Yangqing laughed strangely. Shui Mingi shook his head. No, even if she is unconscious and can't see, I can't take off another woman's clothes in front of her. Of course, this is just my request. If you want me to do it now, I will. Yangqing laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Shui Mingi was confused again. His eyes were full of doubt. He didn't know what Yangqing was talking about. Just now, when I asked you if you were willing to give up on revenge, you immediately answered no without thinking, then I would have killed you without hesitation. Because you are not sincere enough. If you had immediately agreed to strip that woman's clothes and disregarded Wu Yu, I wouldn't have let you off either, because your love wasn't deep enough. Now, it seems that you are indeed prepared to be a husband and a father. Since that's the case, I'll let you off since Ruashi asked me to let you off. After all, the main culprit is that disgusting old woman. Yangqing said. Shui Mingi cried tears of joy. He was so excited that he fell to the ground and kowtowed continuously. He was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Yangqing waved his hand and said, there are many cars outside. Take one and leave with Wu Yu. Don't go back to Yulei. Saying goodbye will only make Ruashi unhappy. Also, you don't need to pretend. Go back to America as soon as possible. If you have any difficulties, you can contact me using the company's email. As for other things, don't ask too much. Shui Mingi's entire body was trembling from his near-death experience. As he thanked Yangqing profusely, he ran over to Wu Yu who was lying on the ground and hugged her tightly before running out. After Shui Mingi drove away, Yangqing let out a sigh of relief. Life was unpredictable. He didn't expect Wu Yu to have Shui Mingi's child. According to blood relations, Wu Yu's child would be his and Lin Ruashi's nephew. In addition, he didn't feel like a father more than anyone else. Yangqing couldn't bear to implicate an innocent child. He didn't know if he was originally this soft-hearted, or if he gradually became like this after returning to China. Or maybe he was especially cruel when he couldn't suppress the side effects of the divine light. In any case, Yangqing didn't regret letting Shui Mingi go. Looking at the unconscious Luo Tsuishan, Yangqing shouted, Adeline, come in. In the darkness, a figure with a sexy figure scuttled in. Dressed in black tights, Adeline looked at Yangqing with pitiful eyes. Your Majesty Pluto, you can't be asking me to take off that old woman's clothes, right? Adeline had just arrived. After hearing Yang Cheng's words, she didn't dare to come in. Yang Chen smiled evilly and said, "She takes care of herself as if she's in her 30s. How is she old? She's definitely a hot commodity in the nightclub. Besides, don't tell me you want me to do it myself when she reeks of urine?" Adeline had a bitter look on her face. She regretted following them in. If she had known earlier, she would have slipped back. She didn't dare to run away now, but she felt disgusted if she touched them. "Hurry up!" Yang Qing shouted. Adeline's nerves tightened. She ran over subconsciously and started to move. So be it. No matter how disgusting she was, she would still go in and out of a pile of corpses. Moreover, the other team members might even be envious of her, to be ordered around by this man alone. Although it wouldn't look good. Adeline didn't dare to touch too much, so she tore at Luo Tsuishan's clothes and pants, tearing them to shreds. Not long after, Luo Tsuishan's voluptuous body was exposed under the light. Yang Qing sighed. Ning Guangyao was really lucky with women. Although Luo Tsuishan wasn't as pretty as his mother-in-law, Shui Zijing, she was still graceful and beautiful. Her voluptuous figure and fair, tight skin were something that many young girls couldn't even hope to match. However, the area between the woman's thighs was still wet, and a strange smell emanated from it, causing Adeline, who was standing on the side, to frown. Yang Qing smiled and waved at Adeline. "Come here, I'll tell you what to do." Adeline was puzzled. "Aren't we going to get the camera? Look at you. Am I that low class?" Yang Qing looked dissatisfied. He sighed and turned his head away. He paced with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Those who take photos and threaten people with photos are all low-class tactics. They're too ordinary. If we want to do something, we have to do it differently. How did I educate you, sea eagles? You are the elites of the elites. What you have to do is what others can't do. Are we ordinary people? Of course not. What's a tactic that surpasses ordinary people? It's art. What is art? It comes from life, and it's above life. If you think that I only want to use this so-called premier's wife to make a simple-minded action movie, then you're wrong. What I want to shoot is an artistic film with deep meaning and depth." The foreign girl was stunned. Although she didn't quite understand what Yang Qing was talking about, he seemed to be very powerful. "Then, Your Majesty Pluto, what should I do?" Adeline obediently ran in front of Yang Qing and asked. Yang Chen leaned over and whispered a bunch of things into Adeline's ear with a creepy smile. After Adeline heard this, she had a strange look on her face. "Sir? Can't we just kill her? That's too cruel." "Cruel my ass. I told you, this is an indie film." What was an indie film? It is the combination of art and literature that causes the emotional resonance of the audience. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows. Cruelty is also a kind of emotion. Adeline felt a chill run down her spine. She swallowed her saliva and nodded obediently. Although she was very unwilling, Adeline still wrapped the naked Luo Tsuishan in a blanket and carried her up. Although they were both women, with the physique of the Sea Eagles members, they could even withstand Luo Tsuishan's attacks for a day without any problems. After saying goodbye to Yang Qing, Adeline brought Luo Tsuishan out of the villa. She randomly found a car and drove the woman away. Even if Luo Tsuishan woke up halfway, Adeline's skills could make her faint again in an instant. After everyone left, the smile on Yang Cheng's face gradually disappeared. Under the bright lights of the villa, he stood alone in the middle of the living room, looking a little lost in thought. After a long time, Yang Chen walked out in a daze. He raised his head to look at the blurry night sky. In the next second, he disappeared from where he stood. In the courtyard of the house, Lin Ruashi sat on a rattan chair. After returning home from the company, she sat in the courtyard alone, waiting for Yang Qing to come back. Guishuahua, Mother Wang, and Jinxiu did not know what happened to Lin Ruashi. They tried to persuade her to go into the house, but she could not sit for more than 3 minutes. She immediately ran out to the courtyard and anxiously waited for Yang Qing to come back. In the end, they could only let her be. This was a difficult night. Lin Ruashi thought that everything would end after her showdown, but she found that the real thing that she could not resist only appeared after the company went through a crisis. Although Lin Ruoshi had never met the people of the Shui family in the United States, her blood and conscience made it difficult for her to give up all of this. When she found out that the reason why her mother came to the Lin family was actually a deal and that Yulei was originally the property of the Shui family, Lin Ruoshi felt that her world was withering and collapsing. It was fragmented and she could not bear the heavy burden. In the end, it was her mother who dragged all the people of the Shui family down. And when she left, it seemed that this sin was imperceptibly passed on to her. Since childhood, she had been well off, but it was built on the tragic fate of the Shui family. When she was feeling sad, there was finally a sound at the door. After opening the door, a familiar figure slowly walked in. Lin Ruoshi immediately stood up and ran up to Yangqing. She stared at Yangqing's eyes with tears in her eyes and a look of inquiry. Yangqing smiled gently. "Darling Ruoshi, you are so obedient. You waited for me to come home in the middle of the night. How are they?" Lin Ruoshi blurted out. The smile on Yangqing's face froze. "Who are you asking?" "Of course it's the woman who kidnapped the Shui family, Enli. Shui Mingyi. Are they okay?" Lin Ruoshi asked anxiously. Yangqing pursed his lips and looked gloomy. "You waited so anxiously because you were worried about them." Seeing that Yangqing did not answer, Lin Ruoshi became even more anxious. You didn't. You killed them?" Yangqing fell silent. His eyes were firmly locked on the face of the woman in front of him. Looking at the countless worries on her face, his heart felt like it was fiercely scalded by a soldering iron, as if it would explode at any time. "Why aren't you saying anything? Yangqing, you promised me that you wouldn't kill them. You. Say it." Lin Ruoshi was about to go crazy. If this man killed Luo Tsuishan and Shui Mingyi, wouldn't the entire Shui family be buried with them? Then what did his mother's generation do to those innocent relatives? The corner of Yangqing's mouth twitched. He was trembling a little as he tried his best to suppress his voice. However, the strong fluctuations in his emotions made his voice a little low and hoarse. "The people of the Shui family are all safe. Shui Mingyi and Wu Yu have both returned to the United States. As for Luo Tsuishan, I will give her a punishment, but I will definitely not let her threaten the people you care about," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief and took a step back. "Thank you. That's enough." Yangqing laughed bitterly at himself. "Lin Ruoshi, do you not trust me that much?" Lin Ruoshi slowly raised her head and looked at the man with some doubt. In the dark and quiet courtyard, Yangqing's breathing was a little heavy. "I don't know what you think of me. From the moment we got married until now, I can only guess and think about what's on your mind, because you never take the initiative to tell me. Someone told me that my relationship with you isn't good enough because I don't know you well enough. So I went to your former school and met your teacher, wanting to know more about you. But I realized that it wasn't very useful, because the current you is too different from the you when you were a student. I remember when you said you were going to get married, I said that I hoped to truly understand each other and become a husband and wife by pursuing you and having a good talk. Actually, I wasn't joking. I didn't do it back then, and I definitely didn't do it now. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to hide anything from you. As long as you're willing, I'll tell you about my past, but you didn't specifically ask me. I don't want you to know too much, so I'll try my best to let you see some good things, hoping to give you a sense of security and make you trust me. So that one day, you'll be willing to let me know more about you." Yangqing looked at the woman deeply, his face a little conflicted. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, fell into some kind of thoughts from the beginning. "But I suddenly feel so tired doing this now. It's as if there's always a wall between us that's difficult to cross. No matter how high I fly, no matter how hard I try, the wall is always rising. I can't see your true face, and you don't show any signs of showing your heart to me. I admit that it seems very shameless to say these words. I also admit that ever since we got married, I've done a lot of things to let you down, and I've done a lot of things to make you sad. But, I can ask myself honestly, from the moment I met you until now, no matter how much I feel about you, the first thing I consider is to let you be well and alive. Today, I'm going to face a woman who wants to ruin your reputation, and a man who wants to kill you and me and take everything away from you. I don't know what you're thinking. Have you ever considered that when I'm facing them head-on, you suddenly call me and tell me not to do anything? I really don't know what it's like to have a gun pointed at my head at that time. Perhaps you think that a thick-skinned person like me, even if I'm humiliated and mocked as cowardly by them, it doesn't matter, and you think that I'll be fine, as long as the people you care about are fine. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. For you, I can be mocked as incompetent and weak, and be seen as a coward. I'm a man, but I'm also your husband. But, Lin Ruashi, can I beg you? When I'm done with those things and return home, the first thing you ask me isn't how they are, but, are you okay? The cool night breeze blew by quietly. Yangqing's voice wasn't loud, but every word he said was like a needle stabbing into Lin Ruashi's heart. Lin Ruashi's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to explain. She suddenly realized that she had already said something that broke the man's heart. Yangqing grinned nonchalantly. Smiling, he said, "All right, just treat it as me grumbling out of sentimentality. Don't mind it too much. It's late. You've been too busy these 2 days. Go take a shower and rest. You haven't even changed your clothes." With that, Yangqing turned around and walked out. Lin Ruashi finally couldn't help but call out to Yangqing. "You. Where are you going?" Yangqing paused. "I don't want to sleep yet. I'm going out for a ride and a drink." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lin Ruashi watched as the man walked out of the door not long after he entered. She didn't know why, but when he stepped out, it was as if he had left a deep ravine between them instead of a door. When she heard the sound of the man driving away, Lin Ruashi's body went limp and weak. She knelt on the grass and sobbed silently. Crystal clear tears splashed on the leaves of the grass. After driving away from home, Yang Chen's mind was a little blank. After so many things had happened, he suddenly wanted to be alone for a while. Yangqing wasn't sure if it was because of Lin Ruashi's perfect method that fooled everyone, including him, that he felt uncomfortable. Or was it because he was angry at Lin Ruashi's choice? Especially when he recalled how Ning Guangyao refused to acknowledge their father-daughter relationship back in Beijing, Yangqing felt uncomfortable. Familial love? How many people would really value kinship over power and wealth? He didn't know if it was because of Lin Ruashi, that silly woman, or because he was not as good as those relatives that he had never met. All in all, his heart was in a mess. After so many days, Yangqing once again had the urge to drink to his heart's content. Perhaps it was because he didn't want others around him to be unhappy. Yangqing didn't plan to find a confidant to drink with. He sped all the way to a street of bars. He had been here a few days ago, but this time, he wanted to have a few drinks. Yangqing found an eye-catching bar and went in. When he came to the bar, Yangqing asked the bartender, "Do you have high-alcohol liquor?" The bartender was also experienced, so he knew that Su Tao was trying to drown his sorrows with alcohol. "Mister, you've come to the right place. In the entire street, we're the only one that sells high-alcohol liquor. Maotai with 52% alcohol, it's absolutely authentic. Do you need a few liters?" "A few liters?" Yangqing curled his lips. The bartender smiled. "Of course, you can order a little if you think it's too much." "That's too little. Give me 2 bottles. "Oh, right, how big is your bottle?" "At least 3 to 4 liters. Yangqing faintly said. The bartender, who was wiping the glass, nearly dropped it and asked with a stiff smile, "Mister, do you have a lot of friends?" Yangqing said impatiently, "It's not like I'm not paying. Just take it." The bartender thought that Yangqing had met a drunkard. Since he wasn't going to drink his liquor, he gave Yangqing 3 bottles of Maotai. Many people around them looked over. There were only a few people who came to the bar to drink baijiu. Those who would drink 3 bottles of high-alcohol Maotai were either crazy or had a huge appetite. Since the Maotai bottle's mouth was made strictly, only a small amount of wine could be poured. Yangqing waited and felt depressed. He used his fingers to break the hard porcelain mouth, and a big hole appeared. This scene instantly caused many people to be flabbergasted. How much strength was needed to achieve this? The bartender swallowed his saliva and secretly rejoiced that he didn't fight with this man for anything. With this kind of strength, he could have broken a few of his fingers. Unknowingly, the customers around Yangqing quietly moved away, leaving only Yangqing alone. He poured and drank by himself. He didn't treat the baijiu as wine, but drank it like lemonade. Every time he drank a few mouthfuls, Yangqing would sit there and think for a while. The others didn't know what this man was doing here. Was he going to commit suicide with alcohol? Many people guessed that this seemingly ordinary man would be drunk if he drank a few more mouthfuls. But what shocked them was that after drinking more than 2 bottles of Maotai, Yangqing's expression didn't change. He wasn't drunk at all. At this moment, when everyone thought that Yangqing was going to continue drinking, Yangqing turned around and looked at the entrance of the bar. Many people's attention was on Yangchen, so they naturally turned around to look at him. 4 tall men dressed in short-sleeved white shirts and black trousers with solemn expressions had entered the bar. Each of them was at least 1.85 meters tall, and the lines of their muscles were enough to make the eyes of many beautiful women who came to look for men at night sparkle. The 4 men were led by a man with a flat-top haircut. He looked around as if he was looking for someone. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup and a slender waist and plump buttocks stared at the man with a flat-top haircut. She staggered forward and suddenly hugged the man's arm. "Handsome, I'm so dizzy. Can you send me home?" The drunken woman naturally pressed her full chest against the man's arm, sinking into the ravine and gently rubbing it up and down. A few men in the bar secretly scolded her for being coquettish, but they were also saying that they couldn't eat the grapes. Unexpectedly, the woman's action attracted the strong dissatisfaction of the man in white. With a look of disgust, he waved his hand and directly threw the gorgeous woman to the ground. "Ouch!" the woman exclaimed and sat on the ground. Her drunkenness had also dissipated a little. She immediately cursed, "I'm going to die. Are you impotent or do you have STD? No bullets or no gun. It's fine if you don't want to play, but how dare you throw me? I have to go to the hospital now. You have to compensate me." With that, the woman got up and threw herself at the man with a flat-top haircut. She grabbed the man's arm and began to act crazily. This time, the man with a flat-top haircut didn't do anything. A strong man behind him slapped the woman and sent her flying. Blood spurted out of her mouth, and it was unknown if she had lost her teeth. She slammed into the wall and fainted. The bar immediately became a pot of porridge. The women's screams and the men's curses mixed together. Although many people didn't like the women's debauchery, they thought that the men were too domineering and fierce. How could 4 strong men bully a woman? But what the 4 men did in the next second made everyone shut their mouths. 4 shiny Desert Eagle pistols were pulled out from the men's waists. Hiss! Many people gasped. Some people knew what they were. They didn't look like toy guns. The man with a flat-top haircut spun the heavy Desert Eagle in his hand as if it was a feather. He opened his deep and penetrating voice and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. We are not bandits. We are from the Department of National Defense's Special Investigation Unit." As he spoke, the man took out a small black book from his shirt pocket and showed it to everyone. Only those who were closer could see that it was indeed an identity card with the national emblem. "This time, we are here to urgently arrest a criminal's accomplice. Because it is urgent, we have no choice but to come here to arrest someone. We don't want to affect the daily lives of the people. However, we hope that everyone can put national affairs first and cooperate with us." "We will be grateful," the man with a flat-top haircut said. The guests present looked at each other in shock and fear. This wasn't something that could happen in a normal day. It was actually people from the Department of National Defense? How big of a crime was this criminal? Treason. The manager of the bar, a short and fat man, finally walked out cautiously. He lowered his head and asked, "Sir, how should we cooperate?" He didn't know whether the man was telling the truth or not, but his life was more important. The flat-top haircut said, "Turn on the lights and close the other small doors. Let the guests go out slowly. As long as we find the criminal we are looking for, we will naturally leave." The manager didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately announced that he hoped that the guests would leave in an orderly manner. He also asked the staff to turn the lights abnormally bright. Yangqing sat at the bar and yawned. It seemed that he couldn't finish his drink. Could it be that he had some kind of unlucky aura? It was rare for him to come to a bar and meet people from the Department of National Defense to arrest a criminal. Yangqing wasn't interested in seeing who they were arresting. However, there was a large crowd at the entrance, and Yangqing didn't want to queue up. He leisurely sat in his seat and waited for the crowd to lessen before going out. Just when the people in the bar were almost gone, a man behind the flat-top haircut man noticed something and whispered a few words in the flat-top haircut man's ear. The four of them looked at the corner of the bar and exchanged glances. They seemed to confirm something and walked over. When Yangqing saw this, he knew that they had found the person they were looking for. However, he wasn't interested in staying any longer. After all, the atmosphere was gone. So, he picked up the unfinished Maotai bottle and slowly walked out of the door. Subconsciously, Yangqing turned back and glanced at the criminal in the corner. Originally, it was just a glance, but after taking a look, Yangqing was stunned. The bar was dim just now, and there were many people. The corner was almost dark, and he couldn't see anyone's face. At this time, the lights were bright, and it was empty. Just now, he saw a woman on the sofa in the corner. She was supporting her face with one hand and holding a bottle of amber liquor in the other, getting drunk alone. The woman was wearing a beige patterned dress, revealing her fair wrists. She wore a pink chiffon dress, and her black hair was slightly messy, covering half of her delicate face. Her sexy pink lips were pouting, as if she was drunk and murmuring something. The seductive look in her eyes could make anyone's imagination run wild. Beside the woman sat two ponytailed women in black suits. They seemed to be the woman's bodyguards. At this moment, the two female bodyguards were on high alert and looked extremely nervous. A night beauty like the woman in the pink dress couldn't move the flat-top haircut man. The four of them walked stiffly to the corner and surrounded her. The flat-top haircut man said, "Missin, fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. We still found you in the middle of the night. You should know why we are here. Come back to the department with us." Yangqing could hear it clearly from afar. Sure enough, this woman was Anqin. The corner of Anqin's mouth curled up mischievously. Her face, which had turned pink because of alcohol, was like a peach that had just been dyed red. "If you want to arrest me, just tell me. Why did you have to chase away so many people?" "Humph, people from the government just like to put on airs, afraid that others don't know that they have privileges." The flat-top haircut man frowned, obviously not happy to hear such words. "Miss, you're drunk," a female bodyguard said worriedly. "I'm not drunk." A trace of sorrow flashed through Anqin's eyes, but she smiled charmingly and said, "Why is that person committing a crime, but you guys are here to arrest me? Could it be that just because I'm related to him by blood, I have to follow him and become a criminal? You can arrest him. If you want to confiscate his house, do as you please. I won't go with you." The flat-top haircut man said expressionlessly, "Missin, it seems that you still don't know the situation with your father. It's precisely because your father has gone overseas through the enemy's channels that we need to bring you back to assist in the investigation." A trace of astonishment flashed through Anqin's originally hazy and watery eyes. Her smile disappeared, and her delicate body trembled as she looked at the flat-top haircut man. "You, say that again." "Around 8 o'clock tonight, your father, Mr. Nzaihuan, has forcefully left the customs through illegal channels. We haven't been able to find his whereabouts until now. According to the time, he should be at least in the international waters. We need Miss Anqin to assist us in investigating Nzaihuan's whereabouts. As for the N family's assets and all their funds, we have already frozen them." The flat-top haircut man said seriously. Anqin shook her head in disbelief. "No way. How could this be? How could he do this?" The man with the crew cut glanced at the two men behind him. The two of them understood and took out a pair of handcuffs. They stepped forward to take Anqin away. The two female bodyguards did their duty. Even in such a situation, they did not forget their job and blocked in front of the men. One of the female bodyguards shouted, "Even if you want our young miss to assist in the investigation, you have to treat her politely. Do you want to forcefully handcuff her and take her away? Our young miss is not a criminal. It's already good enough that we didn't kill the daughter of a traitor on the spot." Do you want us to cry and beg her to go? One of the men was also angry and directly reached out to pull the female bodyguard away. The female bodyguard angrily resisted and wanted to grab the man's arm. However, how could the special forces of the Department of Defense be so easy to deal with? After glancing at her with disdain, he raised his hand and shook it. It was as if a burst of strength had suddenly erupted, pushing the female bodyguard onto the sofa. We don't want to waste time. Missin, come with us. The man with the crew cut frowned and ordered his subordinates to take back the handcuffs. In fact, there was no need for handcuffs to bring such a weak woman back. The female bodyguard wanted to step forward to stop them, but she was stopped by Anqin. Anqin slowly stood up. Her lips were pale, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Although she had already expected such a result, she didn't expect that she wouldn't even have a chance to reverse it. That man had actually abandoned her. He had actually abandoned her to run away. I'll go with you, but I want to call my lover first. That's not too much, right? Anqin sorted out her emotions and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Of course, we are working for the country, not bandits. The man with the crew cut agreed. Anqin thanked him, then took out her phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, Yang Cheng's voice came through, but it was very soft, just a hello. The corner of Anqin's mouth curled up into a trace of bitterness and sweetness. Hubby, you should have gone home to rest, right? Sorry, something suddenly happened, so I woke you up. Yes, what is it? Yang Cheng asked. Biting her lips, Anqin smiled miserably. A good friend of mine abroad suddenly asked me to attend her wedding, so I'm in a hurry to leave the country. Therefore, it might not be convenient for us to contact each other for a period of time. I just wanted to let you know. Make an international call when you're going abroad. What's so inconvenient about that? Yang Cheng said lightly. Anqin finally couldn't hold back her tears, but she immediately covered her mouth to prevent her voice from passing through the phone. She tried her best to restrain her tears and said with a forced smile, the international roaming service has just ended, and I'm too lazy to do it. Just treat it as a holiday for me. That's it, I have to catch a flight. Bye, honey. Xian hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. She wiped the tears off her face and was about to leave with the crew cut man. Unexpectedly, the moment she raised her head, she saw a man holding a phone, pretending to answer a call. He was standing diagonally behind the crew cut men. Yang Cheng had been standing silently not far away. As long as he was willing, the people present would not be able to detect his existence. They only wanted to hear what was going on, so they only appeared at this moment. You ignorant woman, I usually dote on you for nothing. The man didn't say goodbye to you, so how can you say goodbye and hang up the phone? Don't you know that I'll be worried like this? Yang Cheng said into the phone. Anqin opened her small mouth, but she couldn't say a single word. Joy, surprise, shyness, fear. The mixed emotions caused the woman's heart to beat wildly. She stood on the spot as if she had lost her soul. The four of them turned around in astonishment. The four of them were puzzled. There was actually someone approaching them, but they didn't sense it at all. However, it was clear that Yang Cheng's appearance of being affectionate with the woman he wanted to capture at this time made them feel very disgusted. You're Miss Anqin's lover? This has nothing to do with you. Go do what you need to do. The man with the crew cut coldly snorted and signaled his subordinates to capture him. However, just as the white-clothed man was about to make a move, Yang Cheng's figure appeared in front of Anqin. However, Yang Cheng, who was half a head shorter than the four of them, seemed a little mediocre and powerless. Since I'm here, then there's nothing for you guys to do. Leave this place. Yang Cheng's expression wasn't good, and his tone was stiff and oppressive. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although we are public servants, we still have a limit to our patience. The man with the crew cut's face darkened as he signaled his subordinates to use force. The white-clothed man had long since become impatient. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. A steel claw-like palm was about to grab Yang Cheng's shoulder, intending to pull him away. Yang Cheng didn't even wait for him to extend his hand before he kicked the man's knee. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking caused the originally quiet bar to be dyed with a layer of shadow. Ah. The white-clothed man didn't even know how he was kicked. That lightning-quick kick only made him feel endless pain after he heard the sound. Yangqing indifferently glanced at the man. I'll break one of your legs. Remember, as a lackey, you should act like one. Anqing came back to her senses. Although she didn't know why Yangqing suddenly appeared in the bar, she knew that this matter was no longer something she could cover up, nor was it something she could control. She could feel her lover's anger, so she didn't dare to interfere with what Yangqing was doing. She could only look at her man from behind with her beautiful eyes. When the two of them first met, it was also in the same bar. It was also him who protected her like this. Suddenly, it was just like back then. Mother ****. The crew cut man was furious. He raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and aimed it at Yangqing's head. Kid, you have some tricks up your sleeve. That's why I seriously suspect that you're Zihuan's partner. You're also arrested. If this was in Beijing, there definitely wouldn't be a chance for Yangqing to be targeted by the government. This was because Sky Dragon and Yizi, the two spies, would have already secretly eliminated these hidden dangers. But now, it was obvious that Yellow Flame Iron Brigade didn't send anyone to watch Yangqing. Perhaps Cai Yunqing was already relieved of his son-in-law, or perhaps he really didn't have enough manpower. But to Yangqing, it didn't matter. Someone spying on him was just to resolve the conflict in the dark. It didn't mean that the spies could stop him when the conflict arose. Just like now. Yangqing didn't know when he grabbed the Desert Eagle from the crew-cut man's hand. The crew-cut man only felt an irresistible force that pulled the gun from his hand. He couldn't even react. When they looked at Yangqing again, even the man in white who was groaning in pain on the ground was dumbfounded. Yangqing was holding the Desert Eagle and pointing it at his own temple. Was he crazy? Suicide? Hubby! Put it down. Although an Xian knew that Yangqing was powerful, she was still worried for him. She shrieked from behind, her heart thumping so hard that it was in her throat. Yangqing didn't give them any time to think. He pulled the trigger and a bullet was fired. Bang! The strong recoil of the Desert Eagle didn't make Yangqing's hand tremble at all. After the smell of gunpowder faded, a silver-black metal lump fell to the floor and rolled in a circle. The crew-cut man and the others' faces were ashen. That was a bullet that was fired. It was squeezed into a shriveled metal ball by some kind of terrifying force. On the other hand, Yangqing leisurely put down the Desert Eagle. His temple, which was shot by the bullet, wasn't damaged at all. Yangqing casually threw the Desert Eagle on the ground. You still want to catch me? The four men were speechless. Although they had seen some experts in the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade because of their work, they had never seen someone who could squash a bullet with the strength of his body. Looks like you have no more tricks up your sleeves. Get lost then. Yangqing said. The crew-cut man hurriedly retreated. Yes, we'll leave now. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. The crew-cut man didn't care about anything else. Yangqing frowned. I told you to get lost, not to leave. Ah? The man on the ground had a broken leg. The other three were also in a difficult position. After all, they still had some pride. How could they leave the bar in front of so many people? Yangqing sighed. He didn't want to waste time talking. He raised his leg and kicked 3 times. Bang bang bang. 3 muffled sounds. The crew-cut man was hit in the chest and sent flying. The 3 of them hit the wall more than 10 meters away. At least 7 or 8 ribs were broken on the spot. They spat out blood and fainted on the spot. The man with the broken leg on the ground gulped. He didn't dare to disobey. He started rolling towards the door with tears and snot in his eyes. The sudden turn of events stunned the 2 female bodyguards beside Anqing. They had never seen Yangqing before. When Anqing went to work, she didn't bring bodyguards with her. She only brought them along when she went out to play. Yangqing turned around and said in a low voice, "Don't you have anything to say?" Anqing didn't dare to look at Yangqing's burning eyes. She mumbled, I didn't mean to make you angry." Yangqing suppressed his anger and said, "If I didn't happen to be here today, were you planning to lie to me like this and then be taken away by that group of idiots?" Anqing gritted her teeth but refused to speak. Do you think you'll be fine if you don't say anything? Fine, let's see if you say anything. Yangqing suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Anqing by the waist. He dragged her to the sofa in the corner and sat down. Then, he placed Anqing's soft body on his lap. You. What are you going to do to our family's young miss? The two female bodyguards exclaimed and came forward to stop him. However, before the two girls could get close, an invisible force bounced them far away. With Yangqing's current cultivation, he could freely release and retract his true energy, so he didn't hurt them. The two of them were ordinary bodyguards who had practiced martial arts. They were immediately stunned by this miraculous method. Because of the gunshot just now, not a single person could be seen in the bar. No one dared to approach from the outside either. Only Yangqing and the other three were left. After Yangqing unceremoniously pressed Anqing down, Anqing whimpered and could only lie on Yangqing's thigh, unable to move. One of Yangqing's hands then lifted up Anqing's pink skirt, revealing a pair of pink underwear. Anqing only felt a chill on her butt. This bad man had actually taken off her bra to her knees in this place. Because of her shyness and nervousness, the too white and tender round flesh was actually trembling, and the enchanting pink scenery in the middle already had some fresh dewdrops. If it was in the past, this kind of gluttonous beauty would definitely make Yangqing forget everything and pounce on her. It didn't matter if this was a bar or anywhere else, the body in front of him that was like a work of art would always let him taste the sweetness of the world. But now, Yangqing's gaze fell on this lively and fragrant part. Without the slightest desire, he raised his hand high up and slammed it down heavily. Pa. Ah. With a crisp sound, a glaring red handprint appeared on his buttocks. And at the same time that Anqing's butt hurt, because of the grievance, her heart was also stung. The tears that she had just held back flowed down like a broken dam. She screamed and cried out loud. The two female bodyguards were dumbfounded, and their faces also turned red. Wasn't this man here to save their young miss? How could he do such a lewd act without any regard for the occasion? Even if he was the young miss's lover, if the two of them wanted to be intimate, he shouldn't be so cruel as to hit her. However, Yangqing did not have the slightest bit of pity, as if he thought that Anqing's crying was not painful enough. He continuously slapped her 3 times, and all of them landed solidly on the 2 pieces of white tofu-like soft flesh. Anqing's crying finally broke out, and the heart-wrenching tears gushed out. She even began to cry and curse, "Yangqing, you big bad guy. You bastard. I hate you, I hate you." The usually well-behaved woman scolded him like this, but Yangqing's expression did not change. Instead, he hugged Anqing's entire body, and hugged her in his arms. Using one hand, he domineeringly pinched Anqing's chin, opened that pink sandalwood mouth, and then kissed her heavily. Anqing was just crying and cursing, but in the blink of an eye, she was immediately kissed by the man to the point that her breathing stagnated. Her bright eyes opened wide, and it was unknown whether she was crying or whispering. Both of them had drunk a lot of wine, and between their tongues, the woman's elegant fragrance was mixed with the stimulation of alcohol. The tip of Yangqing's tongue touched Anqing's pearly white teeth. Originally, Anqing was not willing to let this bad guy who spanked her take advantage of her, but their faces were almost stuck together, and that pair of eyes filled with love made her instantly understand everything. He wanted her to cry out and vent all her grievances, so he hit her. "I'm in pain, but he's in even more pain than I am." Warm tears flowed down, wetting their cheeks that were stuck together. The tip of Yangqing's tongue finally entered Anqing's mouth. The two of them were already intimately intimate, and usually in the office, as long as her lover wanted it, she would obediently offer her fragrant lips, allowing him to taste it. As for the sex in the day, she had also done a lot. Relatively speaking, kissing was often just an appetizer. Yangqing had never been too serious about it. Most of the time, he would just go straight to the point. Anqing would also not care about this kind of ridiculous behavior, because she knew that in her lover's heart, she was definitely not the most beloved, nor was she a legitimate wife. She could only get the love she wanted by giving more. Yangqing wouldn't spend too much effort on kissing her. Instead, he needed her youthful and beautiful body to enjoy. Although she silently accepted it in her heart, she still felt a little sorry for herself. But now, Yangqing's kiss seemed to be delicate and tender. This was a kind of thoughtfulness that he had never shown before. It made Anqing suddenly realize that everything in the past was a misunderstanding. The tip of his tongue licked around her mouth, sucking in the little bit of fragrant saliva. Anqing's gaze was a little unfocused, not because she was weak, but because she was powerless. Although she was usually flirtatious, in the end, she had only done it with Yangqing. She didn't know that there were so many different kinds of kissing. Unknowingly, a little fragrant tongue had already been entangled, unable to escape. The tender little thing was softly played by Yangqing, causing Anqing to let out baby-like sounds. This was a union with the flesh, and the feeling of her skin and his touch were completely different. It was as if there was a trace of numbness rising from her heart, and her eyes were even more shy, as if they were about to overflow with water. But she refused to close her eyes, and instead looked into his eyes. This kind of strange and familiar feeling was brought to her by him, the man she deeply loved. Xianxia's jet-black and bright eyes stared at Yang Chen from a very close distance. Yang Chen didn't shift his gaze away at all. Their gazes intersected, and they kissed each other's lips passionately. That's right, he was telling her that he loved her, not less than she loved him. Anqing really hoped that she would melt into the body of the man in front of her, and also hoped that this kiss would never stop. But Yangqing had strong control, and pulled her back to reality. Their lips slowly parted, and a silver transparent thread separated from each other's mouth, making this wet kiss seem particularly enchanting. Yangqing gently stroked Anqing's back with one hand, and stroked her still wet face with the other, and said in a soft voice, "Cry it out, you feel better." Anqing turned her face, and rubbed her face against Yangqing's hand, and said with a pout, "You're so cruel, hitting me once already hurts, and you still want to hit me 4 more times. I'm also doing this for your own good." Yangqing smiled helplessly, after the first time. "I actually couldn't bear to hit you again, but after thinking about it, I still had to continue." Anqing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Why?" "Because I hit half of your butt. If this side swells and the other side doesn't, wouldn't that be incongruous and unsightly? So, I wanted to hit the other side again. In the end, after hitting the second side, I felt that I had used too much strength. So, in order to be even, I hit your original side again, but after hitting it, I still used too much strength, so I gave it a 4th time. Hee hee, baby Anqing, don't worry, your butt definitely won't be big on one side and small on the other." Yangqing had a serious expression, but one of his hands slowly slid down to touch that butt egg. At the same time, he gently rubbed it and pinched it a few times. Anqing was embarrassed and angry at the same time. This kind of nonsense could be said to be so serious, but she also wanted to laugh, so she flirtatiously rolled her eyes. "All right, stop touching, let me put on my pants, they're all watching." Anqing was naturally talking about the 2 female bodyguards who were already dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why they had just taken off their pants and spanked their buttocks, and now they were kissing so sweetly for so long. Yangqing chuckled, and reluctantly rubbed against the woman a few more times before pulling up the peach-colored underwear. "Promise me, you can't lie to me again in the future. Otherwise, I'll really hit your butt until it swells up," Yangqing said as he patted the woman's face. Anqing couldn't avoid it in time, she took away Yangqing's hand and pouted, "Hubby, you're so annoying. Touch me there, touch my face again. Isn't it all the flesh on your body, and it's not dirty either?" Yangqing said indifferently. Anqing was about to faint. It was one thing for the 2 of them to be together, but this scene was also seen by her personal female bodyguards. How was she going to face them in the future? Sure enough, when the 2 female bodyguards reacted, they almost burst out laughing. "Tell me, what happened?" Yangqing cut to the chase and asked seriously. The bashful expression on Anqing's pretty face also disappeared, revealing a hint of sadness. She faintly sighed, "Actually." Without waiting for Anqing to say anything, the phone on the female bodyguard's body rang. The female bodyguard looked at Yangqing apologetically, then picked up the phone and asked the person on the other side what was going on. Before long, the female bodyguard's face flushed with anger. After hanging up the phone, she said to Xian, "Miss, something has happened at home. The second master and a few relatives are clamoring for a share of the family's assets." Anqing's dimples turned deathly white, and she softly fell into Yangqing's embrace, as if she had been struck by lightning. In the eastern district of Xianxia, under an arched bridge over a river. The unclean river water slowly flowed in the concrete river. Under the night sky, it was like black ink, reflecting specks of starlight. The weather at the end of May in the south was no longer cool even at night. There were a lot of mosquitoes in this area with abundant water sources. But even so, under the bridge was still a favorite place for many homeless people to sleep. The mosquito bites no longer mattered, as long as it wasn't too hot at night. Moreover, under the bridge could block the occasional rain from the south. It happened to be in the wee hours of the morning. Under the bridge, for homeless men in ragged clothes and dirty hair who begged for a living were laughing and talking with accents from all over the world, discussing topics that men would never get tired of no matter what. To them, life was aimless. Society had already abandoned them, and they did not have any yearning for anything. The only enjoyment they had was freedom. The sky was their blanket, and the earth was their seat. Cripple, don't you know how to read? Why did you come out to beg like us brothers? A bearded man leaning on the bridge asked. Cripple was a relatively skinny young beggar. No one knew his name, but because of his limp leg, he was called Cripple. Cripple was lying on a hard rock, looking at the night sky. When he heard the question, he laughed in his central Xianxia accent. Believe it or not, I passed the college entrance examination back then. What I applied for was a famous university. But damn it. Just because he was 1 point short, he didn't get anything. My dad died in a car accident, and my mom knew I didn't get in, so she drank pesticide and left with me. My leg was broken when I got into a car accident with my dad. It doesn't matter if I don't have money, I'm a cripple. If I don't beg, what else can I do? Oh my God, you're a top student. A skinny, dark-skinned homeless man laughed. Cripple was quite proud of himself. Of course, let me tell you, it's because I was born in a bad place. If I was in Zhonghai or Yanjing, with my score, I could get a scholarship from a prestigious university. Our place is a mountain village, far away from the emperor. There are only a few places, and half of them are taken by the sons of officials. If I had known that studying for 10 years would only make me a beggar, I might as well have kept my tuition to hunt for wild dog meat with my dad. Come on. That's just wishful thinking. If you reincarnate again, you'll still have to think about taking the college entrance examination. Another homeless man snorted disdainfully. This was the first time the four of them met. They stayed under the bridge and grumbled. When they woke up the next morning, they would go their separate ways and continue begging. Therefore, they didn't argue and stopped talking. At this moment, the bearded homeless man clicked his tongue. Damn it, I haven't touched a woman for 2 to 3 months. Now the price of a lady is so damn expensive. I saved up for a month to get one last time. Now I'm really suffocating. Hee hee, old Blackbeard, now that you mention it, I want it too. Even if it's an ugly one, sigh. The skinny homeless man pandered. The four of them laughed wickedly, but they also knew that they didn't have the capital to touch even the women in the shampoo room. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly fell from the bridge. With the faint glow of the street lights on the bridge, the four of them were surprised to find that it was a good-looking foreign girl. Looking at the tall woman's sexy figure wrapped in black tights, the four of them swallowed their saliva and were puzzled at the same time. Could it be that the heavens had shown mercy and suddenly dropped a woman for them to quench their thirst, and an imported one at that? Finally found a suitable one. Adeline had a teasing look in her eyes. She asked in Mandarin, "Do you want a woman?" The four of them were stunned. In the end, Cripple, who was more quick-witted, gulped and said, "Girl, are you really willing?" Adeline immediately understood that they misunderstood. She frowned and said, "Of course not me, but I have some good ones on hand." After saying that, Adeline's figure flashed and she jumped onto the bridge. After a few seconds, when she landed under the bridge, she was carrying a middle-aged woman wrapped in a blanket. After leaving the city of Zhonghai, the traffic on the highway was sparse. Inside the bright red Porsche Cayenne that Anqing usually used, 2 female bodyguards sat in the front and were responsible for driving. Yangqing held Anqing's hand and sat in the back so that Anqing's head could lean on his shoulder. The woman seemed to be too tired. After saying what she wanted to say, she became drowsy and had no intention to continue talking. She only wanted to lean on the man. Yang Cheng's expression wasn't good. It wasn't that bad, but there was a hint of disgust between his brows. Anqin almost choked with sobs as she recounted what happened in the Yin family. Yang Cheng's first thought was, if he knew this would happen, he would have fed the idiot in Zaihuan, along with the father and son of the Lu family, to the sharks. It wasn't a small matter, but in Yang Cheng's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. The cause was a dispute that had been the focus of the world for the past 2 months. Huaxia was fighting with Country F over the ownership of an island in the South China Sea. No matter how he looked at it, Country F was looking for trouble, relying on the support of the UA military's long-distance firepower to intimidate others. Although the higher-ups of Huaxia were scolded by countless people for being incompetent, they insisted on not opening fire with real swords and guns. However, it made sense. If they did whatever the people said, they wouldn't be called leaders. However, they didn't let Country F gain any advantage. They kept using their navy to defend the island and just wasted their time. To be honest, Yang Chen could understand this situation. Huaxia's real opponent wasn't Country F, but the UA behind it. Country F was only a pitiful chess piece. Even though America's special organization, Blue Storm, was not considered powerful, the world still belonged to more than 6 billion people. As social creatures, in the human world, what truly dominated the world was not some super expert, nor was it some super mutant organization. It was still the comprehensive competitiveness of each country, technology, economy, culture. These were the fundamentals of human society. Force could only kill, not create. If Huaxia really went to war with Country F, the loss of large amounts of funds and personnel would only make the UA military laugh from ear to ear. They were doing business without capital, so no matter what the result was, it wasn't rational for Huaxia to take the risk. Of course, Huaxia's government wasn't stupid. They blocked all kinds of import and export trade from Country F and stopped the supply of daily necessities, which made Country F citizens angry. At this point, the military was still confronting Country F's fleet at sea. Perhaps some hot-blooded soldiers were frustrated, but military orders had to be obeyed. They couldn't do anything. Yang Chen had seen countless wars, so he knew clearly how tragic it would be if a war really broke out. Therefore, he only took a look at the provocative messages on the internet. In his heart, he still hoped to subdue the enemy without a fight. After all, the soldiers were made of flesh and blood. Why would they go against guns and cannons? But at the end of last month, An Zaihuan, as the head of the Yin family, took advantage of the fact that the Yin family had a lot of ports and cargo ships in the southern province of Huaxia to quietly transport all kinds of production and chemical materials that were originally prohibited from being sold to Country F. But at the end of last month, An Zaihuan, as the head of the Yin family, used the Yin family's southern province of Huaxia to quietly transport all kinds of production and chemical materials that were originally prohibited from being sold to Country F. These raw materials could help Country F alleviate its tight living conditions and produce more weapons for Country F. If Country F's internal conflict could be alleviated, it meant that the UA could provide support for a longer period of time. Huaxia, on the other hand, would continue to heat up public opinion, which was likely to cause all kinds of hidden dangers to erupt. Based on common sense, at such a critical moment, An Zaihuan, an ordinary businessman, would not be able to hide from customs and transport goods to Country F. However, the UA FBI secretly found him. The FBI spy was responsible for handling the details, helping An Zaihuan avoid the eyes and ears of the Huaxia government, and giving An Zaihuan double the profits. Under such a huge temptation, An Zaihuan was indeed tempted. It wasn't because he completely trusted the FBI, but because An Zaihuan knew that he had the Rothschild family shares behind him. And because of the Rothschild family's emblem, his cargo ship could apply for exemption from customs inspection. This was the huge privilege of this ancient and legendary family worldwide. But he didn't know that the FBI also secretly investigated this point, which was why they chose him as the import channel. Because the Rothschild family didn't own any country, as long as it could bring in huge profits and didn't cause any substantial harm to the family, they wouldn't reject it. Therefore, even if they knew that An Zaihuan's actions were using the family's privilege, the Rothschild family wouldn't oppose it. Because a large portion of the profits would be handed over, and if something went wrong, as long as they pushed the blame onto An Zaihuan, the Huaxia government wouldn't dare to do anything to the Rothschild family. But there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. After Nzaihuan hid it from his family for half a month, the Department of National Defense and the Security Bureau finally found some clues. The Department of National Defense's special forces gradually locked onto Nzaihuan, and the cargo ship was stopped. The Rothschild family saw that the situation was exposed, and they earned a lot of money, so they immediately retreated and pushed all the blame onto Nzaihuan. They only secretly expressed to the Huaxia government that they wouldn't help Nzaihuan just because of their business relationship. Seeing that Nzaihuan had nowhere to go and was about to be officially arrested, the US didn't abandon him. They arranged for the FBI agents to smuggle Nzaihuan out of the country, leaving the Department of National Defense empty-handed. Although this seemed a bit strenuous and unrewarding, it was a precious style of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold. The Americans weren't stupid. If they wanted people to be willing to work for them in future wars, they had to treat every pawn they used with respect. Otherwise, who would dare to work for you? Therefore, they were willing to save Nzaihuan, even if he had lost his value. Because this was a war between ordinary people, there was no need for special forces like the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade to do anything. Otherwise, Nzaihuan wouldn't have been able to escape. After Anqing finished speaking, he closed his eyes for a long time on Yang Cheng's shoulder before continuing. A few days ago, he felt that he was going to be arrested, so he asked me to beg you to think of a way to help him. But how could I say it? If it wasn't for you, we would have been eaten by the Liu family long ago. He didn't repent and even committed treason. But you couldn't let go of him, because he's your biological father after all. That's why you're in so much pain. That's why you drink so much at night and come to work late in the day. Yang Cheng let out a long sigh. He was too careless and didn't care enough for the women around him. Anqing nodded with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. I know it's wrong to hide it from you, but Yulei International happened too. You don't belong to me alone. I can't ask you to leave Sister Lin and the others behind just because that person is in trouble and help me deal with these things. Because of Lu Min, I already feel sorry for Auntie and General Lin. This time, the other party is the Department of National Defense and the FBI. I really don't dare to say it. Yang Cheng stroked Anqing's hair. This woman was the most unqualified mistress. It was as if she was always worried that he would abandon her. She was always overcautious and always wanted to cater to him, but she was the one who suffered. It's okay, I'll help you solve the problem bit by bit. Just follow me obediently. Yang Cheng comforted her and took out his phone. After thinking carefully, he dialed a number. After the call was picked up, a man's hearty laughter could be heard. My dear friend, why would your Majesty Pluto call me at this time? Your wife fought another beautiful business war that left the world speechless. Shouldn't the husband and wife be celebrating? Edward, why didn't you tell me about the Yin family? Yang Cheng didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Even if the other members of the Rothschild family didn't know him, Yang Cheng was still a little annoyed that his friend of many years, a core member of the family, didn't inform him. It was impossible that Edward didn't know. Edward smiled bitterly on the other end. You're too direct. I wanted to get away with it. Yang Chen, I hope you can understand. Although I'm your friend, I'm also one of the successors of the clan. I have to think for our clan. Just because Nzaihuan's business can make money? Yang Cheng frowned. That's right. Edward admitted straightforwardly, to us, the Rothschild family, country, race, and territory are all illusory. The reason why we're able to stand tall is because of the fortress that we built with money. As long as we can make huge profits, we're willing to do anything to go to hell. Although Nzaihuan's actions will put Huaxia in an awkward position, this isn't something we need to consider. We only care about how much profit he can make for us. As for his ending, it depends on his own fate. If I told you beforehand, you would definitely stop him. That would be equivalent to bringing a loss to our family. As a member of the Rothschild family, I can't do that. I hope you can understand. At the same time, as a friend, I want to apologize to you. Yang Chen sneered when he heard that. Edward, don't you think about it? If I get a headache, no matter how much money the Rothschild clan has, it will only become the funerary objects for your clan members. Edward laughed heartily. You won't do that. If you really wanted to slaughter my family because of this, I wouldn't have chosen to get to know you. Your subordinates wouldn't have approved of you either. And Zaihuan's accident was ultimately his choice, and he underestimated his own ability. The law of the jungle, you understand it better than anyone else. You think you'll be fine just because you flatter me? Then what do you want? As a friend, a personal relationship, I can try my best to make up for it, Edward said helplessly. Yangchen didn't respond to her at all. He hung up the phone. Make up for it? I don't lack money, what can you make up for it? Yangchen thought. But Yangchen also knew that Edward was right. If it wasn't for Zaihuan's greed, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if he swallowed the Lu family and made the Yin family the second largest family in Shanghai, he still wouldn't give up. Yangchen laughed in disdain. Anqin on the side had a sad expression. I realized it too late. When I found out about it, no less than 100 ships of prohibited goods had already been shipped to the F country. He also said that as long as you are here, there's nothing to worry about. But if something really happens, he doesn't dare to face you at all. He only asked me to tell you, hoping that you can help him. Humph, he's not stupid. If he really dares to come in front of me, I won't care about your face, I'll just kill him and save myself the trouble. Yang Cheng's eyes flashed a trace of fierceness. Anqin didn't know what to say. She asked anxiously, then what do we do now? Don't your relatives want you to go back and share the family property with them? Then go back first. Yang Cheng said indifferently. Anqin's gaze was hesitant and a little apprehensive, but at this time, as a girl, she didn't have much of an opinion, so she could only nod obediently. Since the Yin family annexed the Lu family, their strength had skyrocketed, and their residence had been changed to a beautiful mansion in the suburbs. The geographical location was carefully surveyed by a feng shui master to accumulate wealth. When the car arrived at the Yin family's gate, there were already more than 10 luxury cars parked in front of the gate. Relatively speaking, Anqin's Porsche Cayenne was just an ordinary branded car worth 2 million yuan. Your relatives are all quite rich, Yangchen sneered as he glanced around. Anqin slightly furrowed her brows. Our Yin family isn't completely led by my father. Second uncle and the other uncles all have a lot of shares. Because of that, it has always been difficult for us to unite and grow. Now that father is gone, they must be thinking of dividing up the shares of our main family. Shouldn't the property be frozen? They still have the mood to fight over it? Yangqing asked as he and Anqin walked into the house. Anqin shook her head. Although it is frozen, it will be unfrozen sooner or later. After all, the Yin family's property is not small. If the country wants to eat it, it will be too brazen, and it will not be good for the government's image. Moreover, the Rothschild family's investment is still effective, and recovery is not difficult. Therefore, it is reasonable for them to take advantage of the situation. While talking, the two of them, accompanied by a few servants, entered the inner hall of the mansion. Under the bright crystal chandelier, more than 10 well-dressed men and women with arrogant expressions were sipping red wine and drinking tea, sitting on the sofa and chairs in the living room, waiting for Anqin's return. Seeing Anqin enter the house with an unfamiliar man, these relatives were a little confused, but they did not take Yangqing too seriously. Instead, after exchanging some glances with each other, they stood up. A middle-aged man came up to greet them. He looked somewhat similar to Zaihuan, but he was younger and taller. He had a mustache and a rather gentlemanly smile. He said to Anqin in a warm voice, "Anqin, you're back. Your father left you just like that. I, your second uncle, was worried to death, so I immediately came to see you. It's good that you're fine." Anqin forced a smile. Second uncle is too worried. I'm fine. He is him, and I am me. Child, don't try to be brave and make things difficult for yourself. A beautiful woman walked over and said with a pitiful expression, "Your father is really too much. Of all the things he can do, he has to go against the country. It's really unfortunate for our Yin family to leave a poor child like you and run away. However, Anqin, don't be too sad. There are still us elders here. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to look for Aunt." Anqin bit her lips and nodded. "Thank you, Aunt, I'm really fine. Everyone came so late and must be very tired. Why don't you rest early? There are also empty rooms here that you can stay in." A few elders looked at each other. and a middle-aged man with inverted triangular eyes smiled sinisterly. "Niece Xianxia, this is not the time to sleep at this critical moment. Actually, us uncles came here to talk to you about something." "Sixth uncle, please speak," Xianxia said indifferently. That old sixth was obviously acting as a spokesperson. "Xianxia, you also know that our family's business and funds have been frozen. We uncles can't sleep. This is the foundation of our clan that has been passed down from generation to generation. How can we just watch as he destroys it? So, your second uncle, third aunt, and I have all looked for the leaders of the various levels. The leaders said that as long as we can follow their requirements, our assets will be unfrozen as soon as possible, and the business will continue to operate as usual." A trace of understanding flashed through Xianxia's eyes, but she still asked, "What conditions?" Old Sixth said with a sigh. "The higher-up said that if the head of the family, that is, Big Brother, can hand over the shares and give up the position of chairman, then it can be considered that our family is no longer an accomplice of treason." Hearing this, Xianxia, who had been quietly listening on the side, laughed in his heart. An family's internal fight was so insidious, it seemed that everything was premeditated. The flaws in Zihuan's investigation by the Department of National Defense were not the negligence of the American FBI, but the flaws in the family's internal affairs. Of course, Xianxia also guessed this, otherwise, how could this group of people be so fast? And Zihuan had just sneaked out of the country, and they already had a way to save the family. "Niece," the second uncle said with a pained heart, "although I don't want to, we have no choice but to do this. Big Brother has already committed a grave sin. It can be said that depriving him of political rights and all his property is nothing to fight for. And the country did not confiscate his property, but left it to us to settle down. We should be grateful. So." Xianxia chuckled, glanced at the people present, and said, "So as the first in line to inherit the property, uncles hope that I can give up all the shares I have, so that the family can gain the trust of the government, right?" "Hee, Xianxia, you've been smart since you were young, you understood it immediately," second uncle praised. Xianxia's smile faded. "What if I don't agree?" Such a quick change of words caused the faces of the family's uncles to stiffen. After a moment of dead silence, the woman chuckled and said, "Niece Xianxia, although Aunt dotes on you, I can't let you do whatever you want. This is for the sake of our family, whether you're willing or not, you have to give up your shares." With that, the woman clapped her hands, and a man in a suit walked in from outside, holding a briefcase. He placed a document on the table, and said to Xianxia, "Miss N, I am the family's legal counsel. Here is a share transfer certificate. You only need to sign your name, and the shares in your hands will be transferred to the members of the family present according to a specific ratio." I said, "I won't transfer it," Xianxia said coldly. "If uncles just want to talk about this, then please leave. Even if I'm penniless, I won't give up my shares." With that said, everyone's face darkened, and their expressions began to turn unfriendly. "Humph." The woman sneered arrogantly, "You really think you're so great? Our elders are talking to you nicely, but you don't listen. Do you really think we can't do anything to a little girl like you? Someone, let this little girl press her hand on it." In an instant, several bodyguards surrounded Xianxia, while Xianxia's two female bodyguards were fixed at the back, unable to move. Xianxia subconsciously threw herself at Xianxia and hugged him tightly, leaning against Xianxia's chest. She raised her head and looked at the man with innocent eyes. "Hubby, I'll be obedient this time, I'll give you a chance to perform." Xianxia smiled. This little demoness really knew how to act, but he quite liked this plot. A few bodyguards surrounded him, but Xianxia was too lazy to make a move. He directly released a ring of energy with his body as the center, directly sending a few bodyguards who didn't know what was going on flying. With the increase of his cultivation, Xianxia was no longer interested in having physical contact with ordinary people. Although Xianxia knew that Xianxia was very strong, she didn't expect that her lover wouldn't even need to move his hands to be able to instantly and magically take care of these big men. She was immediately pleasantly surprised and kissed Xianxia's face hard, and giggled, "Hubby, you're great." These words were also said loudly on purpose, so that all the uncles present could hear them. It was obvious that he was angry at these people. Xianxia's casual move had already scared this group of arrogant men and women quite a bit. They retreated a few steps, and it was the second uncle who cried out with a pale face, "You! Who are you?" Why do you care about our and family's business? Is there something wrong with your brains, or is there something wrong with your ears? Yangqing sneered, didn't you hear my darling Anqing call me hubby? Tell me, why should I care? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen Yangqing before, nor did they know that Anqing had such a perverted partner. Although they wanted money, they were even more timid and afraid of death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until Anzaihuan was in such a situation before they came to fight for the family property. Although they were unwilling, these old foxes all wanted to retreat. They signaled with their eyes and nodded to each other. Humph, what a good daughter of the Yin family, finding an outsider to deal with us. The woman mocked, consider yourself ruthless. Let's see how long you can last with the Yin family's assets frozen like this. After saying that, they turned around and were about to leave. Yangqing asked Anqing with his eyes if he wanted to keep them here or even kill them on the spot. Yangqing didn't mind, but Anqing shook her head. Although she hated them, they were still family after all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't do it, not to mention that they didn't kill her. However, just as the door to the mansion opened, a servant of the Yin family ran in from outside, panting and shouting, "Not good. Not good, young miss. There are troops from the Jiangnan military coming to capture us." Hearing this, the relatives of the Yin family who were about to leave turned pale, and some even fell to the ground. The army is here. It's over. It must be the leaders at the top who can't bear it anymore and want to kill our Yin family. Someone immediately reacted. This damn old thing. You ran away and caused us to be implicated. This group of people obviously didn't know that before Anqing came back, she was almost taken away by the people of the Ministry of Defense. Their whimsical idea that as long as Anqing handed over the shares, everything would be fine, was simply a delusion when the government was really not happy. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. While everyone was in a state of panic, the main door outside had already opened. 2 rows of dozens of valiant soldiers with loaded guns rushed in and stood on both sides. It was obvious that there were officers coming in. In the huge courtyard, the cold light of the steel guns suddenly appeared, and the chilling atmosphere made the servants run far away, not daring to look. Yang Cheng's face was gloomy. Jiangnan military region? He could probably guess who was coming, although it wasn't a big deal, he was still annoyed. After all, Anqing had been in contact with Guoshuahua, and she also had some understanding of Yang Cheng's background. At this time, seeing Yang Cheng's unnatural expression, she immediately understood what was going on. She was quite worried and shrank beside Yang Cheng. If it was really that person, how should she face it? She couldn't be rude, but she couldn't make her lover unhappy. In the blink of an eye, a handsome man in a dark green military uniform, followed by 2 guards, walked to the gate with steady steps. There was not the slightest joy or anger between Yang Pejuan's eyebrows, as if dyed with a layer of dark clouds. It was hard to see clearly, but it also made people uneasy when a storm would pour down. As soon as he raised his head slightly, Yang Pejuan happened to meet Yang Cheng's eyes at the door. Neither of them spoke, but the deep meaning in each other's eyes was not as simple as disgust. In fact, there was no need for a military commander like Yang Pejuan to personally come to the Yin family to capture Anqing. After all, the Yin family was just a merchant family. No matter how rich they were just ordinary people. However, what made the people of the Ministry of Defense extremely angry was that the people who were sent to capture the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Anqing, were casually beaten by a man who appeared out of nowhere. After the Ministry of Defense discovered the situation, they immediately identified the identity of Yangqing through the surveillance video and investigation of the site. After analyzing the information provided by the National Security Agency, the higher-ups of the Ministry of Defense realized that it was the eldest grandson of the Yang family. Moreover, the National Security Agency also gave them some information about the background of Yangqing, and specifically told them not to use force. They had to find a way to negotiate. Otherwise, they would go for wool and come home shorn. Therefore, no one in the Ministry of Defense dared to undertake such an arrest mission. After all, they might offend the Yang family and fail to complete the mission. In the end, the higher-ups of the Ministry of Defense made an urgent decision to request the military commander of Zhonghai, Yang Pejuan, who happened to be in Zhonghai. After all, they were both from the Yang family, and they were father and son. Yang Pejuan couldn't shirk the responsibility. As for the relationship between Yang Pejuan and Yangqing, they couldn't be bothered to care. Speaking of which, capturing Anqing and Anzaihuan didn't have much of an impact on the actual situation between the two countries. After all, this matter wouldn't be made public. However, if they gave up on the mission just because Yangqing stopped them, then the higher-ups of Huaxia's military would be silently admitting defeat to the United States. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. It was under such an atmosphere that Yang Pejuan suddenly received the order. He didn't refuse and quickly rushed over with his troops. Listen to my order. Take away all the men, women, young and old here. Leave no one behind. Yang Pejuan said solemnly. A group of soldiers loudly responded, and with a straight face, they quickly rushed in all directions, surrounding and arresting all the servants and housekeepers of the Yin family. The uncles and relatives of the Yin family were already scared out of their wits. When they saw the soldiers rushing towards them, they were either screaming or begging. They didn't have the arrogance they had when they forced Anqing. When two soldiers tried to get close to Yangqing and Anqing, they were repelled by a gust of air before they could even get within a meter of each other. The two soldiers fell directly in front of Yang Pejuan, causing Yang Pejuan to frown. Today, I'm here on a mission. I'm here to arrest the Yin family for collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. I'm not here to have a personal grudge with you. Don't go too far. Yangqing hugged Anqing's waist and calmed her down. He said slowly, I don't have any personal grudges with you. I just want to say that the one who made a mistake was Anzaihuan, not anyone else. As for you wanting to arrest the Yin family, I don't care. However, Xianxia is my woman. You can't even touch a single hair on her body. Yang Pejuan snorted. You obviously have a family, but you're hugging another woman in the middle of the night and saying such shameless words. Ridiculous. Ridiculous or not, it's up to you. I'm not some high-ranking official on TV. I'm just this shameless and shameless. What can you do to me? I only know that I have to look after my woman and not let her be wronged. As for my family matters, it's not someone else's place to make irresponsible remarks. At the very least, my wife is still willing to live under the same roof with me. Compared to some people, whose wife doesn't even want to see him, I'm much more successful. Yangqing teased disdainfully. Others were confused by these words, but Anqing, who was snuggling up to Yangqing, understood most of it. Anqing felt that these words could easily cause conflict. She couldn't help but look at Yangqing worriedly, then at Yang Pejuan. Although she was touched by Yangqing's protection, she also felt guilty. Yang Pejuan's face darkened even more. Don't challenge the bottom line of my tolerance. I'm working for the country. If you insist on going against me, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Then let's see who will suffer in the end. Yangqing smiled meaningfully. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Yang Pejuan frowned. He didn't understand what Yangqing wanted to do, but his attitude of not putting him in his eyes annoyed him every time they met. But he also knew that guns and ammunition were ineffective against this young man. Moreover, Yang Gongming's attitude was obviously biased towards Yangqing. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to challenge his father's authority. He could only stay in the Jiangnan military region for a long time and go home as little as possible to avoid annoyance. To be honest, he also didn't know how to solve the deadlock between the two of them. Sometimes, Yang Pejuan would also think that it would be great if his youngest son, Yang Lai, had such ability. Why did it have to be this eldest son who shouldn't have appeared in the first place? His appearance not only shattered his dream of entering the Politburo Standing Committee, but even the position of the head of the Yang family might be directly passed on to the next generation. He couldn't accept it. The power that he had fought for decades and was about to succeed was gone just like that because of a child who was forced to abandon him in the past. He was even more indignant. Why didn't his wife and father understand him? Could it be that only grandchildren were blood and he, the son, was not blood and flesh? Why did his wife leave him for this kid? All kinds of complicated anger and resentment made it impossible for Yang Pejuan to accept that this young man in front of him was his own son. Just as Yang Pejuan was feeling helpless, Yangqing's phone call went through. Molin, help me contact Huaxia's Ministry of National Defense. I have something to discuss with them. Yangqing was calling Molan from Sea Eagles. Molan was obviously stunned on the other side, but he didn't dare to ask too much. It wasn't difficult to contact the Ministry of National Defense. After all, it wasn't hacking into the defense system. It was just a phone call, and it wasn't completely closed to the outside world. Yes sir, please wait for a moment. After hanging up, less than a minute later, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. It was obvious that the Ministry of National Defense had received a notification from Molan and specially called Yang Cheng. Yang Pejuan was surprised when he saw that Yang Cheng actually contacted the Ministry of National Defense. He couldn't understand what he was trying to do. For a moment, the entire courtyard was silent. I'm the Chief Staff Officer of the Ministry of National Defense. You can call me General Liu. Did you send someone to contact us? A man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang Cheng didn't waste any time. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? General Liu was a little confused. That's right. You're in a hurry to capture the Yin family because you want to find out where Zaihuan is. Moreover, you want Zaihuan to appear on his own and capture hostages. But let me tell you, it's useless. Since Zaihuan ran away alone, of course he wouldn't care about his relatives and family. As for the Yin family, they don't know about Zaihuan's deal with other countries, and they don't know where Zaihuan is, Yangqing analyzed. General Liu pondered for a moment. Continue. You just want to save face and let the Americans know that Huaxia's Ministry of National Defense isn't stupid. They can make a comeback, but it's just a waste of effort. Instead of wasting time, why don't I help you capture Zaihuan? Then, you can stop blaming the innocent and family. What do you think? Yangqing said. General Liu had seen some of Yang Cheng's information. Of course, he knew that since Yangqing said this, he wouldn't be making things up. Although he found it hard to believe, he still said, I'm very happy that you're willing to serve the country. You're indeed the descendant of Marshal Yang Yi. If that traitor Zaihuan can be captured and brought back to the country, the Yin family can obviously avoid suspicion. I think you've misunderstood. I don't have such noble patriotism, Yangqing chuckled. I've lived in different places since I was young. Countries and ethnic groups don't affect me much. The reason why I captured Zaihuan and exchanged him with you is because, first, what he did made me, the person who gave him everything, lose face. Second, and most importantly, his daughter is my woman. He made my baby sad, and I won't let him have it easy. General Liu didn't know what expression he had on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, no matter what, since you're willing to help, I'll trust you for now. But at least give us a time limit. We can't wait for too long. Before daybreak, Yangqing was very decisive. General Liu thought he heard it wrong. You, say that again? I said, before daybreak, I'll send Zaihuan to Zhonghai and hand him over to the army. If there's no problem, I'm hanging up, Yangqing said impatiently. General Liu was obviously stunned. He hesitated and wondered if this kid was lying to him. Before daybreak? Doesn't that mean he only has about 3 hours? And Zaihuan had been out at sea for almost 10 hours. If he took a plane, he could go to Australia. But on second thought, it was impossible. He had no reason to lie to him. Anyway, it would only be a few hours. General Liu gritted his teeth and said, all right, I promise you. I'll let Commander Yang supervise and hand him over after you capture him. If Zaihuan is captured and brought back to the country, everything can be discussed. After hanging up the phone, Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a difficult task, but he was a little unwilling to go and capture Zaihuan in the middle of the night. Yang Pejuan, Anqin, and the rest also heard Yang Cheng's words and roughly knew what had happened. Yangqing caressed Anqin's face. Do you mind if I capture your father who abandoned you and send him to someone else? If you don't want anything to happen to him, I can protect him. Anqin's eyes were filled with tears, but she forced a smile. I'd be lying if I said I don't mind at all. But since he doesn't care about me anymore, how can I put the man who loves me in a difficult position because of him? Go, no matter what you do, I'll support your choice. But you have to be careful, don't let anything happen to you. Tsk tisk. Yangqing looked at the woman with a gentle expression. Zaihuan is indeed Zaihuan. You can always tickle my heart. It's so comfortable. The more obedient you are, the more I can't bear to see you cry. Yangqing sighed and hugged Anqing tightly again before turning to Yang Pejuan. I'll bring in Zaihuan here directly. It'll take at most 2 to 3 hours before dawn. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. But you can't touch him. Yang Pejuan said coldly, I'd like to see what you can do with this little time. I'll stay here with my men. As soldiers, it's our duty to obey orders. Since the Ministry of National Defense has agreed, we'll naturally follow the rules. After saying that, Yang Pejuan ordered his men to release the Yin family and send them back to their houses. They were strictly guarded, but they didn't use any violence. The relatives of the Yin clan had long lost their minds. They only knew that Yang Chen was the one who could save them. The dissatisfaction they had towards Yang Chen just now was all gone. At this moment, they all showed shame and gratitude in their eyes. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Chen leisurely walked out of the gate. He didn't look like he was going to hunt down a thief, but rather like he was taking a leisurely stroll. It was not until Yang Chen left that Anqing withdrew her gaze. She suddenly realized that Yang Pejuan was still standing in front of her. Her face was a little red, and she lowered her head and said in a low voice, Yang. Commander Yang, please come in and take a seat. I'll make you some tea. Although Yang Chen could ignore his biological father, Anqing did not dare to neglect him. Yang Pejuan looked at Anqing with a complicated expression. This graceful young girl was looking at Yang Chen with deep affection. As a senior, he could see it in his eyes. He blurted out, with your qualifications, is it really that good to be a third party for that brat? Anqing raised her head in surprise. After a moment, she smiled shyly, sometimes I'm not willing, but when he treats me well, it doesn't matter. The solemn expression on Yang Pejuan's face gradually disappeared. He sighed and shook his head. No one knew what he was thinking, and then he went into the house. Although Anqing was puzzled, she was too lazy to think about it. She turned around and looked at the direction of the gate, and then she immediately followed him in. The night wind blew gently. In the sleeping city, there were always some people who couldn't sleep. The gurgling river was still flowing at a steady pace. Under the bridge, a few dark and dirty figures were busy working in full swing. A black-faced bearded man was grabbing the 2 plump long legs of a woman. The white thighs were stained with saliva and kiss marks, and even some bruises. The bearded man clamped his legs on his waist, and his buttocks pressed against the private parts of the middle-aged woman. The glued area was full of water splashing sounds. Although the frequency was not fast, every time it fell into the bottom of the cave, it invaded every inch of territory. The enchanting woman couldn't resist at all. She could only let out sobbing sounds. This was because the woman's youthful face, which had been maintained well, was currently being sat on by the skinny tramp's crotch. The skinny tramp grabbed the woman's head with both hands and sat on top of the woman's face. His buttocks rubbed back and forth, and he laughed proudly, how is it? My hands are not bad, right? This woman is good at scolding, isn't she? Now she's obedient. As long as she opens her mouth, I'll fart for her to eat. The black-bearded man who was working hard was sweating, and his body smelled bad. This is so King good. I've only seen a few good-looking women like this. I didn't expect to have the chance to sleep with one in my life. Even if I have to go to hell tomorrow, I'll accept it. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it. If we're done, Cripple and I are going to do it again. Another tramp shouted. Although Cripple's leg was inconvenient, he was young and hot-tempered. He also pounced over like a wolf and tiger, but he was not as strong as the black-faced man. After releasing 2 cannonballs, he leaned against the pier and lost his strength. He waved his hand and said, you guys play. This woman is good, but the bottomless pit is too deep. I can't stir it anymore. Hee hee, talented student, you're better at reading than me, but your movements aren't as fancy as mine. The black-bearded man laughed evilly as he exercised. I'll show you a few more powerful moves later. I'll definitely make this woman suffer. I really don't know how old this woman is. She looks like she's in her 40s, but why does her skin look like a young lady's? Rich people can really enjoy themselves. Why do we care so much? It doesn't matter if we're rich or not. At this point, it's better to have a few more rounds. We'll just run tomorrow. We don't know where this woman is from, and I'm afraid that someone will come looking for us. Even if we avoid her, no one will be able to find us. We don't want to get into trouble. The few of them said all kinds of filthy and ugly words, as if they wanted to fight until dawn. Such a mature and beautiful woman wasn't someone that vagrants like them would have the chance to touch in their lifetime. With the opportunity before them, none of them wanted to waste it. At this moment, Luo Tsuishan, who had been tormented by them for a long time, had red and swollen eyes, covered in dust and tears. Her face was covered in snot and tears, but she didn't even have the strength to cry anymore. When the woman woke up, she was suddenly awakened by a sharp pain in her crotch. What happened next was even scarier than the fabled hell. In an unknown wilderness, under the bridge, beside the river, on the dirty ground, there were mosquitoes flying everywhere, and the worst thing was that there were 4 dirty and smelly vagrants. He was actually pressed down by a black-bearded man without a single piece of clothing on him. Before he could react, a long and hard object filled with the smell of urine entered his mouth. Everything that happened next, Luo Tsuishan didn't dare to think about it at all. At this moment, her mouth and nose were filled with milky white stickiness. Even her husband, Ning Guanyao, had never done such erotic things with her during sex. She realized later that it was Yang Cheng's men who threw her here. All of this was Yang Cheng's punishment for her failure. She didn't have any spare thoughts to hate Yang Cheng, because she knew that it was all over for this arrogant woman, and she wanted nothing more than to die. No matter how she resisted or how she insulted them, these vagrants wouldn't let her go, because these people had nothing to begin with. Barefooted people weren't afraid of wearing shoes. Even if she told them that she was the premier's wife, a high-ranking official, would they care? They wouldn't care about you at all. This kind of blow was true despair. This made her break down even more than killing Luo Tsuishan. At this moment, in a jeep above the bridge, Adeline of the Sea Eagles and Fanny, 2 female members who had just arrived, were laughing and chatting. Your Majesty, Pluto really knows how to torture people. Those 4 vagrants down there must be planning to squeeze themselves dry, Fanny giggled. Adeline played with a small video camera in her hand as she flipped through the videos and photos recorded inside. She smiled evilly as she said, "This is the first time I've done something like this. Looks like my photography skills are pretty good. Fanny, look at this, it looks like this lady is enjoying it." Hee hee. Fanny rocked back and forth in laughter, then asked, "Since we've taken these, it's enough to be our trump card. Why are we still following them?" Adeline nodded. Your Majesty, Pluto said that this is the first scene. After this scene is over, we need to follow the premier's wife and use a realistic angle to see what she's going to experience next. Sir said that we're going to shoot an art film, so we can't just have hand-to-hand combat. We have to have some details that reflect real life, to capture the deepest part of human nature, to resonate with the audience. Fanny was overjoyed. What kind of life can there be? I'm guessing that the premier's wife will commit suicide tomorrow morning. Suicide is also an ending. Anyway, we just have to record it and hand it over to His Majesty Pluto. Adeline stretched her back and smiled. Alright, let's take a break. You have to accompany me, I'm going to be very bored shooting an art film alone. Fanny rolled her eyes. How can a job like this be boring? Yang Cheng, who was currently above the boundless ocean, couldn't be bothered to care about what happened to Luo Tsuishan's fate. Above the vast ocean, Yang Cheng stood beside a few clouds as if he was walking on flat ground. No matter how cold the wind blew past his ears, and the temperature was tens of degrees below zero, he didn't feel the slightest chill. After leaving the inn residence, Yang Cheng didn't restrain himself anymore. He teleported to the ocean and called Maekdan, waiting for Maekdan to tell him where in Zaihuan was. In fact, the only place in Zaihuan could be was in the Philippines and the U.S. military bases. Otherwise, Huaxia's spies wouldn't have been unable to track him down. As for the Israeli Mossad agents, as an organization that was as famous as the US FBI, they were spread all over the world. Any US military base wouldn't lack Mossad spies. Maekdan, the pirate and spy leader, not only controlled the Mossad of the Jewish people, but he also controlled the elites of many other spy organizations. Therefore, Maekdan would be more efficient than Sauron in searching for information within the military bases. As expected, in less than 5 minutes, the bald fatty Maekdong called. He smiled proudly and said, "Your Majesty Pluto, the Nzaihuan you're looking for was arranged to enter the 3rd Naval Base of the U.S. military in South Asia 3 hours ago. I can tell you the coordinates immediately, and I've also gotten the details of the military deployment. Or, should I send someone to help you bring that guy out?" Yangqing said, "I only need the coordinates. You don't have to worry about anything else, it's faster for me to go myself." Maekdong didn't dare to have any objections. He answered and hung up the phone, then immediately sent the specific geographical location. For Yangqing, who was very familiar with the world map, finding a huge naval base was not difficult at all. In the living room of the Lin family's mansion in Zhonghai, the lights were still on even though it was already midnight and the sun would rise in a few hours. On the soft sofa, Lin Ruoshi had just taken a shower and put on a light pink silk nightgown. She hugged her knees and stared blankly at the clock on the wall. She seemed to be lost in thought. A pair of delicate arms were exposed to the air. Her snow-white skin was like flawless white jade. On the side of the woman's face, her delicate facial features were set off by her black hair. Her lips were like pink pearls, bright and beautiful. Looking down, she could see a pair of jade feet that were curled up on the sofa outside her skirt. There was a trace of light blue blood vessels in the white skin. Her cardamom-like toes were round and plump. Not a single nail polish had been applied, and the pure pinkish-white nails made every knuckle look especially delicate. With her natural beauty, Lin Ruoshi didn't have to be too deliberate to make her look as beautiful as a painting. "Still not sleeping?" Suddenly, a familiar and gentle voice came from behind. Lin Ruoshi was startled at first. Then, she turned around and said, "Mom, why are you here?" Guo Shuihua was still in her cotton pajamas. She had removed her makeup and looked especially friendly. There were traces of aging on her face and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were slightly visible. Pursing her lips into a smile, Guo Shuihua came to Lin Ruoshi's side and sat on the sofa. "How can I sleep with you like this? I think your mother Wang can't sleep at night too. She just doesn't want to disturb you and doesn't know how to tell you." Lin Ruoshi lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Mom. I made you worry. As long as you're a parent, no matter what happens to your child, there will always be times when you're worried." Guo Shuihua reached out and gently hugged Lin Ruoshi's fragrant shoulder. "You cried when you entered the room just now, but Yangqing didn't come back with you. Something must have happened. Are you waiting for Yangqing to come home now?" Lin Ruoshi bit his lips. Sigh. This Yangqing is really insensible. No matter what happens, he has to go home. Don't tell me that husband and wife always hide from each other and don't talk?" Guo Shuihua frowned. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. "It's my fault this time." "It's not his fault. Did something happen to the two of you again? Weren't you fine just now? Why did this happen all of a sudden?" Guo Shuihua asked with concern. "What exactly happened? Can you let me know?" Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a while. She didn't want to tell the other family members at first, but the accumulated sadness and grievances in her heart made her feel very uncomfortable. So, she roughly told them what had happened in the past few days. Although she hid some parts that would make Guo Shuihua too worried, just the general outline of what had happened was enough to make Guo Shuihua's expression change several times. When she found out that the Shui family had been expelled from the country by the elders of the Ning family and the Luo family, and that Luo Zuishan had even used the Shui family to threaten Lin Ruoshi and Yangqing, Guo Shuihua's face was filled with hatred. "I didn't expect that the premier's wife, a ministerial official, would do such despicable things. I met her a few times in Beijing back then. Because she was Premier Ning's wife, we had a friendly conversation. I really couldn't tell that she was a snake and a scorpion." Guo Shuihua sighed. "But the Ning family is powerful. It's not something we women can get involved in. Don't be so stubborn and let Yangqing handle it." Lin Ruoshi nodded obediently. She seemed a little sad. "I know that I can't win against them. No matter how much money I have, I can't win against power." Guo Shuihua lovingly stroked her daughter-in-law's hair and touched Lin Ruoshi's delicate and smooth face. "After hearing what you said, I have to say that you did wrong. Even if you hid it from others, you shouldn't have hidden it from Yangqing. It's not easy for him to worry about you, be afraid that you'll get hurt, and keep trying to make you happy. Moreover, he fought with Luo Tsuishan for you. It could be said that he was leading the way for you. Even if he's capable, it's not just a simple fight. There are many things that happen one after another. He did so much for you, but you only cared about the Shui family in the United States. How could he not be upset? A trace of tears welled up in Lin Ruashi's eyes. Her voice was a little choked. I know I went too far. I don't know why I did this. When I realized what I said was wrong, the words had already left my mouth. I also hate myself. Why can't I learn how to talk to him? I also want to treat him better and make him like me more, but I just don't know what to do. Guo Shuihua felt sad. She hugged Lin Ruashi's trembling body and said, Child, what's so difficult about it? What do you not know? In the end, you're too stubborn. You're always waiting for Yangqing to take the initiative to communicate with you. How can there be such a good thing? You've been married for more than a year. Do you still want Yangqing to go all out to pursue you? Think more about what Yangqing needs and what you can give him instead of thinking about what you have that Yangqing wants. In this way, the two of you will naturally get along. Lin Ruashi raised her head. Her watery eyes seemed to be pondering and at a loss. Guo Shuihua smiled gently and said, Child, you're even more beautiful than your mother when she was young. To be honest, as a mother, I'm very happy that Yangqing married you. Who doesn't want their grandchildren to be extraordinarily beautiful in the future? Lin Ruashi's pretty face blushed. Mother, why are you suddenly saying this? Of course I have to say it. Guo Shuihua sighed. Ruashi, as someone who has been through it, I have to say this to you very seriously. No matter how beautiful you are now, you'll grow old in a decade or so. No matter how you take care of yourself, you're old. You can't be compared to those young girls. Maybe now, you can tie Yangqing's heart to your side because you're more beautiful than anyone else. But what about in the future? Men are different. When men get older, they'll accumulate more things. On the contrary, they'll be especially attractive to many women. Besides, you also know that Yangqing doesn't have much immunity to women. What if you're no longer young, and your relationship with Yangqing is always distant and close? What do you think will happen? Lin Ruashi's face turned pale, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. She had never thought about what would happen after a decade, but when Guo Shuihua mentioned it, her heart suddenly became heavy. No matter how her relationship with Yangqing was, in terms of marriage, they wouldn't make any more fuss about it. This marriage was no longer a contract marriage. Divorce, for the traditional Lin Ruashi, was very difficult to accept, not to mention that there were feelings. The conversation at the coffee shop that day, and then in the square outside the building, Yangqing singing, had already made her no longer doubt where she belonged in this life. Think about it. Even now, there are many young and beautiful girls around Yangqing, and Yangqing can't bear to part with them. Fortunately, you don't have to be afraid of them now. After all, you're the one who's married, and you're not inferior to those girls. But in the blink of an eye, you have the confidence to let Yangqing live with you patiently in the future, even when you're no longer youthful? Guo Shuihua said. Lin Ruashi lowered her head sadly. She suddenly felt that her brain wasn't as useful as she thought. Even if she had never been afraid of anyone in the business world, she didn't know how to face such a situation. Yes, women will grow old. When I'm old, will I still work all day and spend my life in the business world? Guo Shuihua stroked Lin Ruashi's hair and advised, Ruashi, listen to mom's advice. While you're still young, don't spend all your energy on your career. Learn more about how to communicate with Yangqing. It's not enough to buy clothes for him and cook for him. You're his wife, not a maid. Only when you build a strong foundation for your relationship when you're young can you continue to love each other when you're old. Lin Ruashi nodded slightly, looked up at Guo Shuihua seriously, and said with some grievance, But, Mom, since you want to help me so much, why did you help Yangqing meet Auntie Ma in the first place? Guo Shuihua looked a little embarrassed. She smiled at Xianxia and said, Really? Why did you suddenly mention that? Sigh. What can I do? You're both husband and wife. I want you and your wife to be in harmony, but I also want Yangqing to be comfortable. In short, Mom will support you spiritually. You should take advantage of it. Guo Shuihua couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly stood up and turned to go upstairs to her room. Only Lin Ruoxi was left sitting on the sofa alone. She looked at the clock that was still passing minute by minute, as if she was thinking about what to do. At the same time, at the southernmost tip of the Huaxia Sea, above an island adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness and looked down at the island. On the island, there was a huge military base with lights on. Dozens of advanced fighter jets, some transport planes, and armed helicopters were parked neatly. Near the edge of the sea, there were warships with cannons pointed at the sky. Even in the distant sea, there was a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier watching from afar, as if the behemoth would put out everything with all its firepower if there was any abnormal movement. Due to the confrontation between the two countries at sea, the third party, the U.S. Army, had already sent a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to suppress the situation. Although it had not officially opened fire, such a super long-distance weapon was enough to deter the navy of any country. Yangqing didn't pay much attention to these weapons. After looking at the architectural layout of the military base, he found a tall reinforced concrete building with the most concentrated lights. His figure flashed and he landed. After breaking through the innate full cycle, instant teleportation was not worth mentioning even if he didn't use the space power of the Lord. A group of soldiers from the U.S. armed with M4 rifles were patrolling the periphery of the headquarters of the base. Although it was almost impossible for someone to come to such a core place without being discovered, none of the soldiers relaxed. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared outside the main entrance of the headquarters. A black-haired young man was leisurely walking toward the entrance. The dozen or so soldiers present almost thought they had seen a ghost. They were shocked. When they came to their senses, the first thing they did was to raise the rifles in their hands and madly spit fire. If they didn't open fire at this time, then they would have been soldiers for nothing. Two. The violent bullets were like a thunderstorm, venting around Yangqing's body. An invisible shield blocked all the bullets. The metal lumps were like children who had been bullied and softly slid to the ground. After a long time, there was a large pile of discarded bullets at Yangqing's feet. The group of soldiers was dumbfounded. When they finished all their ammunition, they found the scene before them like a dream. A dark feeling from the bottom of their hearts made them uncontrollably retreat. Yangqing smiled gently and greeted them in a friendly manner. "Good night. It's hard to be on the night shift. It's a pity that I didn't bring supper. Otherwise, I could treat you guys to the lamb skewers I roasted. My cooking is pretty good." The inexplicable opening remarks made the soldiers' minds go blank again. Lamb skewers? The United States doesn't have that. The alarm of the military base rang sharply, and all the searchlights were instantly turned on. Soldiers in the light and in the dark surrounded them from all directions. In fact, this was the effect that Yangqing wanted. It would be too slow to ask their officer for him. It would be better to directly show himself and let the alarm sound. Then the commander-in-chief would naturally come out. Sure enough, after the U.S. troops stationed in the base discovered the intruder, they immediately surrounded Yangqing. Hundreds of muzzles were aimed at Yangqing. The soldiers, who were still not neatly dressed, looked solemn as if they were facing a great enemy. They had just seen from afar that this man was unaffected by the rain of bullets. Their eyes were filled with fear. Yangqing glanced around and asked in American English, "Where's your officer?" "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to talk to someone." After a moment, a rough voice came from behind the group of soldiers. "Sir, your actions have angered the U.S. Navy. I hope you can give a reasonable explanation." A middle-aged white man wearing an officer's uniform stood out. The two attendants behind him obviously didn't want him to show up because the enemy in front of them was obviously an unconventional existence. Yangqing glanced at the officer's rank and smiled. "Colonel?" "You can call me Colonel Jimmy," Jimmy said with a serious expression. "I'm the person in charge of this military base." "Is there anything you want to discuss with me, sir?" Yangqing said directly, "I want Zaihuan. I know he's here. Bringing him back to Huaxia is my only goal." So, this gentleman is from Huaxia's military? Jimmy asked. Yangqing shook his head. I'm me. I have some personal issues to settle with Zaihuan. I don't want to talk about these things with you. Jimmy furrowed his brows. Although I'm very surprised that you know about this, Mr. N is an important guest of ours. He's under our protection, and we won't let him get hurt. I didn't give you the right to choose. The reason I'm asking you for the person is because I don't want to kill all of you. After all, I'm not your enemy, Yangqing said. Jimmy said angrily, Sir, you seem to have underestimated the dignity of the U.S. Navy. Although you seem to be very powerful and shocking, it's not enough for us to admit defeat. Yangqing sighed slightly. You really won't let him go? Soldiers, tell him our answer. Jimmy shouted. A group of U.S. Navy soldiers shouted, We'll defend our honor with our lives. Yangqing shook his head regretfully and loosened his spine. I'm not afraid of being louder. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangqing pointed one of his hands in the direction of a parked F-22 fighter jet. Boom! When the Marines were wondering what this Oriental man was going to do, the fighter jet that had been parked suddenly burst into flames. It exploded. The sound of the explosion made all the soldiers, including Colonel Jimmy, open their mouths wide and speechless. Yangqing nodded with satisfaction. Ever since he reached a new realm, he hadn't really used many of his techniques. Just now, he had used a burst of true inner force to instantly penetrate the fuel tank of the fighter jet. The high temperature caused by the friction had ignited the fuel tank and caused an explosion. Compared to the space laws used by the sovereigns to unseal themselves, Huaxia's cultivation techniques paid more attention to the precise use of power. Just a little bit of power was enough to destroy everything in its path. It did not have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, but it was more lethal. Of course, Yangqing could vaguely feel that he had only reached the realm and mastered a little bit of the techniques. The real techniques were definitely much more profound. Just the feeling of understanding everything in the world should be able to mobilize a lot of mysterious power for his own use. It was a pity that he didn't have a master. Those powerful people from the ancient times, just like Yen Sanyang said, were no longer in this world. He could only slowly explore it himself. The burning flames shone on the faces of the UA Navy members present, sending chills down their spines. They subconsciously took a few steps back. This was completely a human nuclear weapon. Colonel Jimmy's face was gloomy. Sir, since we are not enemies, why are you doing such a thing? No matter how powerful you are, can you fight against the entire U.S. Army? Yangqing said impatiently, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. What I'm trying to say is simple. Either you hand him over immediately, or I'll destroy one of your large-scale weapons every few seconds. I'll start with the planes, then the warships on the sea, and finally your nuclear aircraft carrier. I don't think it's too much trouble. Of course, if you still refuse to hand over the person, then I will have to kill your people one by one until you hand over the person. After saying that, Yangqing pointed at the void again. Rumble. Another armed helicopter was blown to smithereens in a cloud of black smoke and fire. A few pieces of the alloy rotor were thrown into the sky and fell, causing another uproar in the U.S. Army. Colonel Jimmy's legs turned to jelly, and he leaned on the two attendants behind him in an unsightly manner. He finally realized that this guy was completely unreasonable. The U.S. Navy, which had always been invincible and domineering in the world, tasted for the first time the feeling of being powerless. This feeling was brought to them by only one person. It really wasn't good. Do you want to continue? Are you going to hand over the person? Yangqing asked again. Jimmy's face turned red, and he was so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. However, when he saw that Yangqing's face was starting to become unhappy again, and it looked like he was going to raise his hand again, Jimmy finally couldn't take it anymore. Don't. We'll hand him over. Hand him over. Jimmy exclaimed, showing a fawning expression, and glared at the two soldiers behind him. Hurry up and bring that Zaihuan out. The soldiers were actually relieved. This enemy was obviously not someone they could resist. Fortunately, their commander admitted defeat, otherwise, they could only wait for death. Soon, the two soldiers dragged out Zaihuan, who had been hiding in the room, not daring to come out. And Zihuan, whose clothes were disheveled, didn't know what was going on. When he saw that the person who appeared was actually Yangqing, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Yangqing. And Zihuan said excitedly. You finally came. Did that girl Anqing ask you to find me? You have a way to save me, right? You're so powerful, the people from the Department of Defense will definitely let me go for your sake. I'm fine now, right? Yangqing walked forward expressionlessly. His cold gaze made Zihuan gradually scratch his head, not knowing what was going on. I have to say, you really make me feel tired. Right now, I don't even have the interest to say a few words to you, Yangqing said in a dull tone. And Zihuan was full of doubts, his face was stiff as he smiled foolishly. Yangqing shook his head, reached out his hand and knocked the back of Zihuan's neck, directly making this guy faint, so that he wouldn't have to look at his despicable face. He grabbed Zihuan's collar, dragging him on the ground as if he was carrying an object. Yangqing couldn't be bothered, and said to Colonel Jimmy, all right, although it was a little unpleasant, nothing big happened. However, as someone who lives in Xianxia, let me remind you, what you want to do at sea is none of my business, it's best not to disturb my normal life, otherwise, your aircraft carrier will still sink. No matter what expression Jimmy and the other Navy soldiers had, when they reacted, Yangqing had already carried Zihuan and disappeared from the spot. Jimmy's face turned green and white, gritted his teeth, and said to the staff officer on the side, immediately contact the Pentagon. Immediately. The Navy base was in chaos, but for Yangqing, there was nothing to worry about. On the way back to Zhonghai, although Zihuan was brought along, Yangqing wouldn't have any trouble. He only needed to use his inner force to protect Zihuan's body, and during the teleportation process, he wouldn't turn into powder. But before leaving the country of Island, Yangqing suddenly remembered something. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was necessary, so he went to a few other islands before returning. When he returned to the Yin family, it was about an hour after he left. Yang Pijuan and the soldiers, as well as the Yin family, were all waiting in the hall. When Yangqing suddenly entered the door and threw Zihuan on the ground like a dead dog, not only Yang Pijuan, but everyone in the Yin family was shocked. Big brother. Still calling him big brother. He's an animal. The relatives of the Yin family were all noisy, and they looked at Yangqing in disbelief, not knowing how Yangqing did it. Yang Pijuan was sitting at the dining table in the living room, drinking the tea brewed by Anqing with a solemn expression. He didn't expect that in such a short time, Yangqing really brought someone back. The person is here, you can take him away. The matter with the Yin family is over, Yangqing said casually. Yang Pijuan coldly snorted, and signaled the soldiers to take Zihuan back to the car. He stood up and said, I'm only responsible for catching the person, I don't care about anything else. After that, he left with the guards without saying goodbye. The Yin family and the servants all breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, they were saved. They looked at Yangqing with eyes full of gratitude and respect. When an Xian saw the unconscious Zihuan being dragged away immediately, her expression was the most complicated. Sadness, hatred, bitterness, and pity. All kinds of emotions made her struggle on the spot for quite a while before she clenched her teeth and walked to Yang Chen's side. Forcing a smile, she said, You didn't encounter any trouble, did you? Are you injured? No matter what, he was her only biological father. Yangqing looked at the woman who deliberately hid the pain on her face, and felt a burst of heartache. He gently patted the beautiful woman's face and said with a smile, I'm not hurt, but trouble. I really encountered it before I came back. It made me go around in a big circle. When Anqing heard this, she couldn't be bothered to feel sad about Zihuan's situation. She hurriedly asked with concern, What trouble? Is someone trying to harm you? Did the UA do something to you? Yangqing looked at the woman's anxious face and thought it was cute. He lowered his head and pecked on her lips, causing Anqing to be stunned. Silly baby Anqing, even if the UA chased and bombed me with missiles, that kind of thing is not trouble at all for me. Yangqing laughed and suddenly lifted the front of his shirt. From the waist of his pants, he took out something wrapped in a paper bag. Hee hee. Look, what's this? Yangqing shook the yellow paper bag in his hand and asked proudly. Anqing was even more confused. After taking a closer look, she recognized a few Chinese characters on it. She hesitantly said, "This is dried mango from Country F?" Yangqing nodded and smiled. "Before I came back, I remembered that Country F's dried mango is a world-famous snack. It's sweet and not greasy, so I wanted to bring you a bag to try. But because it was too early, the stores weren't open. I went around in a big circle before I found a small 24-hour supermarket and bought you a bag. I didn't know how good it was, so I didn't buy much. Fortunately, I brought a credit card, or else I really wouldn't have any money to use." As Yangqing spoke, he opened the package and took out a piece of dried mango. He put it in front of Anqing's mouth. "Ah, open your mouth and have a bite." Anqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pouted and glanced at the man. "Really? I thought something happened and you scared me." But she still obediently opened her mouth and ate the dried mango in Yangqing's hand. Looking at Anqing chewing, Yangqing grinned and said, "How is it? Is it delicious?" "I asked the boss, and he said this brand is not too greasy, and there's not much sugar. It's very original." Anqing nodded and said with a gentle smile, "It's quite delicious. It's sweet and fragrant." Yangqing was quite satisfied. He stuffed the rest of the bag into Anqing's hands. "Since it's delicious, take it and eat it slowly. If you want more next time, I'll go buy it for you." Anqing looked at the dried mango in her hand, and then looked at Yangqing, who was beaming with joy. She asked in confusion, "But, honey, why did you suddenly buy me dried mangoes?" "It was quite urgent, and it must have been hard to find them." Yangqing sighed, reached out and hugged the woman tightly in his arms, whispering in her ear, "I know, no matter what the result is, your heart will be very bitter. So, I want to let you eat the sweet dried mango, at least not too bitter. Although this idea is a bit stupid, you should understand what I mean, don't you?" Anqing's soft body trembled slightly in Yangqing's arms, and silent hot tears fell on Yangqing's chest. She murmured, "You're really annoying. You. I think, honey, you're the big fool." Yangqing laughed, as if he was enjoying it very much. When the two hugged each other, the surrounding relatives of the Yin family, who did not dare to move, stood far away. Although they were curious about what the two young people were talking about, they did not dare to come forward out of fear of Yangqing. After Yangqing comforted the woman's heart, he glanced at the group of people and said, "If it wasn't for my baby Anqing who said to spare your lives, I wouldn't mind killing all of you just now, because I'm not in a good mood these 2 days. But since things have come to this, there's no point in killing you. The Yin family will soon return to normal operations. If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do next." The group of relatives looked at each other, and there were many who had cold sweat on their foreheads. How could they not understand what Yangqing meant? It was fine to live, but they had to get rid of any improper thoughts. In the end, the second son of the Yin family, who was the leader, was the first to say, "Since the Yin family can survive, it's all thanks to Anqing. Of course we should let niece Anqing be the next head of the family. I've decided to transfer my shares to niece Anqing. I'm old, it's time for me to step down." Haha. The second son of the Yin family said this, his eyes full of pain, but in order to leave safely, he had to do this. Soon, the others also expressed their willingness to transfer shares, because the lawyer did not leave the Yin family. All of this could be quickly resolved on the spot. Although Anqing did not intend to take the shares of these relatives, she also knew that this was the safest way for her future position in the family, so she listened to Yangqing and took the shares of these uncles under her own banner. Looking at the lawyer sorting out all kinds of documents, Yangqing said, "From now on, you can quit your job as my secretary. With your ability and the support of the Rothschild family, it won't be too tiring to manage the Yin family's business. No matter what kind of person your father is, after all, this is your home, and it can't be broken in your generation." Anqing nodded, and she also cheered up. The place where she grew up, no matter how sad the past was, she always hoped to protect everything. Suddenly, Anqing thought of another question, and whispered to Yangqing, "Then husband. I'm leaving, which sister are you looking for as your secretary?" Yangqing smiled bitterly, "Why do I have to find a secretary? Can't I do things by myself? Can't I just do my own work? If there's a problem, I'll just ask the people below. Don't worry, I'm busy enough with you guys right now, so I don't dare to provoke anyone else." Hearing this answer, Anqing happily replied, N. Yangqing laughed evilly and said, but baby Anqing, you still have to come to my office to see me occasionally. Otherwise, I'll be bored if I stay alone for too long. Hearing this, Anqing immediately understood what Yangqing meant. She blushed and said shyly, I'm not going to your office to be bullied by you. Yangqing was depressed, no way, then wouldn't I have no motivation to go to work? Anqing gave him a coquettish look and said in a low voice, idiot hubby, you can come to my office in the future. This sound of bashfulness almost made Yangqing's blood rush to his head. Looking at the little demoness beside him who was like a honey peach, he swallowed his saliva a few times. He wished that Anqing could go to the office in the next second. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean. Located in North America, Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Defense, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. The Supreme Commander of the Navy, General Roughhead, was sitting on a mahogany chair. Beside him were two staff officers. The three of them were facing a video that was being played. A strange Asian man, like a magic trick, casually pointed at the fighter jet and turned it into a pile of burning scrap metal. Roughhead's face was gloomy. After watching the video 3 times, he finally forcefully smashed the remote control into pieces. Damn it! Who can tell me, who the hell is this person? What made our most glorious invincible navy suffer such humiliation? Roughhead, who had been smooth sailing ever since he took office, was now like a raging lion. However, he was shocked to find that his claws and teeth were all softened and couldn't move. The two staff officers were helpless and couldn't say a word. They could only silently endure his anger. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. A bald middle-aged white man wearing a plain shirt and trousers walked in with a smile. However, seeing this seemingly amiable man, Roughhead and the two high-ranking staff officers had serious expressions and stood up straight. Director Mueller, is there a result from the investigation? Roughhead didn't find it strange that this person would come at this time. This was the current director of the FBI, Robert Mueller. Robert turned around and looked at the video that was still playing on a loop. He let out a long sigh and said with his slightly hoarse voice, General Roughhead, I think you should meet Mr. President and discuss something with him. What is it? Roughhead frowned. Evacuate the fleet from the South China Sea of Xianxia, Robert said lightly. Roughhead's face stiffened. Why? Do you want us to appear weak? Just because of this man who appeared out of nowhere? Even if he's a mutant, don't we have Blue Storm? Robert glanced at him and took out a tablet from behind him. General, this is the confirmed information on the man's identity. Actually, if it wasn't for the special nature of this incident, you wouldn't have had the chance to see this man's information in your lifetime. However, you're very lucky now. I suggest you take a look and say a few words. Roughhead was stunned. His expression turned solemn as he carefully took the tablet and turned it on. The two staff officers were very tactful. They definitely couldn't look at this kind of information, so they quickly retreated to the side. Just as Roughhead opened the screen, his hands trembled and he almost dropped the tablet. He was shocked to see that the label on the folder was 3SS. SSS. Even if it was a super-secret document on anti-human experiments, it would at most be a double S from the Investigation Bureau. There were actually 3 S's. Roughhead's heartbeat quickened. He finally understood why the director of the Investigation Bureau personally sent the information over. The importance of such a thing was unimaginable. Forcing himself to calm down, Roughhead took a deep breath and continued to open the file. What came into view was a seemingly ordinary picture. On it was a simple black ring, and below the ring were the words Pluto. With a series of almost dumbfounded expressions, Roughhead finished reading the short information. It took almost a quarter of an hour. When Roughhead stiffly returned the tablet to Robert, his face was covered in cold sweat. Robert was still smiling. Now, General, you should understand what I mean. Go and discuss with the President. The President actually hasn't seen this information. If it's not necessary, it's best to keep it to a minimum. Roughhead nodded heavily. I will go. But, Director, that person. Are you sure he won't help any side and won't make a move against us? Robert patted Roughhead's shoulder. Whether that person will make a move against our Navy depends on how we show respect to him. I believe you understand what I mean. Roughhead gritted his teeth and said, I'll go to the White House immediately. I guarantee that within 3 days, the fleet will leave Southeast Asia. The sudden change in attitude left the two staff officers dumbfounded. The main character who brought about this series of changes was far away in Zhonghai, Xianxia. He didn't know, or rather, didn't care. Yangchen made arrangements for the clan. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, he bade farewell to an Xian and found a place with no one around. He teleported to a street near the bar, found his car, and returned home. By the time he reached home, it was already early in the morning. Yangchen did not expect that he would be busy for a whole day and night. It was funny to think about it. A person like him who idled around all day and did not do a proper job, or rather, did not have a proper job at all. He should be very leisurely playing games every day, but for some reason, there were always all kinds of problems that kept him from being at peace. He got out of the car and walked toward his house step by step. Logically speaking, with his physical fitness and cultivation, he should not know what fatigue was at all. However, Yangchen clearly felt that after dealing with a series of matters, he seemed to have been baptized by a storm in his heart. He walked on the muddy road for a whole night, and it was indescribably strenuous. Mo Qianni's matter had not been resolved yet. Lu Mingyu had been sent to the police station. Li Mingyi and Wu Yu's matter, dealing with the trouble of Luo Tsuishan, and then the problem of the Yin family. It was in this courtyard that he had unhappily parted with Lin Ruoxi last night. Yangchen had a headache. He was even thinking about whether he should find a time to give himself a long vacation to relax. In the thin morning fog, the figure walking in the courtyard revealed a faint sense of dejection. Pushing the door open and walking into the living room, Yangchen had originally planned to go upstairs directly and take a shower before breakfast to refresh himself. There was definitely no need to sleep. However, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a pink figure standing up from the sofa in a slightly flustered manner. Dressed in a nightgown, Lin Ruoxi's eyes were a little red and swollen, with dark circles under her eyes. She looked delicate and lovely as she stood barefoot on the carpet in the living room and stared at the man who had entered the door. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Yangchen looked at the woman for a while in shock. Are you going to tell me that you didn't sleep last night? After waiting for a whole night, Lin Ruoxi had already forgotten her initial thoughts. However, when she saw the man coming back, she couldn't help but feel all kinds of mixed emotions of joy, grievance, and sadness. Stepping forward silently, Lin Ruoxi stopped not far from Yangchen. Her thin lips trembled as she said, Don't be mad at me, please. This pleading sentence made the originally muddle-headed Yangchen's thoughts clear again. After they separated last night, she was afraid that he would be angry with her and not want to go home. Yangchen smiled bitterly. He really didn't think of calling home last night. Involuntarily, Yangchen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He looked at his gloomy wife and said in a low voice, Don't think too much. It was my fault, I didn't call you. You'd better go up and rest. Yu Lei's trial is over. You need to rest. Lin Ruoxi shook her head and said unwillingly, Answer me first. Don't be angry, okay? You know I'm not good at talking. You left like this yesterday, and I regretted it very much. I couldn't sleep at all. Yangchen smiled bitterly. I'm fine. It's really okay. You lied to me. Lin Ruoxi said sadly, If you're not angry, why didn't you go home last night? Yangchen. Lin Ruoxi bit the corner of her lips, and there was a hint of desperation in her sadness. Don't pretend to be indifferent. The more you act like this, the more I feel sorry for you. I'll definitely change in the future. If there's anything, I'll tell you in advance. I won't let you worry about me for nothing. I'll think before I speak, and I won't say anything wrong again. Can you believe me? Do I have to kneel down and beg you? Yangchen was stupefied. Looking at the woman's pleading eyes, he was dazed for a while, and then he smiled, as if he was laughing at himself, or as if he had thought of something very interesting. Lin Ruoxi looked at him blankly. You. What are you laughing at? I'm very serious. Yangchen waved his hand and said, I'm sorry. I just suddenly remembered that I've always been the one asking for forgiveness from you. Suddenly, our positions have been swapped, and I'm not used to it. Lin Ruashi blushed, and there was a hint of shyness in her clear black eyes. I'm not an unreasonable woman. It's my fault. Of course I'll say sorry. Sigh. Yangqing let out a long sigh. He scratched his head and said gently, Ruashi, don't ask for my forgiveness. It's not the first time we've met. You should know a little about my character. I'm really not angry with you. I left last night because I was a little upset. I admit that I'm a little unhappy with your way of doing things, but it's not to the extent of being angry over such a small matter. Love isn't a bank loan, and I have to pay it back. I've given, but it doesn't mean that I want to receive much. Besides, you're my wife. It doesn't matter if you like me as your husband or not. How can I be angry with you? It's fine if you're angry because of me. But if I'm angry with you, then I can't live with you anymore, right? Lin Ruashi was a little surprised at first, and then she felt a trace of joy and sweetness in her heart. You are really not angry? Then why didn't you come home last night? I thought you didn't want to talk to me and didn't want to come back. Yangchen smiled awkwardly and said, I had something urgent to deal with last night. I was so busy that I forgot to call you. I have to admit, my mind was in a mess last night. Oh. Although she was curious about what happened, Lin Ruashi didn't dare to ask. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly felt that she hadn't said those words in the past 20 years. She couldn't help but blush. Her hands were intertwined on her skirt, and she didn't dare to look at Yangqing. Yangqing comforted Lin Ruashi's emotions and felt relieved. He still had to live his life as usual. Could it be that others were always in a cold war, and he was also in a cold war? There's no need to be narrow-minded. Lin Ruashi recalled what Guo Shuihua said to her. She didn't care about her shyness and asked softly, Are you hungry now? You haven't eaten breakfast, right? I'll go to the kitchen to make something for you, okay? I've learned how to make egg pancakes from Mother Wang, so I can make some simple ones. Yangqing revealed a trace of astonishment and grinned, No need, I want to take a shower and rest for a while. Let's eat together when Mom and the others come down. It's still early. You too, aren't you tired after not sleeping all night? Go rest. Oh. Lin Ruashi was a little disappointed as she replied, Then go take a shower. Yangchen wasn't used to the woman who was so cold yesterday. Today, she suddenly became as graceful as a Jiangnan woman. If he wasn't in front of her, it would be hard to believe that such a shy and gentle woman was actually Lin Ruashi. Could it be that he was stimulated? Yangqing didn't have time to think too much about it. He scratched the back of his head and smiled at Lin Ruashi before going back upstairs. After returning to his room, Yangqing rushed into the bathroom and took a comfortable cold shower. After wiping his body, he walked barefoot into the big bedroom and rummaged through his clothes and pants. At this moment, there was a movement outside the door. Yangqing's ears were sharp and he could tell that it was Lin Ruashi's footsteps. Yangqing, can I come in? Yangqing was startled. He casually grabbed a pair of underwear and said, Oh, what's the matter? Lin Ruashi carefully opened the door and walked into the room. When she saw that Yangqing was only wearing a pair of shorts, her face was flushed red, but she did not directly avoid him. She held a pile of clothes in her hands and said, I'll help you bring up the washed clothes. Yangqing looked at Lin Ruashi in a daze. It had been a while since she was silently responsible for his clothes, and sometimes he didn't pay much attention to it. The wardrobe seemed to be organized by the woman, and when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that Lin Ruashi was indeed slowly making some changes. Many small details, when linked together, would make people feel that there was a big difference. Seeing that Yangqing was standing there in a daze without saying a word, Lin Ruashi was at a loss for what to do. She then walked to the wardrobe and hung the clothes neatly inside. Yangqing wore a short-sleeved shirt and sat on the bed. He watched as Lin Ruashi finished her work. He thought that the woman would leave just like that, but he didn't expect that she would actually turn around and face him. What's wrong? Yangqing asked curiously. Lin Ruashi herself didn't know why she was staying in this room. Facing Yangqing, who was sitting on the bed, her heartbeat quickened. In her mind, she repeatedly thought about the matter of Guo Shuihua asking her to take the initiative to communicate more. Since they were going to communicate, of course they had to choose two people. It was a quiet time in private. However, Lin Ruashi didn't know what to say. Should I sit next to him? What if he wants to do that? No, didn't he say that he would only do it during the wedding? But what if he wanted to kiss me? Forget it, it's not like I've never kissed him before. Speaking of which, I've already given him everything. Just like what my mother said, I should take the initiative while I'm still young. One thought after another flowed through Lin Ruashi's little head. The woman slowly walked towards Yangqing's bedside. Yangqing was very puzzled. Why was Lin Ruashi acting so strangely? He had never thought that if he were to pounce on the little lady at this moment, she wouldn't even have the intention to welcome him. She was currently determined to take the important step of taking the initiative. Just as Yangqing was puzzled, the phone on the bedside vibrated. This interruption caused Lin Ruashi, who was approaching, to stop in her tracks. Her face was as red as the morning glow, and her eyebrows were like flowing spring water. She hurriedly picked up a pile of clothes from the floor and ran out in a panic like a little rabbit. It's just a phone call. Why do I have to run? I'm wearing my clothes. Yangqing mumbled, confused. What was wrong with this woman so early in the morning? Could it be that he had hurt her too much by not going home for one night? It was no wonder that Yangqing didn't understand. They had just had an argument yesterday. Who would have thought that Lin Ruashi's attitude would change so much overnight? Also, who would have thought that Guishuahua's words would make Lin Ruashi feel an inexplicable sense of crisis? If there are flowers to be plucked, then pluck them straight. Don't wait until there are no flowers but branches. Men should cherish their youth, and women also need to fight for time. Shaking his head, Yangqing picked up his phone and saw that it was from Adeline. Yangqing picked it up and asked, "How's the progress?" Adeline yawned. "Your Majesty Pluto, I didn't sleep well last night because of the task you gave me. I've already sent the recorded video to your email. It's enough to ruin that lady's reputation. What I want to ask is, do you still need to shoot the indie film? If this goes on, it'll become a TV series." Yangqing pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it, let her be. She won't have a chance to make a comeback anyway. It's up to her whether she lives or dies." After hanging up, Yangqing walked to the table and turned on his laptop. He opened his email and saw that a video had been sent. Yangqing clicked it open and couldn't help but smile. Adeline's photography was rather meticulous. Not only did she capture Luo Tsuishan's face in great detail, she even took a few close-up shots of her body parts. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, it was a masterpiece. Especially since it was night time, Adeline even shone a spotlight on it. It was quite a feat for her. After closing the video, Yangqing backed up the video to a portable hard drive. Then, he asked Molin from the Sea Eagles to find a way to send the video to Ning Guangyao's email. Of course, it had to be sent to a private email. Yangqing didn't want to cause a national uproar. No matter what, as the wife of a leader, it would be a scandal for Huaxia if Luo Tsuishan embarrassed herself in the country or even the world. What Yangqing wanted to do was to destroy the possibility of Luo Tsuishan making a comeback, and also to make the Ning family and the Luo family think twice. As long as he had this video, he would have the upper hand. No matter how much the Ning family and the Luo family hated him, they would have to consider the consequences. Yangqing wasn't afraid of these people, but it was better to be prepared. After returning to the country for so long, his mind had gradually matured. He wasn't afraid of anything. If he used murder to solve everything, it would only be an underhanded method. Yangqing also didn't want to cause a commotion, which would be disadvantageous to the people around him. While Yangqing was contacting Molin, Luo Tsuishan was slowly waking up under the bridge of the river in the suburbs of Zhonghai. After a night of madness, the four vagrants made Luo Tsuishan completely unconscious until dawn. But because she didn't have any clothes on and was freezing cold, she quickly woke up. Luo Tsuishan subconsciously wanted to get up, but when she exerted a little force on her legs, a piercing pain spread from the middle of her body. Hiss. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Luo Tsuishan immediately didn't dare to move. Her head was dizzy. She opened her eyes and looked around blankly. It was wet, cold, muddy, and dark. Luo Zuishan suddenly remembered what had happened. When she woke up, her mind went blank, as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Her face was drained of blood. Tears poured out of Luo Zuishan's eyes, flowing along her hair and falling on the muddy ground. Between her breath, Luo Zuishan could even smell the disgusting smell of the 4 vagrants on her body. Luo Zuishan only hated herself for not dying last night. She had lived for almost half a century, and she had been a proud girl since she was a child. She didn't expect that one day she would be bitten by 4 low-class reptiles. How could she face her husband, her son, and the people around her? More importantly, how could she face herself? It turned out that living could really be more painful than death. On the riverside, the woman's face was as white as paper. She looked like a puppet that could be broken at any time, lifeless. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Zuishan's mind was in a mess. She was numb to the point that she forgot about the pain. She slowly sat up from the ground with the bruises on her body. Because of her struggle last night, her clothes and pants had been torn to pieces by the black-bearded man, and she couldn't wear them at all. The morning air was chilly, and Luo Zuishan couldn't help but hug her chest. Her 2 soft lumps of flesh were squeezed together, but she immediately felt the coldness on her buttocks. Luo Zuishan looked around. This was under the bridge. It was still early, so there weren't many cars or people passing by. But when the rush hour came, she would be found naked like this. What should she do? Luo Zuishan couldn't imagine what would happen if she suffered a blow like what happened last night, and if she was treated like a lunatic. No. How could I, Luo Zuishan, become like that? Absolutely not. Looking at the rapid flow of the river, Luo Zuishan's eyes were filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and murmured resentfully, if that's the case, I'd rather die. There won't be any pain. Yangqing, Linruashi. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. After saying that, Luo Zuishan used all her strength to stand up. Her steps were weak, but she still forced herself to walk towards the river. As long as she fell down and drowned, she wouldn't know anything. Hey! What are you doing? Suddenly, just as Luo Zuishan was about to reach the river, a man's voice came from the other side of the bridge. She saw a young homeless man in ragged clothes holding an oiled paper bag. He had just reached the bottom of the bridge and was shouting at Luo Zuishan. Luo Zuishan's eyes showed a hint of sinister sharpness. Even if she turned into ashes, she would still recognize this young beggar in front of her. Because this guy with a limp was one of the homeless men who laid on top of her last night and did evil things to her. The cripple couldn't care less about how fierce Luo Zuishan's gaze was. He dragged his inflexible leg and quickly hopped to Luo Zuishan's side. Without any hesitation, he pushed Luo Zuishan back. Do you want to commit suicide by jumping into the river? Is that necessary? You've only been played by a man for a few rounds. You're not young anymore, so why do you still think you're a virgin? Do you really think you're a treasure? The cripple laughed mockingly. What did you say? Luo Zuishan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She didn't care that she wasn't wearing any clothes and spat at the cripple. Bah! You bastard, do you know who I am? Hee hee. I don't care who you are. You called me a dog? Then wouldn't I be a bitch? The cripple didn't dodge the spit. Instead, he used his sleeve to wipe his face. You dare to scold me? The cripple didn't care and laughed. I say, Auntie, don't do such a stupid thing. You have to think clearly. If you die, you'll have nothing left. You've only been stabbed a few times. It's better to live than to die. Even if you want to take revenge, you need to be alive, right? Do I need you to lecture me? Luo Zuishan screamed. The cripple laughed. You think you're strong just because you widened your eyes and screamed? Aren't you just tired of living after being played by us for a while? Luo Zuishan was furious. She bent down and picked up a stone, throwing it at the cripple. Although the cripple's legs weren't good, with Luo Zuishan's level, he easily dodged it. As expected of a mature woman full of energy. Last night, you fought with the 4 of us for an entire night and still had the strength to throw stones at me. You're even hitting me without any clothes on. Yo! Auntie, the 2 lumps of meat on your chest are really round and shaking. The cripple laughed. Luo Zuishan suddenly realized that she had been seen naked by the young beggar. She immediately hugged her chest and clamped her legs together. The grievance and hatred in her heart made her cry again. Cripple snorted lightly and walked slowly to the corner of the bridge. He picked up a dirty towel blanket and threw it in front of Luo Zuishan. I don't have any clothes to cover you with, so you can just use this blanket. Although your pants are torn, they can still be used as shorts. Scram. I don't need this smelly thing. Luo Zuishan kicked the blanket away. Cripple laughed disdainfully and took out the cheapest white steamed bun from the oiled paper bag in his hand. He threw it in front of Luo Zuishan. Do whatever you want. I didn't leave like the rest because you made me feel good last night. In any case, I'm someone who has taken moral lessons. Letting you use my blanket and eat my steamed bun is doing you right. Do you think it's easy for me to ask for money to buy a steamed bun? Humph. I'm going to make the four of you die a horrible death. Luo Zuishan said through gritted teeth. Cripple rolled his eyes at her and took a bite of the steamed bun. What a tough mouth. Even in Zhonghai City, there are so many beggars that you think you can find them? We're people with no status. If I hadn't kindly left you a blanket, you wouldn't even have the door to walk out of this bridge. You'd just be waiting to starve to death here. Luo Zuishan was speechless. She was so angry that she bit her lips. Sorrow welled up in her, and she squatted down to hug her head and cried again. Cripple chewed on the steamed bun at the side as if he hadn't heard anything. He only glanced at her from time to time with a blurry look in his eyes. Beijing, Ning family. Ning Guangyao sat alone in his study with a gloomy face. He hadn't slept for the whole night, and his stubble had grown quite a bit. Since Luo Zuishan's bodyguard sent news that Luo Zuishan had gone missing last night, Ning Guangyao was first furious, then extremely anxious. This matter couldn't be hidden. After all, Luo Zuishan was an official minister. Even if he hid it from her, her subordinates would find out that she had gone missing. Throughout the night, people from the Luo family and the government had called him countless times. His son, Ning Guodong, who hadn't been home for a long time, was also anxiously sending people to look for him. He even took a plane to Zhonghai that very night. But even so, there was still no news of Luo Zuishan. In comparison, because of Luo Zuishan's disappearance, Yulei International's shocking counterattack news, and Lin Ruashi's various flattering news, Ning Guangyao felt that there were countless connections. Because Luo Zuishan said she was going to help Yulei. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Ning Guangyao was excited and immediately picked up the phone. There's news. It was Ning Guanyao's subordinate's assistant. He said respectfully, Premier, someone called and said it's about Madam. Premier, please check your personal email. Ning Guangyao frowned. Personal email? What was the connection? But he didn't suspect anything and immediately did as he was told after hanging up. After opening this rarely known email, Ning Guangyao immediately saw that a new anonymous email had just been sent not long ago. The sender's address was actually blank. It was obvious that the sender was definitely a powerful hacker. In the email, there was a text file and a video file. Ning Guangyao was a little nervous. Since the other party wanted to send it to him personally and not someone else, the content was definitely not ordinary. But he still calmed himself down and downloaded the file. Half an hour later, Ning Guanyao's face darkened after he finished reading the documents and videos. Cui Shan, Cui Shan. Ning Guangyao murmured these two words. His eyes were deathly still, but his emotions were hard to describe. In Zhonghai, the morning light dispersed the mist, and fresh air filled the green and pleasant courtyard. In the living room, the smell of breakfast wafted in the air. Mother Wang and Guoshuahua were busy in the kitchen, talking and laughing. Yangqing didn't rest much after he finished giving Mo Lin some instructions in his room. He circulated his true core force to restore his essence, qi, and spirit. Then, he went downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Brother Yang. Xinqiu's playful voice came from behind. A pair of tender arms hugged Yangqing's waist, and he could smell a sweet fragrance. Yangqing turned around and pinched the girl's face. Sigh, you only know how to act like a spoiled child. I don't have a daughter in the future, so you can be my daughter. Xianxia pouted. I don't want to be your daughter, humph. Making a face, Xianxia immediately let go and skipped downstairs. She sat at the dining table and began to eat with relish. After such a long time, Xianxia was no longer as reserved as before. Everyone in the family treated her very well, so Xianxia naturally integrated into the family. But Yangqing also felt that it was mostly because of the Starmoon group in Korea. Although Xianxia was unwilling to go back, she knew her background and that she wasn't just a helpless orphan. The inferiority complex in her heart was also greatly reduced. Coupled with Lin Li's previous guidance, she was naturally more open to it. When Yangqing sat down and was about to start eating, he saw Lin Ruoxi leisurely walking down the stairs. She was wearing a light violet, layered, slanted dress. Half of her shoulders were exposed, and her white, slender calves were exceptionally beautiful and enchanting when seen from below. After a simple comb, her jet-black hair, which hung down to her hips, was not tied up like usual. Instead, it perfectly outlined the exquisite contours of an Eastern woman, revealing a bit of classical beauty. Although he had been looking at her for more than a year, Yangqing couldn't help but stare blankly for a few seconds. Then, he clicked his tongue and said, Honey, are you going to dress like this for work today? Lin Ruoxi noticed the look in Yangqing's eyes and was secretly delighted. After returning to her room, she didn't bother to rest. After a shower, she changed into a decent outfit and came down. Do I look good? Lin Ruoxi didn't dare to look directly at Yangqing. She sat on the chair and asked with a blush, Do I look good? Yangqing was speechless. He didn't expect a woman to ask for praise in such a gentle voice. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Xianxia giggled and said, Sister Ruoxi, Brother Yang doesn't know how to answer your question. You should ask if there's a day when you're not beautiful. That would be meaningful. Yangqing nodded in agreement. Xianxia isn't talking nonsense this time. Lin Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. Picking up a pair of chopsticks, she picked up a poached egg for Xianxia. You're such a sweet talker. Eat more. The college entrance exams are next week, you need to keep up with your nutrition. Nodding her head happily, Xianxia replied, I really want to finish my exams earlier. I'm still not suitable for studying. It's simply torture. After a brief pondering, Yangqing said, Oh, right. Speaking of exams, Tang Tang will also be taking it. Xianxia, do you know Tang Tang? Blinking her eyes, Xianxia replied, I know her, but we're not in the same class. I think she's on leave, and I haven't seen her in school recently. She went back to Beijing with her mother. When the time comes, you guys will be taking your exams together. Don't lose to that lass. She's a prideful girl, so you have to beat her down for me. Yangqing said with a naughty smile. Puzzled, Xianxia asked, Big brother Yang, how do you know so clearly? You even know where her mother is? Suddenly, Yangqing realized that the occasion wasn't right, and Lin Ruoxi was right in front of him. So, he smiled embarrassedly and said, Didn't I go to Beijing a few days ago to help Tongtong's mother? There's nothing else, hee. Yangqing's words were directed at Lin Ruoxi. Although it would be revealed sooner or later, Yangqing didn't want to reveal Tangwan right after he had the Kai sisters. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to have any thoughts about it. She just smiled and said, Let's send Xianxia to the exam hall together. Yangqing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh, okay. Then, Lin Ruoxi quietly took Yangqing's bowl and scooped a bowl of millet porridge for him. She even specially placed 2 plates of Yangqing's favorite side dishes in front of Yangqing and said, Eat up. Why are you looking at me in a daze? Yangqing was really stunned. According to normal logic, shouldn't Lin Ruoxi especially dislike Tangwan? After thinking about it carefully, Yangqing felt that Lin Ruoxi's words and actions were more and more strange. If he didn't know that no one could deceive his eyes, he would have suspected that it was someone in disguise. But who knew? After just a few mouthfuls, Lin Ruoxi's next sentence almost made Yangqing spit out his rice. Hubby, let's rest today, okay? Hubby? Why did she call me hubby? Again? Yangqing forcefully shut his mouth to prevent himself from spitting out the food in his mouth. He looked up in disbelief at the woman who was looking at him with a gentle expression. He swallowed his food and asked, Ruashi, don't tell me you're going to play that trick with me like last time. Just once is enough. Don't keep torturing me like this, okay? Previously, when Lin Ruashi became a good wife, the whole family isolated him. Yangqing still remembered the pain of it. However, Lin Ruashi looked sad. I didn't mean it that way. I just feel that you've been working hard these days, and I want to stay at home to accompany you. If you don't want to, I'll do whatever you want. Yangqing hesitated for a while before asking, you really don't want to go to work? Yes. Lin Ruashi said, the company's crisis has passed. The rest of the matters will be taken care of by the subordinates. With my teacher Chris taking care of it, there won't be a problem. Yangqing came to a sudden realization. Nodding, he said, no wonder you suddenly brought Chris over from the United States. So it was all to prepare for Li Mingyi's matter. Once Li Mingyi leaves, he can directly fill the vacancy, and not let the position of the higher-ups be left empty. TSK, what a good plan. Lin Ruashi frowned slightly. Hubby, let's not talk about work at home. You've already given yourselves the day off. Let's eat breakfast. Yangqing was stunned again. For the first time, a workaholic was not interested in work. Was this still the Lin Ruashi he knew? On the other hand, Lin Ruashi began to call Mother Wang and Gua Shuihua over to eat together. She even ran to the kitchen to bring food. She was the image of a well-behaved daughter-in-law, as if everything was only natural. After breakfast, Yangqing was still confused. He didn't know what was going on at all. Lin Ruashi, on the other hand, gave herself a rare day off and even took the initiative to drive Xianxia to school. This action made Yangqing scratch his head again. Watching Lin Ruashi and Xianxia leave, Gua Shuihua finally could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She said to Yangqing, son, what do you think of Ruashi? Yangqing understood a little and smiled bitterly. Mom, what did you say to Ruashi? I said, even if she felt guilty, it shouldn't have changed so much just because of one disagreement. Gua Shuihua said proudly, you youngsters still need the help of us older generations. Your mom, just gave Ruashi some guidance to let her know that she should cherish her youth and nurture the relationship between husband and wife. Only then, she won't have no one to love her when she's old. You see, aging is the most effective thing for women, especially beautiful women. Yangqing's doubts were instantly solved, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say something, but he shook his head and couldn't say anything. On the other side, Lin Ruashi drove Xianxia to school. Although there was still a week left before the National College entrance exam, Xianxia still chose to go to school for the sake of the atmosphere and to ask some questions. In the car, Xianxia would occasionally look at Lin Ruashi and sweetly asked, Big Sister Ruashi, you're a little different today. Are you planning to grab Big Brother Yang's heart from today onwards? Lin Ruashi's hand that was holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. She didn't deny nor admit it. I'm not young, I'm someone with an ID, Xianxia pouted and suddenly smiled mischievously. Big Sister Ruashi, do you want me to teach you an absolute killer move? According to my experience, as long as you use it, a man like Big Brother Yang will completely fall under your skirt within 3 seconds. Lin Ruashi turned her head and glared at Xianxia unhappily. You only know how to let your imagination run wild. Is this something you should care about? Don't disturb me while I'm driving. Xianxia was discouraged, and she pouted and said resentfully, all right. I won't say it. But as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Lin Ruashi look straight ahead and said indifferently, but, you can say it, I'll just listen. Just treat it as an examination of your current mental health. Hearing this, Xianxia, who was a little embarrassed just now, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She laughed so hard in the car that she covered her lower abdomen. Lin Ruashi forced herself to calm down and coughed a few times, but her face was still slightly red. What are you laughing at? It's fine if you don't want to say it. I just said it casually so that you won't hurt your self-esteem. Xianxia nodded and showed an expression of I understand. She moved closer to Lin Ruashi's ear and stuck out her little pink tongue. Sister Ruashi, let me tell you, Brother Yang is actually very soft-hearted. You just need to. After talking for a while and explaining quite clearly, Xianxia moved away from Lin Ruashi's ear. Lin Ruashi bit her lower lip and asked with her cheeks burning, does this really work? Xianxia muttered, "It really works." "Sister Ruashi, don't you often watch Korean dramas? Just learn a few moves from the actresses and it'll be fine." It's because you're just watching and not learning from them that you're always so passive." Lin Ruashi frowned and didn't say anything. To be honest, she really didn't think about finding inspiration from TV dramas, but Xianxia reminded her. When the car drove to the outside of Zhonghai High School, Xianxia got out of the car and waved at Lin Ruashi. She even gave her an encouraging look before running into the school gate happily. Lin Ruashi was speechless and smiled gently. Just as she was about to drive back, her eyes met two familiar figures. In the parking space in front of the car, there was a black limited edition Land Rover, and next to the tall SUV, there was a tall, mature, and beautiful woman, who was talking to a young and beautiful girl who looked somewhat similar to her. The girl pouted impatiently but had no choice but to listen obediently. It was somewhat funny. The mother and daughter were Tang Wan and Tang Tang, who had just returned to Zhonghai from Yanjin. Tang Wan was just telling her daughter not to be too self-righteous and not to waste time in the last few days of revision. Tang Tang had heard so much that she naturally didn't have a good attitude. In the end, Tang Wan also felt helpless. She waved her hand and let her daughter go in by herself. Only then did Tang Tang let out a sigh of relief. She immediately turned around and ran to the school gate. Tang Wan smiled bitterly and shook her head helplessly. Looking at her daughter's back view, she was still filled with infinite love. It was not until Tang Tang entered the school gate that she turned around and prepared to drive to the company. But just as she turned around, Tang Wan caught a glimpse of the red Bentley beside her from the corner of her eye. Not to mention that super luxurious British cars like the Bentley were rare in the whole of Zhonghai, and red was even rarer. For a successful businesswoman like Tang Wan, she actually knew what cars the leaders of the top companies drove. This was also an ability that she had honed for many years in the business world. Moreover, Lin Ruashi and she had more than some business dealings. Therefore, Tang Wan instantly knew who was in the car. Lin Ruashi, who was sitting in the car, also knew that Tang Wan would definitely recognize her car. Therefore, she didn't directly drive away, lest Tang Wan think that she was deliberately avoiding seeing her. What appeared in her mind was the matter of Yangqing going to Yanjin to be with Tang Wan during breakfast. In order not to embarrass Yangqing, Lin Ruashi didn't say much and pretended that nothing happened. But she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't expect to meet the person in question immediately after sending Xianxia to school. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashi's calm expression disappeared. Her eyes were cold, and she exuded a cold and aloof temperament. In the blink of an eye, it was as if she had become the CEO of a multinational company who had walked out of the company. If Yangqing was here, he would definitely be amazed by Lin Ruashi's transformation. If she had been like this in the morning, he wouldn't have to worry and feel that something was wrong. Opening the car door, Lin Ruashi stopped about a meter in front of Tang Wan. She didn't say anything, but she took the initiative to stretch out her beautiful white hand. What a coincidence. Why is General Lin at the entrance of the high school? Tang Wan's smile was very gentle, and it was hard to tell whether it was a social interaction or a sincere one. She shook hands with Lin Ruashi. Both women were people in the business world, so their greetings were quite formal. Tang Wan was wearing a black knee-length dress, and her long hair was loose in big waves. Below her snow-white calves was a pair of light orange strappy high heels. After being recuperated by Yangqing's blood and true inner force, she had completely recovered in the past few days. She looked a few years younger than before. At this moment, she looked like she was not even 30 years old, but she had a mature charm. Standing next to Lin Ruashi, who was wearing a violet dress, although her facial features and temperament were slightly inferior, she had a different kind of charm. Many teachers, and parents at the school entrance stared at them. If it weren't for the fact that the cars the two women drove were worth millions, people would have gone to talk to them. "I'm giving my sister a ride," Lin Ruashi said briefly. Tang Wan didn't really want to ask why Lin Ruashi suddenly had a sister. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Since we met, if General Lin isn't in a hurry to go to work, why don't we have a cup of morning tea together?" "I'm not going to work today." Tang Wan was a little surprised this time. Yulei International just fought a perfect turnaround battle. Although the stock price has skyrocketed to a new height, It's not to the extent that the company doesn't care. Is this a new plan for General Lin? Lin Ruoshi shook her head, and said with clear eyes, I want to spend more time with him. Tang Wan's breath stopped, and she frowned slightly. Of course she knew who this him was, but she couldn't figure out if Lin Ruoshi suddenly said this in front of her, whether it was a demonstration or a careless remark. Tang Wan felt a headache. In the past, when she met any opponent in the business world, she could at least see through the opponent's words and actions. But when faced with a woman like Lin Ruoshi, who was always cold and indifferent regardless of whether she was happy or angry, her judgment was useless. Unfortunately, this woman wasn't a stupid woman. Tang Wan sincerely admired Lin Ruoshi's wisdom in business, and she definitely didn't dare to underestimate the scheming of the woman in front of her. She felt a burst of bitterness in her heart. Yangqing, your wife is much more difficult to deal with than you, Tang Wan thought. But after all, she was used to being arrogant. Tang Wan smiled without changing her expression and said, if that's the case, then we'll talk about it next time. Tang Wan was about to say goodbye, but unexpectedly, Lin Ruoshi immediately said, although I have to accompany him, I can still have morning tea. This sudden turn made Tang Wan speechless and embarrassed. 10 odd minutes later, the two of them sat in a Guangdong tea shop near a high school. Although the two of them had eaten breakfast, it was still comfortable to order some snacks and tea. Taking a sip of tea, Lin Ruoshi knitted her brows. It was a little too thick. She placed the cup down and looked at Tang Wan's expression. I heard that you weren't feeling well, how is it? Thank you for your concern, but I've already recovered. Tang Wan smiled. You don't have to thank me. I didn't do anything, and I'm just asking. The person you should thank is my husband, right? Lin Ruoshi replied. Tang Wan silently nodded her head with a smile. However, she felt a little depressed in her heart. Although Lin Ruoshi's words sounded polite, she had clearly separated their identities. If it was a lover who treated her, then it's natural. But if it's someone she's not familiar with, then she naturally has to thank him. And this person might not have any relationship with her, but he's someone else's husband. Furthermore, with Lin Ruoshi's character, it made Tang Wan feel awkward for her to call him husband so openly. However, Tang Wan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since Lin Ruoshi had already shown her hand, she replied, your husband isn't someone who can be easily saved by just thanking him. He's very smart. He wouldn't be willing to save someone without sufficient benefits. You have to discipline him. Otherwise, a female patient like me will never be able to repay his kindness for the rest of her life after being saved by him. A cold light flashed in Lin Ruoshi's eyes. In her heart, she was certain that Yangqing must have done something to Tang Wan. What a hateful liar. Before he left, he still looked very innocent. A wave of grievance and helplessness surged in her heart. However, she had strong self-control in front of outsiders, so she did not show it. She continued to speak, I have no intention of disciplining him. I'm his wife, not his mother. I believe that it won't take long for him to be satisfied, so you can rest assured. Tang Wan looked at Lin Ruoshi with a complicated expression and smiled sweetly. I'm glad to see General Lin so confident. That's great. Lin Ruoshi said, actually, Sister Tang, you don't have to call me General Lin. If your daughter Tang marries Yuanyi in the future, then we'll be in-laws. At that time, it wouldn't be appropriate to call me General Lin or General Lin. I think we should call each other sisters for now. However, you seem to be older than us. Isn't that a little impolite? Tang Wan clenched her fists under the table and felt uncomfortable. Lin Ruoshi's words sounded amiable, but it was obvious that she was an elder. Don't forget your seniority just because you look young. Some things can be ugly in the future. Tang Wan was also bitter. Although Lin Ruoshi's words were sharp, they hit her where it hurt. Indeed, from the current situation, Tang and Yuanye's relationship had stabilized after a life-and-death disaster. She was destined to be Yuanye's mother-in-law. At that time, it would be equivalent to marrying into the Yang family. Yuanyi was Yangqing's cousin. If she and Yangqing had that kind of relationship, wouldn't it be indecent? Tang Wan suppressed her anger and said softly, how could that be? Then I'll call you Sister Ruoshi. I've never cared about seniority. Back then, the entire Yanjing city saw me as a joke. I still used IVF technology to give birth to my precious daughter. Now that I'm this old, I don't care about these things. Lin Ruoshi's lips twitched slightly. That's right. I also admire Sister Tang's quick-witted mind. In the future, come visit us when you have time. Since we'll be in-laws in the future, it's not a bad thing to visit early. Oh, by the way, my mother-in-law also takes good care of herself, but she's not as good as Sister Tang. When the time comes, you can talk to my mother-in-law. I'm sure the elders will be very happy. If Tang Wan didn't know that this was Lin Ruoshi's scheme, she would have flipped the table and left in anger. This woman was indeed an iceberg that terrified her competitors in the business world. The surface was only the tip of the iceberg. Most of the sharp spikes were hidden under the sea. She didn't attend many events, and all the speeches were done on behalf of Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu. She didn't seem to speak much, but when she got serious, her words were more torturous than the previous one. As she spoke, she became Yang Cheng's mother, Guishuahua. Tang Wan's grievance was indescribable, but she could only endure it. If she were to get angry, she would fall into Lin Ruoshi's trap. What would Yang Cheng think if he had a big fight with Lin Ruoshi? Would he divorce Lin Ruoshi for his own sake? That was impossible. After all, Lin Ruoshi only said some polite words. The only possibility was that she didn't dare to get too close to him due to the pressure from her family. When Lin Ruoshi saw that it was about time, she took out 2 100 yuan bills from her wallet and put them on the table. She stood up and said, I still have to go to the market to buy some groceries. It's rare for me to accompany my husband at home, and I still want to show off, so I won't stay for long. Let me treat you to breakfast this time. Although I know Big Sister Tang doesn't care about money, it's still a small token from my junior. After that, Lin Ruoshi smiled elegantly and turned to go downstairs. Tang Wan looked at the 2 100 yuan bills on the table. She gritted her teeth and her eyes became moist. She muttered, It's all your fault, Yang Cheng. Of all women, why did you have to marry such a difficult woman? I'm so angry. When Lin Ruoshi walked downstairs, she calmly walked back to the car and closed the door. She let out a long sigh of relief. Patting her chest, Lin Ruoshi felt weak. It wasn't easy to compete with Tang Wan just now, but fortunately, she didn't fall behind. When she started the car, Lin Ruoshi still felt a little sorry for Tang Wan. After all, she was quite friendly with her other than Yang Cheng. But when she thought about the relationship between Tang Wan and Yang Cheng, Lin Ruoshi shook her head and dispelled the guilt. She laughed at herself, forget it. I'm not a woman with a heart of Buddha. Since I've done something bad, I've done it. It's not the first time I've been sinister and vicious. Since I can't control men, then I can keep women away from me. After thinking about it, Lin Ruoshi drove the car toward the supermarket on the way home. Although she needed to buy groceries, Lin Ruoshi didn't want to go to the food market. Instead, she chose the supermarket with higher prices. After all, the smell and hygiene in the food market wasn't something she could easily accept. Moreover, being stared at by a large group of people would make her feel uncomfortable. Relatively speaking, the supermarket was a lot more relaxing. It was already 10 p.m. by the time she returned home with 2 large bags of groceries. After all, she was a woman, so she spent a lot of time in the supermarket. At this moment, Yang Cheng was sitting in the living room, watching Korean dramas with Guishuahua. Although it wasn't something that he liked, he had promised Lin Ruoshi that he would rest at home for a day. So he had to make his mother happy. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi's head was drenched in sweat and her face was flushed, Yang Chen came to a realization. Smiling, he said, My dear Ruoshi, are you going to cook for lunch today? Lin Ruoshi bashfully nodded her head. Don't worry about it. I have already learned a lot, so I can do it. Are you sure that you haven't forgotten? Yang Cheng teased. Thinking that Yang Cheng didn't trust her, Lin Ruoshi anxiously said, I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mother and Mother Wang. Patting Yang Cheng's hand, Guishuahua smiled. Alright, Yang Cheng, don't bully Ruoshi anymore. Don't you know that she's innocent? Ruoshi, go in with Mother Wang. You won't be able to handle everything by yourself. Lin Ruoshi happily acknowledged before she ran into the kitchen with the bags. Looking at his wife's silhouette, Yangqing sighed. Truth be told, he also had no idea if Lin Ruoshi was innocent. In terms of doing business, she was definitely innocent. But most of the time, her EQ wasn't high. Her intentions weren't bad, but her words would often hurt others. Perhaps it was only when she wasn't willing to admit defeat that she would become lethal. Seeing that Yangqing was pondering, Guo Shuihua smiled as she patted Yangqing's shoulder. Regardless of Ruoshi's thoughts, you should treat it with sincerity since she's willing to spend so much effort to please you, right? Haha. Yangqing gently smiled as he nodded his head. Roughly 2 hours later, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. Looking at Lin Ruoshi, who wore a pair of heat-insulated gloves, coming out with the dishes, Yangqing felt warm in his heart even before he started eating. When Mother Wang saw the couple parting on bad terms yesterday, she felt great that they were so harmonious today. She even took the initiative to go to the wine cellar in the basement and took out an expensive bottle of Bordeaux red wine for the 4 of them to drink together. Speaking of which, the amount of wine Lin Ruoshi had was no less than her car. However, the family didn't have the habit of drinking wine during meals, so they rarely enjoyed such expensive wine. Lin Ruoshi also had it given to her by others, and she kept it like a bird, so she couldn't remember it herself. At the dining table, Lin Ruoshi was clearly absent-minded. She didn't care how much she ate, and from time to time, she would pick out some food and put it into Yangqing's bowl. Yangqing also had a big appetite, so he didn't refuse anything and wolfed down the food. Although there were a few dishes that were not as good as Mother Wang's, Yangqing knew that he needed more encouragement at this time, so he ate with all his might. The 2 elders looked at the young couple and smiled at each other without saying a word. After eating and drinking, under the influence of alcohol, Lin Ruoshi's dimples were dyed with a layer of rouge. If she hadn't been a concubine for a few times when she deliberately tortured Yangqing a few days ago, she really wouldn't be used to such considerate behavior. After cleaning up the dining table and helping Mother Wang clean up the kitchen, Lin Ruoshi took off her apron and took out the fresh watermelon from the refrigerator. She cut it open and dug out the pulp, putting it on a plate and bringing it to the living room. She wanted to order some fruits for Yangqing after the meal. Being able to think of this, Lin Ruoshi felt that she had made a lot of progress. However, as soon as she arrived at the living room, Lin Ruoshi saw that Yangqing was nowhere to be seen. Did he run out to find another woman? Lin Ruoshi frowned as she stood in the living room. She couldn't help feeling a little sad. Guo Shuihua stood up from the sofa and shook her head with a smile. You silly child, what are you thinking about? Yangqing is outside basking in the sun. The weather is dry today. Go out and accompany him. Lin Ruoshi only reacted at this moment. She thought that she was really becoming paranoid, but she was slightly happy. She lowered her head in embarrassment and walked out of the door with the watermelon. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang both drank wine, and they were a little tired as they got older. Both of them also knew that young people needed to get along with each other quietly, so they chatted and went upstairs to take a nap. Outside the house, the breeze was blowing, and the sun was shining brightly. Yangqing was half lying on a wide bamboo chair. He squinted his eyes and relaxed his whole body, enjoying the rare quiet afternoon. This kind of day was originally what he longed for after returning to this country. The faint sun, the warm breeze, and he didn't have to see blood or see darkness. However, he rarely had the opportunity to experience it. Lin Ruoshi walked lightly and tiptoed. It seemed that she didn't dare to disturb Yangqing's rest. However, it was not good to turn back with the plate in her hand. So she slowly walked to Yangqing's side and asked softly, "Honey, do you want to eat watermelon?" Yangqing smelled a nice jasmine smell. He opened his eyes and tilted his head, looking at the beauty beside him. "Are you going to feed me?" Lin Ruoshi thought, "I'm nice to you, but you really do harm to me." "Forget it, I am in the wrong." Lin Ruoshi pouted, took a toothpick and forked a piece of watermelon, and sent it to Yangqing's mouth. Yangqing ate a piece and chewed without saying a word. Lin Ruoshi asked worriedly, "Is it not sweet? Is it because it's still early and the watermelon is not ripe enough?" "I don't know how to choose, so I chose the most expensive one." Yangqing shook his head and blinked. "Even if it's an unripe melon, my wife will still feed it to me and it will be sweet." "Nonsense." Lin Ruoshi was overjoyed. It seemed that what she did was very useful. Yangqing didn't feel as distant from her as he was yesterday. Yangqing looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, whose hair was dancing in the breeze. He suddenly felt exceptionally calm. He really hadn't experienced the peace that a woman brought him. Uncontrollably, Yangqing waved at Lin Ruoshi, "Be good, baby Ruoshi, come into my arms." Lin Ruoshi's hand that was holding the plate trembled. Fortunately, it didn't fall to the ground. Hearing Yangqing's words, her little heart beat faster and she struggled a little. This was outside the house. If she was in the room, it would be fine if he hugged her and took advantage of her, but what if someone passed by outside the door and he wanted to do that kind of thing to her again? Suddenly, the words that Xianxia said to her in the morning flashed through Lin Ruoshi's mind. That's right, didn't she just use the method that Xianxia said? But I don't know if I can do it. Yangqing saw that Lin Ruoshi was standing there hesitating. He thought that she was embarrassed and chuckled, "Do you need to think about it for so long? If you're willing, then you're willing. If you're not willing, then forget it. Don't tell me I have to blame you for this?" Lin Ruoshi was in a dilemma. At this critical moment, she didn't want Yangqing to think that she was intentionally avoiding him. However, she was thin-skinned to be hugged by a man outside the house in broad daylight. In the end, Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and silently bent down. She placed the fruit platter on the flower bed at the side and then faced Yangqing. Yangqing was puzzled. It didn't look like she was going to agree. What was wrong with this woman? Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi's moist eyes revealed a hint of spring. That trace of seduction seemed to be overflowing. Tender flowers reflected the water, weak willows swayed in the wind, nothing more than this. At the same time, Lin Ruoshi gently swayed her white shoulders and slender waist. Her purple skirt swayed rhythmically. And gently, full of the posture of a bashful little girl. Pouting her pink lips, her nasal voice was like a soft moan that scratched one's heart. Lin Ruoshi said in a tender voice, "Woo. Hubby. We can't do it outside." This sweet and charming nasal voice directly caused Yangqing's drowsy soul to surge with 1,000 ripples. Yangqing's eyes widened and he rubbed his face hard. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he was dumbfounded. Heavens! What did I see and hear? Was Lin Ruoshi acting coquettishly to me just now? On the other hand, Lin Ruoshi, after saying all of this, she wanted to kill herself with tofu. How could she be so stupid? She really listened to that girl Xianxia and actually acted coquettishly like the girls in Korean dramas. Looking at Yangqing's gaze, which could no longer be described as strange, Lin Ruoshi's face turned as red as an apple. Pooh, pu, ha ha ha. Yangqing pouted. He wanted to hold it in, but he couldn't. After holding it in for a while, he finally burst out laughing. He rocked back and forth as he punched his thighs. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Ha ha. Ruoshi darling, you're trying to make me laugh to death. Ha. You even use a nasal voice. Woo. Ha. Seeing that Yangqing was laughing so hard that he was about to fall off the chair, Lin Ruoshi flew into a rage out of humiliation. She stomped her feet fiercely, but she couldn't get angry no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't restore her usual cool and elegant appearance. She was so angry that she almost cried. She pouted and protested, You're not allowed to laugh. Don't laugh. Yangqing, do you hear me? Yangqing laughed so hard that he sucked in a breath. He barely controlled his emotions before hugging his stomach. Raising his eyebrows, he said, When did you learn this trick? Did you learn it from watching Korean dramas? Why don't you say oh bar? Wouldn't that be more compatible? Lin Ruoshi wished that she could dig a hole in the ground. But since things had already come to this, she simply steeled her heart and said angrily, Forget it. I won't lower myself to your level. If you want to laugh, laugh. Just take it as my apology for making you unhappy. Anyway, there won't be a next time. That won't do. Yangqing shook his head and grabbed one of Lin Ruoshi's soft hands. Lin Ruoshi felt that her small hand was being held by Yangqing's rough and warm big hand. Her delicate body trembled and she was a little flustered. Yangqing restrained his smile and said sincerely, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. After all, you only did that because you didn't want me to be sad. But I'm very serious. The way you act coquettishly is really cute. A warm breeze blew past Lin Ruashi's cheeks. The man's words made her heart itch. Lin Ruashi pursed her lips. She didn't dare to look at Xianxia's eyes. She lowered her head, but a charming smile could be seen on her face. The gentleness when she lowered her head was just like a water lotus that couldn't withstand the cold wind's shyness. The two of them were silent for a while. Xianxia then said softly, "Let me hug you. If someone passes by, I will definitely know in advance. I definitely won't let you feel awkward, okay?" This time, Lin Ruashi didn't struggle anymore. Instead, she obediently nodded her head. Xianxia was delighted. He pulled the woman's light and soft body into his arms. Because the reclining chair was long and wide, it was just right for Lin Ruashi to lie on him and lean against his chest. Lin Ruashi was a little reserved and didn't dare to move. Although the two of them had been intimate many times in the past, it was the first time in such a situation. She could smell the faint smell of the man after being exposed to the sun. She couldn't tell what it was like. Her nose twitched slightly, and it smelled pretty good. Xianxia held his wife's delicate back with one hand and stroked the woman's waist and buttocks with the other. He didn't move or touch it. He just rested it there gently. Under the warm sunlight, the two of them lay there like a young couple sleeping soundly. Lin Ruashi originally thought that Xianxia would do something embarrassing. She was already prepared. But after a while, Xianxia didn't move at all. She didn't know if she was disappointed or glad. She felt strange. This wasn't like the man she knew. Lin Ruashi slowly raised her head and stared at their faces that were almost touching. But she found that Xianxia was dozing off with his eyes closed. Just as Lin Ruashi watched silently, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Could it be that you think your husband is very handsome and can't help but be fascinated by me?" Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. Xianxia patted Lin Ruashi's back with one hand as if he was comforting his beloved to sleep. He slowly said in a low voice, "Ruashi, do you know? I've always thought that married life is actually very simple." The two of them would occasionally go shopping and buy some daily necessities, such as oil, salt, and vinegar. They would occasionally watch a movie or listen to a concert. It didn't matter even if they fell asleep in the middle. Occasionally, when they had a holiday, they would go out for a walk. They would climb mountains, go fishing, and travel. Just like that, they would hold hands and go to many places they had never been to. The relationship between a husband and wife shouldn't be hot. It should be warm, but it can also be cool and comfortable. Just like now. On such a sunny and windy day, we can hug our beloved and have a good afternoon nap under the sun. We don't need to do anything intimate. We just need to hug each other like this. It's simple. The man's whispers floated in Lin Ruashi's ears. Lin Ruashi blinked and asked a little uncertainly, "It's so simple. Is it really okay?" "Yes." Xianxia said, "For me, it's not that I need you to do anything for me. Do you really think that I'm so addicted to your body? I'm not a little boy who's first awakened in love, and I'm not a little virgin who's never touched a woman before. No matter how beautiful a woman is, can I really not control myself? All along, I hope that you can make a change. It's not how you treat me, but how you treat yourself. Don't always let yourself be so tired. Don't put all the heavy burdens on your heart. Don't think that losing once is a big deal. In my opinion, even if you always treat me coldly now, in the future, it doesn't matter. I didn't marry you to enjoy your body. If that's the case, I would rather see you smiling and saying good morning to me when I wake up in the morning and go downstairs, than go to work after eating so coldly. After dinner at night, I can see you watching TV with mom and the others, instead of going into the study to work. Give yourself a holiday every year and go out with your sisters, instead of being busy all year round. As long as I know, my wife, after marrying me, is happy, then as a husband, I won't feel anything to regret." Lin Ruashi listened in a daze. Unknowingly, the corners of her eyes became moist. Xianxia caressed the woman's soft long hair, took a deep breath, and said, "So, you want me to be happy? Of course I'm happy, but don't force yourself to do anything that's particularly difficult. It's not like I'm the landlord of the old era. How can I be so difficult to serve? Lin Ruoshi's heart was filled with sweetness. She rubbed her face against Yang Cheng's chest and mumbled, "You are, otherwise, how could there be so many concubines?" Hearing this, Yang Cheng pretended to be deaf. He clicked his tongue and raised his head, pretending to be asleep. Lin Ruoshi didn't expose the scoundrel's trick. Instead, she closed her beautiful eyes and slept soundly in the man's arms. At such a time, those troubles would be forgotten for the time being. In a small commercial district on the outskirts of Shanghai, there was a mixture of crooks and honest folk. In the middle of two older buildings, there was a small alley. It was cold and damp, and there were a few garbage bins that emitted a strange smell. There were only a few stray cats rummaging around for smelly food. The owner of a small restaurant nearby, wearing clothes full of oil stains, walked into the alley. He carried 2 large black garbage bags and threw them near the 2 garbage bins, but did not throw them in. The owner did not pay much attention to where he was going. Just as he was about to return, he tripped on something. Ouch! The shopkeeper shouted. Fortunately, he didn't fall down. When he turned around, he saw a female beggar with disheveled hair. Her face was full of dirt, and her clothes were torn and tattered. She was squatting in the corner of the alley, shivering. The fat boss was disgusted and cursed. Stinky beggar. He didn't bother to say anything else and swaggered away. The squatting female beggar, after the fat boss left, began to sob. This beggar was naturally Luo Tsuishan, who came out from under the bridge. Luo Tsuishan did not die, and she did not have the courage to commit suicide. However, after suffering such torture, she did not know how to face her family, her subordinates, and she did not even know who to contact. If people who knew her saw her like this, how would she have the face to continue living? Moreover, she was also a high-ranking official who had been on TV. What if the people recognized her? Wouldn't that be more painful than death? In the torture of her heart, Luo Tsuishan could only wander to this extent. She hid in an empty alley, at a loss of what to do. At this time, another figure walked into the alley, limping. Luo Tsuishan suddenly raised her head. Her dirty face was full of anger, and her pair of bloodshot eyes were full of shame and anger. She said, "What are you doing here?" Cripple looked bored and sighed. "Hey, you think I want to come here? This is the only place nearby that is convenient for begging. Do you think I need to take a detour?" Luo Tsuishan snorted coldly and turned her head away, pretending not to see anything. An evil smile appeared on Cripple's face as he took out 2 cold sesame seed cakes and a bottle of unlabeled water from the tattered cloth bag he carried on his back. He then sat beside Luo Tsuishan and munched on the sesame seed cakes as lunch. Because this sesame seed cake was a mildew-dried vegetable sesame seed cake, the moment it was taken out of the bag, the aroma wafted out, and the fragrance was very strong. Luo Tsuishan hadn't eaten the white steamed buns that Cripple had given her in the morning. She hadn't eaten anything last night either. After being tormented for the entire night, she was now very hungry and weak. Luo Tsuishan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to ask Cripple for food, let alone beg. "Aya, why does it smell like dried vegetables?" Cripple suddenly felt regretful and turned to Luo Tsuishan. "Hey, I don't like to eat sesame seed cakes. There's still one left and I don't want to eat it." "Why don't you eat it?" "It's not good to waste it." Luo Tsuishan snorted coldly. "Scram. I don't need your pity." Cripple said unhappily, "Who's pitying you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? I'm a beggar and there's someone in this world who needs to be pitied by a beggar. Aren't you thinking too highly of me? I just don't want to waste food." "Why are you thinking so much?" "Fine, fine. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it. I'll throw it into the trash to feed the cats." Luo Tsuishan saw that Cripple was about to get up and throw away the sesame seed cake. She couldn't help but pull his leg and say with her head lowered, "You're a beggar and you're wasting food. How shameless. Give it to me." A trace of disdain flashed through Cripple's eyes, but he pretended to be nonchalant. Here you go. Remember that you owe me a sesame seed cake after eating it." "I don't want the dried vegetable one, I want the sesame one." You don't have any ambition, yet you think you're so great just because of a sesame seed cake. Luo Zuishan took the sesame seed cake and didn't forget to belittle him. Finally getting food, Luo Zuishan wolfed it down in big mouthfuls. This was probably the first time she had eaten such a delicious sesame seed cake since she was born. However, because she was in such a hurry, she choked and couldn't swallow it down. Look at you, why are you in such a hurry to eat a sesame seed cake? Cripple hurriedly passed the water to Luo Zuishan and said, drink it. I've never drunk this water before, so don't mind it being dirty. Luo Zuishan couldn't care about anything else at this moment. She took the water and twisted it open to take a big gulp. After swallowing it, she continued to eat in big mouthfuls. Cripple sat in front of Luo Zuishan and quietly watched her finish the entire sesame seed cake with a smile. Luo Zuishan stole a glance at him from time to time. This young beggar who looked like he was in his 20s was like an ant in the past. But now, even though she didn't admit it, she knew in her heart that this beggar had saved her life twice in a row. Although the sins he had committed on his body could not be erased no matter how hard he tried. Why did he treat her like this? Luo Zuishan was puzzled. She didn't know why, but she felt a little restless when she looked at Cripple who had a delicate face but was dirty. Beijing, Yang family, Yang Gongming's study room. Sitting in the armchair, Yang Gongming hung up a phone call with a smile on his face. Yan Sanyang stood at the side of the study table. When she saw the old man's expression, her wrinkled face revealed a hint of understanding. Master, did he ask you to speak up for him again? What else could it be? Yang Gongming said proudly. Yan Sanyang nodded with a smile. What young Master Chen did this time, although it wasn't for the Huaxia government, the strength he displayed made it hard for the military not to be tempted. It's no wonder. Yang Gongming nodded in agreement. Because Yang Qing brought in Zaihuan back from the Yue military base in Country F in a short span of an hour, and for some unknown reason, the Yue military quickly retreated from the Southeast Asian waters. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Huaxia military. Now, the comments on the internet were all on the side of the Navy and the government. They thought that the military could finally hold their heads up high and keep the enemy at bay. This situation was unexpected by the military. Therefore, Yang Qing, who had only been watched by the Security Bureau, was now being watched closely by the officials in the military. Knowing that he was Yang Gongming's long-lost grandson, the military was even more excited. After all, the Yang family represented half of the Huaxia military. If the grandson of the Yang family was so powerful, then if he could officially enter the military, wouldn't it be possible for the Huaxia military to compete with the Yue military? Although the Security Bureau did not disclose a lot of information about Yang Qing, the military officers were not stupid. They collected some information from overseas and had a rough idea. Out of fear of Yang Qing, and not wanting to be rejected and lose face, there were a few senior officials that morning. But their real intention was to ask Yang Gongming, as an elder, to talk to Yang Qing to see if he could join the Huaxia's camp. Of course, there were a lot of reasons to do so. Master, will you talk to him? Yan Sanyang asked with a smile. Yang Gongming laughed heartily. Sanyang, it's not a matter of whether I talk or not. It's a matter of whether or not Yang Qing will listen. Instead of talking to him in vain, it's better not to embarrass myself. Yan Sanyang said, according to the rules of Hongmeng, although young Master Chen doesn't need to hide from the world because of his bloodline of the 4 major families, he can't participate in worldly affairs. Master is worried that if young Master Chen really becomes involved with the military out of filial piety and disturbs the worldly affairs, Hongmeng will be displeased. Yang Gongming sighed. Sanyang knows me best. Hongmeng may be said to protect Huaxia's foundation, but ultimately, it's an existence that transcends the world. Nothing else matters to their true mission. They won't treat Yang Qing specially just because he has Huaxia's bloodline. I only hope that Yang Qing can protect the 3 generations of the Yang family after I die. I'm old, and I can't always rely on myself to stabilize the Yang family's position. Pujuan won't be able to convince the masses, and Lai isn't magnanimous enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have dragged Yang Qing into this. After all, the bloodline of the Yang family is too thin. It's a far cry from the flourishing branches of the other 3 families. Yan Sanyang said worriedly, recently, I've been feeling that the day of my departure isn't far away. Yang Gongming was shocked. He smiled bitterly. What's coming has come. After resting at home for a day, Yangqing didn't stand his men up the next day. He obediently went to his office. However, on the way to the office, Yangqing couldn't help but giggle to himself. This was because when he went downstairs in the morning, Lin Ruoshi's face was a little unnaturally red. She said good morning to him and purposely smiled shyly. Yangqing suddenly felt that he was indeed a little like a landlord from the olden era, who even trained his wife to greet him. When he arrived at the office, Wang Jia and Zhao Teng were waiting. They were relieved to see Yangqing finally come to work. Although they could handle a lot of things, they couldn't do it without the director's signature. Yangqing looked at the pile of documents and frowned. It was a little troublesome that an Xian didn't help him. Fortunately, he didn't really use his eyes to read them. He just pretended to use his divine sense to scan them and he would naturally understand everything. Therefore, he finished reading all the documents at lightning speed. After correcting a few important documents, Yangqing asked, "How's Hui Lin's concert going?" "Don't worry, Director. Miss Lin Hui's reputation is too useful now. Not only have we provided suitable venues in first-tier cities in China, but we've even pushed back a contract at the Taipei Arena to let Miss Lin Hui stay for a day. However, the concert in Zhonghai will be next month. Her schedule is too full. We also have to release some English songs this month to expand the European and American markets," Wang Jia said. Yangqing touched his forehead. He wasn't sure if Hui Lin could handle it. He didn't have to worry about her body. She had the foundation of internal energy, so she would be fine. He was just worried that she would feel empty if she kept running around alone. It seemed like he had to find time to call her or meet her. Following that, Yangqing met with a few guests from other companies to discuss about sponsorship issues. Since June was the month of the European Football Championship, Yu Lei would definitely participate in it as well. Unfortunately, Yangqing wasn't very passionate about sports. He just went through the motions, although he signed a few small contracts. After all, in Yangqing's opinion, these sports were no different from a group of children playing games. Wasn't it just a ball? With a casual kick, as long as the ball was not broken, it would not be difficult for it to fly out of the stadium. When it was almost noon, his phone vibrated. It was Lin Ruoshi calling. After the couple took a nap on top of each other yesterday afternoon, their relationship became much closer. Yangqing happily picked up the call and said, "Honey, you're missing me so soon. Do you want to lie on my body and take a nap? If you want to sleep, I'll have to take off my clothes before you climb on top of me." Lin Ruoshi blushed shyly on the other end of the phone. She naturally heard the teasing tone in Yangqing's words, but because she slept too soundly last night, her saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth and wet Yangqing's clothes. She was very embarrassed. I don't want to. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly said, "I want you to go out with me." Yangqing was stunned. "Lunch? Well, lunch is secondary. I want to go to a few orphanages, but I'm too busy to move things alone, so." Yangqing slapped his forehead. Right, today was Children's Day. With Lin Ruoshi's personality, she would definitely give gifts to the children. Without further ado, Yangqing agreed and went straight to Yu Lei International. He went upstairs to Lin Ruoshi's CEO office and knocked on the door. Before Yangqing opened the door himself, the door was opened from the inside. But the woman who appeared surprised Yangqing. "Hong Yan?" In front of him was a buxom woman wearing a light brown chiffon dress with a black silk belt. Her hair was curled up and she had a beautiful face. It was Zhao Hongyan, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Last time at Zhao Hongyan's house, he thought he wouldn't have a chance to see her again. He didn't expect her to appear in Lin Ruoshi's office. Zhao Hongyan was holding a file bag in her hand. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Director Yang, good afternoon." "You." Yangqing hesitated and said, "Are you here to return the money?" Zhao Hongyan was stunned and then giggled. "I will return the money, but I didn't return it today." At this time, Lin Ruoshi's cold voice came from inside. "Hongyan is my new assistant." "Assistant?" Yangqing looked at Zhao Hongyan, who had a smug expression, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Ruoshi was really sharp and accurate. Yang Chen had said before that he had to choose someone whom he trusted as her assistant, but she actually called Zhao Hongyan back. This time, he had nothing to verify, and knew everything about her. "What about your family's meatball shop? Is it still open?" Yang Qing asked curiously. Zhao Hongyan looked back at Lin Ruoshi, who was looking up something on the computer. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi wasn't displeased, she nodded and said, "Well, General Lin invested in our meatball shop. Now we have opened branches in 3 shopping malls. Business is good, and we even hired employees. Our family's situation has also improved. General Lin said that Wu Yu is going to the United States to get married and have a child, and he hopes that I can be his assistant. Although I don't have much experience, I'm still very happy to be General Lin's assistant." Yang Qing didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to really invest in the meatball shop. He felt it was funny. It seemed that this woman had reached a paranoid level about glutinous rice balls. However, investing in a few small shops was really nothing for Lin Ruoshi's financial resources. After chatting for a while, Zhao Hongyan went downstairs as she still had to photocopy some documents. Yang Qing couldn't help but look back at this young woman's graceful back. Her hips were swaying, and she was really graceful. He remembered that when he was in the public relations department, he had taken advantage of this woman a lot. It seemed that except for the last level, he had taken advantage of all the other things. Now that he had the opportunity to meet her frequently, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Yang Qing had to admit that he was really an animal and couldn't be saved. Humph! In the office, Lin Ruoshi let out a cold snort. Obviously, she had seen Yang Qing's greedy look. Yang Qing's face immediately turned serious. He coughed a few times and walked to Lin Ruoshi's desk with a smile. "Baby, you're really kind. You treat your employees so well. A kind woman is the most beautiful." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. "Why don't you say that I knew that Xue Mingyi was using Wu Yu, but I kept it from her? Isn't this a good result? After all, she is his true love." Yang Qing smiled at Xianxia. Lin Ruoshi didn't want to talk about that matter anymore. She was just unhappy with Yang Qing's hypocritical praise. She looked at her watch. It was almost time. She got up and picked up the bag she had prepared. She walked to Yang Qing's side and held Yang Qing's arm. She raised her head and said, "Let's go." Yang Qing swallowed and pointed to the place where Lin Ruoshi was holding. "Are we going to go down like this? What if someone sees us?" Lin Ruoshi smiled slyly. "What's wrong? A wife holding her husband's hand and going out of the company. Who can say anything? Don't worry. If anyone dares to say anything, I will fire him." "No. I didn't mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Lin Ruoshi suddenly showed a hint of resentment. "Don't you want me to be close to you? You are still angry with me, right?" Yang Qing quickly shook his head. "Absolutely not." "Then let's go. I know you like this, don't you?" Lin Ruoshi didn't hide her pride. Yang Qing smiled bitterly. He finally understood that Lin Ruoshi was deliberately showing off their affection in the company. This kind of thing was bound to be heard by Mo Qianni and Lu Mingyu. At the same time, many of the beautiful employees of Yulei would avoid him. Sure enough, when Lin Ruoshi intimately held Yang Qing's hand and took the elevator downstairs, the employees of Yulei who were entering and exiting the elevator all revealed unsteady expressions. Some were envious, some were stunned, and all kinds of things were said without hesitation. In less than half an hour, the entire building would know about the two of them going out intimately. When they reached the underground garage, Lin Ruoshi immediately let go of his arm and glared at Yang Qing angrily. This was because Yang Qing was not honest at all. From time to time, he would secretly rub his arm against her chest, causing Lin Ruoshi to almost let out an indecent sound. After all, many sensitive nerve endings were in that area. Yang Qing pretended that nothing had happened. He looked around and didn't see Lin Ruoshi's Bentley. He asked, "Wife, where's your car?" Lin Ruoshi didn't argue with him. She pointed towards a corner and said, "Over there." It would have been better if Yang Qing didn't look, but when he did, his eyeballs almost fell out. He thought that Lin Ruoshi would use her red Bentley to carry some gifts, but this scene was obviously not the case. A brand new white Ford F-350 pickup truck was parked in the corner. Ford's F-Series pickup truck was the representative model of the American tough guy spirit, with high horsepower, hard aluminum alloy decoration, and square headlights. It could be seen everywhere in the United States, and everyone had their own preferences for home and farm use, but it was very rare in Xianxia, because this kind of car generally had a displacement of more than 5.0, and it was only imported, and the lowest price was about 1 million. The back of the pickup truck was filled with at least dozens of boxes of items. This woman, to send warmth on Children's Day, actually planned to drive a truck. Lin Ruoshi was a little embarrassed. She bit her lips and said softly, "It wasn't convenient when I was alone in the past. Now that you're accompanying me, I can use the truck. I've already asked the security guards to bring the truck out of the garage for me. I've even bought a gift for it. I don't know how to drive a big car, so you have to be the driver." "It doesn't matter." Xianxia recovered and exhaled. "I used to drive this kind of car a lot, but it is the first time in the city." Lin Ruoshi hurriedly said, "Actually, if you like, I still have a Dodge Ram and a Nissan Titan in my garage. They are all new imported pickup trucks. I can give them to you to drive. You have been driving that BMW for a year." "Who has nothing to do with driving a pickup truck to work?" Xianxia rolled his eyes, but still took the keys from Lin Ruoshi and walked to the truck. Lin Ruoshi muttered a few words to the man's back. He was kind enough to give her a car, but why did he roll his eyes at her? The engine roared, and the two quickly left the parking lot. According to Lin Ruoshi's instructions, they still ate lunch before going to the orphanage. "What do you want to eat?" Xianxia asked casually. Lin Ruoshi touched her chin and thought for a moment. "Let's eat something simple. It is a waste of time to wait too long to order." "Then find a small restaurant?" Lin Ruoshi frowned. "Can we find a cleaner place?" When the woman thought of a small restaurant, she thought of the crayfish restaurant that she ate with Xianxia before. That dirty and greasy taste was not pleasant. Xianxia shrugged. "Then say it, I will sell myself to you today." "Then say it, I will sell myself to you today." Lin Ruoshi snorted and thought for a while. She was a little hesitant. She rubbed her hands on the hem of her dress and whispered, "Why don't we go to my new glutinous rice ball chain store? I haven't checked it out yet." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ruoshi's face instantly turned red. She had actually been thinking about it for a few days, but she just couldn't bring herself to go eat it alone. After all, she was the big boss of an investment company, so she had to have some dignity. It would be weird to go and buy meatballs to eat alone. It was rare for someone to accompany her, and she immediately wanted to eat the meatballs, not caring that it was only lunch. Xianxia seemed to understand something, and he nodded. "All right, I am also very curious about that brand of glutinous rice meatball shop." As soon as Xianxia agreed, Lin Ruoshi immediately smiled, and she nodded. Xianxia saw this, and he sighed in his heart. What an easily satisfied girl. He reckoned that her heart could only be stuffed with a glutinous rice meatball. At the same time, because of the small restaurant, Xianxia remembered that he should find time to go to sister-in-law Xiang's Sichuan restaurant to meet Ma Guifeng. Mo Qianni's matter could not be delayed for too long. It would be torture for both of them. Of course, this matter could not be shown in front of Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi invested in a total of 3 branches, and they all used the Zhao's glutinous rice meatball signboard. After all, this glutinous rice meatball shop was quite famous in Zhonghai. However, Lin Ruoshi also specially got someone to design the shop's logo, which was a pink pig head glutinous rice meatball. It was extremely cute, and it would definitely be attractive to young girls. And the 3 branches were directly opened in the multi-purpose department stores under Lin Ruoshi. Just in Zhonghai alone, Lin Ruoshi owned no less than 10 shopping malls. However, she had always been low-key, and she did not attend many of them, so many people did not know that the boss behind these large department stores was actually the same person. After driving for about half an hour, the two of them arrived at the relatively close Zhonghai International Trade Tower. This tower's bottom 10 floors were all shops, restaurants, leisure and entertainment centers, and further up were the clubhouse and office floors. When they walked into the first floor of the tower, Xianxia suddenly asked curiously, "Ruoshi, Did Yulei's asset declaration include your department stores? Of course not. Lin Ruoshi said lightly, these are all my own assets, and I originally bought them from someone else. There is no need to forcibly include them in the company. Yangchen opened his mouth and said with a smile, in that case, even if Yulei goes bankrupt, your identity as a little rich lady will not change. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Yangchen with a smug expression, it's not your first day knowing me. Do you think that I am the kind of person who does not leave a way out for myself? Yangchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Lin Ruoshi's calculations, it was impossible for her to put all her eggs in one basket. It would be strange if she didn't have a backup plan. Actually, when Grandma handed Yulei to me, these department stores were not mine yet. But I have been buying shares from others for the past few years and have monopolized these buildings. Although it sometimes causes the company to be short of funds, I have absolute control of Yulei, so no one can say anything about me. Lin Ruoshi said. Yangchen smiled, no wonder Lin Ruoshi always kept her shares at around 90%. He asked in puzzlement, why are you buying so many buildings? Do you want to be a landlady? Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up, I'm still far from it. My goal is to buy the most prosperous commercial street in Shanghai and connect them together. As long as I walk by, it will be my building. I have been working towards this goal. Yang Chen's face stiffened. He smiled sheepishly. Don't tell me this is your dream? It is. Lin Ruoshi was overjoyed and nodded, actually, I think it is a very happy thing to be a real estate magnate in the city. Think about it, when the whole street is mine, I can have whatever brand I want. I can move all the things I like here, and the things I don't like will be moved away. When I go to the store, I can take whatever I want, as long as it is charged to the rent. The whole street will become my playground. Yangchen touched his face and muttered, your dream is not cute at all. As they spoke, the two had arrived at the Zhao's meatball shop with a pink glutinous rice and pig's head sign. What made Yangchen a little dumbfounded was that there was a long queue outside this meatball shop. Life was unusually lively. 3 or 4 hired employees were busy collecting fees and packaging, while a few apprentices were busy making fresh meatballs. Looking at the meatballs on sale, although they were not as exquisite as the ones made by Elder Zhao, they had more of the creativity of young people. There was a variety of styles, and it was easy to attract the interest of women and children. What made Yangchen even more dumbfounded was that the boxes containing the meatballs were printed with the cartoon Hello Kitty. The packaging was all pink, the same color as the one in Lin Ruoshi's room. Looking at the 2 large TV screens on both sides of the shop, they were playing the latest 2 popular Korean dramas. Although there was no sound, it still attracted many customers to stop and watch. Yangchen slapped his forehead, wasn't this the idea he had casually mentioned to Lin Ruoshi? This woman really did it. Looking at the side, Lin Ruoshi's bright eyes were already full of twinkling stars when she saw the meatball shop she had planned. She raised her head and stared at the Korean dramas on the TV screen, completely forgetting the purpose of coming here and immersing herself in it. Yangchen coughed a few times and pulled Lin Ruoshi back from her infatuated state. He asked, I'll go buy it for you. What flavor do you want? Lin Ruoshi realized that she had embarrassed herself again, so she looked at the TV a few more times reluctantly and said softly, I want any flavor. Ah? Yangchen was stunned. There were at least 20 to 30 flavors in the shop, and each meatball was the size of a tennis ball. He frowned and said, there's so much, can you finish it? Lin Ruoshi's head was already so low that her chin could touch her chest. She stammered, I want to finish it and take it home. You buy your own. You're not allowed to share it with me. The glutinous rice ball feast made Lin Ruoshi's cheeks flush red and she felt refreshed. She was in an extremely good mood, especially since she was able to sit on a chair outside the shop and watch Korean dramas while eating. If it weren't for the gifts, Yangchen suspected that Lin Ruoshi could have done this until the evening. Seeing the 7 solid glutinous rice balls go into the woman's belly, Yangchen wondered how she put them in, but he didn't dare to disturb his wife's elegant mood. He helped her wrap up the remaining glutinous rice balls and drove out of the building, continuing to drive to the orphanage. Of course, such a large number of gifts wouldn't just be given to one orphanage. They went to 3 orphanages in a row, all located in the suburbs of Shanghai. After getting out of the car, Lin Ruoshi greeted the children intimately, played some simple games, and played together. Obviously, Yangqing was the laborer, moving the small toys and snacks in the boxes into the yard. As for the work of distributing the gifts to the children, it was done by the aunt of the orphanage and Lin Ruoshi, because the children didn't like Yangqing and didn't care about this ordinary-looking uncle at all. Yangqing also wanted to hug those children like Lin Ruoshi, at least to show his Iron Man's tenderness. Not to mention the girls, even the boys stayed far away, for fear of being taken advantage of by this uncle. Seeing that Yangqing was embarrassed, the staff of the orphanage and Lin Ruoshi all laughed happily. Although Yangqing was depressed, seeing that Lin Ruoshi smiled more than ever, he didn't care. Unfortunately, if he wanted to have children, he would have to find a way to improve the physique of his women for a long time. Otherwise, he could really have children. Not only did Lin Ruoshi love children, but Guoxue Hua and Mother Wang were also anxious for a long time. The last orphanage was New Hope Orphanage, which was built by Guoxue Hua and Lin Ruoshi most often. Coming to the yard, the children were playing eagle catches chicks noisily. Seeing Lin Ruoshi appear, they surrounded her like a tide and kept shouting sweetly around Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi was very energetic when playing with the children. She didn't know fatigue and immediately became the mother hen for the children. After Yangqing was busy moving the last few boxes of gifts to the yard, Director Cha walked over with a smile and said, "Sorry to trouble you. All of us here are women, and we don't have much strength." Seeing Director Cha was considered an old acquaintance. Xianxia was also brought up by this old woman, so Yangqing was naturally very respectful towards her. "It's nothing. I can only do some manual labor. The children don't like me." Yangqing laughed at himself and asked, "Has my mother been here?" Director Cha knew that Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi were Guoxue Hua's son and daughter-in-law. She smiled and nodded. "She has been here for a long time. Madame Gua is the busiest during these days. She didn't stay for long and immediately went to another orphanage. She also told me that Jinxiu is going to take her college entrance examination and can only come back after that. She asked me not to blame her. Madame Gua is such a careful person." Yangqing nodded with some emotion. Just when he was about to find a place to rest and wait for Lin Ruoshi to go home together, he saw a small figure standing at the entrance of the orphanage from the corner of his eye. It was a girl about 3 or 4 years old wearing a light blue polka-dot white dress that revealed her fair and round legs. She wore red leather sandals and had a head of short black hair that was cut into a round mushroom hairstyle. In front of her was a flat fringe that accentuated her fair and delicate little face, making her look especially delicate and lovely. Her big, watery eyes were like clear pools of water without any impurities. The little girl leaned against the door. Her expression didn't show the slightest bit of childishness that a child should have. Her gaze fell on Lin Ruoshi, who was among the children from afar. In the eyes of the child, which should have been bright and innocent, there was a hint of complicated contemplation. Yangqing narrowed his eyes. He felt that there was something strange about this little girl, but he couldn't put his finger on it. However, Yangqing was sure that he had a good impression of this little girl. It wasn't because she looked like a porcelain doll that was carved from jade, but because it was an indescribable feeling. "Principal Cha, is that child also from this orphanage?" Yangqing asked the old man beside him. Principal Cha looked around, and a trace of love flashed in her eyes. "Yo, whose child is this? She looks so pretty, just like a doll that was drawn out. Of course, she's not from our orphanage. Just look at the way she's dressed. You can tell that she's from a rich family. Maybe her parents happened to be passing by with her, and she heard the cry of a child, so she came over to take a look." Yangqing nodded. Just as he was about to pick up some snacks and walk over to talk to the little girl, he saw a delicate woman who looked like a nanny run to the little girl's side. She held the little girl's hand with a look of concern, as if she was trying to persuade her about something. Then, she took the little girl away. Even before she left, the little girl didn't forget to look back at Lin Ruoshi with a hint of reluctance. It seems that the child really likes Ruoshi. "That's right, Ruoshi has always been very popular with children," Principal Cha said with a smile. She had also noticed this, and she laughed. Yangqing pursed his lips and chuckled. In his heart, he also thought that this was the case. No matter how he guessed, it was impossible for such a little girl to have any special feelings for Lin Ruoshi. Perhaps he was indeed thinking too much. This little episode was quickly forgotten by Yangqing. He chatted with Principal Cha for a while, and time passed just like that. In a quiet tea house not far from the orphanage, the elf-like little girl was running up the slightly old wooden stairs step by step with her small feet. "Miss Lon Lon, be careful, don't fall." "Oh, my little grandaunt." The nanny followed behind anxiously, for fear that the little girl would fall and hurt herself. The little girl's fluffy dress fluttered lightly, and she ran up the stairs agilely. She didn't have the slightest intention of falling, nor did she care about the worried nanny following behind her. She silently ran to a table near the balcony of the tea house. Using both her hands and feet, she climbed onto a chair, took a cup of cold tea like an adult, aimed it at her pink little mouth, and gulped it down. Opposite the little girl was a handsome, mature man with a leisurely temperament. He was wearing a striped shirt, with a string of Buddhist beads hanging on one hand and a folding fan in the other. He smiled lovingly as he watched the little girl finish drinking the tea, and warmly said, "Lon Lon, you didn't bully other children, did you?" The little girl called Lon Lon put down the teacup and said to the man with an expressionless face, "Grandpa, there's an auntie who looks like my mother." The little girl's words were without the slightest emotion, but her voice was like an aureole. If there was an outsider who heard the little girl calling this middle-aged man grandpa, they would definitely sigh at this man's good maintenance skills. After all, this man looked like he was in his early 30s. The man turned his head and looked at the nanny, who was panting and chasing after him, obviously asking what was going on. The nanny smiled bitterly and said, "Master, Miss Lon Lon saw a very beautiful lady playing with the children in the orphanage, and she felt that the lady looked like her mother." After listening to that, the man was silent for a while, closed his folding fan, and said earnestly, "Lon Lon, Grandpa knows that you miss your mother very much. But Grandpa has said many times that your mother has gone to a faraway place, and she won't be coming back. Grandpa will wait for the right time to bring you to see your father. At that time you will have a father who loves you, and a new mother. Lon Lon has a mother. Mother will not abandon Lon Lon." The little girl stubbornly opened her watery eyes wide and said unhappily. The man's words stopped, and he lightly sighed. He reached out his hand and stroked the girl's soft hair. Okay, Lan Lan's mother will come back, Grandpa won't talk nonsense." Only then did Lon Lon pout her mouth, forgiving him. Without smiling, she reached out her chubby little hand and took a piece of mung bean cake from the table. She opened her small mouth and began to eat quietly. Looking at the little girl's round face and the way she ate with relish, a trace of love flashed through the man's eyes, and he softly asked, "Lon Lon, we will be settling in Xianxia in the future, does Lon Lon like it here?" Lon Lon blinked her eyes and asked softly, "Grandpa said he's bringing me to see Dad. Now that we're not leaving, does that mean Dad is here? Then why don't you bring Lon Lon to see Father now?" The girl tilted her little head and asked puzzledly. "Then why don't you bring me to see Daddy now?" The little girl tilted her head and asked in confusion. The man was a little distressed, and he took the fan and knocked on his head. "Lon Lon, Grandpa must have a reason, for the good of Lon Lon, and also for the good of Father. In a few days, you will go and see Father, okay?" Lon Lon silently looked at the man for a while, and then she meekly nodded. Looking at the obedient and sensible child, the nanny couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, and she wiped away her tears. More than half an hour later, Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi said goodbye to President Cha. Before they knew it, the afternoon had passed. After all, there were people waiting for dinner at home, and it wasn't good to delay for too long. Yangqing helped Lin Ruoshi open the car door, and in a gentlemanly manner, let her get in first, and then walked to the driver's door. Just as he was about to get in the car, his heart slightly moved, as if he had sensed something. Yangqing raised his head and looked at the street in the distance, where the tea house was located, and he frowned. "What's wrong? Do you know anyone?" Lin Ruoshi asked curiously in the car. Coming back to his senses, Yangqing's expression changed, and he relaxed and said, "Nothing, I deliberately pretended to be deep." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry up and go back, don't let Mom and the others wait too long." Yangqing teased, "Just say it, can't you just say that you are in a hurry to eat the leftover glutinous rice balls?" This time, Lin Ruoshi didn't reply. She turned her head and looked out of the window, as if she didn't care, but the burning red ears betrayed her thoughts. June had arrived and the muffled rainy season of the yellow plum blossoms had also quietly arrived. As the saying goes, when the rain pours on the yellow plum tree, there will be no sun for 45 days. Although Jiangnan Memories was beautiful, these days of continuous rain caused many people who were used to living in dry areas to feel uncomfortable all over for a few days. Fortunately, the rain was sparse and not heavy. It was like silver threads falling on one's skin, bringing a refreshing coolness. It was much more comfortable than the stuffy heat before the rain. In a commercial street on the outskirts of Shanghai City, there was a small street paved with damp grayish-green bricks. There were many small restaurants that emitted the smell of cooking oil and the smell of food. The big red and green signboards were decorated with all kinds of neon lights. It was evening and there was a crowd of people rushing to get off work. A young man wearing a checkered short-sleeved shirt and a pair of straight white trousers was looking for a small restaurant. He walked all the way to a Sichuan restaurant and stood there for a while before walking in. This was obviously Yangqing, who came to talk to Ma Guifeng about Mo Qianni after he got off work. It had been quite some time and Yangqing thought that no matter how angry Ma Guifeng was, she should have calmed down by now. He could understand her feelings and reason with her. There should be a way to make his mother-in-law compromise. As soon as he entered, Sister Xiang, who had gained a few pounds, was pressing a calculator at the counter as if she was settling accounts. When she saw Yangqing enter, her eyes lit up. "Oh, Yangqing is here. You're here to see Guifeng, right?" Yangqing greeted her and smiled. "Sister Xiang, where's my mother-in-law?" Yangqing didn't see Ma Guifeng in the restaurant. "Ah, she's helping in the kitchen. I'll call her for you," Sister Xiang said as she put down the calculator and ran to the kitchen. Yangqing quickly stopped her. "I'll go, I don't want to trouble you." Xianxia understood and looked at him approvingly, but did not interfere. Yangqing was a little nervous, but he still walked into the kitchen with a smile on his face. He smelled the fishy smell of vegetables and fish, but he was used to it in the market, so he didn't think much of it. He looked at the innermost part of the kitchen, where a woman was cutting vegetables and putting them on a plate. He called out, "Mom." Ma Guifeng, who was cutting vegetables, stopped moving the knife in her hand. She turned around and saw Yangqing. She said with a complicated expression, "What are you doing here?" "Hee, it's nothing. The weather has been humid recently and I'm afraid that you're not feeling well, so I came to take a look after work," Yangqing said with a smile. "I'm fine, you can go." Ma Guifeng continued to cut vegetables. How could Yangqing leave? He licked his lips. "I want to talk to you about Qianni." "We have nothing to talk about, I've said everything I need to say, and I've apologized to General Lin." "This should be the end of it," Ma Guifeng said bluntly. Yangqing smiled bitterly. "How can this be the end of it? No matter what, I won't give up on Qianni. If I abandon her now because of your objection, how can I face the fact that she chose me in the first place? I just want to make things clear, Mom, after you listen to my explanation, you'll believe me, I won't mistreat Qianni." Ma Guifeng scoffed. "Won't mistreat? You already have a wife, do you think you can get married again? Let me tell you, Yangqing, unless you divorce General Lin and marry my daughter, then we'll be husband and wife, then I'll let bygones be bygones. If you want to take my daughter as your lover, even if you treat her well and give her mountains of gold and silver, I won't let her be with you again." Yangqing was stunned. This Ma Guifeng's attitude was too resolute. He scratched the back of his neck with a headache, smiled and said, "Mom, you're too heartless, this is too damaging to Qianni and me, can't you not kill me with a stick and observe for a while?" "Let me tell you, Yangqing, you're not allowed to call me Mom anymore. I don't have a son-in-law as capable as you." Ma Guifeng glared at him. "The reason why I want you to break up now is for your own good in the future. I don't care what you think, and I don't care if you've been flirting or anything else, but I can take care of my daughter. It's impossible for a girl to be with you. Go away." Okay, let's not talk about this first." Yangqing was thick-skinned enough, he didn't care at all and walked behind Ma Guifeng, smiled and said, "Mom, are your shoulders sore? Let me massage them for you." "Go away." Ma Guifeng shouted, turned around with the kitchen knife, and pointed it at Yangqing's nose. "Yangqing, I'm warning you. Don't think that I'll be soft-hearted by your flowery words, this is not negotiable. Unless I die, as long as I'm still breathing, I won't allow my daughter to be someone else's mistress. If you keep talking to me like this, I'll find a random beggar on the street and marry my daughter. Yang Cheng's face darkened, faced with such an aggressive Ma Guifeng, he suddenly realized that he was full of energy, but he couldn't exert it. She was the mother of her lover. Furthermore, everything she did was for the sake of giving her daughter a proper status and a happy life. Therefore, no matter how fierce and ruthless she was to him, Yang Cheng always felt that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to act. Ma Guifeng wasn't an Zaihuan, nor was she Ning Guanyao, she was just an ordinary woman from a mountain village, she didn't even know a few words. However, it was such an insignificant person that Yang Cheng didn't dare to make her angry, let alone look down on her regardless of seniority. The reason why an elder was not because they were older than you, nor was it because they knew more than you, but because they could selflessly sacrifice everything for their descendants. Such a woman, in Yang Cheng's eyes, was more worthy of respect than the premier, Ning Guanyao. Yang Cheng felt suffocated in his heart, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of impatience, but it was difficult for him to give up, so he took 2 steps back and sincerely said, I won't give up, since you're still angry today, I'll come again another day. I hope you can calm down, your daughter isn't someone who makes random choices, isn't it? Actually, Yang Cheng's thoughts were simple, if you're angry, then be angry, I'll come every day, you can't be angry every day, right? Even a brake pad would wear out one day, how could a person's temper be more durable than a brake pad? Ma Guifeng's eyes were slightly red, she didn't say a word. At this moment, from the dining hall outside the kitchen, a woman's high-pitched voice suddenly came, Ma Guifeng. Come out. Yang Cheng was about to go out of the kitchen, but when he heard this, he was stunned. Who had such a loud voice, and also had such a fierce aura? Ma Guifeng's face was pale, and her hand trembled as she put the kitchen knife back on the chopping board. She wiped her hand on her apron, hesitated for a moment, and silently walked out. Yang Cheng followed closely behind, he realized that the situation seemed to be unfavorable for his mother-in-law, as if someone was looking for trouble with her, he might be able to take this opportunity to show off and win a good impression. When he came to the dining hall, he saw a fat woman with her hands on her hips, her face with 3 chins, and her eyes were wide open, as if they were on fire. Sister Xiang was standing at the side anxiously, as if she was a little afraid of the woman, wanting to say something but hesitating. There was also a bald middle-aged man, relatively thin, was next to the woman, comforting her worriedly, Wife, what are you doing? Let's go back. Don't cause trouble for Ah Xiang's shop, we're neighbors, what are you doing? The woman coldly snorted, and glared at her husband. When she saw Ma Guifeng come out, she stepped forward, and loudly said, Ma Guifeng, you're really capable. Ma Guifeng's face showed a trace of a gentle smile, walked in front of the woman, and asked, Aunt Zhou, what do you mean by this? Ha, you still have the face to ask me what I mean. Aunt Zhou suddenly laughed, and then, without warning, raised her hand and slapped. Pa. A crisp sound rang out, and a red mark appeared on Ma Guifeng's face. She covered her face, stunned, a little stunned. This change made Sister Xiang, who was next to her, scream. Yang Cheng also didn't expect the other party to hit, and he was thinking about what was going on, so he didn't stop it. Seeing Ma Guifeng hit, his eyes suddenly burst into flames. His mother-in-law was actually hit by a shrew in front of him. If this matter were to spread to Mo Qianni's ears, wouldn't she hate him to death? If it wasn't a public place, and there must be some inside story, Yang Cheng really didn't care that this was a woman, and went up to slap her back, but in the end, he still suppressed his anger, stepped in front of Ma Guifeng, and angrily said, You better tell me why did you hit my mother-in-law, or else I will smash your face. As soon as Yang Cheng interfered, the shrew hesitated for a moment before realizing what was going on. She sneered and said, Great, so Ma Guifeng's son-in-law is here too. Why? Are you trying to stand up for your shameless mother-in-law? Hit me. Hit me. This was the first time that Yang Cheng had seen such a shrew's behavior. He almost couldn't react to the appearance of a commoner. You're courting death. Yang Cheng was about to make a move, but Ma Guifeng, who was behind him, had already called out to him. Yang Cheng. Go away. Ma Guifeng angrily pushed Yang Cheng away and scolded, this is not something that you should care about. Go back. When did I become your mother-in-law? I have nothing to do with you. Yangqing felt depressed in his heart. He had already been bullied and slapped in the face, so why was he still angry at him? Mom, she's already like this, and you're still blocking me. Yangqing was so angry that his voice was trembling. That shrew snorted coldly, so it's a piece of trash who can't even be considered a son-in-law, chasing after other people's daughters. That's right, a mother is already so foxy at her age, so a daughter might be even more seductive. Seeing that Yangqing was about to go up again, Ma Guifeng hurriedly blocked him, turned around, and said solemnly, Aunt Zhou, I think you misunderstood something, but you can't say that about my daughter and slander us. Yangqing was blocked behind, and it was really hard to say. Speaking of which, how could a single Ma Guifeng be able to stop him? But the key was that the situation was different, and he couldn't be too overbearing, nor was it suitable to cause a large commotion. He could only endure for a while and see what the situation was. That's right, wife, it's really not what you think. The old man hurriedly tried to persuade him. Shut up. The shrew Aunt Zhou was so angry that her mouth twisted, and said, You still say that it's nothing. Ever since this vixen came here to work, you've been coming here every other day to give her some onions, garlic, or dried tofu. As long as this vixen doesn't come to our shop to borrow something, you're worried that she's not feeling well. I've been your wife for dozens of years. Why don't you ask me if I'm feeling well? Old man Zhou's face turned red, but he said in an aggrieved manner, Dear, I'm not like what you think I am. I just saw that Guifeng came all the way from Sichuan province without a husband to take care of her. How could I have such thoughts? Doesn't she have a daughter to take care of? Why would I need you? Shrew Zhou slanted her lips and said, You're a widow with no man by your side and you're much prettier than me. Do you think I can't guess what you're thinking? Usually, when you deliver some side dishes and run back and forth, I would pretend not to see it. But you, as soon as I came back today, you even gave me a plate of bones for free. Do you think my wife is dead? Sigh. The weather hasn't been good these days. I saw that Guifeng's body was a little weak, so I wanted her to make some soup to nourish herself. I really didn't. Old man Zhou looked embarrassed and stuttered. Aunt Xiang, who was at the side, quickly took over the conversation and advised, Aunt Zhou, don't misunderstand. Guifeng went to your shop to borrow food because we don't have enough staff. How about this, I'll go there myself next time, or let my husband go there. Guifeng isn't the kind of person you think she is. Ah Xiang, we've known each other for so many years. Don't lie to me, Aunt Zhou said angrily. Ask yourself, how many stinky old men in the shops didn't have feelings for Ma Guifeng since she came to work on our street? As the saying goes, there's a lot of trouble in front of a widow's door. Did I make this up? If she really didn't have any ulterior motives, why would so many people talk behind her back? Believe it or not, even if you don't let Ma Guifeng go out to borrow food, people from other shops will still come and try to get close to her. Aunt Xiang was speechless. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Ma Guifeng. She was silent. It was obvious that rumors about Ma Guifeng had been going around for a long time. These days, there were more and more people coming to the shop. Everyone knew who they were here for. Ma Guifeng's face turned green and white. She held back her tears and didn't let them fall. But the more she acted like this, the more sorrowful she felt. Standing at the back, Yangqing suddenly remembered something. He remembered that when he came to look for Ma Guifeng, it was coincidentally Ma Guifeng who went to the shop next door to borrow food. At that time, he thought that Ma Guifeng didn't look good when she came back, but he didn't ask why. And the shop that she went to borrow food from was a shop with the surname Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Guifeng's expression didn't look good because she had been rolled her eyes or said some unpleasant words to her at that time. However, Ma Guifeng was a tough woman. She cherished the rare opportunity to work, so she didn't want to mention it. She didn't want Mo Qianni to stop her from working at the shop. Thinking about it carefully, as Mo Qianni's birth mother, Ma Guifeng was beautiful when she was young. Now that she was almost 50 years old, although she had suffered a lot and had some crow's feet, her figure and appearance had the charm of an old woman. She was very attractive to the middle-aged and elderly people, so it wasn't hard to understand why she would misunderstand. Taking a deep breath, Ma Guifeng forced a smile and said, Aunt Zhou, Ma Guifeng, am not an innocent person, but I really wouldn't do something like that. I want to make it clear today that I have nothing to do with your old Zhou. I also gave the bones to the kitchen as a guest's dish. I'm just a foreigner, and I don't have much education. I just want to earn some money here so that I won't be a burden to my daughter. If you really don't want to see me, I can find a job in a place further away tomorrow. How about it? When Aunt Zhou heard Ma Guifeng speaking to her in such a humble tone, she couldn't get angry. She coldly glanced at her and said, You said it yourself. Today's matter will be put aside for the time being. It's up to you whether you want to change your job or not. I also didn't cause trouble in this shop for Xianxia's sake. However, Ma Guifeng, I have to remind you that many sisters in other shops have opinions about you. You better be careful. Try not to borrow food and other things in the future. Ma Guifeng nodded gratefully. I know. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. I will pay attention. When Aunt Zhou's anger was almost gone, she grabbed old Zhou and turned around to go back. Old Zhou was quite scared and didn't dare to look at Ma Guifeng. He looked very pitiful. Seeing that Aunt Zhou and her husband had left, Aunt Xiang sighed in relief. She looked at Ma Guifeng with pity and said, Guifeng, I really wronged you. Don't take it to heart. Auntie Zhou is a straightforward person. If she feels uncomfortable, she will say it out loud. When she hit you, it was purely out of anger. She didn't have any malicious thoughts. She's much better than those who gossip behind the scenes. Ma Guifeng smiled and replied, It's okay. I'm not a little girl who can't stand being bullied. I've endured all these years. You can go back to your work. Aunt Xiang sighed and shook her head. She immediately turned around and continued to settle the accounts. Ma Guifeng turned around and looked at Yangqing. She said, Come with me. Yangqing immediately followed her. He was also holding back his anger. Just now, when Shu Zhou wanted to leave, he wanted to slap her back. But he was afraid that Ma Guifeng would be unhappy, so he could only endure it. He followed Ma Guifeng to a secluded place outside the back door of the kitchen. Ma Guifeng stopped and turned around. She said, What? You look like you're even more upset than me, the one who was slapped. Yangchen clenched his teeth and avoided Ma Guifeng's gaze. Naturally, it was hard for him to accept this. He even had a plan in mind. When he left later, he would at least slap that Shu Zhou. If you want to say something, just say it. Why did you slap my mother-in-law? Ma Guifeng smiled bitterly. I know what you're thinking. I actually want to thank you for being so considerate of me. But, Yangqing, do you think this is the first time I've been slapped in the face because of this kind of thing? Yangqing opened his mouth. Don't tell me, someone else hit you here? Ma Guifeng sighed. She seemed to find it funny. She touched her slapped face and said, Ever since my first husband, who was Nizi's father, died, even during the years when I was married to Zhang Fugui, I was often hit by some women in the village. A slap was considered light. Some even pulled my hair. Hee hee. Zhang Fugui was a gambling addict. He fooled around everywhere and rarely went home. I was alone in the village, so it was inevitable that I would come into contact with some people. They thought that I was seducing their man. They didn't go to school and didn't talk to me. So, it was normal for them to hit me. How could they do this? Yangqing clenched his fists. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. This kind of past was told by a woman with a smile. How could she feel? Mom, Yangqing didn't care if Ma Guifeng let him call her that, and said seriously, No one can hit you in the future. If anyone hits you, I'll break their bones. Ma Guifeng chuckled, Sigh, I knew you would get angry, that's why I called you over to listen to me. Yangqing was indignant, Do I have to endure seeing you get slapped for no reason at all? Then do you think it's useful to hit them? You can hit one person and seal one person's mouth, but can you seal everyone's mouth? Don't tell me they won't think so in their hearts if they don't say it. Ma Guifeng asked back, her face cold, Yangqing, let me tell you, in this world, you can't control the hearts of others. Like that Aunt Jo, suspecting me, hitting me, scolding me, that's all reasonable. Although I feel heartache, I feel wronged, but I know, this can't be helped. Why, Mom, why did you accept this kind of thing and not resist at all? Yangqing shook his head in confusion. Ma Guifeng was silent for a while, then said word by word, because I'm a widow without a man. Yangqing forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the woman in front of him. Hearing such words from her mouth, it was like a huge rock pressing on his heart. That person is right, there are many troubles in front of a widow's door. Whether it's in my old village or in a big city like Shanghai, as long as I'm a widow without a man called husband, people will look at me with special eyes, Ma Guifeng said in a low voice. I've resisted before, I've tried to prove that I'm a pure woman, but no one will believe me, unless I don't let anyone see me in contact with a man for the rest of my life. Or, when I'm so old that no one will look at me, then those women won't have any ideas. Yang Cheng's nose was a little sour. The woman in front of him hid all the pain in her heart, silently enduring for so many years. How difficult this journey must have been. Yangqing, now do you understand why I absolutely can't let Nizi be with you? Ma Guifeng said deeply. Yangqing's heart shook, he couldn't say a word. Ma Guifeng's eyes were filled with love and sadness. In my life, the biggest pillar that supported me to live is Nizi. I know the misfortune that happened to me the best. If a woman didn't have a happy marriage and didn't have a dignified husband, not to mention how her life would be, just the various rumors and slanders outside, the strange gazes and suspicions, was a pain that a person shouldn't have to bear. I've walked this dark and bottomless road until now, and I'm already covered in cuts and bruises. How can I bear to let my only daughter walk the same path? No. Yangqing hurriedly shook his head and said, I won't let Qianni be bullied, Mom. Stop. Ma Guifeng interrupted Yangqing's words, you don't understand what I'm saying at all. Perhaps you have money, power, and all kinds of strength to protect Nizi. She won't be beaten or bullied. However, do you think that if you don't get beaten up and have money to spend, then you'll really be happy? Have you ever thought that you and Nizi are still young? When you're in your 30s, if Nizi isn't married and doesn't have children, what will others say? If Nizi had a child and she wasn't married, what would happen to the child she gave birth to? What would the people around me think of my daughter? Someone else's wife? Or was she a mistress? What would other children think of the child you and Nizi have? These series of things, you young people may not think of because you're in love, but as a mother, how can I not think about it? Yangqing, don't you understand? The more beautiful a woman is, when she gets old, if there's no man by her side, the more people will gossip about her. So, if you can't give Nizi the status of a legal wife, then don't chase after her anymore. At most, you'll suffer for a few years, and then it'll be over. It's better than suffering for a lifetime. The next generation will also suffer. These emotional words were so deafening that it made Yangqing stand in place, completely silent. Ma Guifeng finally couldn't help it. She wiped her teary eyes and said with a sad smile, Yangqing, I know you're a good child. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought your mother to see us. Perhaps you're born in a rich family, and you're not ordinary, so you don't care much about the secular views. But our Qianni is just an ordinary girl. No matter how strong she is, no matter how competitive she is, she's still a woman. She can't just stay by your side for the rest of her life. She has her own life, her own friends, and her own work circle. She has to come into contact with society, so it's impossible for her to hide a lot of personal problems without others finding out. She doesn't care now, but that doesn't mean she won't care about other people's views in the future. She'll face them honestly. Do you have the heart to let her be looked down upon by others outside, and force a smile in front of you? Yangqing was silent. These things weren't something he hadn't thought of. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had always avoided it. Was he really wrong? Should he really let go? Was that the best way to treat Mo Qianni? Looking at Ma Guifeng's tearful eyes, Yangqing's mind was slightly shaken. Ma Guifeng let out a long sigh and wiped the corners of her eyes. I know it's hard for you to accept it all at once. I'm doing this for the sake of the two of you. Let's not talk about the fact that our family is indebted to old CEO Lin. Can you guarantee that with another woman around, General Lin will really put up with it? Although I'm not cultured, I'm not stupid enough to think that a woman who can manage such a big company will be easy to get along with. Nizi is also her employee. In the future, there will be a lot of conflicts. For the sake of your family's happiness, you should also know how to give up. Give up? Yangqing laughed bitterly. It's much harder for a person to give up than to get. Ma Guifeng pursed her lips and smiled. She patted Yangqing's shoulder lightly. Think about it yourself. My attitude won't change, because I'm an experienced person. I won't gamble with my daughter's life. I hope you'll think about it clearly soon. Not long after, Ma Guifeng went to prepare the dishes for the evening, and Yangqing also walked out of the Sichuan restaurant. The sky had already darkened, and the drizzle in the sky had stopped. Yangqing walked on the brightly lit street. His ears were filled with the hustle and bustle of people and traffic, but his heart was cold and quiet without any noise. After walking for a while, Yangqing still couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as he was about to go to the parking place, his footsteps stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley. In this wet alley, there were some discarded packaging and sundries from the nearby shops. Because of the flow of water, many of the dirty things had become rotten, emitting a pungent smell. At this moment, a female beggar wrapped in a blanket was holding a dirty white bread in her hand. She squatted in the corner and silently ate it. The female beggar's hair was messy and there were still water droplets on it. The shoes on her feet were full of mud. If she was on the street, she would definitely be driven away by the city management. Yangqing frowned. No matter how dirty the beggar in front of him was, he could still distinguish who she was from the outline. The female beggar seemed to also realize that someone was standing at the entrance of the alley, blocking some of the light. She slowly and carefully raised her head. When her eyes saw that it was Yangqing, she immediately showed a trace of horror. You. How did you? The beggar's hand trembled, and the bread directly fell to the ground. Yangqing didn't feel any pity or relief. This woman fell into such a state because she deserved it. Compared to her malicious heart that wanted to kill Lin Ruashi and himself, letting her live such a bitter life was already not letting her down. Just as Yangqing was about to ignore her and leave, he suddenly saw a crippled homeless man in front of him. He raised his head and looked at Yangqing with a trace of doubt, but he immediately turned into the alley. Squatting in front of Luo Tsuishan, the crippled man took out a few coins from his ragged pocket and smiled proudly. Tomorrow's breakfast is settled. I thought it was hard to ask for money on a rainy day, but I didn't expect that I would give more when it's raining. Seeing that Luo Tsuishan didn't respond, the crippled man realized that the woman was emotionally unstable. Her eyes were filled with all kinds of anger and suppressed fear, as if she didn't dare to face the unfamiliar man at the entrance of the alley. Cripple pondered for a moment and glanced at Yangqing hesitantly. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment before revealing an unhappy expression. He raised his head and said, "Hey! What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beggar before? I'll beat you to death if you keep looking." After saying that, he didn't forget to frighten Cripple by throwing down the cloth bag. Yangqing retracted his gaze from Luo Tsuishan and asked Cripple with great interest, "Have you been taking care of her for the past 2 days?" Cripple snorted coldly, "What does it matter to you?" "Of course." Yangqing looked at Cripple up and down meaningfully, "Because I was the one who made her like this." Cripple felt uncomfortable being swept by Yangqing's gaze. It was as if this young man's gaze could penetrate his soul and see through everything. What? What do you mean?" Cripple was apprehensive, but he pretended to be fearless on the surface. Yangqing shrugged with his hands behind his back. "The meaning is very simple. I want this woman to fend for herself, but you provide her with food and drink. Aren't you holding me back?" Luo Tsuishan trembled all over. A kind of resentment and viciousness spread in her heart, but she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yangqing because the terror this man brought to her was far beyond her imagination. Cripple looked down at the trembling woman and various expressions flashed through his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood up proudly. "What can you do to me? I'd just like to give her food and drink." "What can you do to me? If you have the guts, break my other leg as well. I can crawl and beg for food, I can even roll." Cripple shouted at the top of his lungs like a skinny jackal facing a vigorous lion. However, he refused to back down and used all his strength. Luo Tsuishan finally couldn't help but raise her head and look at the young tramp in front of her who couldn't even lift a leg. Her eyes were hazy with tears, but she was in a daze. Yang Chen's interest was piqued. Grinning, he asked, "Who is she to you? Why do you work so hard to protect her?" Cripple said in disdain, "I like it, there's no reason." "You like her?" Yang Qing asked mischievously. Cripple's expression was a little stiff, and he straightened his neck. "What's it to you?" Yang Qing seemed to have understood something and nodded, "I understand." "Alright, since that's the case, I'll be leaving. But I advise you to be careful. Once you take a step, you can't take it back. After all, you only have one foot." Cripple felt a little guilty. Be careful of her? Humph, I gave her food and drink, could it be that she still wants to harm me? You, on the other hand, what right do you have to be so cruel to a woman? Even though I, Cripple, am not a good person, I am not as vicious as you. Yang Qing curled his lips and sneered, "I didn't tell you to be careful of her." Yang Qing pointed at his own nose, "I'm the one who told you to be careful." Cripple swallowed his saliva and mocked, "Do you think you can scare me? You'll know in the future." Yang Qing turned around and said as he walked away, "I just want to tell you, I don't scare people." Cripple looked at Yang Qing's back until he disappeared around a corner. He muttered to himself for a while, then turned around and asked Luo Tsuishan, who was squatting on the ground, "Hey, are you alright?" That person left. Luo Tsuishan slowly raised her head and looked at the young vagabond who was at least 20 years younger than her. "Why did you do this to me?" "What?" Cripple was at a loss. "Why did you give me food, drink, and speak up for me?" Luo Tsuishan's eyes behind her messy hair were filled with mixed thoughts. Cripple's eyes evaded, "Is that important? If you want to do it, then do it. Are you pitying me?" Luo Tsuishan sneered, "I don't need anyone to pity me." "Pity? Haha." Cripple laughed, "I'm just a beggar and a cripple at that. Do I have the right to pity others? Why would I pity you? You have hands and feet and can talk, do I have nothing better to do?" Luo Tsuishan was stunned. Cripple said disdainfully, "Humph, you're so paranoid. I want to treat you well, it's that simple. If you think I'm a hindrance, just say it." After saying that, Cripple seemed to be quite annoyed. He limped out of the alley without looking back, as if he didn't want to stay with Luo Tsuishan any longer. Luo Tsuishan was stunned on the spot for a while. She stretched out her hand and wiped away the 2 streams of tears that had unknowingly fallen from her face. Her gaze fell on the white bread that had just fallen on the ground. Luo Tsuishan carefully picked it up and brushed off some of the dirt. With trembling hands, she bit down on it. Dark clouds hovered in the sky above Zhonghai City. Unknowingly, the yellow plum rain had gotten heavier. On the way back home, Yang Qing didn't think much about Luo Tsuishan and that unfamiliar cripple. Killing or not killing such a character wouldn't make a difference. Instead, keeping her alive might attract more big fishes. At the very least, Yang Qing felt that if Luo Tsuishan was still alive, Ning Guanyao would definitely feel uncomfortable. As for a father who didn't even want his own daughter, Yang Qing didn't have a good impression of that fellow. In his mind, he kept thinking about the little things that had happened between him and Mo Qianni. The woman's understanding, hard work, seriousness, and persistence had left countless marks in his heart. Give up? How could he give up? However, Ma Guifeng's words made Yang Qing slightly worried. Could he really give a woman happiness? It wasn't difficult to become a wife. As long as she changed her nationality, it was a very easy thing to do legally. But the key was, how would the people around him view it? Gossip was a fearful thing. Yang Qing didn't think it would be easy to bring women to live in another country. The ties of family and the habits of life would all be burdens. After all, women didn't only live for themselves. Thinking about how Ma Guifeng could only swallow the bitter fruit after being slapped by that shrew, Yang Qing's heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. When he thought about the scene of Mo Qianni being ridiculed by others one day, he felt an uncontrollable fear. The sweeter the love, the more bitter it would be when there were problems. Unknowingly, he returned home. When Yang Qing opened the door, the smell of food filled the living room. Lin Ruashi had taken off her work uniform and was wearing a blue and white striped off-shoulder dress. She was wearing a pink apron with a cartoon pattern on it as she walked out with a huge clay pot in her hands. She looked as if she was afraid that the pot would break. Speaking of which, the apron was a DIY product that Xianxia bought after school one day. She said that it was a gift for Ruashi's sister. However, although Lin Ruashi kept it, she didn't dare to wear it. It seemed that she was in a good mood these days, so she didn't care about being looked at strangely by Yangqing and Xianxia. She put it on happily. "Let me do it." Yangqing stepped forward to take the clay pot from his wife's hand and put it on the table with steady steps. Lin Ruashi pouted, "It's so hot. Don't you feel it in your hand?" Yangqing smiled and said, "Baby, how about you blow it for me?" As he said that, he put his hand to the woman's mouth. Lin Ruashi ran away and blushed, "You are so naughty as soon as you get home. Hurry up and wash your hands. It's time to eat." After a while, Xianxia also came down from upstairs. The girl was going to take the college entrance examination in a few days, and the school didn't require her to go. She was ready to relax and then go to the battlefield. These days, the dishes at home were very sumptuous. They didn't care about the problem of waste. Every day, Xianxia was fed until her mouth was oily and her little face was round. The family ate dinner happily. Xianxia was the most lively and always told some corny jokes. Yangqing would add oil to the fire and occasionally make dirty jokes in front of the elders, which made Lin Ruashi step on his toes under the table. Yangqing enjoyed the feeling of Lin Ruashi getting closer to him. Although they hadn't slept together yet, it was Yangqing's suggestion. They would sleep together after the wedding. He couldn't go back on his words. As the man of the family, his credibility couldn't be too low. However, Yangqing couldn't help but think, how did Mo Qianni eat dinner at home? With Qiang Wei and Ma Guifang, the three of them? In the future, when he was a family, could he let Mo Qianni also participate in the warm dinner at the dining table? Yang Chen's mood became gloomy again when he thought of all the obstacles that had happened during this period of time. It seemed like he had been too selfish. Women were usually alone most of the time. It didn't make a difference whether she had him as her lover or not. He kept getting their youth and tenderness from women, but he had nothing to give them. Mo Qianni was like that, Qiang Wei was like that, Anqin, Mingyu. How could material help fill the emptiness of the soul? After dinner, Yangqing went upstairs alone early. He said that he wanted to watch the European Cup game online, which made the four women downstairs a little confused. The game hadn't started yet, right? After Yangqing returned to the room, he walked to the balcony and looked at the quiet night sky in a daze. After a while, there was a knock on the door. It was Guo. Seeing her son standing on the balcony in such a deep mood, Guo sighed and walked to Yangqing's side. "I saw that you had something on your mind when we were eating just now. Do you mind telling me? I can't hide this from you. It seems that my acting is not good enough." Yangqing relaxed his eyebrows and joked. When a mother looks at her child, she doesn't look at him with her eyes, but with her heart. Guo rolled her eyes at him. Yangqing thought about it and nodded, "You do have your heart." Then, Yangqing didn't hide anything. He told her about the incident with Ma Guifang in the evening and the series of events that happened. In the end, Yangqing touched his temple. "Mom, my heart is in a mess now. I don't know what to do. Have I really been harming Qianni all this time?" Guo's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "Sister Ma has indeed had it hard. It's understandable that she would be so resistant to you and Qianni. But when it comes to matters of the heart, even if I'm your mother, I can't make decisions for you." Yangqing, from a woman's point of view, what I want to say to you is that if you really haven't thought about how to give Qianni a happy future where she can walk under the sun with dignity, then, as Sister Ma said, it's better to suffer for a while than to let her suffer for the rest of her life. Yangqing was silent. Although he knew that this would be the result, he was still a little disappointed after hearing Guo's words. "Qianni is different from other girls," Guo said earnestly. "She's not like Qiang Wei. She's a maverick. She's a part of the underworld, so she doesn't have to care too much about the rules between men and women. And for a child like Anqin, she was born in a rich family and has a cheerful personality. She doesn't care too much about the rules of the secular world. Qianni is the daughter of an ordinary family. She will care about the secular world's view and the opinions of others. If they were both your lovers, perhaps no one would laugh at Anqing and Chengwei, but Qianni is different. Listening to Guoshuihua's words, Yang Cheng's heart gradually calmed down. Of course, it was also extremely heavy. Indeed, among his confidants, only Emo Qianni was the most ordinary one. If this relationship continued, in the future, she would definitely be the one who would be hurt the most. Lu Mingyu could go to the Green Dragon gang to be the mistress and participate in the gang's business management. Xianwei and Anqing were both high and mighty. Ordinary people would never have the chance to judge them. Not to mention Tang Wan and the Kai sisters. If he hadn't interfered, their marriages would either be unmarried for the rest of their lives, or they would have been arranged by powerful families. They were not judged by secular values. While Yangqing was struggling, in the bungalow across the wall, Emo Qianni, who had also just finished dinner, was dragged into her room by Chengwei to be cheap labor. Both women were only wearing the cool gauze pajamas that they liked to wear when they were at home. After taking a shower, they were both tall and voluptuous, really eye-catching. Emo Qianni was pressed onto a desk in the bedroom by Chengwei. Facing the open laptop and a pile of reports and documents, she pouted unhappily. Chengwei, can't you spare me? I've been busy all day. Why do I still have to help you work when we get home? Chengwei smiled charmingly and gently bit her good friend's earlobe. Ouch. Emo Qianni blushed and hurriedly moved her face away. What are you doing? Okay, Qianni, please help me. It's not like you don't know that I didn't go to university before I became a monk. You've also studied accounting and finance. Yulei is such a big company and you can manage so many financial affairs. It won't take much time for you to analyze the report for me. After you're done with it, I'll sleep with you tonight. Rosa's eyes were like silk, but the corners of her mouth had a hint of mischievous banter. Emo Qianni was speechless for a while and said with a sad face, You're just threatening me. I don't want you to sleep with me. We've agreed that you can't come and harass me at night after I finish this for you. So, you agree? Rose said sweetly, as if her scheme had succeeded. Emo Qianni said unhappily, I'm so easy to bully. Besides, my mother scolded me when she found out that you sneaked into my quilt last time. Chengwei was puzzled. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Why did Aunt Ma scold you? I'm not a man. Can't we play? You're still talking. It's not like you don't know that my mother's thinking is very traditional. It's fine if we sleep together, but you sneaked into my nightgown and touched me. Is it appropriate? Emo Qianni stared at Chengwei. Chengwei stuck out her pink tongue. She grabbed Emo Qianni's hand and shook it as a sign of agreement. The two women had been living together for a long time. They had a very good relationship like sisters. Since Ma Guifeng came, she became Chengwei's godmother and became more and more harmonious. However, the two rarely talked about Yangqing. They were afraid that Ma Guifeng would be unhappy. Just as Emo Qianni was being used as labor again, there was a knock on the door. Ma Guifeng's voice came from outside. Girl, are you in Chengwei's room? Emo Qianni quickly got up. Yes, Mom. What's the matter? I want to talk to you, Ma Guifeng said. Emo Qianni quickly ran out without looking back. Chengwei stood in front of the computer alone and stomped her feet. Following her mother to the living room downstairs, Emo Qianni asked curiously, Mom, what's the matter? Why are you so serious? Ma Guifeng looked at her daughter and said gently, You haven't been disobedient these days, have you? Emo Qianni's gaze was a little evasive. Of course, she understood what she meant. She was asking if she had been in contact with Yangqing. Before Yulei was persecuted, the two of them had made a promise to go on together. This made her feel very guilty. She stammered, N. She didn't dare to confirm or deny it. Ma Guifeng's eyes instantly turned cold. Humph, I knew it. You won't be obedient. It's true that a grown girl can't be kept at home. I raised you for nothing. Emo Qianni's nose was a little sour. She said aggrievedly, Mom. We really just met and had a meal. Do you want to do anything else? Ma Guifeng was so angry that her breathing became heavy. After panting for a while, she said, "Today, that brat Yangqing came to find me." Mo Qianni's heart trembled. She was a little afraid, but she asked curiously, Did he say anything?" "Humph, what else could it be? He just wants me to ignore you guys and let you guys continue to kiss each other," Ma Guifeng said unhappily. "Then Mom, you." "Of course I won't agree." Ma Guifeng slammed the table. "Girl, I've already told him everything clearly today. If you stay with him, you will get hurt sooner or later. You are still young now, but in a few years, it will be hard to turn back. He was also moved by me today. He should go back and think about breaking up with you. You are not allowed to see him. You can't let him have the slightest idea." "Mom." Mo Qianni suddenly stood up. She looked sad and said with tears in her eyes, "How can you do this?" Hearing Ma Guifeng saying that Yangqing would consider breaking up, Mo Qianni could not help but know how harsh and cruel the words were. She could not help but stood up and shouted anxiously. Whenever she thought that Yangqing might leave her, her heart felt like it was hanging on the edge of a cliff. It could fall at any time. "Of course I can do this." Ma Guifeng said loudly, "You are my daughter. Do you think I can't care about you? As a mother, everything I do is for your own good. Can't you understand my good intentions? No matter how good Yangqing is, if he can't love you wholeheartedly, then it's useless. As a woman, you don't have to marry a rich man, but he must love you and give you happiness. He can't do that at all." Mo Qianni's face was pale. She took a step back and hit the chair with her leg. "I only know that from the moment I decided to love him, I never thought about how much he could give me. I want him, not happiness." "You." Ma Guifeng was so angry that she couldn't speak. She felt like crying blood in her heart. "Why are you so stupid? Even if you're the mother I love the most, my feelings will be up to me. Unless he personally says that he's going to abandon me, I definitely won't give up." Mo Qianni wiped away her tears with a resolute look on her face. She turned and walked upstairs. Ma Guifeng sat down on the chair dejectedly. Tears streamed down her face as she watched her daughter go upstairs. Back in her room, Mo Qianni let out a long breath, calming the fire in her chest. When she calmed down, she picked up her phone from the table, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Yangqing's number. At the same time, Yangqing was sitting on the bed with an Apple laptop on his lap. He was looking at the world news. He was bored and tried to remove the complicated emotions from his mind. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Yangqing took it and saw that it was Mo Qianni calling. He couldn't help but frown. If it was in the past, he would have picked it up immediately and teased that woman with a smile. But now, Yangqing didn't know why he was a little afraid of receiving her call. After 10 seconds, Yangqing picked up the phone and said with a forced smile, "How come you have time to call?" After saying this, Yangqing scolded himself for being too stupid. Of course, she was free after work. Mo Qianni was sitting on her big bed at the moment. She grabbed the bedsheets with one hand and twisted them together. She could clearly feel the change in Yangqing's tone. It was a little strange, a little estranged, and absent-minded. He is really hesitating? Mo Qianni tried not to let herself think about it in a bad way. She forced a smile and said, "What do you mean? Isn't it good to call you? Don't you miss me at all?" "Oh." Yangqing chuckled, "Of course it's good. It's just a little unexpected." Mo Qianni pursed her lips and was silent for a while. Then she said, "I heard from Mom that you went to see her today." "Yes." Yangqing responded in a low voice. "Don't worry too much about what she said. I'm fine. I'm really fine. She's just worried too much about me. She's still not familiar with a lot of things about you. I think it'll get better slowly." Mo Qianni said nervously. However, Yangqing could feel that the woman's words were pale and powerless. Her hesitation and comfort made Yangqing feel more and more guilty. Just as Yangqing didn't know how to respond, a black pirate flag symbol requesting a video call came from the bottom left corner of the computer screen on his thigh. Yangqing frowned. It was actually McDon who took the initiative to contact him. What could it be that made him so anxious to disturb his rest at night? Yangqing didn't believe that his subordinates wouldn't consider the time difference. Qianni, I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Yangqing didn't know what to say. Seeing that there was an urgent matter, he hurriedly said a few words and hung up the phone. He then hurriedly opened the video call. Mo Qianni, who was sitting alone in the room, heard the busy tone on the other end of the phone. Her pretty face instantly turned pale. Call me Qianni. Call me by my name, Mo Qianni muttered to herself. She smiled sadly and tears fell silently. On the other side, Yangqing didn't have the mood to think about Mo Qianni's situation. After opening the video, the bald Maekdan appeared and asked with a complicated expression, Your Majesty Pluto, didn't you not kill for more than 2 years? Why did you destroy the entire US fleet this time? The US fleet? Destroyed? Yangqing was confused. He frowned and said, Maekdan, what nonsense are you talking about? Tell me everything. What did I do? Maekdan was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty Pluto, we're old friends. There's no need to beat around the bush. The headquarters of the US Navy has a video of you. No one would mistake you for someone else. Yangqing was even more confused. Damn it, I really don't know what you're talking about. Explain everything to me. Maekdan was puzzled. He scratched his bald head and asked, You really don't know? Nonsense. How would I know what you're talking about when you're talking about all this? Yangqing faintly felt that something was wrong. He was a little anxious. Maekdan asked in disbelief, You really didn't do it? What exactly happened? Yangqing raised his voice impatiently. Maekdan swallowed his saliva and muttered, That's really strange. Just half an hour ago, the US fleet that retreated from Southeast Asia 2 days ago, the one that confronted Xianxia. There was a total of 1 Nimitz aircraft carrier, more than 20 other ships, and more than 2,000 Navy personnel. They were all taken care of by an expert who looked exactly like you within a minute. The aircraft carrier and the ships were all twisted and broken. They sank to the bottom of the sea. Not a single person survived. Within a minute? Yangqing was shocked. You're saying that person is exactly like me and has the ability to manipulate space? Yes, Your Majesty Pluto. Maekdan seemed to be a little doubtful. He said, I really can't believe that there's someone who looks exactly like you and has the power of a god. If it wasn't for the ability to break space, the US Navy wouldn't have been completely defeated within a minute. Wait. Yangqing frowned and said, You said there's a video? That's right. Before the incident happened, a video was recorded on a destroyer. The US military has received it. I also saw it from the intelligence and found out it was you. That's why I contacted you in a hurry. Send it over. I'll take a look, Yangqing said in a deep voice. Maekdan did not say much and quickly sent a video file over. After Yangqing clicked on it, he saw a vast night sky. After a while, a black shadow appeared above. When the searchlights on several ships converged on the black shadow, the figure finally revealed its original appearance. Yangqing's heart trembled. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The figure of this young man really looked exactly like him. Dressed in casual attire and wearing a pair of sneakers, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. However, he stood in midair and looked down at the ships below with disdain. As soon as he got a clear look at the man's face, the man sneered, stretched out his finger, and lightly hooked it. The sound of metal breaking and twisting could be heard in the video. The bow of the destroyer was strangely bent and lifted up from top to bottom. It was like folding a steel battleship. Then, as the camera was damaged, the screen blurred, and the video ended. Yangqing turned off the video. His face was as calm as dead water, but his heart was in turmoil. On the other side, Maekdan carefully asked, Your Majesty Pluto. That person. Is it really not you? No. Then. That is indeed a spatial fold. Without waiting for Maekdan to ask, Yangqing said, But that person is definitely not me. Although, I don't understand why he looks exactly the same as me. Maekdan thought for a moment, could it be cloning technology? Sigh. That's not right. If it's a clone, not to mention who could steal your genes without you knowing, there's no reason for a clone to be able to use spatial energy. Yangqing rubbed his forehead. If you want to clone me, you can't just have genes. My body has been irradiated by the divine light, so it's not an ordinary fixed gene to begin with. You don't know, but Jane once thought that someone would secretly borrow my body cells to clone some biochemical warriors with terrifying physical qualities. But later on, her research showed that the possibility was too small. Because, if you want to clone, you have to at least get a sample of my blood to have any hope. And the blood also has to be fresh, and can't come into contact with the air too much. Only then will there be effective cells. But, do you think anyone can get a fresh sample of my blood without me knowing? Maekdan was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he shook his head. It's very difficult. It's impossible to make you bleed, let alone not be discovered by you. This is all secondary. Even if you can clone my body, it doesn't mean that you can have spatial divine power. Moreover, that person clearly has his own intelligence and consciousness, and doesn't seem like a pure biochemical body. Yangqing said with a headache. Maekdan's face paled, and he said worriedly, Your Majesty Pluto, what should we do? That person has spatial divine power, but he didn't abide by the Treaty of Gods and destroyed an entire fleet without permission. And that person looks exactly like you. If we can't find him, it means that I have to bear all the blame, and I can't find any evidence to refute it. Yangqing smiled bitterly. It's really an irresistible framing. But I don't even know what the other party wants to do, and I don't even have a starting point to investigate. Maekdan wiped his cold sweat. I'm in a hurry to find you because the U.S. military, the Central Bureau of Investigation, and the Central Intelligence Agency are already in contact. The U.S. military is very angry about this incident, and they think that you are biased towards Xiaxia's government. After all, the U.S. military has already made concessions, and has retreated from Southeast Asia in the past 2 days. Their fleet is temporarily stationed in the Pacific Ocean, but they were still completely annihilated, and they lost more than 2,000 naval officers and soldiers. The U.S. military thinks that you used inhuman means to interfere with the structure of the ordinary world. The U.S. military is nothing to worry about, but that guy, he unsealed and used spatial power so brazenly, I think the other guys must have found out. If I don't explain it to them, they will come to attack me. Yangqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unfortunately, he used the most common means. If it was a special use of space, they might not suspect me. Does the U.S. military know other main gods? Will they ask other main gods to deal with you? Maekdan asked in confusion. Yangqing chuckled. They don't need to inform them. Not to mention that Kristen is in the U.S., the others must have their own intelligence network, more or less. It's not surprising that they have their own spies and secret organizations in various countries. They will find out about this sooner or later. Maekdan understood. Indeed, as long as an awakened main god, no matter what their identity was, as long as they were willing, it was not difficult to go to large international secret organizations to get the latest information. Just like how Yangqing had Sauron and him to tell him some important news, the other main gods must have their own forces in the dark. Yangqing thought for a moment and said, I know what happened. Calm the people down, this is not something you can participate in. I need to go to the scene to see what happened, maybe I can find some clues. Yes, I understand. I will send you the coordinates immediately. After Maekdan promised, he sent the coordinates so that he could land and turn off the communication. Yangqing looked at it, closed the computer, put on some clothes, and planned to teleport to the Pacific Ocean. But at this moment, his phone vibrated again. He looked at it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was Li Dun from Beijing, probably asking him on behalf of the Li family. Believe it or not, that person is not me, Yangqing said directly after picking up the phone. Li Dun was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and said, Old Yang, you are very well informed. I also don't think that person is you, maybe you are in disguise, but, my old man is in a state of rage. The Americans have made serious negotiations, they must give us an explanation. This matter has been suppressed by the Security Bureau for the time being, the military and the government are like ants on a hot pan. All these years, the Americans have been bullying others, who has really bullied them? If they are really pissed off, won't the people suffer? You also know that Hongmeng will not easily help the secular world in a war, and, as far as I know, If you really destroyed that fleet, you would have violated the law of heaven and would be attacked by everyone. You still don't believe me? Yangqing smiled bitterly. This guy had been beating around the bush, but he still suspected that he had done it. Li Dun immediately said righteously, I am joking. Do I look like that kind of person? For a friend. Never stab a knife in the back has always been my motto. I absolutely believe you, old Yang. But the problem is, it doesn't matter if I believe you, you have to make the Western countries believe you. If this goes on, if there really is a misunderstanding and a war breaks out, there is no guarantee that Hong Meng will not kill family in the name of righteousness. Although you are not close to them, but looking at the situation now, you are the one who has crossed the line and interfered with the secular world. More than 2,000 Americans have died in vain. You don't have to say any more, you just want me to give you an explanation. I will go to the scene of the incident now and find out what happened. Why don't you think about it? What do I get out of doing something like this? Stirring up a conflict between Xianxia and the United States, and then starting a world war. Do you think I can live a good life? Hee. Then you have to be careful. In the end, no matter how arrogant the Americans are, they can't do anything to you. The problem is, if they lose their temper on international trade and affairs, the economic and political impact on Xianxia cannot be underestimated. So, we have no choice but to cut ties with you. Don't blame us for being heartless. Actually, I want to help you, but after all, I am just a small official, and the old man in charge is the old man. Li Dun said regretfully. Yangqing was already angry that he had been framed, and now they were so eager to cut ties with him. Damn it, he had never formed an alliance with anyone. Were they afraid that he would rely on them? You don't have to. Tell me, I will solve the problem myself. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't let you take the blame for me. Besides, at the end of the day, there is still Hong Meng, right? The people who die in the war are just ordinary people, it won't cut off the Li family line. With that, Yangqing hung up the call. On the other end, Li Dun shouted a few times, hey, but didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone gloomily. At this time, Li Mozhen, who had been listening to his grandson on the phone in the study, turned around and asked, what did he mean? What else could he mean? He said that we don't have to worry, and he will give us an explanation. Li Dun pouted. I say, old man, this is too heartless. At least we are friends, you are making me look bad in front of old Yang in the future. Li Mozhen paced a few steps, walked to the window, and looked out at the murky night sky. He sighed and said, you saw the video sent by the US military, the person who appeared was undoubtedly Yangqing. Moreover, General Kai of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has tacitly agreed with our stance. This means that even as Yangqing's father-in-law, he can't guarantee that it was not Yangqing who did it. At this time, even though Yangqing is very helpful to Xianxia, he is also a hot potato. The enemies that he will attract are not ones that we can face. We have no choice but to express our stance. This is obviously fishy. If old Yang wanted to make a move, he would have destroyed them when he went to capture Anzaihuan. Why did he wait until we left Southeast Asia? Li Dun said unhappily. Li Mozhen snorted, anyone in the know knows that the inside story is not simple, but only Yangqing alone can face such an enemy. The sky above the vast ocean was dotted with stars. The air was cold and humid, mixed with a hint of saltiness. Under the night sky, the water was as dark as ink. Under the dim light, the waves piled up. In the air, a white shadow flickered, and a young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and coffee-colored pants walked out as if he had torn a gap in the dark night. The temperature on the sea was at least below zero, but the man did not feel cold at all. It was as if he was taking a stroll in front of his home. This person was none other than Yangqing, who had rushed here after teleporting continuously and found his target in the Pacific Ocean. After arriving at the coordinates given by Make Dawn, Yangqing was not in a hurry to check on the situation on the sea. Instead, he looked up at the sky, lost in his thoughts. For some reason, although he had been using his cultivation base many times recently without any problems, Yangqing had a vague feeling that something bad would happen if he were to use his cultivation base recklessly. It was a mysterious sense of danger that came when one's cultivation reached a high level. Just like when he took the plane from Yanjin to Zhonghai, Even though he could teleport there quickly, Yangqing still chose to take the plane if it was not necessary. The last time he teleported to the Philippines, the sense of danger wasn't particularly strong. But this time, he had teleported halfway across the world. For some reason, Yangqing's eyebrows twitched. His mind was shrouded in a layer of fog. It was like a lingering shadow, making him very uncomfortable. Yangqing hesitated. He wondered if he should ask Yan Sanyang about the side effects of breaking through to the Xiantian full cycle after everything was over. If it wasn't, then there might really be a problem with his cultivation. After all, he could be considered to be exploring his own path. No one would tell him if it was right or wrong. Shaking his head, Yangqing let out a sigh. He did not want to think about that problem anymore. Instead, he scanned the surface of the sea, looking for clues. Even though it was night, it was as bright as day in Yangqing's eyes. Within a radius of more than 10 nautical miles, there were broken parts of the U.S. fleet everywhere. Large parts had all sunk to the bottom of the sea, but there were still many daily necessities of the Navy floating, as well as some buoyant decks and lifeboats. However, with the degree of destruction on the ships, there was no chance of survival for the people. Just the explosion of these warships, especially the explosion of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, with a lot of missiles with nuclear warheads, not to mention the people on the ships, even the creatures in the sea were killed. Such destruction was done in less than a minute. This was the terrifying scene brought about by the unsealed divine power of space. This also proved once again that the god's self-sealing was indeed quite necessary. Yangqing did some calculations in his mind. From this position, the fleet's destination should be Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, United States. The guy who impersonated him chose to attack Midway instead of going to the military base to wreak havoc. It could be seen that his goal was to make him the scapegoat and not to start a huge war. Otherwise, if the UA military's Pearl Harbor was also smashed into pieces, then the UA would completely fall out with them. After all, it was a frontier base on the Pacific Ocean that they had painstakingly rebuilt. If their home was destroyed, how could they still keep their cool? Moreover, the key point was that there would not be any ordinary merchant ships or cruise ships passing through this area of the sea, which was very beneficial to the information blockade after the fleet was destroyed. This also meant that the impersonator's key goal was to target him, to make him be besieged by everyone, and not to cause a huge worldwide panic. Yangqing spread out his divine sense and carefully felt this area of the sea to see if there were any traces of the impersonator's divine power left behind. After all, every Lord God's divine power of space was the same in principle, but the differences in the details were innumerable and not all the same. It was like the identity documents used by humans, it was very difficult to imitate. Unfortunately, almost an hour had passed. No matter how Yangqing searched, he could not feel the slightest imprint of divine power. Did he really have to go to the United States and explain to the FBI and CIA? Say that he had an alibi and had been staying at home at that time. The problem was, if he said so, would they believe him so easily? Just as Yangqing was having a headache and did not know what to do, a familiar force was approaching from the east in an instant. A blonde wearing a gorgeous black lace dress and a pair of snow-white feet that looked like they were carved out of art walked out of the void in an enchanting and elegant manner. There was a layer of worry and doubt in her gem-like eyes. She opened her mouth to ask Yangqing, "It's not you, is it?" The person who came was Kristen, who had rushed to the scene. Dressed in this outfit, she seemed to be participating in some activity. Not only did she leave Midway, she even kicked off her pair of high heels. Yangqing felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Kristen must have found out about what happened to him through her intelligence channels. However, the first thing she asked him was that she chose to trust him. It was evident that this blabbermouthed beauty was still a loyal friend. "Do you think I'm that bored? It's enough that I'm busy dealing with the relationship problems between my wife and my lover. How can I have the mood to argue with the U.S. Navy? Could it be that I'm tired of living and have to break the treaty of God so that you and Hongmeng can annihilate me together?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. Kristen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately smiled. "I thought so too. You don't look like such a stupid person. Besides, even if you want to vent your anger, you won't let the video have a chance to capture you." Suddenly, Kristen heard something else in his words. She was shocked and asked, "You know about Hongmeng?" Yangqing was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. Not to mention the previous Pluto, Kristen, the two siblings from the Cromwell family, and Ares had never mentioned the history of the war between the gods and Hongming tens of thousands of years ago. When Yan Sanyang told him about the history, he had thought that Kristen and the others could not bear to look back on it, so they did not mention it. We've met once before, but we didn't have much contact. In fact, it's been tens of thousands of years, and we don't interfere with each other's affairs. You don't have to be so agitated. Yangqing smiled. Kristen's expression changed, and she snorted. What do you know? Why do we not interfere with each other's affairs? Hades, since you've inherited the divinity, you should stand on our side. In the future, when you see the people of Hongmeng, don't give them any face. A group of sinister and despicable people who only know how to hide in Xianxia like turtles, not daring to fight us head-on. If it weren't for their tricks tens of thousands of years ago, they would have been slaughtered by Zeus and Athena. Kristen seemed to be extremely angry. Her usual noble temperament had become a little irritable, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Yangqing's mind was filled with questions. After a while, he asked, "You're saying that the people of Hongmeng were no match for you tens of thousands of years ago?" Of course not. Kristen frowned, and then she came back to her senses. From what you're saying, it seems like you know something about what happened back then. Why, do you think we were the ones who lost the war? Yangqing's mind raced. Judging from Kristen's expression, she was not lying, and there was no reason for her to lie to him. However, Yan Sanyang had clearly told him that the gods were the ones who lost the war, and that it was the benevolent seniors of Hongmeng who allowed them to develop in the world outside of Xianxia. But now, it seemed like Yan Sanyang was not telling the truth. Kristen frowned and sneered. That seems to be the case. Why, did the people of Hongmeng tell you that we lost to them? Yangqing thought for a while, and then shook his head. I don't know if that person can be considered as a person of Hongmeng. However, her martial arts cultivation has broken through the connate full cycle, and according to her, it's called the soul forming. That's right. Kristen said seriously. I can explain this to you. After all, the people of Hongmeng who are still alive now are the young ones who have only been around for a few hundred years. They don't know much about the strength of their predecessors from tens of thousands of years ago. Although I don't practice the martial arts of Xianxia, I know that after entering the connate full cycle from the acquired stage, one can be considered as a member of Hongmeng as long as he breaks through the connate full cycle. However, to enter the tribulation stage from the soul-forming stage is 1 in 10,000. I remember when we first came to Earth, the entire Xianxia, Hongmeng had not been established yet, and there were less than 10 people who had entered the tribulation stage. Only those few people could fight against Zeus and Athena. There were also some experts in the soul-forming stage, but if Zeus and Athena were to fight against them, they would not stand a chance. What? Yang Chen's mind was filled with shock. Kristen's words were completely different from Yan Sanyang's. According to Kristen, the war that happened tens of thousands of years ago was at most a draw. It was not an easy victory for the ancestors of Xianxia. Christine shook her head with a bitter smile. Hades, I didn't mention this part of history to you before because it's meaningless to mention it. Instead, it'll make you unhappy, and it'll make your people who live in Xianxia uncomfortable. However, it seems that you have been deceived by them. I have to let you know the truth. Yangqing slapped his forehead. I get it now. There is no such thing as true or false in history. As long as it is beneficial to one's side, it will be rewritten. Perhaps the person who told me this wasn't lying to me. It was just that what she knew was their own victorious history that was passed down in Hongmeng. You're right. What you know is complete nonsense, Kristen said disdainfully. Perhaps there were indeed some people among the ancestors of Xianxia who were far more powerful than we could imagine. However, when we came to Earth tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy on Earth, that is, the energy needed for cultivation after reaching the Xiantian full cycle, was already at its lowest point. At that time, the cultivators of Hongmeng were no match for their ancestors. The strongest cultivators were only at the tribulation passing stage. Although there were tens of thousands of them, our Protoss also had an army of tens of thousands of gods. Why would we be afraid of them? What's more, the 12 of us could reincarnate almost indefinitely. As for the cultivators of Xianxia, once they died, they died. They couldn't live long at all. How could they be a match for us? Yangqing frowned. A trace of doubt arose in his mind. That's not right. Last time when I fought with Ares, my true chi broke his frozen space. It can be seen that Xiaxia's martial arts can restrain the law of space. Then how did you guys win back then? What's more, now that I've broken through to the Khanate full cycle, I feel that my true chi is more than twice as strong as before. The law of space should be even less of a threat. You also said that there were more than a dozen experts at the tribulation passing stage. Their strength should be above mine. No matter how strong Zeus and Athena are, they can't be so ridiculously strong, right? Kristen looked at Yangqing strangely. Hades, who on earth have you heard this bunch of nonsense from? What do you mean? Yangqing felt a little creeped out by this woman's stare. Kristen rolled her eyes and said, you look down on yourself too much. Let me ask you a random question. How many people know the martial arts that you practice? Yangqing pondered for a moment. He remembered what Abbess Yin Miao had told him before, so he said, it's said that. I'm practicing Shushan's endless resolve restoration scripture. Ever since this technique came into existence, only a handful of people have been able to practice it due to its extremely high level of comprehension and physical fitness. After the senior who taught me passed away many years ago, I'm probably the only one who knows it. Then it's over. Kristen said, do you think that every single one of Xiaxia's martial arts has the same combat power? Even if you've reached the soul formation stage, the techniques you've learned are divided into high and low levels. That martial art of yours is clearly superior to the vast majority of martial arts, which means that your starting point is already higher than most soul formation stage cultivators. Do you think that just because you were able to use true chi to break through Ares' spatial power, others can do the same? You mean, even at the soul forming stage and the tribulation passing stage, there are different levels of strength? Yang Chang's mind lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Yes, although there were thousands of paths leading to the same goal in terms of realm didn't represent combat power. For example, if it was a sorcerer who had been practicing Zen for decades, his understanding of heaven and earth was simply unfathomable. However, even if it was a monk in his early 20s, although he didn't have a deep understanding of Buddhism, he still practiced martial arts. When two monks met, no matter how rich the sorcerer's experience was and how deep his understanding was, he would still be defeated by the monk who knew martial arts. This was because combat relied on strength, speed, and techniques. Not realm. After Kristen mentioned it, Yangqing suddenly felt that a new perspective had opened up in front of him. It turned out that he had always confused realm with strength. In fact, it was no wonder that Yangqing had misunderstood everything. The people he had met before, whether it was Ling Shuzi or Yen Sanyang, were all in the soul-forming stage and had combat power. Otherwise, Hongming wouldn't have sent Ling Shuzi as Homing's messenger, and Yen Sanyang wouldn't have been protecting Yang Gongming all the time. Because of this, Yangqing had always felt that once one entered the soul-forming stage, one's strength would be on par with others. However, he didn't know that Yen Sanyang had only seen a small part of it. Kristen explained faintly, Hades, let me tell you. Tens of thousands of years ago, more than 80% of the ordinary soul-forming stage cultivators reached the soul-forming stage, but their combat power was very ordinary. Their true inner force could only compete with the spatial divine power of the ordinary Protoss. Most of the time, they would learn some natural elemental spells to fight with us. Only a few hundred of them could really pose a threat to the 12 of us. Actually, you're quite stupid to believe that we were the ones who lost the war. Think about it. If we were the ones who lost the war, why did the ancestors of Xianxia only occupy the territory of Xianxia, while we occupied all the other places on Earth? It's because they knew that both sides would suffer if they continued to fight, so they acquiesced to our arrival. Yangqing nodded. Indeed, this was very illogical. When Yen Sanyang first told him about it, he didn't think too much about it. Now that Kristen explained it, it was full of loopholes. As for why the gods didn't allow them to reincarnate into the bodies of the people of Xianxia, it was probably because they didn't want to possess the people of their enemy. Moreover, after reincarnation, they would use human bodies to give birth to descendants outside of Xianxia. Naturally, the gods would be interested to see their descendants, even if they didn't have their own blood. Just like Judy from Blue Storm, whom he had killed previously, she was a descendant of one of Kristen's reincarnations. Then, Yangqing thought of something strange. He asked in confusion, if that's the case, why was Ares so surprised by my martial arts when I sparred with him? Didn't he also experience the war tens of thousands of years ago? Kristen frowned. Did he ask you? What did you say you were practicing? I said, it's Huaxia's internal energy. After saying that, Yangqing came to a sudden realization. He laughed and said, so that's how it is. The cultivators you fought back then were at least at the soul-forming stage, so they used true inner force. I was only using true qi at the stage of internal energy. Whether it's the feeling or the name, it's quite different. No wonder he treated it as a new power. Kristen looked at Yangqing as if he was a monster. Hades, you mean, the martial arts you learned from Huaxia broke Ares' space freeze before it reached the state of true inner force? Yangqing was quite proud of himself. How about it? It's not bad, right? Kristen bit her lip and said sourly, it's not just not bad. Even those who passed the tribulation stage tens of thousands of years ago rarely had such an overbearing skill. Your starting point is so high that it makes people jealous. As she said that, a trace of anxiety flashed across Kristen's face. She stamped her foot in the void and said, no. Hades, you may break through to the tribulation stage in the future. At that time you will be someone who can hurt Zeus and Athena. You can't betray us. At the very least, you have to guarantee your neutrality. Yangqing was puzzled. Why do I always hear you talking about how strong Zeus and Athena are? Are they really that terrifying? Kristen sighed, and there was a bit of awe in her eyes. I can only tell you that among the 12 main gods, Ares is the weakest one, although he likes to fight. He barely enters the level of us 12 main gods. It's because he knows that his real strength is the weakest that he likes to fight and hopes to cover up this fact through fighting. The next one is me. My combat power is similar to Ares's. I told you last time that your understanding of the law of space is not bad, but I didn't tell you the truth. It's not necessary, and I don't want to hurt your self-esteem. But the truth is, the difference in strength between us 12 main gods is really big. As for the others, even Apollo and Diana, who you have already met, are far stronger than us. It's just that they may not show their true strength in front of you. Not to mention your predecessor, Hades, Poseidon, and the others. As for Zeus and Athena, I've already told you about them. If it weren't for the treacherous Huaxia cultivators tens of thousands of years ago, they wouldn't have been able to resist Zeus and Athena. Huaxia would have long been conquered by us. Yangqing's heart sank. This night was really worth it. He had greatly reduced his confidence. He could not believe it and said with a bitter smile, I don't get it. How strong can the monotonous law of space be? Even if there is a divine artifact to help, isn't it just the power of space? You have to know that once you reach the soul formation stage, you can be said to have jumped out of the 3 realms. You can't even talk about the restraint of space, so how can it be lethal? Kristen was about to explain, but her expression suddenly changed. It's Neptune. At the same time, Yangqing also felt a wave of energy coming from the east and west. This was clearly the pressure of a main god, and it was unprecedentedly strong. Neptune? Isn't that Poseidon? The new Hades, since you look down on the law of space of the Protoss, why don't you fight with me? I'll show you what the real law of space is. When the voice reached their ears, a figure was already standing in front of Yangqing and Kristen, forming a triangle. Kristen's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of worry. She quickly said, Poseidon. Don't misunderstand Hades. He's not the one who violated the covenant this time. Poseidon ignored the woman and looked straight at Yangqing. At the same time, Yangqing was also looking at the Sea King with interest. Although he had received Hades' divinity, he did not know much about the gods. This was the first time he saw the person that Kristen mentioned was second only to Zeus and Athena. Of course, he was excited. What made Yangqing dazed was the attire of this big shot. It was really scary. He's a chef? He was wearing a white robe, a pair of dirty leather boots, and a chef's hat. There were a few English letters embroidered on the chest of the chef's uniform, indicating that it was a seafood restaurant in Honolulu. The man looked to be in his 50s. He had a grayish-white beard and some wrinkles on his face. He was tall and strong, with grayish-blue eyes. This old white man could be found all over the streets in America. Who would have thought that the famous Sea King Poseidon would become a chef in this reincarnation? You seem surprised, Poseidon said with a poker face. Xianxia touched his face and tried not to laugh. He said with a serious face, I've heard about you for a long time. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Xianxia's brain short-circuited and did not know what to say. The moment he said it, it became a greeting. Kristen could not help but giggle. Poseidon, Hades is very surprised by your profession. How many times have I told you? Even if you don't want to be a military officer, you don't have to be a chef. Poseidon turned to look at the woman. Her beauty did not affect his expression at all. Aphrodite, you'd better stay away. I don't want to hurt the innocent. Kristen's pretty face stiffened. She thought that by smiling like this, she wouldn't have to see the two men fighting. She couldn't help but say angrily, Neptune, why do you still want to fight? I told you, Hades didn't do it. Don't tell me you don't believe me. I believe what I saw in the video. As for whether it's true or not, I'll know once I test it, Poseidon said with a straight face. Kristen still wanted to say something, but the next second, Poseidon did not want to speak anymore. A domineering pressure suddenly spread out, as if a fierce storm with a radius of hundreds of nautical miles had appeared in the sky above the entire sea. Unsealed. Seeing that, Christine didn't bother to persuade him any further. She gave Xianxia a worried look that said take care, and similarly unsealed herself, teleporting hundreds of nautical miles away with her spatial powers. Damn it, you don't even give me time to explain. Why are you even more violent than Ares? Xianxia's expression was also uncertain. In the previous battle with Ares, both of their unsealed powers were not as powerful as Poseidon's divine power. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the power of the unsealing would have been enough to flatten a large city. As expected, the difference in the power of the main gods was really huge. But since Poseidon had already made it clear that he did not believe him and wanted to test him, Xianxia also knew that there was no point in saying anything more. His eyes flashed, and a relatively weak pressure spread out, barely clashing with Poseidon's aura. Humph, your divine power is a far cry from your predecessors. Poseidon sneered disdainfully. At the same time, two azure lights lit up in his grayish-blue eyes, as if a soul was about to burst out from his eyes. Xianxia was struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure, and he felt that the space around him was like a ball, starting to shrink, and he was about to be squeezed into this space. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. From the start, he used the spatial laws to the extreme. With one hand, he slashed forward, and a crushing law slashed at the spherical barrier. But to Xianxia's surprise, the space was actually rotating. It was as if a parallel space had been bent into a ball, and then given a rotating force, causing the space to continuously revolve around an axis, sucking in more spatial power like a vortex. Although Xianxia's spatial law power had broken a hole, because of the rotation of the sphere, another layer of spatial power not only filled the hole, but also turned the hole in another direction. If one were to look from afar, they would be able to see that the overwhelming seawater had formed a huge sphere in the sky above the ocean where water and hurricanes intertwined. Layer after layer of seawater did not all come from the ocean. Most of the seawater had inexplicably gushed out from the void. Different parallel spaces intertwined at this moment, forming more than 100 layers of spatial vortexes, swallowing the tiny human figure. Because it was night time, this sphere was like a black ball that covered the sky and the moon, roaring like a sea monster. Other than the angry blue light in Poseidon's eyes, he did not move at all. He looked extremely relaxed. Xianxia, who was trapped in this space, was having a hard time. No matter how he attacked the spherical barrier, he couldn't break it. On the contrary, the space inside the sphere was constantly being compressed, and the pressure of the space was increasing exponentially. Xianxia suddenly felt the blood in his body churning. He barely managed to control the spatial barrier to protect himself, but there was only a few hundred feet of space left. At this moment, the sphere had already formed a monstrous tornado, as if it was connected to the sea and sky, like a deep-sea dragon breaking through the clouds. Whether it was Yangqing himself or Ares, they could only use parallel spaces to break and fold them. Yangqing never thought that the use of spatial laws could also allow dozens or hundreds of spaces to be used at the same time. Not only was it simple folding, but it could also be twisted into other states. This sounded easy, but what was really needed was divine sense and divine power. The difference was like heaven and earth. This space was like a thin piece of paper. One could easily tear it, but when dozens or hundreds of pieces were stacked together and used at the same time, even a metal cutter might not be able to cut it. Furthermore, this space was constantly moving. Countless quantum particles would replenish and strengthen it. Feeling some of the blood vessels in his body start to burst, Yangqing no longer cared about the strange, ominous feeling he had previously felt. He mobilized the true inner force of the endless resolve restoration scripture and circulated it quickly in his great circulatory cycle. The true inner force filled his limbs and bones, instantly reducing the pressure. Yangqing let out a long roar and stopped using spatial laws. He activated a layer of true inner force, raised his hand, and pointed forward. A vigorous true inner force was like the first ray of golden light that broke through the clouds. It was silent, but when it came into contact with the spatial barrier, it suddenly broke through dozens of layers of space. It was effective. Yangqing was delighted. As expected, the true inner force was many times stronger than the true chi from before. It actually broke through dozens of layers of spatial power in an instant. In the distance, Poseidon smirked. "You're too naive." As soon as he said that, before Yangqing could increase the output of his true inner force, the spiral sphere suddenly changed. The hundreds of layers of space that were originally rotating in one direction actually began to rotate in the opposite direction as the layers intertwined. This way, there was all kinds of friction between the spaces. Powerful quantum collisions caused turbulence, causing the entire space sphere to be filled with electricity. The quantum storm was like countless sharp blades that cut through space, sweeping towards Yangqing. Yangqing had true inner force to protect his body, but he still felt the entire true inner force shield start to feel a huge pressure. It was as if it was on the verge of collapse and could be broken at any time. Involuntarily, Yangqing started to complain about that woman Kristen. How could the difference in strength between main gods be so simple? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder Apollo and Diana said that they could not defeat Athena even if they joined forces. This Poseidon could easily make him struggle. Just how terrifying was Athena? Judging from Kristen's words, in her eyes, he wasn't even as good as Apollo and Diana. These thoughts only lasted for a split second. Yang Qing did not dare to stop and once again increased the output of his true inner force. A majestic true inner force, like a straight shock wave, fiercely blasted into the chaotic spinning space prison in front of him. But not long after, Yangqing's face turned pale. The true inner force that he had blasted out with all his strength had only been able to break through less than half of the superimposed space before dissipating. It seemed that when his true chi could break through Ares' spatial power, it was on a completely different level. This was because Ares could not manipulate multiple layers of space. If he could be like Poseidon, he could create dozens or even hundreds of layers with a wave of his hand. No matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. For example, a steel knife could cut through a piece of paper, but when 100 pieces of paper were stacked together, how could it be so easy to cut through them? Even if you cut through the first 50 pieces of paper, all you had to do was move the paper intertwined and the cut would disappear without a trace. And the various forms of quantum that made up the space were much more resilient than the paper. Previously, he had believed Yen Sanyang's words of beyond the 3 realms, beyond the 5 elements. That was bullshit. He did not know if Yen Sanyang had been deceived by Hongming's pseudo-historical theory, or if she had misunderstood it. Although true inner force could travel through parallel spaces, it did not mean that it would not be consumed during the process. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, as long as one was in the universe, all energy was a form of quantum. The only difference was the form of advancement. If one's cultivation could not be raised above the universe, how could one have the ability to break through all the energy in the universe? At this moment, Yangqing felt like killing himself. It's scary to be uneducated. Yan Sanyang had caused his own death. Yangqing now fully believed that in the war tens of thousands of years ago, the gods were definitely not the weaker side. Just this move of Poseidon's could have turned many soul-forming stage cultivators into ashes. After all, soul-forming stage cultivators were only humans, and their combat power might not be comparable to his. If they died, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. But now, Yangqing had no time to think about that part of history. He cursed Poseidon for being so shameless. He was not the one who had done it, and he was not the one who had violated the covenant. Poseidon had attacked indiscriminately. Was he going to destroy his body today and be forced to reincarnate? Hundreds of nautical miles away, Kristen barely managed to conjure up a spatial shield to block the quantum shock. She wanted to get close to Poseidon to stop, but she could not get close due to the powerful spatial power. All she could do was worry. She had thought that Poseidon's test was just a small gesture. She did not expect him to use his killer move right from the start. Poseidon. Are you crazy? Even if Yangqing is not the Hades of the past, he is still one of us. Don't tell me you want us to lose another one of our remaining 12. Poseidon's majestic voice contained a hint of disdain. Aphrodite, that is your naive thinking. Even if he has Hades' divinity, I think he is still far from being able to replace Hades. Kristen's pretty face was pale. She looked helpless as she bit her lower lip. She did not know what to do. She could only shake her head and hope that Yangqing could break through on his own. Poseidon's deep voice pierced through space as he looked at Yangqing, who had not been able to break through. Now, do you still think that the power of the Protoss space law is not as strong as that perverted Xianxia? Hearing this question, Yangqing almost vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. This old man had used such a powerful trump card just because he had doubted Poseidon's claim that the space law was not a threat. Seeing that Yangqing did not speak, Poseidon said again, if you still don't believe me, you can try. If you can break through my attack, I will admit that Xiaxia's true inner force is slightly stronger. Don't think that just because you defeated the useless Ares, you can really become the successor of Hades. In my opinion, you are still far from that. If you admit defeat now and admit your mistake, I'll let you suffer less since the previous Hades chose you. Originally, Yangqing wanted to save his life and admit defeat. Although he did not use his full strength, even if he did, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. There was no need for him to waste his effort. But now when he heard this disdainful tone, it was obvious that he was ridiculing him for being blind and not knowing how to appreciate favors. Instantly, the arrogance in Yangqing's heart was aroused. Damn it, I have never been afraid of death since I was born. Initially, he had admitted defeat because he still had women to support at home, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to let those women down. Heh, you want me to admit defeat? I'm not going to admit it. At most, I'll play reincarnation today. You chef. If I'm afraid of you, I'll be a fish on your chopping board. Yangqing looked up to the sky and laughed. He no longer held back and activated all the true core energy in his dantian. The majestic and vast true core energy gushed out from his body like mercury, and the Milky Way flowed backwards. Yangqing's entire body seemed to have become an explosive point condensed from true core energy. The muscles and blood vessels in his body swelled up, and even his body's height increased by a notch. Blue veins appeared on his temples, and Yangqing's eyes gradually revealed a scarlet color, mixed with wisps of golden light. Ah! Yangqing let out a painful roar. He felt his meridians swell up like never before. Because of the true core energy flowing recklessly, he had never used all his strength before. Many of his blood vessels burst open, and threads of blood shot out. But even so, the terrifying recovery ability of the endless resolve restoration scripture allowed Yangqing's body to quickly recover from the rapid damage. Do you think you can break free like this? Poseidon sensed the repulsive force within the sphere. The blue light in his eyes grew brighter, and a few more layers of space appeared in front of him. Between the towering seawater, there was a faint glimmer of brilliant starlight. It was the trace of the stars of the universe revealed after the space sphere was torn apart. In the violent quantum turbulence, Yangqing was like a traveler stumbling in the snow. He took a step forward against the strong wind and snowstorm that was coming from all directions. This step was like a thunderbolt. Kristen, who was watching this battle from afar, was shocked. A shock wave formed by true core energy spread out from under Yang Cheng's feet. It spread out and swept away the crazy quantum turbulence around him. Yang Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. All that was left in his mind was a violent thought: fight. Hysterically, Yang Cheng's body was wrapped in a thick layer of true core energy. He turned into a long rainbow and crashed into the space sphere that was spiraling in both directions. It was like a high-speed cutting machine. The moment a small metal ball collided with it, sparks flew everywhere. Boom! 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 Muffled rumbles of thunder reverberated in the sky. Blue and purple lightning bolts shuttled through the void. Yang Cheng felt as if his body was about to split open. He knew that Poseidon would not be able to easily block this attack. He was definitely trying his best. Poseidon's expression turned serious. It was as if he had returned to tens of thousands of years ago, when he fought against the ancestors of Hongmeng. Using true core energy to break through the surface was something he was very familiar with. The space sphere had reached its limit, but Yang Cheng was still trying to break through it. It looked like he was about to break out of the tornado. Humph! Poseidon snorted. Blue light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that his attack had been broken, he simply pulled the spherical space sphere away. Yang Cheng felt Anzhou relax. The surrounding space instantly returned to a stable state. He knew that Poseidon was running out of energy. He did not care about the consequences. He used his true core energy to teleport a few feet away from Poseidon and threw a punch. Poseidon had no intention of dodging. He threw a punch as well. However, before his punch could touch Yang Cheng, a blur appeared in front of him. Yang Cheng's heart sank. As soon as he touched it, he cursed inwardly. The fist that was filled with surging true core energy collided with Poseidon's fist that was condensed with more than 100 layers of space sphere. His true core energy could not break through such a high-density space sphere in a short period of time. Instead, it was trapped within, as if it had sunk deep into the ground and could not break free. Poseidon smiled coldly. "I'll show you the difference between us." Space explosion. Without waiting for Yang Chen to save himself, the high-density spatial energy caused a terrifying explosion. It was as if hundreds of space spheres had exploded at the same point, and all of them had gathered around Yang Cheng's hand. This was an application of the space law that Yang Cheng could not have imagined. It allowed the layers of space sphere to collide with each other and cause an explosion. This was like the most primitive principle of an atomic bomb. Because of this, it was far more powerful than an atomic bomb made by humans. Yang Cheng's face began to contort. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed in pain. The pain he had never felt before made Yang Cheng feel that his hand was being torn apart by an indescribable force. He let out a dry cry as sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Poseidon looked a little surprised. This kind of destructive power is not enough to completely destroy your arm. Your body's strength should not only be caused by the divine light. Looks like the cultivation method you practice with Xianxia is also quite magical. Interesting. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Cheng did not know what he was talking about, but the unwillingness in his heart made his brain not listen to him. Thump. Thump. His heart began to beat violently. Yang Cheng's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and his soul began to tremble. A familiar feeling gradually invaded Yang Cheng's remaining rationality. After the divine light shone on him, that perverted side effect was going to break out again. He had always thought that after he entered the consummate Xianxia stage and then the deity transformation stage, his bloodthirsty madness had been completely cured. But now, Yang Chen realized that it wasn't really cured, but he had been subconsciously suppressing it with his cultivation. Now that he had used up all the true yuan in his body, he naturally didn't have much energy to suppress the disease. In addition, because he was unwilling to give up, it produced an incomparably strong hostility. In the past, the side effect of the divine light that would gradually control his body after killing people was showing up again. The murderous aura had solidified like the claws of a demon. The ethereal force around Yang Cheng's body had initially had a faint golden glow, but now it was like black silk with a few wisps of scarlet heat. Poseidon could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Such a strong evil aura. No wonder Hades gave the godhood to you. You are very similar to him in this aspect. Get lost. Yangqing lowered his head and gritted his teeth. His gums even began to bleed. Get lost? Haha. Do you think that the evil aura from killing people will really work on me? I only have control of one of your arms now. If you still refuse to admit defeat, I don't mind letting your entire body be baptized by the dimensional explosion. Poseidon snorted coldly. Yangqing no longer had time to care about what he was saying. He panted heavily and said hoarsely in pain, "Get lost. Get lost. It's dangerous. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Hundreds of nautical miles away, Christine was anxious, but she couldn't get close to the center of the terrifying battlefield. She kept cursing Poseidon for being too heartless and hated Yangqing for not being flexible. Why didn't he just admit defeat? Did he really think that Poseidon was on the same level as Ares? At this moment, two godly auras suddenly flew over from the east. Two figures, one red and one blue, flashed. They were the handsome siblings, Stern and Alice. The two had just received the news not long ago that the Treaty of Gods had been broken and the structure of the world was threatened. Moreover, it was Yangqing, the new Pluto. Naturally, they didn't dare to delay and rushed over as soon as possible, but they were still one step too late. Looking at the violent spatial faults and quantum currents in the sea ahead, Stern didn't have time to greet Christine. "Aphrodite, what's going on? Why did Neptune attack?" Seeing the siblings, Christine's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Apollo. You guys came just in time. Hurry up and stop Neptune." Yangqing said something that he didn't want to hear, saying that he wanted to show Yangqing the true power of the law of space. Now that they're fighting, Yangqing won't admit defeat. If this goes on, even if Yangqing doesn't reincarnate, he'll still lose his limbs. What? Alice rubbed the back of her neck. Hades, that guy, does he really think that he's strong enough after fighting that idiot Ares? What's the point of saying this? You two together might be able to stop Neptune. Hurry up. Aren't you friends with Yangqing too? Kristen was really anxious now, and she was exasperated. Stern let out a long sigh and gripped the void with a solemn expression. Helios. A crimson fire dragon coiled around Stern's hand and condensed into a platinum longbow. I can only try my best. Neptune is stronger than us, and the spatial pressure inside is too great. We can't get close easily. Stern drew his longbow, and a flaming arrow condensed into a blazing golden arrow. The boundless heat elements caused space to distort and dance. As Stern continued to compress and compress space, the converging power became more and more terrifying. At the same time, at the core of the battle, the spiritual energy around Yangqing's body began to clamor regularly, as if it was going to break free from Yangqing's body at any time and flow through space. Go, go. Yangqing used the last of his rationality to suppress his madness. Seeing that Poseidon was still in a stalemate with him, he painfully uttered the last few words. Poseidon started to realize that Yangqing wasn't acting normally. He wasn't bluffing. Danger? What danger? Speak clearly. Halfway through his sentence, Poseidon's expression changed as if he had sensed something unbelievable. Rumble. Rumble. Unknowingly, the rolling sound of thunder had started to enter their ears from above the vast sky. This thunder was unusual. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast, or a call from the depths of hell. It carried with it a sound wave that could shake one's soul. However, this sound wave was only within a few miles of where Yangqing was. It was strange. Poseidon's face showed a trace of fear. You. Yangqing could no longer hear what Poseidon was saying. Yangqing, who had completely fallen into an uncontrollable state of madness, only knew that the spiritual energy in his body was more than twice as strong as before. It was as if the most basic energy had exploded from a desperate situation. His hand, which had not been able to break free from Poseidon's high-pressure spatial power, suddenly twisted. Bang! The sound of metal scraping against metal was heard. The distorted space was completely shattered into pieces. Poseidon was completely stunned. He could not believe that Yangqing, who had not been able to resist him just a moment ago, had inexplicably increased his strength. The density of his spiritual energy was completely different from before. Although this level of spiritual energy was not enough to make him feel afraid, where did this explosive power come from? Yang Chen's crimson eyes glowed as he met Poseidon's blue eyes. With a tinge of pain, he raised his leg and kicked Poseidon's chest. Poseidon was so shocked that he did not have the time to put up a proper defense. He felt a wave of innate ether that was several times stronger than before. With a muffled groan, his body flew backwards like a bullet of light. His internal organs were in chaos. Poseidon roared in anger and flew more than 100 nautical miles away before he could stabilize his body. But when he stood still, Poseidon realized that although the kick was powerful, it was mostly just to kick him away, not to injure him. Was he trying to run away? Why? At the same time, on the other side, Stern, who had used the artifact Helios to create a long golden flame arrow, released his bowstring. A long red flame pierced through the night sky, tearing through the thin space like paper. With an unstoppable momentum, it shot straight towards the center of the quantum flow. It was impossible for this long arrow to hurt Poseidon and Yangqing because it was not very fast. Its biggest use was to distract the two of them so that the battle would stop. However, before the golden flame arrow could reach the two of them, there was a dazzling change in the dark clouds in the sky. To everyone's astonishment, the dark clouds had formed a whirlpool, and in the center of the whirlpool, thunder and lightning flashed. He watched helplessly as a bluish-silver bolt of lightning with a disdainful might crashed down like a flood dragon diving into the sea. A few seconds later, the thunderous roar reached everyone's ears. The sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of blue light because of the blue lightning. In that instant, brilliant sparks bloomed between the sea and the sky. Be it Christine, the Cromwell siblings, or even Poseidon who had been kicked away earlier, they all understood what was going on at that moment. The moment the mighty godly thunder fell, it swallowed the golden flame arrow that Stern had condensed with a huge amount of divine spatial power. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. Yangqing! Christine let out a shrill cry, tears flowing from her eyes. She had thought that with Apollo's godly arrow, she could drag Yangqing out, but who would have thought? Brother, is it Cultivator Xiaoxia's 9 heavenly thunder tribulation? Alice asked in a daze, somewhat doubtful. However, Stern nodded solemnly. You're right, it's the 9 heavenly thunder. This should be the first round of Tai Ching heavenly thunder. But, wasn't he only at the connate great perfection the last time we saw him? How did he suddenly enter the soul formation stage, and now he's at the tribulation stage? Alice asked in confusion. What are you guys talking about? What's the point of saying all this now? Yangqing doesn't know anything about cultivation at all. How can he survive after being struck by the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation? Christine said with a sobbing tone. No, I have to save him. With that, Kristen charged into the sea shrouded in thunderclouds. Alice stepped forward and grabbed Christine's hand, stopping her and shouting, Aphrodite! Are you crazy? That's the 9 heavenly thunder. The strongest heavenly thunder. With your strength, you'll be seriously injured if you get close. Even Zeus and Athena wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. If you go like this, you'll be courting death. Don't even think about reincarnation. But Diana, you guys know that tens of thousands of years ago, those guys at the tribulation stage used magic treasures to protect themselves, but their souls were still destroyed. Yangqing doesn't have anything at all, he. At this point, Christine couldn't help but cry. Stern sighed in a low voice. Really, why didn't he comprehend the law of space instead of focusing on Xiaoxia's cultivation? This is against the law of the universe. The more talented one is, the easier it is to be destroyed by the heavenly thunder tribulation. Why bother, now? I'm afraid he doesn't even have a chance of reincarnation. In other words, he didn't think that Yangqing could be saved. At this moment, deep in the thunderclouds, flashes of lightning and fire began to intertwine. Another Tai Ching heavenly thunder was about to fall. And at this moment, a figure flashing with blue light suddenly broke into the thunderclouds from afar. Stern's eyes lit up, and then he said in shock, It's Poseidon. He's going to help Yangqing block the heavenly thunder. How is that possible? Even if Poseidon is stronger than us, he won't be able to block the heavenly thunder. No, if it's just one, with his strength, he might be able to block it. 2. It'll be difficult. Stern gritted his teeth and said to Alice, who was beside him, "My dear, let's go. Since the heavenly thunder is about to fall, it means that Hades is not dead yet. If Hades doesn't die from the first heavenly thunder, then we can block the second. He might be able to recover and survive." Alice nodded. Instantly, the two of them turned into two beams of light, red and blue. They broke through the thunderclouds with divine might, and arrived behind Poseidon. In Poseidon's hand, there was a glowing trident. It was simple and unadorned, but one could faintly hear the sound of the tide accompanying the trident's cry. "Don't drag me down. Don't blame me if you get hit until you reincarnate," Poseidon said coldly. "Why, have you thought it through? I thought you really wanted to kill Hades." Stern laughed. "I don't care if he lives or dies. But since he pushed me away before the heavenly thunder tribulation, I can't owe him a favor," Poseidon said. "I know you're stubborn, forget it, hurry up and block it." Stern laughed bitterly, but in his heart, he cursed. Why did you force him into a corner just now, to the point where he unleashed all his energy and attracted the heavenly thunder tribulation? If it wasn't for Xianxia's desperation to reveal his true cultivation, the divine lightning wouldn't have struck him so abruptly. However, it was useless to think about this. They could no longer care about Xianxia, who did not know what was going on. With Poseidon in the lead, the three of them activated the law of space at the same time and created nearly 1,000 spatial barriers in the path of the heavenly thunder tribulation. The entire sky shrouded by the thunderclouds had turned into a forbidden zone where countless turbulent quantum layers wreaked havoc. Dazzling stars and all kinds of electric sparks intersected. The whistling wind blades even carried hailstones and knife-like fragments. The trident in Poseidon's hand exploded with a bluish-gold brilliance. With a roar, the tip of the trident shot out 3 beams of bluish-white light. The beams broke through the stacked spatial barriers without any resistance. Instead, they gathered all the parallel spaces around them. As the beam of light grew stronger, the 1,000 layers of parallel space began to solidify. Looking from below, the light of the godly lightning could not penetrate the barrier at all. Boom! With a muffled sound wave that shook the heavens and earth, the second Tai Ching heavenly lightning tribulation landed on the space barrier. Alice was overjoyed. It worked? No. Stern and Poseidon denied it at the same time. Their faces were inexplicably ugly. **T. The space barrier, which was formed by the combined power of the three of them, began to shake violently the moment it came into contact with the godly lightning. Countless spatial cracks appeared on the barrier. "Let's go, there's nothing we can do," Poseidon said through gritted teeth. Ignoring the two behind him, he took the lead and flew away from the scene. Stern did not care about Alice's shock. He grabbed his sister's hand and teleported away from the sea. The moment the three of them left, the space barrier in midair was like steel and concrete being pierced by a diamond drill. At the same time, the dazzling lightning once again pierced into the sea. In an instant, the sea and sky lit up again. It was as bright as day, but also like the light of the polar regions, ethereal and illusory. Hundreds of nautical miles away, Poseidon's face was gloomy. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared straight at the sea where Xianxia was. Stern cursed and said hatefully, "Damn it, how is this possible? Even if it's the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation, this is only the first round of 3 Tai Ching heavenly lightning. Can the three of us not even withstand one?" Poseidon shook his head. "No, even the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations have different levels. The more powerful the technique, the more powerful the heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning we saw tens of thousands of years ago was at least 30 to 40% weaker than the heavenly lightning we saw today. Unless Athena used the Aegis shield, no one would be able to withstand it." Poseidon shook his head. Christine, who was standing not far away, stood there mournfully, unable to hear anything. She stared blankly at the light curtain filled with the power of the divine thunder in the distance. She murmured, unable to believe that it was real. That Xianxia, he. Alice's usual seductiveness was nowhere to be seen. She leaned into her elder brother's embrace sorrowfully, not daring to continue watching. Stern put his arm around his sister's shoulders. There's still one more godly thunder. After the thunder tribulation, we'll go find him immediately. There was a hint of sadness in his words. At this moment, Yangqing, who had already fallen into the sea under the thunderclouds, did not have the leisure to consider the situation outside at all. Before he kicked Poseidon away, Yangqing had felt a majestic aura lock onto him. Although he did not know what it was, Yangqing had a premonition that the ominous feeling had finally come true after he unleashed all of his power. Every time he went berserk due to the side effects of the divine light, he would unleash all of his hidden strength. In other words, all of his cultivation would be unleashed, instead of reserving some of his strength to suppress the violence in his brain. At this moment, he was truly unleashing all of his strength. As for why his last bit of rationality still made him kick Poseidon away, perhaps it was because of the pride in his heart, or perhaps it was his last bit of stubbornness. Even if that old bastard Poseidon died because of him, he would be the one to destroy him, not the other way around. Not long after Yangqing kicked Poseidon away, he could no longer control his body. Inner force gushed out of his body, causing his blood vessels to expand to their limits. A painful scream came from Yangqing's throat, like the sound of grinding gears. As the dark cloud swirled, the godly thunder descended. Yangqing's inner force was like a rubber ball that had been squeezed to its limit, trying to resist. He aimed at the godly thunder in the sky and met it head-on. However, the true origin energy in his entire body was still too inferior to the divine lightning. Yangqing felt as if all the inner force in his body had been sucked out in a short span of 3 seconds. Even his blood was being squeezed out of his capillaries. The blue godly thunder paused for a moment, then finally engulfed Yangqing's entire body. Yangqing could no longer understand what pain was. His entire soul felt like it was in hell, and he wanted nothing more than to die. This was an indescribably tragic state. Even the pain he had to endure when he was a child and was used as a biochemical experiment subject was 100 times easier than this. The power of the godly thunder was not only harmful to the physical body, but also to the soul. Even if he wanted to abandon his physical body and reincarnate in a parallel universe, Yangqing knew that he could not escape. Before the godly thunder even touched his clothes, they had already turned to ashes. After Yangqing was struck by the godly thunder, he fell into the icy cold sea. The seawater covered his entire body. The power of the godly thunder penetrated the seawater and penetrated all of Yangqing's cells. In a short period of time, his cells were continuously torn apart, and his entire body began to explode into a paste. If an ordinary cultivator had encountered such Tai Ching heavenly thunder, his soul would have been destroyed and he would have disappeared without a trace. However, Yangqing's body had been exposed to the divine light, and he had been nourished and strengthened by the endless resolve restoration scripture day and night for so many years. It was already beyond the imagination of an ordinary cultivator at the soul-forming stage or the crossing calamity stage. The most magical thing about the endless resolve restoration scripture was that it could be reborn from the brink of death. Therefore, when his body and divine sense were severely injured by the godly thunder, the endless resolve restoration scripture operated at a speed that was thousands of times faster than usual. The endless resolve restoration scripture turned the magnificent spiritual chi of heaven and earth brought by the godly thunder into the inner force in Yangqing's body. The tissues and divine sense that were damaged by the godly thunder were all repaired at an extremely fast speed. Although the speed was relatively slower than the destructive speed of the godly thunder, it managed to save the last bit of Yangqing's life. This short godly thunder only lasted for a few seconds. However, the pain that Yangqing had to endure was as long as a few centuries. In the godly thunder, his body was burnt continuously. His flesh and blood kept festering, but new flesh and blood kept growing. This was an unimaginable suffering. When the first Tai Ching heavenly thunder dissipated, Yangqing felt that he was not dead. At the same time, the violent side effects of the godly thunder also disappeared. This was because the godly thunder was the purest energy in the world. The violent and murderous aura was naturally dispelled instantly. Yangqing, who still had a trace of rationality, almost wanted to cry. How did I suddenly reach the crossing calamity stage? Cultivation was not about time. Some people might not be able to advance one level in hundreds of years, while some people could advance at a tremendous speed in a day. After all, it was about understanding, luck, and foundation. However, the speed of his advancement was too fast. It was obvious that Xianxia had given him some pointers. Could it be that the mysteries of heaven and earth that he had comprehended were many times more profound than Xianxia's? It was a good thing that his cultivation was fast. However, he had no experience at all. He didn't have any treasures to protect himself. How could he pass the heavenly tribulation? If Yangqing knew that his heavenly tribulation was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, but the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, which was the most difficult for cultivators to endure, he would vomit blood even if he didn't faint from anger. Initially, Yangqing thought that he had survived the disaster. However, the next moment, he felt that more godly thunder was about to strike him. Damn it! Does it want to strike me to death? Yangqing could feel that his body was recovering at a crazy speed. However, if another godly thunder struck him in a short period of time, he would really die. Moreover, his divine sense had not fully recovered yet. His chances of reincarnation were slim. Moreover, there were so many people waiting for him. If he died, what would happen to the women? To think that he could think of all this. Just as Yangchen was feeling helpless, Poseidon, Apollo, and Diana built a barrier in the sky above the sea. Yangqing could vaguely feel the 3 of them appear. He thought that he was saved. However, the 3 of them only managed to hold on for a few seconds before the godly thunder broke through their defense and struck him again. Don't give me hope if you can't do it. The last bit of resentment left Yangqing without hope. After another round of baptism, Yangchen couldn't stay awake anymore and completely lost his mind. His body was like a lone boat in the midst of the violent thunder and the tsunami. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn apart. If it wasn't for the barrier in midair which bought him a few seconds of time, allowing the endless resolve restoration scripture to recover more of his body and divine sense, this bolt of lightning would have been enough to destroy Yang Chen's soul. The thunderclouds in the sky did not disperse. Sensing that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation had not been destroyed, it seemed to be a kind of anger from heaven. Instead, it circulated even faster and condensed into the 3rd and final Tai Ching heavenly thunder, which was exceptionally majestic and awe-inspiring. Because Yangqing's divine sense had been sealed, he could not sense the terrifying aura outside. At this moment, although the endless resolve restoration scripture genuine vitality in Yangqing's body was not under Yangqing's command, it did not give up trying to protect its master. However, seeing that the next godly thunder tribulation was not something that could be withstood with its recovery and brute force, the endless resolve restoration scripture genuine vitality decided to put up a desperate fight. As if he had given up all resistance, the self-operating endless resolve restoration scripture withdrew all the true yuan protecting his body back into his dantian, leaving Yang Chen's body without any protection. He floated on the surface of the sea, ready to take the final blow of the divine lightning with his broken body. Hundreds of nautical miles away, Poseidon, Christine, and the others could do nothing. They watched as the last bolt of Tai Ching heavenly lightning fell and closed their eyes. Still in the bone-chilling seawater, Yangqing did not feel anything. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was dead. Other than the endless resolve restoration scripture in his energy center, there was no sign of life. Even his heartbeat had weakened. Boom! 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 Finally, amidst the thunderclouds, a bolt of Tai Ching heavenly thunder that was several times thicker than before roared like a thunder dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down at the tiny figure in the thousands of zhong of ocean. Under the blue light, the seawater was even more blue and deep than it was under the sky. The clouds were dyed with a layer of enchanting blue and white. It was like a brilliant silk covering the entire sky. A shockwave that was strong enough to uproot a small island swept out like a mighty wave. The wave was thousands of feet high, and it swept across thousands of nautical miles of the sea. At this moment, the Pacific Ocean was gray. At this moment, the Pacific Ocean was dead silent. More than a minute later, everything was calm again. The thunderclouds in the sky quietly dispersed, revealing a bright and clear moon, bright and flawless. The breeze carried a faint fishy smell of the sea. No one could have imagined that just a minute ago, this place would have been so horrifying. It's over. Poseidon stood in the air expressionlessly. Christine, who was already kneeling and sobbing, suddenly raised her head and stared at Poseidon. It's all your fault. Poseidon. Look at what you've done. Why did you fight without listening to an explanation? Even if you don't recognize him as Hades, do you really have to beat him up until he is reincarnated? What good does that do you? Poseidon took off his tall chef's hat, revealing a head of grayish-brown curly hair. He threw the hat into the distance with the sea breeze. Turning around, Poseidon said calmly, Aphrodite, watch your words. I'm just using my strength to make this guy understand that the laws of space are definitely not inferior to Xianxia's. As for what provoked the heavenly tribulation, it was his own cultivation. Since his cultivation has already broken through the peak of the soul formation stage and is about to enter the tribulation passing stage, there will be a heavenly tribulation sooner or later. What does this have to do with me? If you didn't force him to use his full strength, how could he have attracted the lightning tribulation so quickly? Christine said angrily. If he had admitted defeat earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Moreover, how would I know what level his cultivation has reached? It's simply ridiculous. All right. Alice hurriedly tried to mediate. We've known each other for tens of thousands of years. How can the two of you quarrel at a time like this? Quick, go check on Xianxia. What else can he do? After being struck by 3 bolts of Tai Ching heavenly lightning, even those experts from tens of thousands of years ago would have been heavily injured, even if they had magical treasures to protect themselves. He's lucky that he even has a chance to reincarnate, Poseidon said coldly. Christine glared at him fiercely. Without another word, she moved towards Xianxia's location in an instant. The stern siblings and Poseidon followed closely behind. When they arrived at the core of the heavenly lightning, the 4 of them were stunned speechless. They saw a charred body slowly floating on the ocean. The owner of this body was, without a doubt, Xianxia. However, his current condition was as if he had been tossed into an oven for a long time. Not only was his flesh torn, but his skin was also charred black. His body is still intact. Poseidon could not help but sigh in amazement. In fact, the 4 of them did not have much hope of finding Xianxia's body. The 4 of them had all experienced the Great War tens of thousands of years ago. Although they did not practice Xiaxia's cultivation method, they had seen pigs run. They had some understanding of Xiaxia's cultivation method. It was unbelievable that such a powerful heavenly lightning could not destroy Xianxia without any artifact. That's strange. Stern frowned. Why do I feel like there's no form of energy in his body? You're right. Poseidon's grayish-blue eyes flashed with doubt. He's still alive. He's not dead. However, his cultivation seems to have been destroyed. But that's not right. If his cultivation was destroyed by the heavenly lightning, then he would have become an ordinary person. However, his body is clearly repairing itself. Alice quickly pointed. Repairing? Everyone took a closer look. Indeed, although Xianxia's body was charred black, the tissues under his skin were rapidly regenerating and transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dead cells and tissues were replaced with new ones. Because he was no longer wearing any clothes, this transformation was especially clear. What's going on? I can't feel the slightest energy fluctuation. How can his body recover? Is there some change in his body that we can't feel? Stern asked doubtfully. Kristen, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. She floated down to the surface of the sea and lifted Xianxia's body into her arms, hugging him tightly. When she felt the pulse of Xianxia's body, Christine's eyes were filled with tears. She laughed and scolded in a low voice, "You only know how to show off. Now you're suffering." Xianxia lay in the arms of the blonde beauty in a daze. Most of the skin on his face had faded away, revealing a new, fair face. His expression seemed to be very contented, without the slightest hint of pain. Christine looked at the familiar face and pursed her lips into a smile. You haven't become more handsome even after being struck by lightning. You're really unlucky. Stern and his sister also landed next to her. Looking at the unconscious Xianxia, they revealed puzzled expressions. However, they also smiled, feeling fortunate that this guy did not die. Aphrodite, don't tell me you've fallen for Hades. Why? Do you like fresh and tasty little brothers? Alice giggled and joked. Christine raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm not like you, Sister Artemis. I don't have a brother fetish. Humph. Alice wrinkled her nose and hugged the crook of her brother's arm. She acted like a helpless little bird, obviously disdainful of Christine's mockery. Stern laughed dryly and touched his sister's beautiful silver hair. By the way, there are only a few of us here. Except for Aries, the others don't seem to have awakened? Who knows? After all, this place is close to the United States. Maybe even if they awakened, they would be too lazy to come here. After all, with this heartless guy here, there's no point in coming all the way here. Christine glanced at Poseidon behind her, her tone rather sarcastic. Poseidon, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia in Christine's arms with a face full of suspicion. He seemed to be thinking hard about why such a magical state would appear. Aphrodite, where do you plan to take Hades? You can't just send him back to Xianxia like this. Stern asked. Christine nodded. I'll take him to where I live. We'll talk about it when he wakes up. Then, the person who destroyed the American fleet, who exactly? Alice hesitated, not knowing what to say. It's not him. This time, it was Poseidon who spoke frankly. The way he uses the law of space is different from the person in the video. Moreover, his temperament is also different from the person in the video. Moreover, since he was willing to fight me with all his might, he can't be someone who is preparing any schemes, because he knows that he is no match for me. It's not him? Then who is it? Why does he look exactly like Hades? And he also knows the law of space. Aren't there only 12 of us left on Earth? Stern was puzzled. Poseidon shook his head. I don't know either. Christine gnashed her teeth in anger. Neptune. What do you mean? You clearly knew that it wasn't Xianxia, and yet you still beat him up like this. Poseidon glanced at her, as if he was too lazy to explain. Stern quickly tried to mediate. Aphrodite, take a break. It's been tens of thousands of years. Don't you know this guy's temper? Other than Zeus and Athena, he doesn't listen to anyone. He's like a block of wood. You should hurry up and take Xianxia to rest and clean up. He has no energy in his body right now. I really don't know how he managed to recover. I hope there aren't any abnormal side effects. Hearing Stern's words, Christine sighed faintly. Now that she was hugging Yang Chen's body, she had the most direct feeling. Although Yang Chen's body was strangely recovering at a rapid speed, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of energy in his body. His spiritual power was so weak that he couldn't control the space laws at all. His true yuan was also completely scattered, as if he had never cultivated before. I hope his cultivation will recover. If he wakes up and finds that there is no energy in his body, I wonder if it will be too much of a blow. Kristen frowned sadly, but she did not think too much about it. After saying goodbye to Stern and Alice, she turned around and returned to North America. Watching Kristen leave, Stern hugged Alice and said, Neptune, I know you don't like Xianxia practicing Huaxia's techniques and think that it is disrespectful to the Protoss. But why do you have to do this? It has been so long, it is time to let go of your obsession. We can live on Earth and watch our human descendants continue to reproduce. The humans of Huaxia don't know that their ancestors had conflicts with us. They are innocent. When we signed the Treaty of Gods, we decided to take good care of this planet. This was our home. Why do we care if Hades practices the techniques of Earth, or if he has a deeper understanding of the law of space? Apollo, don't be too full of yourself. If I still wanted to revive the Protoss, I would not have chosen to be a chef. Poseidon turned around and looked at the boundless sea under the moon. I am only protecting the last bit of glory in my heart. As for this young man, I did not intend to completely destroy him. It is just that he does not know his own cultivation, and the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation has nothing to do with me. Stern smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do as you wish. We are leaving. With that, the siblings' figures flickered and disappeared into the night sky. Poseidon stood quietly for a long time before he took a step forward and disappeared from the sea. It was already early in the morning in Shanghai. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and everything was quiet. In a bedroom on the second floor of a bungalow, Moonlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony and onto the floor, refracting onto a beautiful figure curled up on the bed. The woman was wearing a silk nightgown, and her hair was scattered in front of her eyes. She sat on the cold floor with her legs bent, shivering from time to time. The woman held the cell phone in one hand. The light from the screen illuminated her fair and beautiful face, making it look especially pitiful. He had lost count of how many times he had called the same number. 10 times? 50 times? 100 times? Or more? Xianxia didn't know, and she didn't want to remember these numbers. She could only hear clearly that there was nothing else besides the beeping sound. A few hours had passed. From the time he hung up the phone to now, it was like being tormented by fire, making Xianxia cry. She tried to hold it in, but she cried again. At first, she thought that the man must have something urgent to do, so he didn't have time to answer the phone. But half an hour later, there was still no answer. She carefully paid attention to the movements in the room next to her. No one went out at all, and that person was clearly still in the room. But, why didn't he pick up my call? Didn't he know that I had endless things to say to him? Why was it that at such a heart-wrenching time, when she was lonely and helpless, he couldn't even make a sound in her ears? The sound of sobbing came from Xianxia's nose. No matter how strong she was, when she found out that the man wasn't even willing to face her feelings, a woman's sensitive nerves couldn't take it anymore. After crying for a long time, as if all her tears had dried up, Xianxia fell weakly on the side of the bed. She looked haggard, and she fell asleep from exhaustion. Beijing, in the underground military research base. White lights made the entire space as bright as day. In the hall filled with all kinds of advanced scientific equipment, giant test tubes, and connecting pipes, Yan Buwen was wearing the same big white robe as his eyes were focused on a huge display screen. The various messy data displayed on the screen was enough to make a world-class biochemical research expert completely dumbfounded. All kinds of research data that was ahead of the entire era, other than Yan Buwen himself. Even if others studied it for a year or 3 years, they might not be able to find anything. Just as Yan Buwen was carefully thinking about some problems, a black graceful figure seemed to cut open a hole in the void, and from it, a clear and gentle footstep slowly descended, appearing behind the man. Yan Buwen realized that there was a cold aura emitting from the bottom of his heart, and an irresistible pressure slowly invaded his body from behind, causing his body to sink into a kind of stiffness. Slowly turning around, Yan Buwen finally saw the woman who broke into the secret laboratory without warning. Her black hair hung down to her hips, the beautiful face that he yearned for day and night, the elegant black lace dress that revealed 2 sections of white calves, like a black water lotus standing in the world, and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the stars were looking at him without the slightest emotion. You. Why are you here? Ecstasy surged in Yan Buwen's heart. Although his body didn't listen to him, he still tried his best to tidy up his messy hair, and his eyes were unwilling to move away from the woman's face for even a second. The woman's eyes slowly looked to the front left, at a row of giant tempered glass test tubes that were connected to the top and bottom. If there were other people present, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. It was because the biochemical liquid in these test tubes was actually the naked bodies of adult men. And these men were all exactly the same. Cloning. And it was a clone of one person. At the bottom of each giant test tube, there was a display screen that indicated the heart rate of the clone and other indicators, indicating that each clone was in a healthy state. Seeing the woman staring at the clones, Yan Buwen said proudly, "How is it? I didn't let you down, did I?" Xianxia definitely didn't expect that he would become our most powerful weapon. Moreover, there are as many as you want. The woman coldly turned her head and glanced at him. "I told you before, don't touch Xianxia before I gave you the order, you don't seem to understand me." Yan Buwen's eyes slightly evaded, and he said, "I just using the experimental body, to test the use of the space laws after the fusion of the divine deity." "Humph," the woman said disdainfully, "Yan Buwen, don't play tricks in front of me. If you want to test the use of the space laws, there are many ways. Why do you have to destroy the American fleet that Xianxia just came into contact with?" I just... Ah. Yan Buwen still wanted to explain, but before he could finish, he let out a mournful scream. The woman didn't seem to have done anything, but Yan Buwen's legs were shattered into pieces and blood spurted out from them. The bones in his legs were completely shattered, and the lower half of his white robe was dyed dark red. Yan Buwen lay limply on the ground. The heart-wrenching pain made his face pale. On the ground, the scarlet color gradually spread. The woman didn't even look at him. "This is just a small punishment for you. You can heal yourself anyway. Just treat it as a reminder." "Yes. Yes. I know I was wrong." Yan Buwen broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with deep fear and unwillingness. No matter how he modified his body, in front of this woman, it was as useless as an ant. The woman strolled toward the giant test tubes. Her eyes were filled with a strange splendor, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a thought-provoking smile. Her evil beauty was enough to make anyone intoxicated and unable to wake up. "Yan Buwen. You have to remember, I didn't give you so many divine deities to play with. If you don't wait for me to prepare them and waste any divine deity, then I will be very angry." The woman suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Yan Buwen, who was lying in a pool of blood. "Let me tell you, there are smart people in this world. If you really think that you are that valuable to me, then give up on me as soon as possible. If I can make you, I can destroy you in an instant. If you continue to scheme against Yongqing because of your little thoughts, and end up alerting the enemy, you don't have to continue your experiments. I will find someone to replace you." Yan Buwen crawled in front of the woman. He didn't care about his bleeding legs and heavily kowtowed to the ground. Los Angeles, California, United States. The morning glow dyed the entire seaside international metropolis with a faint golden glow, like a pearl embedded in the west coast of North America. This was a fascinating metropolis. It was not like New York in the north, which was like a reinforced concrete forest that never saw the light of day. It was also not like Miami in the south, where the scorching air burned with passion and made people forget themselves. Here, one could feel the surging pulse of the city, as well as the quiet breath of the city. It was like a wild and seductive woman, but also like a graceful and dignified saintess of the world when she was quiet. And it was in the west of such a world-famous metropolis that there was Beverly Hills on the coast of the Pacific Ocean. One of the world's few super-rich areas, the world-famous Beverly Hills, was located here. Many people mistakenly thought that Beverly was just the name of a small area, but in fact, it was a city with an elected mayor, police, medical, and fire departments. It was also because of the complete facilities that it was like a city within a city, coupled with the beautiful scenery and convenient geographical location, that Hollywood stars and rich people from all over the world were willing to live here. At this moment, in a mansion that occupied the highlands of Beverly Hills, in a brightly decorated bedroom on the second floor, a naked Asian man was casually lying on the soft white bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when a ray of morning light shone on the man's feet, it warmed his skin and made him feel a little itchy. Slowly, the man opened his eyes and clicked his tongue in confusion. He stared blankly at the dome decorated with colorful patterns for a while, as if he had thought of what exactly had happened. Only then did he let out a long sigh. "Dear Yongqing, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to stay on my bed and never get up." A blonde woman wearing a cinnamon-colored chiffon lace round neck dress leaned against the door with bare feet, smiling charmingly at Yongqing on the bed, but her eyes revealed a bit of unconcealable joy. The corner of Yongqing's mouth twitched slightly. He slowly got up from the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. He looked down at his crotch. His little brother was exposed to the air. He couldn't help but curl his lips and say, "Kristen, do you have to be so vulgar? Why don't you let me wear a pair of pants? This is my house in Beverly, and there's no man in the house. Where would I get any clothes for you to wear? Why, do you want to wear sexy underwear?" Christine asked mischievously. Yongqing rolled his eyes and scratched the back of his head. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Oh no. What happened?" "When I went out, I was very quiet. My family didn't know what happened to me. It's already morning in America, so wouldn't it be almost a day in China?" Yongqing sighed. It's over, it's over. My phone is also in the room. My mother and the others are worried to death." Christine chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yongqing, I already guessed that you weren't that smart. Yesterday afternoon, I already called Xianxia and told them that you came to the United States to help me. Miss Lin also asked me to take good care of you. TSK, it seems that the relationship between husband and wife is much better now. It's really commendable progress. Really? Yangqing was delighted. He didn't have to worry anymore. He believed that after Lin Ruoxi knew, she would also help him arrange other things. He didn't have to rush back. After all, the previous matter hadn't been completely resolved. Christine looked at the man's silly smile and was speechless for a while. She stopped smiling and asked, "How do you feel? When you first came back, your whole body was black. I helped you wash for a long time before it was clean. Although your body seems to have recovered now. But my true inner force is all gone, and my spiritual power is not as good as before, right?" Yangqing smiled easily. "I just checked my body. Don't worry, I'm very healthy." "You can still laugh?" Christine raised her voice a few octaves and said unhappily, "Why don't you think about it? You have so many enemies. Now that your cultivation is suddenly gone, and your spiritual power is not enough to control the law of space, what if someone comes to trouble you?" Yangqing smiled awkwardly and said, "But I can't cry. It's already very good to be alive, hee. I really can't be bothered with you." Kristen shook her head and shouted towards the outside, "Sally, bring the clothes over and help Mr. Young change." A woman's crisp response came from outside. Soon, a white girl with beautiful light brown curly hair in a black and white maid dress came into the room with a pile of brand new men's clothes. Seeing Yang Cheng's naked appearance, Sally blushed a little shyly and didn't dare to look anymore. She lowered her head and bowed to Yang Cheng, and then began to tidy up the clothes for Yang Cheng. Christine said, "Put on your clothes and come downstairs for breakfast. I have a lot to say to you. I'll go down first." Yangqing didn't have much time to care about Christine at this time. His eyes were all on the shy white girl in front of him. This maid dress was not uncommon, but it was the first time he saw an American girl wearing it. Although the history of maid dress originated from the 19th century British maid apron dress, but in modern times, it was the patent of some Japanese fetishes. Sally looked like she was in her 20s. She must have been hired by Christine as a maid right after graduating from college. After all, with Christine's status, even if she was a slave, there would probably be people who would fight to the death. Sally had a round and cute face. Her figure was relatively petite among American women, but her breasts and buttocks were more exaggerated than those of Asian women. She was wearing a maid costume with a black background and a white skirt with lace edges. In particular, a delicate and deep cleavage could be seen near the low neckline of the dress. "Mr. Yang, would you like to wear pants or clothes first?" Sally saw Yangqing kept staring at her chest, and asked with some fear. If it was outside, Sally would definitely go up and slap this pervert. But this was the guest of her master, Christine. For the first time, a person who could sleep in the queen's boudoir. She was just a little maid, how could she dare to disobey? Yangqing retracted his gaze and smiled foolishly. "Clothes first, clothes." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he almost said it in Chinese, but then he realized that it was American English. Sally immediately nodded, and nimbly helped Yangqing put on a white Versace shirt with light stripes. Professionally, she buttoned up the buttons one by one, and tidied up the collar. When Sally was about to pick up the men's underwear and put it on for Yangqing, Yangqing stopped her. "That. Your name is Sally, right?" Yangqing asked with a smile. Sally nodded nervously. "Yes, Mr. Yang. Can you do me a favor? As you know, I just woke up from a weak state, and my body is a little unnatural." Yangqing was very serious, like an elder talking to his niece. Sally's greenish-brown eyes widened in confusion. "Mr. Yang, please speak." "Okay, Sally. Can you help me test if this organ of mine is normal?" Yangqing's face was serious. He reached out and pointed at the spear between his legs. At this moment, the spear was already standing upright. Its size, its thickness, was really eye-catching. Sally did not notice it for a moment. When her eyes met the big guy, she immediately covered her mouth in panic. Her face was pink, and she turned her head away in fear. Mr. Yang. You. You want to. Although Sally had a few boyfriends, she was not very open in terms of sex. Ever since she became a maid in Christine's house, she had not touched a man. Yang Cheng's sighs made little Sally at a loss. However, Yang Cheng did not look ashamed at all. He sat upright with his legs open, making the pole in the middle particularly clear. Faintly, the top of his head began to emit heat. Sally, I don't mean that. I will never taint the innocence of an innocent girl. You don't know, but I was seriously injured before. I'm worried that I lost the ability to carry on the family line as a man. So, I just want you to do me a favor. Try to see if my launch system is in good condition. I just need to fire a cannon. I'm not asking you to do anything, Yang Chen said solemnly. Sally wanted to go up and strangle this shameless guy. How is this a VIP? He is more of a beast than a beast. A thick-skinned beast. However, Yang Chen was so righteous and earnest. As a maid, Sally did not dare to easily refuse. Then I'll use my hand to test it out for Mr. Yang. Sally wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Anyway, it wasn't a rare thing. It didn't matter if she used her hand on a stranger. Maybe she could get Master Kristen's approval. It would be great if she could get a big bonus. Hand? Yang Cheng shook his head. Sally, this is too unfair to you. It's so tiring to use your hand. How can I bear to let you test it for me with your hand? What if I can't come out in half an hour? Then wouldn't your hand be so sore? Sally was stunned. Did I misunderstand Mr. Yang? Is that not what he meant? Then what does Mr. Yang want to do? Sally asked with her head tilted. Yang Cheng licked his lips and laughed. Use your mouth. My mouth is soft and warm. It will come out faster. Sally opened her small mouth. This time, she didn't even have the thought of scolding this guy in her mind. This guy was not human at all. Yang Cheng, however, raised his eyebrows happily. Sally, hurry up. Your master is waiting for me to have breakfast after I'm done. You're such a good girl, agreeing to everything. I'll get Kristen to give you a bonus later. Sally wanted to die. He was torturing her in a roundabout way. If he had told her to do it with her mouth, it would have been easier to accept it directly. After all, in the upper class, not to mention maids, even ordinary female celebrities were the playthings of those rich people. How could she really resist? After combing her curly hair to the back of her head, Sally squatted down and lied between Yang Cheng's legs. Although she was very unwilling, she still smiled at Yang Cheng in a professional manner. Then, she opened her pink lips and sucked. Oh. Hiss. Oh. Okay. Use your tongue. Yes, yes. Right there. Oh. Nothing could be better than this radiant early morning. After more than half an hour, the exhausted Sally opened her mouth and gasped for breath. She sat on the floor softly, unable to close her red lips easily. After sending out the goods that he had held back for a few days, Yang Cheng happily put on his underwear and trousers. Then, he blew Sally a kiss and happily walked out of the room and went downstairs. In the bright and elegant hall on the first floor, Kristen was sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in her hand. Without looking back, Kristen chuckled and said, "It seems that you really don't have any sad emotions. Doing this to my maid as soon as you woke up is indeed your style." Yang Cheng pulled out a chair and sat down. He picked up a butter bread and took a bite. Remember to give her $1 million as a reward. Why should I give you a reward for playing with a woman? Kristen put down the newspaper and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. It's not like you don't have money. So stingy. Really, what does money mean to us? It's not easy for that girl. Just now, she was almost choked to death by my hundreds of millions of little brothers. Yang Cheng said with a pitiful expression. Miss Lin is so great to be able to marry you. Kristen didn't want to continue this disgusting topic. She wanted to take a sip of milk, but when she saw the color of the milk, she frowned and put it down. Yang Chen proudly crossed his legs and looked at the huge glass window in the distance. Looking out, he could see the majestic mountain city outside of Beverly Hills. The wide view made him feel happy both physically and mentally. This place isn't bad. I'll get Ron to buy one next time and hire a few American girls in maid clothes, Xianxia said in high spirits. Kristen snorted. There aren't any available, except for the houses near the mountain. I didn't say that I would buy it according to the rules. Even if I pointed a gun at their heads, they would still be willing to sell it for free, Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia picked up a glass of orange juice and gulped it down. He patted his stomach and burped. By the way, Aphrodite, how much do you know about Xiaxia's tribulation? How much do you know about the stages of soul formation and tribulation? I want to know. Hearing her name, Kristen became serious and asked, You've already experienced the first round of the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. Do you really not know about this? Xianxia smiled bitterly. If I knew, I wouldn't have used all my power to fight Poseidon. That feeling of being struck by lightning, I'd rather be reincarnated. Kristen sighed weakly. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, as if she was organizing her thoughts. After a long time, she said. Although we've all experienced the war between Xianxia and the Protoss tens of thousands of years ago, we didn't have a deep understanding of Xiaxia's cultivation method. So, I can only give you a general explanation. Moreover, you seem to have some misunderstandings about the war between us and Xiaxia's ancestors. Let me explain it to you in simple terms. As Kristen explained, some of the cultivation methods that Xianxia had never heard from Xianxia, as well as the real situation tens of thousands of years ago, finally appeared before Xianxia's eyes. When the Protoss discovered that Mars was no longer viable, they migrated to Earth. Just as Xianxia had said, they massacred a large number of primitive humans on Earth. From the Protoss point of view, since Earth was the new Protoss planet, there could only be one master. When they entered Xiaxia's territory, the Xiaxia's cultivators could no longer sit still and began to fight as equals. At that time, the Protoss led by the 12 main gods numbered in the tens of thousands. Now, there were only 12 of them left. At that time, Xiaxia did not have Hongmeng yet, and there were tens of thousands of cultivators. Ordinary soul-forming stage cultivators, who had broken through to the Khanate full cycle, had different levels of cultivation. Some were strong, while others were only at the same level, unable to unleash much of their combat power. However, the Protoss were different. As long as they knew how to use the law of space, they would be much stronger than ordinary soul-forming stage cultivators. Because of this, the Protoss had the upper hand from the beginning. They planned to destroy the Xiaxia's cultivators, then completely occupy Earth and develop it into a new Protoss planet. However, when the battle reached a critical juncture, the most powerful cultivators in the crossing calamity stage, who had been living in seclusion, suddenly appeared. With their strength, ordinary Protoss were no match for them at all. Even if they went up to them, their souls would be instantly destroyed. Among the 12 main gods, only Zeus, Athena, Poseidon, Hades, Apollo, and a few of the strongest main gods could fight against them. As for the ones who could really defeat these tribulation stage cultivators, only Zeus and Athena could. Zeus was powerful because of his ability to use the law of space, which was several times more profound than Poseidon and the others. His trump card was a divine artifact that only he could control, Thunderbolt. The power that Xiaxia's cultivators feared the most in this world was Thunderbolt. When Zeus blasted open the door of Xiaxia with an endless stream of thunderbolts, even the tribulation stage cultivators could only flee in panic, not daring to come into contact with his godly power. On the other hand, Athena's strength was on par with Zeus. As the only goddess of war who had 2 artifacts, the Aegis shield and the Pallas spear, she rarely used her artifacts against tribulation passing stage cultivators, and she never fell behind at all. This was because not only did she possess the supreme law of space, but she also possessed the most terrifying wisdom. Whenever Athena encountered an enemy, she could even use ordinary prophecy spells to predict her opponent's every move. As for her great prophecy spell, it was even more terrifying. Think about it, before you even make a move, every move that you make is within your opponent's expectations. No matter how hard you try to change it, your changes are actually the prophecy of the future. In this way, no matter how high your cultivation is, without absolute power, how can you win? As a result, after thousands of ordinary Protoss were killed and the ordinary soul-forming stage cultivators suffered heavy losses, the war reached its climax. The cultivators of Xianxia realized that no matter how hard they tried, even if they managed to stop the other Protoss, Zeus and Athena were like an unstoppable steel knife that pierced straight into their hearts. In desperation, a few of the most powerful tribulation stage cultivators lured Zeus and Athena to a primordial battlefield in Xianxia during a battle. After that battle, there was no news of Zeus. Only Athena, who seemed to be alerted by her prophecy spell, escaped in a panic. After Athena escaped, the Protoss then realized that in the primordial era, Xianxia had a group of ancestors whose cultivation was far above the tribulation stage. Although those ancestors had left Earth for an unknown period of time, they still left behind some relics from the primordial era. At that time, the cultivation techniques of the cultivators were also obtained from the primordial era. At the same time, the great divines of the primordial era also left behind a powerful formation. Those tribulation stage cultivators brought Zeus and Athena into the formation. After activating the eye of the formation, they tried to completely seal the two extremely strong opponents that they could not deal with. Unfortunately, Athena used the Pala spear to break a gap in the formation and barely escaped before the formation's power was fully unleashed. Even so, Zeus, who was the only one who possessed the ultimate killing technique, lightning, could not return to the Protoss. The Protoss lost their strongest Zeus. Even with the undefeated Athena, they could no longer hold the absolute upper hand. After all, Athena could defeat the tribulation stage cultivators, but she could not use lightning to completely destroy the opponent like Zeus. If this stalemate continued, it was hard to guarantee that they would be ambushed by the cultivators of Xianxia and once again be sealed by the primordial divine formation. After such a stalemate, the Protoss discovered that due to the difference in the atmosphere on Earth and other reasons, their fertility rate was shockingly low. If this continued, even if they killed all the cultivators of Xianxia, they would still be heading towards destruction. And the only ones who could use the infinite reincarnation cycle were the 12 main gods who had comprehended the law of space to the main god realm. This meant that sooner or later, the Protoss on Earth would be wiped out until there were only 12 of them left. During this most difficult period for the Protoss, a few of the most powerful cultivators of Xianxia, who were at the tribulation stage, actually faced their second or third round of heavenly tribulations. What the group of cultivators could no longer regret was that the few strongest cultivators at the tribulation stage were all struck by the heavenly tribulations and disappeared from the universe, leaving not even a trace of their soul behind. The Protoss were suffering from the extinction of their race, and the cultivators of Xianxia did not know what to do because they had lost their pillar of support. In such a dire situation, it didn't matter who won or lost. It didn't matter anymore. Therefore, the remaining 11 of the 12 main gods, as well as the remaining cultivators of Xianxia who were at the tribulation stage, finally decided to stop the war and sign the Treaty of Gods. This treaty was actually two-way. The Protoss were not allowed to break the seal and use the law of space in a battle between non-Protoss. This was because it was too destructive to ordinary creatures on Earth, and it would also affect the evolution of creatures in the secular world, which was against the natural order of things. Of course, if it was against cultivators above the soul formation stage, it was a different matter. Those who violated the treaty would be sent into reincarnation by the other main gods. As for Xianxia, they were not allowed to invade the territory outside of Xianxia's territory, and they were not allowed to attack the Protoss for no reason. There were many rules and regulations, but in a practical sense, apart from restricting the Protoss from breaking the seal at will, Xianxia was suspected of giving in. After all, other than Xianxia's territory, the rest of Earth was under the control of the Protoss. This was also why, apart from Xianxia, the Protoss would appear in various countries and regions. It was not that Xianxia could not go, but that such a sad place was the opponent's home ground, and the Protoss were not willing to stay. Of course, in order to ensure the validity of the treaty, both sides had a special oath as a prerequisite. The Protoss oath was restricted by the law of space, and if they violated it, they would be completely unable to reincarnate. On the other hand, the cultivators of Xianxia were restricted by the law of heaven and earth. If they did not suffer the wrath of thunder, their cultivation would no longer be able to progress, and they would die of old age. Moreover, both sides had their own pride and dignity. At the end of the day, both sides wanted to save face, and they would not interfere with each other's affairs. They would only go against the treaty if they had nothing better to do. Hearing Christine's words, Yangqing interrupted and asked, "Why do I feel that things won't go so smoothly? When the Treaty of Gods was signed, did both sides pass it unanimously? I don't think so. Based on Poseidon's temper, he doesn't seem like someone who would give in." "Of course not." Christine sighed and shook her head. Back then, there were 3 people who disagreed. Athena, Poseidon, and you, Hades. Ahem, not me, it was the previous one. Yangqing smiled awkwardly. Christine snorted in displeasure, looking as if she was certain that it was him. Yangqing touched his chin, a little embarrassed. Then he asked curiously, "During this process, why didn't I hear anything about the God Stone? Since the previous Hades, Ares, and Athena wanted it many times, where did it come from? What is it used for?" Christine sighed. "Didn't I say before that I don't know where the God Stone came from or what it's used for? That thing only appeared after the Treaty of Gods was signed. I only know that it should be closely related to our god race. Moreover, it does contain some possibility of reviving our god race. However, it is only a possibility. The most successful example of the use of the God Stone is you. If you don't have the divine light to improve your body, you won't be able to withstand the law of space, and you won't have the chance to inherit the divinity. As for other information about the God Stone, I don't know. With my strength, I can't compete for the God Stone. Most of the time, the God Stone is either missing or in the hands of Athena and Hades for research. Perhaps Athena knows the most about it. They definitely want to use the God Stone to revive the Protoss, but, apart from them, we don't have much confidence." Yangqing pondered for a while and frowned. "Sai, you haven't talked about the heavens' retribution yet." Christine picked up the glass of milk. She didn't feel disgusted anymore. She took a sip and continued, "What's the hurry? I was just about to say. In fact, the heavens' retribution was divided into different levels. There was a huge gap between the strengths of the soul formation stage experts. But for the tribulation stage experts, it didn't mean that they could definitely enter the tribulation stage just because their realm was high enough. The tribulation passing stage could be said to be the embodiment of a true powerhouse. This was because only when a cultivator's cultivation was recognized by the heavenly will of the universe would he have the opportunity to summon the heavenly tribulation and enter the tribulation passing stage. In other words, when one's cultivation level was high enough and had surpassed the soul formation stage, the heavenly tribulation would naturally descend. According to the strength of a cultivator's cultivation technique, which was also the degree of defying the heavens, the heavenly tribulations could be roughly divided into 3 types. All things in the world, there were positive and negative, there were yin and yang. Only when yin and yang converged could new things be formed. This was the so-called 3 forms of all things. The first type of heavenly tribulation was relatively the weakest and also the most common. It was the 3 yang fire tribulation. There were 3 rounds of heavenly tribulation, and each round consisted of 3 rounds of heavenly tribulation, Li fire, Samadhi fire, and karmic fire. They descended from the sky and burned the cultivators. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be turned into ashes. The second type of heavenly tribulation was relatively stronger, but it was already extremely rare. It was the 6 frost water tribulation. It also consisted of 3 rounds, and each round consisted of Kuei water, Ming water, and weak water. These 3 types of water pervasively invaded the cultivator's body and could even corrode the soul. Most geniuses in the tribulation passing stage would be completely corroded by the second round of Ming water. The third type was the most rare, and it was also the most powerful heavenly tribulation produced by the convergence of yin and yang. It was the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. What a cultivator feared the most was undoubtedly the heavenly thunder. This heavenly thunder was much more terrifying than Zeus' thunderbolt because it was the true heavenly thunder born from the convergence of yin and yang. The 3 rounds of heavenly thunder were divided into the Tai Ching heavenly thunder, Shang Ching heavenly thunder, and Yu Ching heavenly thunder. If this lightning tribulation was attracted, the cultivator must have cultivated some heaven-defying cultivation method. To put it bluntly, the heavens couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was obvious that this guy wanted to pierce through the heavens. Thus, the heavens exerted all their strength to blow this cultivator into smithereens. After explaining the 3 types of heavenly tribulations, Kristen continued, tens of thousands of years ago, we once saw 2 geniuses in the tribulation passing stage who encountered the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. They were the 2 most powerful cultivators on Xiaxia's side. What they encountered was already the 2nd round of Xianxia heavenly thunder. Without any suspense, when the first heavenly thunder struck, they were all struck to death. Xianxia swallowed and said with a stiff smile, it can't be that bad. Why would I lie to you? Kristen rolled her eyes at him. Although I don't know much about Xiaxia's cultivation, I've seen more than the people in Hongmeng. I suggest that you focus on recovering your mental strength. Sooner or later, you'll be able to use the law of space. Then, you should put aside your cultivation. You didn't die this time because the heavenly light shone on your body. Anyway, you're lucky that your cultivation was destroyed. Yangqing scratched his head and asked, according to what you said, if I survive the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation and my cultivation is not destroyed, I will be considered to have entered the tribulation passing stage? That's right. Kristen nodded. Since your skill can attract the Tai Ching heavenly thunder, and it's a very strong one at that, if you can survive it, your strength will probably be comparable to Poseidon's. Yangqing was stunned. What? Even if I survive it, I can only be on par with him. Kristen looked helpless. Do you think Poseidon used his full strength when he fought you? He didn't even use his full strength, and he didn't even take out his divine weapon, the harpoon. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, you wouldn't have had to wait for the heavenly thunder. You could have reincarnated directly. Yangchen took a deep breath and laughed dryly. He asked, then do you know what will happen if I pass the last level of the jade-clear heavenly lightning? Kristen shook her head and said thoughtfully, I don't know either. Tens of thousands of years ago, the strongest Huaxia cultivators were the 2 who survived the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation. Their strength was comparable to Poseidon's. If they survive the Xianxia heavenly thunder tribulation, I'm guessing they will be comparable to Zeus and Athena, or even surpass them. As for the last jade-clear heavenly thunder tribulation, perhaps they will really become the immortals of the ancient times. But they haven't seen it themselves, so of course we can't say for sure. Yangqing smiled. Immortals. Interesting, they are called immortals. Kristen saw Yangqing's strange expression, so she stretched out her white hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Why are you in a daze? You don't have any true inner force now, and you still want to rely on immortals? Yangchen blinked his eyes and said, all right, I think I know what's going on. When I return to Huaxia, I'll find a chance to see if there are any books that record the content of this cultivation. That should be enough. You still don't want to give up. Kristen raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. I told you, the cultivation of Huaxia is against the natural order. It will only lead to destruction. Yangqing shrugged. I'm alive and well. Don't worry, I still have so many women waiting for me to love. Why would I want to die? Love? Christine sneered disdainfully. Should I call Miss Lin and tell her that you just doted on my little maid? Hey! Big mouth. Yangqing hurriedly got up and said, don't talk nonsense. I didn't shove the barrel of my gun under Sally, only the top. Above. Looking at Yangqing's rascal face, Kristen felt a little dizzy. Okay, stop gesturing. I won't say anything. I really can't stand you. Really, I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Did you get struck by lightning? Why do I feel that you are more shameless than before? Yangqing didn't blush. He smiled evilly and said, I say. Big mouth, why did you put me on your bed? Are you sleeping with me at night? Kristen winked at him without any shyness. What? Do you think it's a pity that we didn't do anything? Ah? You really slept with me. Yangqing smiled bitterly. I was just kidding. You are really. Kristen looked resentful. What? Sleeping with you and you despise me? You know that's not what I mean. Yangqing stopped smiling and said seriously, we are friends. Just friends. The kind of relationship where we can trust each other. And I promised him that I would take care of you. I don't want you to confuse me with him. Hearing this, Kristen's eyes showed a trace of anger. Her face turned slightly pale. she said, I don't understand what you are talking about. You are you. I want to sleep with you. Xianxia sighed. Why do you have to deceive yourself like this? Shut up. Kristen suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Her eyes were sparkling. Some of them were red, and her breathing became rapid. Xianxia spread out his hands and signaled that he would not say anything more. Kristen stared at Xianxia for a long time before she raised her head and wiped the corner of her eyes. Sorry, I lost control. Okay, I'm done. I have to go to the recording studio to work today. I still have 2 activities to attend. I can't accompany you. You can play by yourself. Just tell Sally if you need anything. I'm leaving. With that, Kristen picked up a pair of crystal sunglasses from the side. Without taking anything else, she turned around and was about to leave. But after a few steps, Kristen stopped again and sighed. There's a guest. It seems that I can't leave for the time being. End of chapter 749. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.